I died once, not at the hands of my enemies, but by my own parents who sent me to a mental hospital, locked me in a ward, and burned me alive to ashes. But when my soul returned to the Chen family, I saw not regret, but a family raising their glasses in celebration. The fake young master who had taken my identity was the happiest, saying that I was finally dead, and the Chen family could finally have some peace. It was at that moment that I realized the family ties I desperately craved were worth less than garbage in their eyes. But fate gave me a second chance. I was reborn at 18, back to the day the Chen family hadn't completely crushed me. My name is Jiangyi. Right now, the people my adoptive mother sent are still banging on the door, accusing me of stealing and threatening to beat me to death. In my past life, I would cry, explain, and kneel down to beg them to believe me. But in this life, I simply picked up my phone coldly and dialed the police first. They still thought I was that useless piece of trash who could be bullied at will. Little did they know, after my death in my previous life, my soul followed the Chen family for over a decade, witnessing all their secrets. The hidden surveillance footage, the fabricated evidence, the truth behind their murder, it was all in my mind. After hanging up the phone, I walked step by step to the door. The moment the door opened, a foot kicked me hard in the stomach. I crashed into the desk, curled up on the floor, and was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. In my past life, I would have been afraid, I would have begged for mercy, but in this life, I only remember this debt. Zhang Qi rushed forward to help me, calling out, "Young Master Jiang." I coldly told him not to touch me and stood up on my own. He froze for a moment, because I had never dared to resist before, but this time, I straightened my back and walked towards the elevator, stepping directly into the elevator that I had never been allowed to ride before. The luxurious living room reappeared before me, with my father Chen Taiya, mother He Qinxue, and Chen Xingwen all seated on the sofa. The disappointment and hatred of being trafficked, enduring humiliation, and returning to the Chun family surged up like a tidal wave. He Qinxue shrilly ordered me to kneel, but I merely looked up and sneered, asking her why. The next second, her slap landed heavily on my face. He Qinxue roared, trying to teach me a lesson, saying she was my mother. I stared at her coldly and retorted, "Does she deserve that title?" My knee was kicked, and the sharp pain made me grit my teeth, but I didn't bow my head. Chen Xingwen pretended to want the watch back, but I coldly pointed out his act. He immediately lowered his head, pretending to have suffered a great injustice. The sound of police sirens suddenly blared outside the door, and a chill finally flashed in my eyes. The police were here. This was the last straw I had left for myself. I told them, in a hoarse but firm voice, that I had called the police, and then, in front of the entire Chen family, I began to tear open the truth about the years of false accusations and abuse I had suffered. I unbuttoned my shirt, exposing the red welts all over my body to the light. I hadn't left my room for 3 days, only eating cake with peanuts mixed in, even though I'm allergic to peanuts. There was also a riding crop hidden under the coffee table, a tool that the 7th young lady of the Chun family had bought for my adoptive mother to educate me. The young policeman turned his head away, unable to bear looking at my injuries. Li Yong's eyes reddened, and even my father showed a fleeting hint of guilt. But He Qinxue remained adamant, accusing me of stealing, vandalizing the house, and playing the victim. She wasn't unaware of my injuries. She simply refused to acknowledge that I was the victim. I finally couldn't hold back my anger and roared, asking them who had seen me steal, who had seen me cut Chen Xingwen's clothes. My voice stunned everyone, but He Qinxue just sneered. The truth didn't matter to her. As long as Chen Xingwen shed a single tear, I had to be wrong. I stopped arguing, calmly looked at Li Yong, and asked him to take me to the hospital and let me leave this house. My father's face instantly turned ashen, and he threatened that if I dared to step out of the Chun family's door, I would bring shame upon the entire family. But to me, those words sounded utterly ridiculous. I told him with a cold laugh that if anyone dared to stop me, I would call the police again. The surveillance evidence of Chen Xingwen's poisoning was crystal clear. Li Yong sighed, acknowledging that I had the right to leave, and helped me pack my things. I walked out of the room carrying a simple plastic bag. He Qinxue sneered that I shouldn't even think about coming back, but I simply told her that I would pay back the 3 years' worth of accommodation and living expenses
and from today onwards, I had nothing to do with the Chen family. When I arrived at the hospital, my allergic reaction had become so severe that I was having difficulty breathing. The doctor scolded Li Yong for bringing me in too late, and he apologized while urging me to get treatment. He even bought some light meals and watched me eat them little by little. The kind of care I lacked most in my past life actually came from a policeman I had just met. I noticed Li Yong's expression suddenly change, and his parents' faces also darkened. A chill ran down my spine, and I reminded him to call his mother immediately. He hesitated for a moment, but finally dialed the number. A neighbor exclaimed in alarm that his mother had fallen in the bathroom. After Li Yong hurriedly left, I took advantage of my improved condition and went alone to a nearby internet cafe. I booked a small private room, and the moment my fingers touched the keyboard, memories of my past life as a top hacker instantly resurfaced. In less than half a minute, I had hacked into the Chun family's surveillance system. Those images they had previously deleted, concealed, and used to distort the truth were downloaded and saved piece by piece. Having done all this, I returned to the hospital, a cold smile on my face, because I knew the Chen family wouldn't repent. They would only continue to treat me as a sinner. Sure enough, in the Chen family's living room, Chen Xingwen was sitting in the center of the sofa, surrounded by everyone trying to comfort him. My father silently smoked a cigar, while my mother shrieked and cursed me, saying I was born rebellious, and that if I weren't her biological son, she would have strangled me long ago. Hearing these words, I felt no pain, only an increasingly chilling murderous intent. Chen Yinwei scrolled through her phone, smiling casually, and said she was just playing the runaway act to get attention. She'd be back in a couple of days, and then she'd give him a good scolding. Chen Xingwen immediately reddened with self-reproach, saying it was all his fault for losing his watch, which led to the police coming to their door. He even said he should leave the Chen family and give her back her position as the young master. He Qin Shue immediately hugged him and wept bitterly, as if she were truly losing her own son. Chen Yinwei hugged Chen Xingwen, wiping away her tears, saying the fault wasn't his, it was all my fault for not tolerating him, and it was only natural for me to leave the Chen family. The father finally sighed, patted Chen Xingwen's head, and promised that if the Chen family could only have one son, that person would only be him. Chen Xingwen was finally at ease, because his act was over, and his father's last remaining doubts were completely dispelled. My father said he'd take Chen Xingwen out for a walk tomorrow, and even planned to buy him a watch worth over 6 million yuan as compensation. My mother nodded in satisfaction, but her face darkened again when I was mentioned, worried that I'd caused trouble at home. My father decided to let me suffer outside, and my mother was even more ruthless, preparing to cut off all my financial support, forbidding even my sisters from helping me, and forcing me to go back and kneel down to apologize. The next morning, when I woke up, the allergic reaction had mostly subsided. Without hesitation, I checked out of the hospital. After leaving, I randomly picked a small shop to have breakfast, replenishing my energy while planning my next steps. The first step was to recuperate and regain the abilities I had in my past life. The second step is to make money. I only have a little over 14,000 yuan, while the Chun family has only given me 400 yuan a month for living expenses over the past 3 years, barely enough to survive in Beijing. In the past, I spent all the money I saved on gifts to please them, only to have them casually throw them in the trash. Now I will no longer beg them to even look at me. I will repay the 100,000 yuan the Chen family spent on me, and then sever all ties completely. The antique market was bustling with people on the weekend. I blended in with the crowd, looking like an ordinary teenager. But no one knew that I had spent years following antique masters in other small worlds, developing a keen eye for spotting fakes. After browsing through several rows of stalls, most of them were fakes, until the fourth row, when I saw an old man's jade thumb ring shrouded in purple and black aura. I immediately recognized that it was poisoned. The stall owner asked for 1.4 million, but the old man hesitated, and I couldn't help but laugh out loud. The stall owner impatiently scolded me, but the old man told him not to discriminate based on who he was dealing with, and to do business fairly. I took the opportunity to pick up a black bowl and a small plate next to it, casually bargained, and finally got them for only 5,000. I didn't rush to leave, but quietly waited for the old man to finish his transaction. He came over and reminded me that I should just look around in places like this and not buy anything. I casually replied that it was fine, since I was an orphan anyway, which stunned him. I handed him the black bowl and asked him to help me determine its age. He initially determined it to be a modern artifact, but when he saw the tiny chipped paint on the rim, his expression changed instantly. I took the tools and carefully cleaned the lacquer from the black bowl, my hands steady without a tremor. Old Joe watched with astonishment, and a growing crowd gathered. The stall owner began to regret his decision. An hour later, the lacquer was removed, revealing the bowl's antique and dignified appearance. Old Joe was delighted and asked if I would sell it. I told him to give me whatever he thought was fair, and he handed me 4 million. I reminded him that its actual value was only 3 million, but he smiled and said, "Consider the extra as a way of making friends." Mr. Zhou handed me a business card with only 3 characters on it, Zhou Maoxuan, and a phone number. I texted him my name, and after reading it, he surprisingly smiled and called me Teacher Jiang. I quickly waved my hand, but he insisted, saying that with my discerning eye, I was fully worthy of the title teacher. Before parting, I seized the opportunity and suddenly reminded old Zhou that since he called me teacher, I should speak the truth. Old Zhou looked expectant and told me to go ahead. I straightened my expression, my gaze falling on the jade thumb ring on his left thumb, and whispered to him that it was best he didn't wear that ring anymore. The smile on old Zhou's face instantly froze, and I knew that the root of his problem lay hidden in that very ring. This trip to the antique market was far more fruitful than I expected. Not only did I easily earn 4 million, but I also made the acquaintance of a big shot like Zhou Maoxuan. After returning to the hotel, I specifically looked up his information and discovered that this old man's background was even more formidable than I had imagined. Zhou Maoxuan was once a high-ranking military officer who made outstanding contributions to the country, and the Zhou family was a truly top-tier aristocratic family in the capital. The so-called Qin family didn't even have the right to raise their heads in front of the Zhou family. The first time I saw him, I knew that I had to befriend this kind of person. More importantly, the purple aura on his body would greatly help me recover my cultivation. After moving out of the Qin family's house, I had no intention of ever making myself suffer again. For the past 18 years, they had trampled me into the mud, and I foolishly thought that enduring it would earn me family affection. But now, I'm carrying my luggage and walking straight into the best 5-star hotel near the school, ready to start living a different life from this moment on. As soon as I entered the hotel lobby, I noticed many scrutinizing glances. When Su Yan, the receptionist, saw my ordinary clothes, her professional smile vanished instantly, and she didn't even bother with basic politeness. She gave me a cold look and told me directly that there were no rooms available. I was amused by her snobbish attitude, but too lazy to argue with her. Judging from her appearance, this woman was about to face a bloody disaster. Just then, another receptionist, Niu Jing, stepped forward and politely greeted me. I simply said, "Presidential suite, 1 month." Niu Jing froze on the spot, while Su Yan next to her sneered, convinced that someone dressed like me couldn't possibly afford to pay. Without a word, I pulled out my bank card and swiped it to check in. Seeing the payment successful, Su Yan immediately changed her tune and fawned over me, but I just glanced at her and casually reminded her, "No need, you'll be busy later." Su Yan didn't take my words to heart at all, and was even secretly pleased with herself, thinking I was just putting on an act. But the next second, a middle-aged woman suddenly rushed into the hall, angrily shouting that she was looking for Su Yan. In that instant, the smile on Su Yan's face froze completely. The entire lobby erupted into chaos. A middle-aged woman rushed forward, grabbed Su Yan, and began tearing at her, accusing her of seducing her husband. Security guards quickly ran out to maintain order. I smiled and tapped on the counter, as if to remind her that the real show was about to begin. After the farce ended, I left with my room key, leaving Niu Jing a small tip before I left. As she watched my retreating figure, she became increasingly convinced that I had known everything all along. Entering the presidential suite, I truly felt free for the first time. It was spacious and quiet, and only a 5-minute walk from Jinghua High School. From now on, I wouldn't have to get up before dawn to catch the bus like before, nor would I have to live like a dog because of the Chun family's ridiculous rules. Looking back on the past 3 years, all I feel is a cold laugh. We were both young masters of the Qin family, yet Qin Xingwen was chauffeured around in luxury cars every day, while I had to walk several kilometers to the station. Being late for school and being criticized by teachers, then humiliated by the Chun family at home, suffering from chronic malnutrition and being ostracized by classmates, made me increasingly insecure in my past life. But in this life, I will never again live as that laughingstock, trampled on by everyone. After settling in, I took out my phone and transferred 100,000 yuan back to the Chun family's account. Then I sent a screenshot to the family group chat. I told Chen Taihe that the 100,000 yuan had been repaid, and from today onwards, Jiang Yi and the Chun family had no further connection. After sending the message, I didn't wait for any reply. I left the group chat and deleted all the Chun family members' contact information, because the debt they owed me in my previous life was only just beginning to be settled in this life. Over the next few days, I began frantically recuperating. I worked out, bought medicine, and worked to restore my physical strength, while also picking up those esoteric skills again. It wasn't until I successfully drew my first peace talisman that I truly believed my cultivation was slowly returning, which also meant that I had more and more trump cards up my sleeve. Meanwhile, the Chen family was in complete turmoil. After seeing the screenshot of my transfer, Chen Taihe slammed his fist on the table and cursed, while he Qinxue insisted that I was playing tricks. But when the housekeeper reported that my monthly living expenses for the past 3 years were only 400 yuan, even Chen Taihe fell silent, because with that little money, I couldn't even afford a decent meal in the capital. But Chen Xingwen quickly resumed his act. He feigned grievance, saying he had lent me over 100,000 yuan over the years. The Chen family immediately imagined me bullying him, reigniting their anger. That evening, he deliberately flaunted the lavish gifts his family had given him on his WeChat moments. Zhang Qijing even sent me screenshots, wanting to see me snap. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw the message. My only mistake was forgetting to block this idiot first. Just then, there was a knock on the door. I opened it, and a sharp-looking middle-aged man stood outside, staring at me coldly. His first words were laced with a strong warning. "Young man, if you're playing a prank, you've probably messed with the wrong person." I looked at the man before me, a slow smile playing on my lips. "Attorney Qin, I've heard so much about you." The next morning, I got up on time and trained hard in the hotel gym. After showering and having breakfast, I changed into new clothes, feeling like I had a new skin inside and out. As the sunlight shone on me, I walked towards Jinghua High School, feeling refreshed. This time, I was no longer the stinky kid who walked into the school with my head down. At the school gate, Chen Yinwei was on student council duty with her best friend Xiao Nannan. After hearing about my leaving the Chen family, Xiao Nannan was shocked, clearly not expecting that someone like me, who was used to being trampled on by the Chen family, would actually dare to leave. But in their eyes, I was still just that lowly country bumpkin. Chen Yinwei was smug, convinced that I was just playing hard to get and would eventually be begging to go back to the Chen family. She even declared that if I dared to go back, I would have to kneel at the door for a day and a night, kowtowing to her and Chen Xingwen to apologize. Unfortunately, she would never know that from the moment I stepped out of the Chen family, I never thought of turning back. Today, I'm completely different. I've cut my hair short, put on new clothes that fit me well, and I look radiant. Even my eyes no longer hold the timidity of the past. When I walked into Jinghua High School, Xiao Nannan was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, because she simply couldn't believe that the person in front of her was me. Chen Yinwei was taken aback at first, then completely enraged by my cold gaze. In her mind, I should always be that country bumpkin she could mock and trample on. But now, I walked past her without even bothering to look at her. This disregard was more humiliating to her than any confrontation. As I walked into the teaching building, many people around me were talking about me. At school, I had an insulting nickname, Muddy. Some even fabricated rumors on the campus forum, portraying me as a peeping Tom and a thief. In my past life, I desperately tried to explain, only to be beaten and forced to silently endure everyone's ridicule. But in this life, I will never let anyone take pleasure in stepping on my head again. Upon entering Class 7 of the 3rd year of high school, I immediately saw my seat, which was still next to the trash can. The trash can was overflowing, and the desk, drawers, and chair were all covered in garbage, emitting a pungent stench. Clearly, someone had prepared this in advance to continue humiliating me in this way. In the past, I would have kept my head down and silently cleaned up, not daring to utter a single complaint. But now, I simply took out my phone, took pictures of the whole scene as evidence, dumped the trash back on the ground, kicked it aside, and sat down. The entire classroom fell silent instantly. Everyone realized that something was wrong with me today. No one expected that I, who had always been submissive, would dare to defy others in public. Just then, Zhang Qijing returned. As the sanitation committee member, he had often bullied me by abusing his position. Now, seeing the garbage all over the place, he immediately stormed up to me and demanded to know if I had done it. I looked up and calmly asked him, "Did you see that?" That one sentence left him speechless, his face turning pale. But Zhang Qijing clearly wasn't going to reason with me. Relying on his position as the sanitation committee member, he ordered me to clean up the trash immediately. I couldn't help but laugh, casually mocking his posture. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was the president. The whole class burst into laughter. Zhang Qijing's face flushed red instantly, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, as if he were about to pounce. But I noticed that Chen Xingwen, standing at the back of the crowd, was watching this scene with anticipation, clearly waiting for Zhang Qijing to stand up for him. The next second, Zhang Qi completely lost control. He roared, grabbed my collar, and slammed his fist into my face. Some people in the classroom stared wide-eyed with excitement, as if waiting to see me turn back into that cowardly loser who couldn't even fight back. In the past, I truly wouldn't have been able to stop him. But the Jiang Yi I am now is no longer the one who could be bullied at will. I easily grasped his fist, simultaneously activating the heartbreak talisman I had prepared beforehand. The next second, the ferocity on his face instantly turned into terror. Zhang Qijing suddenly screamed, clutching his stomach and collapsing to his knees, writhing in pain, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The entire classroom erupted in chaos. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. A man who had practiced martial arts since childhood and was usually so domineering had actually been defeated by me in a single move. Several classmates who were usually on good terms with Zhang Qijing immediately stood up and accused me, as if I wasn't the one who had been bullied at all. I didn't even bother to look at them. My gaze went straight past the crowd and landed on Chen Xingwen. Then I coldly said, "Have you had enough of this show?" Chen Xingwen's expression changed slightly, and he had no choice but to steel himself and step out from behind the crowd. He pretended to help Zhang Qijing while trying to shift the blame onto me, but I didn't give him a chance to continue his act. I directly exposed him with a cold smile. Zhang Qijing was nothing more than a dog raised by the Chen family, and he was hiding behind the scenes fanning the flames, trying to use someone else to do his dirty work. As soon as I finished speaking, the entire classroom fell eerily silent. Everyone froze, because in their eyes, Zhang Qijing had always been just Chen Xingwen's cousin. But my words had ripped away the veil of pretense they wore. Chen Xingwen's face turned ashen, as if he had swallowed a fly, yet he still desperately tried to explain. I didn't give him a chance to breathe, tearing his pretense apart with each retort. I told him to stop pretending. Did he really think everyone was a fool? All those things he'd gained by feigning helplessness and cheating people out of his life by playing the victim, he would have to pay back with interest sooner or later. Chen Xingwen's smile finally vanished completely. His classmates, who had supported him, reacted as if their tails had been stepped on, each one furious and accusing me of being ungrateful. Just as the atmosphere became extremely tense, the homeroom teacher, Zhao Junfeng, walked into the classroom. Seeing Zhang Qijing screaming on the floor, he didn't even ask why. He immediately pinned all the blame on me. I calmly told him that Zhang Qijing had struck first and that I was only acting in self-defense. But Zhao Junfeng didn't believe me at all. In his eyes, I was still just that poor boy from the countryside, only worthy of relying on the Chun family's financial support to go to school. He looked at me with a mocking expression and asked why Zhang Qijing didn't hit anyone else, but instead hit me. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. I countered Zhao Junfeng's question. If someone hit him, shouldn't he first reflect on why he was hit? The entire classroom fell silent instantly. No one dared to utter a sound. Zhao Junfeng's face visibly darkened, and the next second he pointed at me and began to hurl insults, calling me an ill-mannered wretch, a country bumpkin, and unworthy to talk back to a teacher. I looked at him silently, without a trace of fear in my eyes. I coldly retorted, "So, Teacher Zhao teaches by differentiating students based on their background? He always talks about equality before education, but in his eyes, rich students are brothers, and helpless students are trash." Zhao Junfeng, his face flushed with anger, directly threatened me, saying he would definitely get the principal to expel me this time and send me back to the countryside. Chen Xingwen immediately stepped forward, feigning concern for me, urging me to apologize quickly, otherwise I would be finished if I really got expelled. But the gentler his voice was, the more disgusted I felt. I sneered at Chen Xingwen, telling him to stop pretending to be a good guy. "I'm an orphan. What does my expulsion have to do with the Chen family?" I retorted, asking him which eye of his saw Zhao Junfeng ever being kind to me. My seat was always next to the garbage dump. I had to carry the trash cans up and down 7 flights of stairs by myself. I had to run around alone distributing materials. If I was even slightly slow, I was punished by standing in the corner, and finally, they even threw mud at me for peeping into the girls' restroom. Zhao Junfeng was trembling with rage, insisting that the evidence against me for peeping into the girls' restroom was irrefutable. I turned to Qian Wei and directly pointed out that he was the one who first posted the defamatory message about me on the school forum. That post, along with those disgusting cartoon illustrations, were all his doing. Qian Wei's expression changed drastically, but he pretended to be calm and asked, "Even if he posted it, what can I do to him?" I calmly told him that I had already contacted a lawyer. He was stunned at first, then burst into laughter, saying that a poor wretch like me who could barely afford food deserved to hire a lawyer. He even brought up his father and his family's legal team, arrogantly asking me what gave me the right to fight him. Just then, Qian Wei's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and his expression instantly changed. I calmly reminded him to answer it. His father had probably already received the lawyer's letter. Qian Wei protested, but as soon as he answered, his father's furious roar exploded from the phone, accusing him of slandering his classmate and ordering him to immediately make peace, or else the company would be in trouble. The classroom fell silent. Everyone was stunned by what they had just witnessed. No one had expected that I, the orphan they mocked, could actually frighten the Qin family. Qian Wei turned pale and immediately bowed his head, begging for forgiveness, saying he was wrong and shifting the blame to Chen Xingwen, claiming it was all Chen Xingwen's idea and that if anyone wanted to sue, they should sue him. Chen Xingwen's face instantly turned ugly. I stared coldly at him, asking if he was the one who told me. He hurriedly denied it, but his eyes began to dart away. I pressed on, asking which I saw me enter the women's restroom, which day, and which stall. He was speechless. Just then, a shout came from the doorway, and Chun Yinwei rushed in. Chun Xingwen cried out, "Seventh sister," as if grasping at a straw, and then collapsed to the ground. As soon as Chun Yinwei saw Chun Xingwen collapse, she screamed and questioned me, asking what I had done to her brother. All eyes in the class instantly turned to me. I couldn't help but laugh, my tone dripping with sarcasm. Of all times to faint just when the truth was about to be revealed was too much of a coincidence. Chun Xingwen's face was pale, but his eyelids twitched slightly. No matter how convincingly he feigned fainting, he couldn't hide the hatred in his heart. Chun Yinwei was furious and threatened me, saying that I shouldn't think I could get away with just words, and that I should wait until my parents arrived to see how I would explain myself. While she was calling for people to carry Chun Xingwen to the infirmary, she was also adding fuel to the fire in the family group chat, saying that I had made my brother faint from anger. Zhang Qijing was looking down with a pale face, like a dog thrown to the ground by its owner. I deliberately asked him with a smile if he was heartbroken to see that the seventh miss, whom he secretly admired, didn't even glance at him. Suddenly, footsteps sounded at the door, and two policemen entered the classroom with a security guard. A student immediately rushed to report, saying that someone in our class had gotten into a fight, and that I had beaten Zhang Qijing up like this, and even made another student faint. Li Yong looked at me and asked in a deep voice if I had hit him. I calmly replied that I hadn't hit him. The student shouted in a panic, accusing me of lying. Li Yong snapped, telling everyone to shut up, then looked at Zhang Qijing and asked if I had hit him. Zhang Qijing nodded, clutching his stomach, and Zhao Junfeng stiffly echoed, saying the whole class had seen it. Li Yong coldly retorted, "You saw it with your own eyes too?" Zhao Junfeng was instantly speechless. Li Yong sighed and asked Zhao Junfeng, "The student is in so much pain. Why didn't he even call an ambulance?" Zhao Junfeng turned pale and hurriedly pulled out his phone. I shrugged casually and said, "Zhang Qijing was going to hit me. I just blocked him. Who knew it would turn out like this?" Then I squatted down and patted Zhang Qijing's stomach, reminding him that the police were here, and if he continued to pretend, he would be obstructing the investigation. Zhang Qijing was visibly startled. His stomach pain had actually subsided, but he stubbornly insisted he was in excruciating pain. Li Yong sneered, saying he was quite the actor, and then had someone take him to the infirmary for a medical report. He then asked if there were any security cameras in the classroom, and I nodded. Zhao Junfeng's expression changed drastically, and he immediately said the cameras were broken, that they had been broken since last week. Li Yong just smiled coldly. The coincidence was certainly timely. The principal rushed over quickly, his face ashen, demanding to know why the police had been called. The atmosphere in the office was oppressive. After several phone calls, the principal's expression grew increasingly grim. He looked at me with suspicion, as if he couldn't understand how an ordinary student like me could have involved so many people. The director tentatively suggested that the parents resolve the matter privately. Although Li Yong could leave according to the rules, he remained uneasy, remembering what had happened to me at the Qin family's house. I could see Li Yong's worry, so I told him to leave without worry. Now that the Qin family was here, I would handle the rest myself. Li Yong stared at me for a few seconds, as if he wanted to say something, but finally suppressed his concern, nodded, and turned to leave. Not long after, the office door was flung open. He Qinxue, wearing a mink coat and high heels, stormed in aggressively. Chun Taihe, Chun Yinwei, and Zhang Feng followed closely behind, while the last to enter was Chun Huaiming, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and appeared calm and refined. The moment I saw Chun Huaiming, my gaze turned cold. This was the first time I had seen this nominal older sister since my rebirth. In my previous life, it wasn't until my tragic death that I discovered the false medical report that had forcibly sent me to a mental hospital was orchestrated by her boyfriend. Years of pent-up hatred surged in my chest, and although I forcibly suppressed my emotions, the icy coldness in my eyes couldn't be hidden. Chun Huaiming was very perceptive and immediately noticed my abnormality. When she met my gaze, her heart sank inexplicably, but the impatient He Qinxue didn't notice any of this at all. As soon as she opened her mouth, she questioned me in a shrill voice, asking what I had done to Wanwen that had made him faint. I chuckled softly, my tone dripping with sarcasm. What could I do? Your son was just pretending to faint out of guilt. Why blame me? He Qinxue's face changed drastically, and she was about to unleash a torrent of abuse when I spoke first in a cold voice, asking if she had forgotten her place, or if she thought calling her Mrs. Chun made her sound old and wanted to hear me call her Miss He. These words completely ignited He Qinshue's anger. Enraged, she raised her hand to slap me across the face. But I was no longer the pushover I was in my past life. I simply dodged to the side, and she lost her balance due to the excessive force, falling heavily onto the cold ground. A piercing scream instantly echoed throughout the office. The Chun family members' expressions changed drastically, and they rushed forward to help her, but He Chinchua sternly stopped them. She clutched her waist, trembling with pain, her voice trembling, saying not to touch her, that her waist felt broken. Chun Huaiming immediately stepped forward for a quick check, frowning as she determined that He Chinchua had only strained her back and shouldn't move around too much for the time being. But Chun Yinwei had completely lost control. Her eyes were red as she pointed at me and cursed, saying that I was a worthless bastard who dared to cause my mother to fall and get injured. A cold smile curled at the corner of my lips, telling them this was retribution. Rest assured, retribution never fails. It just won't fall on me, but will fall on every single member of the Chin family. I slowly walked up to He Chinchua, looking down at her. Her attempt to attack others backfired. In the end, it was just her own incompetence. The word trash pierced He Chinchua's heart like a knife. She trembled with rage, screaming for Chun Taiha to kill me, this beast. Chun Taiha abruptly stood up, glaring at me and demanding an immediate apology, or he would never forgive me. I coldly watched his furious state, finding it laughable. Chun Taiha, is your memory so bad that you're senile? Chun Taiha's face was ashen, his anger almost spitting out of his eyes. I suddenly raised my voice, reminding him, word by word, that I had severed ties with the Chun family years ago, and that I had long since repaid every penny of the money they had spent on me. I stared intently at him, my eyes devoid of any familial affection. In my eyes, he was less than a dog now. The office fell into a deathly silence. Chun Tai's anger froze, for the first time he saw a chilling coldness in my eyes, and for the first time he felt a real sense of oppression. He probably thought I was a vengeful ghost returning to claim lives, but he was wrong. I am not a ghost. From this day forward, I will become hell for everyone in the Chin family. Chun Yinwei could no longer contain herself and rushed forward, her face contorted with rage. She pointed at me and berated me, saying that I had angered my brother to the point of fainting, injured my mother, and dared to talk back to my father. Today, she was going to teach me a lesson herself. Her self-righteous demeanor was exactly the same as when she had bullied me time and time again in my past life. She raised her hand to slap me, still thinking I was the same coward she used to be, someone who would only bow down and submit to her beatings and insults. But before the slap could land, I swiftly raised my hand and firmly grasped her wrist. As my strength gradually tightened, the arrogance on her face finally began to crumble. Chun Yinwei was completely stunned, never expecting me to dare defy her. A piercing pain shot through her wrist, turning her face pale. She screamed for me to let go, calling me a bastard. But the more she cursed, the colder my eyes became. I looked down at her coldly and retorted, since I'm a lowly bastard, and we were born in the same month, what is she then? Chun Yinwei lost her temper and roared, how dare a country bumpkin like me compare myself to her? But before she could finish speaking, a crisp slap rang out. The first slap shattered all her pride. Chun Yinwei covered her face, her eyes filled with disbelief, as if she had never imagined that she would be slapped by me. Before she could react, I slapped her a second time, coldly asking her if she remembered how many times she had slapped me when I first returned to the Chin family. The third slap followed immediately, the sound particularly jarring in the office. Looking at her dazed expression, I calmly told her it didn't matter if she didn't remember, because I didn't remember either. After all, she had hit me so many times over the years, so many times that I could still remember the pain on my face even on my deathbed in a past life. My eyes flashed with a chilling light as I told her that today was just collecting a little interest. She'd better behave herself from now on. If she dared to make a sound, I'd slap her again. After the final slap, I asked her in a low voice if she understood. Chun Yinwei's face was half red and swollen, and I finally saw the murderous intent in her eyes. Trembling, she whispered that she understood. I let go of her and tossed her aside. Her legs went weak, and she buried her face in Chun Huaiming's chest, trembling and too afraid to even cry out. Everyone in the office was stunned. They knew I had changed, but no one had imagined I had become so cold, so ruthless, so merciless. In the dead silence, a respectful middle-aged man's voice suddenly came from the doorway, tentatively calling out, Chairman Chun. Chun Taiha turned around and saw that it was Chairman Qian. He immediately suppressed his anger and went forward to greet him. Chairman Qian smiled apologetically, saying that his child had been ignorant and offended the young master of the mansion, and that he had come specially to apologize. Chun Tai's heart tightened. His first thought was that something had happened to Chen Xingwen. Mr. Qian quickly waved his hand, explaining awkwardly that it wasn't that young master, but someone else. Chun Taiha was stunned until Qian Wei walked up to me, bowed deeply, and apologized in a trembling voice, begging for my forgiveness. Only then did he finally realize that the young master Mr. Qian had mentioned was actually me, the person he had always looked down upon. Chen Taiha's expression quickly softened, and he immediately adopted a magnanimous demeanor, saying it was just a minor squabble between children, and that it was too kind of Chairman Qian to personally come all this way. I sneered inwardly. This so-called decency was nothing more than his usual hypocrisy. Chairman Qian tentatively brought up the matter of withdrawing the lawsuit, and Chen Taiha's expression instantly froze. He turned to me and asked, "You actually sued Qian Wei?" I stared coldly at Chen Taiha, feeling nothing but irony. To curry favor, he didn't even bother to ask what had happened, immediately labeling my grievances as a minor squabble. In my past life, I harbored illusions about this so-called family, enduring countless humiliations in silence. But in this life, I wouldn't back down. I retorted with a cold laugh. "None of your business." Chen Taiha's smile instantly froze on his face. Chen Taiha was furious, his veins bulging. He warned me not to be too presumptuous, or he wouldn't be so polite. I chuckled lightly and asked him how he intended to be impolite. Would he lock me up for days without food like before, kick me into the swimming pool, or whip me hard with the horsewhip his seventh daughter had given him? I spoke calmly, but every word felt like a knife stabbing into his face, leaving even Chairman Qian speechless. Chen Taiha was stunned, because it was all true. They locked me up and wouldn't feed me because they believed I'd stolen my third daughter's necklace. They kicked me into the pool because they said I pushed Chen Xingwen. They whipped me with a horsewhip because they believed my lie about spilling hot soup on me. He felt a pang of guilt, but quickly regained his composure, saying I'd made the mistake first, and what wrong had he done as a father disciplining me? I looked at him with a cold smile and told him that the truly foolish one was him, and that he would destroy the Chun family sooner or later. He was so angry with me that his face turned ashen, as if he was about to strike at any moment. I met his gaze disdainfully and reminded him to look at He Qinxue on the ground before he acted. She was still lying there. Chen Taiha paused, turned around, and saw his wife's miserable state. He finally gritted his teeth and held back. After all, the chairman of the prestigious Chun group couldn't afford to lose face like this. He could only say coldly that he would settle the score when they got home, but I scoffed and reminded him not to forget that I was no longer a member of the Chen family, and he wouldn't see me when he got home. Just as Chen Taiha was getting so angry his head was throbbing, a deep voice came from outside the door, respectfully calling him Mr. Jiang. Everyone turned to look, and a distinguished middle-aged man walked in. That man was none other than Qin Xian, a renowned figure in the legal world. I frowned and said calmly, "Attorney Qin, you're late." Qin Xian lowered his head slightly, explaining that he was stuck in traffic, his tone even carrying a hint of apology. Chen Taiha and Chairman Qian were stunned, completely unable to believe that such an important figure as Qin Xian would be so humble in front of me. Chen Taiha quickly introduced himself, saying that he was my father, but Qin Xian only glanced at him indifferently, without any response. I told Qin Xian coldly to ignore him. He was just a mad dog. Qin Xian nodded and stood quietly beside me. I turned to him and instructed him to handle everything here. I would not reconcile. Qin Xian nodded slightly, saying he understood. I then looked at the principal and calmly but firmly reminded him that everything that happened in the classroom today should be discussed directly with my lawyer, and that teachers like Zhao Junfeng should be dealt with as soon as possible. After saying that, I left the office without looking back, leaving behind a room full of shocked people. Zhao Junfeng's face turned pale. He finally understood that I was no longer the orphan he could be bullied at will. Before leaving, Qin Xian coldly tossed out, "See you in court," and Qian Wei instantly broke down in tears, saying he didn't want to go to jail. Chairman Qian roared angrily, "You've caused trouble, and now you're scared? Where were you before?" Qian Wei suddenly pointed at Chen Taiha and shouted that it wasn't his fault at all. Chen Xingwen and Zhang Qijing had taken advantage of him. He demanded that Jiang Yi sue him and not the other two, claiming the Chen family was ganging up on him. Chen Taiha's face darkened, and he angrily asked Chairman Qian if this was how he raised his son. Chairman Qian, however, coldly smiled and told Qian Wei to explain himself, because with him around, no one could bully his son. Qian Wei finally recounted the whole story. He Qinxue, who had just been helped up, was furious upon hearing it, accusing him of talking nonsense and saying that her son was kind-hearted and would never do such a thing. Although Chen Taiha was angry, he tried to ease the situation, claiming that it might just be a misunderstanding and that his son would not do such a thing. Chairman Qian snorted coldly, completely unmoved by such tactics. He directly threatened Chen Taiha, telling him that if he couldn't get him to drop the lawsuit, the Qian and Chen families would be sworn enemies from then on. After saying that, he turned and left with Qian Wei, leaving only the Chen family members and the principal standing in the office, their faces increasingly grim. The principal was pale with regret, wishing he could erase everything that had happened that day. He Qinxue, however, was still screaming, cursing the Qian family for being ungrateful and calling me a little beast who had to put Qianwei in jail. Chen Taihe, his head aching from her noise, finally couldn't help but roar at her to shut up. He Qinxue was shocked that Chen Taihe dared to yell at her. Just as she was about to retaliate, Chen Huaiming persuaded her to go to the hospital first. But she quickly remembered the unconscious Chen Xingwen and immediately took her family to the infirmary. To them, my injuries were unimportant. The truth was unimportant. The only one truly wronged was Chen Xingwen. When Chen Xingwen woke up, his eyes immediately welled up with tears upon seeing He Qinxue. He weakly said that he hadn't slandered his brother, his aggrieved expression making it seem as if the whole world had wronged him. He Qinxue felt heartbroken and immediately hugged him to comfort him, saying that she knew he would always be the kindest child. Chen Taihe breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing from the doctor that Chen Xingwen's unconsciousness was merely due to emotional distress, he patted Chen Xingwen's head to comfort him, saying that no one could falsely accuse him of something he didn't do. Chen Xingwen nodded gratefully, but a new performance had already begun. He quickly gave his version of events, saying he only saw a figure resembling him enter the women's restroom, and, concerned about his family's reputation, casually mentioned it, never expecting it to escalate. In just a few words, he effortlessly shifted all the blame onto Zhang Qijing. Enraged, Zhang Feng slapped Zhang Qijing across the face, yelling that he had almost killed her. But He Qinxue, seeing Zhang Qijing being hit, immediately softened and spoke up for him, saying he had only been confused by her anger. Chen Huaiming stood to the side, a chill running through her, for she finally understood that in the Qin family, everyone could be forgiven, except for her. Even breathing was wrong. Soon, news of the incident in the principal's office spread throughout the school. When I returned to the classroom as if nothing had happened, everyone in Class 7 of the 3rd year looked at me with complicated expressions. Qianwei returned with red eyes, but the other parties involved had all asked for leave and left. At that moment, everyone knew that I wasn't the one who had lost today. Everyone finally realized that I had won completely this time. No one dared approach me all morning, and I was happy to have some peace and quiet. But Zhao Junfeng was restless, because my words before I left hung like a knife over his head. He could only keep reassuring himself that I wouldn't report him for the time being, and then he steeled himself and went to the cafeteria. But along the way, the students' gazes towards him completely changed. Some whispered among themselves, saying that Zhao Junfeng, who was trending on Weibo, seemed to be him. His face paled, and he hurriedly pulled out his phone. The next second, he saw that the top trending topic was Zhao Junfeng, a teacher at Jinghua High School, is morally corrupt. After clicking on it, he froze completely. Accepting gifts from parents, verbally abusing impoverished students, forging documents to obtain teaching qualifications, all the evidence and videos were exposed. The comments section was flooded with insults, and the gazes of everyone in the cafeteria felt like knives piercing him. He finally realized that I was the one who did it all, and frantically searched for me in the crowd. Finally, he saw me eating with my head down in the corner, and immediately rushed over to sit opposite me. As soon as he called out Jiang Yi, I looked up and smiled, asking Teacher Zhao if he was going to criticize me, this lowly person, again. He was instantly speechless and could only smile apologetically and beg me to remove the trending topic. He even offered to tutor me and promised to get me into a good university. I almost burst out laughing when I heard that, and asked him how someone who graduated from a shady university and even forged his teaching certificate dared to teach me. Zhao Junfeng's face turned extremely ugly, but he could only lower his head and beg me, asking what I wanted in return for letting him go. I glanced around with a cold smile and simply said that one should have the proper attitude when asking for help. Zhao Junfeng finally understood that I wanted him to kneel down in public. He gritted his teeth and knelt down in front of countless students and cameras, apologizing and recounting how he had humiliated me over the years. The students around him turned pale, and belated remorse finally appeared in their eyes. But I felt no emotion whatsoever, because such a nobody didn't deserve the thrill of revenge. Just as he knelt down to repent, Li Yong led the police into the cafeteria and told Zhao Junfeng directly that he was suspected of bribery and forgery and had to come with them. Zhao Junfeng instantly collapsed, frantically begging me to plead for him. I just smiled and reminded him that I couldn't possibly handle something as illegal as this. After all, I was just the lower class he was talking about. He angrily lunged at me, but the police immediately pinned him down and dragged him away. Just before they reached the door, he suddenly screamed, and a festering, oozing sore inexplicably appeared on the corner of his mouth. I entrusted Zhao Junfeng's matter entirely to Qin Xian. Qin Xian acted swiftly and decisively. Within a day, the matter became a hot topic of discussion throughout the country, and Zhao Junfeng was arrested that very night. Upon learning the news, the atmosphere within the Chen family became extremely tense. He Qinxue went to the hospital with her back injury. The examination results showed that her bones were fine, just a sprain, requiring a month of bed rest. However, she still insisted on using a wheelchair to go downstairs for meals. Upon arriving at the restaurant, He Qinxue immediately asked Chen Yinwei why she hadn't come down. Chen Xingwen spoke first, saying that seventh sister's face was badly swollen and she didn't want to see anyone, so he had already sent someone to deliver food to her. Upon hearing this, He Qinxue immediately recalled the slaps I had given Chen Yinwei, and her face instantly darkened. She was furious, cursing me as a beast for daring to slap seventh sister's face, and vowing that if Chen Yinwei was disfigured, she would never let me off the hook. Chen Xingwen sighed softly, saying that his brother had indeed gone too far this time. Chen Huaiming felt a chill run down her spine as she listened to his words, because while Chen Xingwen appeared to be comforting her, every word he uttered only fueled the Chen family's hatred for her. He Qinxue grew angrier the more she thought about it, gritting her teeth and cursing herself for giving birth to such a wicked child. She even said that she should have strangled him the moment he was born. She turned to Chen Taihe and questioned him, saying that it was all his fault for insisting on bringing her back, which had led to this mess. Chen Taihe's face was gloomy as he said that it was really strange that she was able to get Qin Xian to come. He Qinxue sneered, saying that this was just her personality. Chen Taihe finally couldn't hold back any longer, pointing at her and roaring, "Jiang Yi is her son. Why is it all his fault? If she hadn't failed to watch over the child back then, would I have gotten lost?" These short sentences pierced He Qinxue's heart like a knife, pulling her back to that dark past. Back then, I was still called Chun Xingwen, He Qinxue's only son. Once, she took me to a beauty salon, but she forgot about me because she was gossiping. When she came to her senses, I had disappeared. Later, she searched frantically, but to no avail. The accusations from the Qin family made her cry every day, and her personality completely changed. Later, Chen Taihe had an affair, which became He Qinxue's greatest shame. She threatened divorce and suicide, forcing Chen Taihe to end the affair and bring home a child about my age, who is now Chen Xingwen. Ironically, a substitute later became their most beloved son. Because the child would call her mom, and it allowed Chen Taihe to stay home more, He Qinxue gradually accepted him and made up for all her shortcomings by doing so for him. But the cracks remained, and today Chen Taihe finally shattered the facade of peace. After the words left his mouth, he regretted them somewhat, but seeing He Qinxue's changed expression, he felt a strange sense of vengeful pleasure. He Qinxue was trembling with anger and shouted that she wanted a divorce from Chen Taihe. Chen Taihe sneered in response, saying that he had had enough of her all these years. Dinner was abruptly interrupted. He Qinxue lost control of her emotions, stood up from her wheelchair, and swept the food off the table. But the next second, she fell heavily to the ground. Chen Xingwen instinctively stepped back, not daring to approach her. The ambulance arrived quickly and took He Qinxue to the hospital. Chen Taihe was so angry that he hid in his study and drank alone, refusing to even go to the hospital. In the end, only Chen Huaiming and Chen Xingwen stayed with He Qinxue. After examining her, the doctor said that her old injury had not healed and a new one had been added. She needed to wear a lumbar brace and rest in bed for a month, otherwise she might suffer from sequelae. Chen Huaiming was exhausted. She had hoped to take advantage of her vacation to go home and reunite with her family, but she never expected to be forced into this farce as soon as she returned. After confirming that He Qinxue was all right, she went to the end of the corridor to smoke and get some fresh air. But as soon as she lit a cigarette, she heard Chen Xingwen's voice behind her, obediently calling her second sister. Chen Xingwen reached out and snatched the cigarette from her, frowning as he said that smoking was bad for girls, as it damaged their skin. Looking at her well-behaved and sensible younger brother, Chen Huaiming suddenly recalled my cold and resolute face. She snapped out of her reverie, smiled, and ruffled Chen Xingwen's hair, saying she was just too tired and couldn't resist having a smoke, and told him not to worry. Chen Xingwen nodded, advising her maturely that she had saved so many people and should take care of herself. Chen Huaiming smiled, but the next second, his expression suddenly turned worried, and he asked her if she was troubled by family matters. Chen Huaiming sighed and said that her parents were so old, and the fact that they could still argue to the point of divorce was indeed a headache. Chen Xingwen lowered his head, his voice choked with sobs, saying it was all his fault, and if it weren't for him, the Qin family wouldn't have ended up like this. Chen Huaiming quickly cupped his face in her hands, but he wiped away his tears with his sleeve, saying it was too embarrassing for someone his age to be crying. Chen Huaiming was amused by him and comforted him, saying that he could talk about anything that made him unhappy. Chen Xingwen looked up with tearful eyes and asked what would happen if his parents really divorced, whether he was a sinner against the Qin family, and whether he should go and beg his brother to come back tomorrow. Chen Huaiming hugged him tenderly and told him not to think like that his parents wouldn't divorce, that she would come back, and that no one in the Qin family would be missing. But after she left, A smug smile appeared on Chun Xingwen's lips. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and called out to his older sister in a tearful voice, saying that he was so scared. Meanwhile, Chun Huaiming returned to her study, only to be immediately choked by the overwhelming smell of cigars upon entering. She frowned and told Chun Taihe to smoke less, then quickly opened the window. Chun Taihe put down his cigar, his face still grim, as if he were suppressing a fire. He casually asked He Qinxue how she was doing. Chun Huaiming half-jokingly said that he hadn't gone to the hospital before, but now he was worried. He was really hypocritical. Chun Taihe glared at her, telling her to stop being so disrespectful. Chun Huaiming smiled and told him that her mother wasn't seriously injured and just needed more rest. Chun Taihe snorted coldly, saying that was fine. It would make her reflect on her bad temper. Just then, an angry female voice came from outside the door, saying, "What else can we do? That brat has turned the house upside down." Chun Huaiming exclaimed in surprise, "Big sister." She hadn't expected her to come back so early. As soon as Chun Huaiming entered, she sat down in front of Chun Taihe and coldly questioned him. "A kid from the countryside has caused such chaos in the house. Mom is in the hospital, seventh sister is injured, and there's even a lawsuit involved. And they still haven't resolved it." Chun Taihe's face darkened. He wanted to explain that things weren't as simple as she thought. But Chun Huaiming just sneered, saying, "So what if you hire Qin Xian as your lawyer? He's just a country bumpkin. Where would he get so much money?" Her tone was condescending, as if she had never considered me a true member of the Chun family from the beginning. Chun Huaiming quickly suggested cutting off all my financial resources so I couldn't even afford legal fees. She also bluntly pointed out that I had previously stolen ruby jewelry, and that such a person should not be tolerated. Hearing her words, Chun Huaiming understood that her elder sister's gentleness was reserved only for Chun Xingwen. Towards me, she had always been cold and ruthless. Because in her eyes, my return was not a reunion, but a threat. Chun Huaiming had long harbored her own agenda. She wanted to leverage my rising value to further consolidate the Chun family's interests and extract more leverage from me. Even though she knew how much unfair treatment I had suffered in the Chun family, she never considered seeking justice for me, because in her eyes, I was never a younger brother, but merely a pawn to be used. Early in the morning, a silver Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of Jinghua High School. Chun Huaiming gently straightened Chun Xingwen's clothes, her smile tender and indulgent. Chun Xingwen obediently thanked her and got out of the car. Meanwhile, rumors were still circulating on campus about Zhao Junfeng kneeling and apologizing. I strolled leisurely towards the school gate, hands behind my back. Just as I reached the entrance, a bodyguard in black stopped me, coldly saying that the young lady wanted to see me. I recognized him immediately. Sun Hao, Chun Huaiming's personal bodyguard. In my past life, to curry favor with Chun Huaiming, I once used my part-time salary to bring her lunch. But she didn't even glance at it, tossing the food back to me and having Sun Hao warn me not to try anything funny. Later, I realized that Sun Hao's gaze towards her was filled with infatuation. I looked up at the Rolls-Royce not far away. The window was half open, and Chun Huaiming was looking down at her tablet, like a queen awaiting an audience. I sneered and told Sun Hao to go back and tell her I didn't want to see her. Sun Hao froze on the spot. Before, I wouldn't even dare raise my voice in front of him, but now I was no longer that weakling he could manipulate. His face darkened, and he reached out to grab me. But this was the moment I'd been waiting for. The next second, I pulled out top-grade pepper spray and pressed it directly into his face. A fine spray of liquid erupted, and he screamed, clutching his eyes and writhing on the ground. The school gate fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned by what they had just witnessed. I looked down at Sun Hao and calmly told him, "Don't worry, you won't go blind. You'll just be in pain for a few days." Then I turned and left, only hurrying out of the car when his screams reached her. She stood behind me, screaming and demanding to know what I had done. I didn't even turn around. I walked straight into the school, leaving her standing there alone. Chun Huaiming eventually saw me, but the location changed from next to the Rolls-Royce to the police station. She called the police in Sun Hao's name, accusing me of intentional assault, and the officer in charge of responding happened to be Li Yong, an acquaintance. When Li Yong saw me, his expression was one of helplessness, as if he were already used to it. He shook his head and said I was always in trouble. I smiled and asked him if he would believe me if I said it was self-defense. Li Yong rolled his eyes and said it didn't matter whether he believed me or not. We should go back to the station to investigate first. But I knew that this time, the person who should really be worried wasn't me. The school erupted in chaos, everyone talking about how I'd been taken away by the police again. Chun Xingwen, watching this, couldn't suppress his glee, probably thinking that Chun Huaiming was indeed formidable, managing to humiliate me with a single move. But he didn't know that Chun Huaiming wasn't actually waiting for me at the police station, but for Qin Xian. She meticulously touched up her makeup and styled her hair, hoping to use this opportunity to see the man she'd secretly loved for 8 years. The expectation in Chun Wanning's eyes shattered the moment I walked in alone. She couldn't help but ask where Qin was now, and looking at her disappointed face, I just found it ridiculous. When the police asked her if I was the assailant she was talking about, she coldly nodded and said it was me, saying that I was a young person who had injured someone in the street, and that I was simply lawless. Li Yong frowned and reminded her that the surveillance footage showed her bodyguard attacked first, and that I was using legal self-defense equipment, so it didn't constitute intentional assault. Chun Wanning's face darkened. She was still trying to use Sun Hao's injury to intimidate her. I suddenly spoke up, saying I was going to call the police too. She angrily asked what I was going to call. I slowly looked at her and told her I was going to sue her for attempted kidnapping. I told her she sent her bodyguards to threaten me with force, and if I hadn't brought pepper spray, I might be missing an arm or a leg by now. Chun Wanning was trembling with anger and raised her hand to hit me, but Li Yong stopped her on the spot. She thought she could use her status to intimidate me, but this wasn't the Chin family home. Her slap couldn't land. I looked at her with a cold smile and said, "Didn't she want to see me? Now she has." But what she really wanted to see was Qin Xian, but unfortunately, Qin Xian won't come. Chun Wanning's face turned pale, but she still tried to remain calm and asked me what nonsense I was talking about. I stared at her, tearing away her facade word by word. On the surface, she was a high and mighty businesswoman, but behind the scenes, she was like a pathetic maggot, secretly spying on the man she liked. Chun Wanning completely lost control. As she rushed towards me, she tripped over a chair and fell heavily to the ground. Her face was deathly pale with pain, yet she continued to curse me, calling me a piece of trash for not dying outside. I squatted down, grabbed her chin, and asked her in an icy voice, "Back then, you watched me being taken away by human traffickers, but you pretended not to see it. Have you felt even a trace of guilt all these years?" Her pupils constricted sharply, and she froze on the spot. I didn't stop, continuing to press her, asking what she was thinking when that girl drowned, and whether she also hoped the other girl would die. Chun Wanning's face turned deathly pale instantly, because she finally realized that I knew far more than she had imagined. I stood up, shook her off, and coldly told her not to worry, that her retribution was far from over. She thought those secrets would never be known, but she was wrong. In my past life, after I died, my spirit followed the Qin family for over a decade, witnessing all their ugly truths and seeing clearly the sins she had hidden. Qin Shuang fell into the water years ago and became a vegetable, eventually dying from organ failure. Her resentment transformed into a vengeful ghost, haunting Chun Wanning day and night. Only then did I realize that the drowning incident was not as simple as it seemed. Qin Shuang and Chun Wanning argued, and she accidentally fell into the water, but Qin Wanning, who clearly knew how to swim, coldly watched, and may even have deliberately not saved her. Her reason was absurd and laughable, simply because she was madly infatuated with Qin Shuang's brother, Qin Xian. She hired someone to follow Qin Xian, secretly installed cameras, and even stole his underwear. Qin Shuang discovered this and tried to warn her, but lost his life in the process. Fearing exposure, Chun Wanning let Qin Shuang drown, and later pretended to repent by offering an eternal lamp at a temple. But what she should truly repent for is that when I was taken away by human traffickers, she clearly saw it but chose to stand by and do nothing. These secrets are like knives in my hand. But I didn't tell Qin Xian the truth immediately, because it would be most powerful if Qin Shuang revealed it herself after she woke up. Qin Shuang's coma wasn't an ordinary illness. She was missing one of her 3 souls and 7 spirits. Medicine couldn't save her. Only metaphysics could awaken her. And Qin Xian, for his sister's sake, was already willing to cooperate with me unconditionally. My true purpose was to use Qin Xian as a tool to slowly torture Chun Wanning. The plan succeeded. At the police station, I only needed a few words to make her emotionally collapse and faint. After being taken to the hospital, she was diagnosed with a fracture in her left foot. But what was most terrifying was that when she woke up, she didn't say a word, as if she had lost her soul, with only empty eyes. Chen Taihe was filled with anxiety, wanting to know what I had said to her, but Qin Wanning remained silent. Seeing his daughter like this, he couldn't contain his anger and declared that he would come to settle accounts with me and avenge Qin Wanning. But he had no idea that Qin Wanning wasn't afraid of getting hurt, but rather of the secrets I possessed that could ruin her reputation. Qin Wanning panicked immediately and hurriedly stopped Chen Taihe. She knew very well that I had completely changed, and what I possessed was something even she herself might not be able to bear. She didn't want me to expose the truth to the family, and she was also afraid that I would turn around and cause trouble for Chun Xingwen and Zhang Qijing. So she immediately asked Chen Taihe to notify them to meet at the hospital, preparing to strike first. Chen Taihe asked her suspiciously, "Am I going to target my family again?" Chun Wanning gave a perfunctory answer, only urging him to make arrangements quickly. while at the same time feeling completely out of control for the first time. Finally, she grabbed her phone and coldly issued an order. Have someone investigate me immediately, and investigate as thoroughly and quickly as possible. When Chen Xingwen was picked up by the bodyguard, his mind was full of questions. He clearly remembered that Chen Wanning had come to settle scores with me. So how did she end up in the hospital herself, and even send him and Zhang Qijing there? This meant that I might have taken action against them. Just then, he ran into me at school and hurried over, full of questions, but was stopped by the bodyguard, who said that the master had instructed him not to have any contact with me. Chen Xingwen sneered inwardly, completely disregarding me. In his eyes, even if I had changed somewhat, I was still that good-for-nothing country bumpkin kicked out of the Chen family. He shook off his bodyguards and walked straight towards me, his eyes filled with probing and his usual contempt. He had barely opened his mouth to call me brother when I coldly interrupted him, telling him to stop disgusting me. I stared at him and told him, Chen Xingwen, what kind of younger brother is he? If he dares to call me brother again, I'll break his teeth. His face stiffened, but he immediately put on a wronged expression and asked me why I had changed when I wasn't like this before, and why I had hurt my older sister and sent her to the hospital. I looked at him with a cold smile and told him, don't you understand? The Jiang Yi of the past is dead. He was driven to his death by you and those idiots from the Qin family. The one standing in front of you now is a vengeful ghost who has crawled back from hell to collect its debts. As for Chen Wanning, she wasn't hospitalized because I injured her. She was scared into it by the bad things she had done. If you want to know the details, go back and ask her. After saying that, I shoved Chen Xingwen aside and strode away. He stood there, stunned, my words echoing in his mind. His older sister was scared into the hospital by him? What shameful things had such a strong-willed person done? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, and he vaguely guessed that I might have something on Chen Wanning. I returned to my dorm and looked down the stairs, just in time to see Chen Xingwen still standing there, looking puzzled. I sneered inwardly. In this life, I would never be schemed against by them again. In my past life, Chen Wanning had helped Chen Xingwen seize my company. Now, she was nothing more than a pawn on my chessboard. Chen Xingwen pondered my words the whole way, but he still couldn't figure out what secret Chen Wanning was hiding. But he already had a plan in mind. He was determined to get this leverage. From the moment he decided to take over the Chun family's resources, he understood that what truly stood in his way was not just my ability, but also Chen Wanning's desire for control. When he entered the ward, Chen Wanning immediately became alert. He deliberately asked why his older sister was still in the hospital, and Chen Wanning waved her hand, saying it was nothing. Then she anxiously asked him if he had had a conflict with her. Chen Xingwen shook his head tentatively, saying that he had just run into him when he left the school and they had chatted for a bit. Chen Wanning's expression changed drastically, and her voice lowered as she pressed him for details about what he had said to her. Chen Xingwen feigned innocence, softly saying he hadn't asked anything, only why I had hurt my older sister, but he ignored me and wouldn't even let me call him brother anymore. Chen Wanning finally breathed a sigh of relief, because I hadn't revealed her secret. At least I could buy her some time. But just then, she received a text message. Qin Shuang still showed no signs of waking up. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. She wished that woman were dead forever. Late at night, Chen Xingwen tossed and turned in bed, his mind filled with my image. He finally realized that my changes had become a threat to him. In the past, I had limited abilities and was always trampled under his feet, but now I could even get close to someone like Qin Xian, which made him truly fearful for the first time. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. How could the weak, helpless, and bullied me suddenly become ruthless, like a completely different person? Finally, he couldn't help but go to Zhang Qijing's room and bluntly ask him if he thought his older brother was strange. Zhang Qijing couldn't hold back any longer and excitedly recounted what happened last night. He said that when I hit him, the pain was so intense he almost thought his bones were broken, but I not only easily blocked his punch, but also used a strange method to instantly render him powerless. After the police arrived, I restored him to normal with just a few words, and he even suspected that I had practiced some kind of evil magic. My changes are now plain to see, and Chen Xingwen fell completely silent after hearing this. His face was filled with disbelief, but deep in his eyes lay an increasingly intense sense of apprehension and fear. He knew very well that a me who would no longer be bullied would become the biggest obstacle to him, taking over the Chen family. Not long after, Chun Huaiming returned from outside. She had just visited Chen Wanning at the hospital, and her exhaustion was almost impossible to hide. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she went upstairs to Chen Yinwei's room, intending to help her treat the swelling on her face, but Chen Yinwei, whose face was full of panic, grabbed her hand. Although I wasn't there in front of them, I could clearly imagine Chen Yinwei's breakdown. She begged Chen Huaiming, her voice trembling with tears, to apologize to me on her behalf, saying she knew she was wrong and would never bully me again. That seventh sister who used to slap me at the drop of a hat had finally learned to be afraid. The fear in Chen Yinwei's words pierced Chen Huaiming's heart like a needle. She paused slightly, her heart tightening suddenly, a strong unease creeping up her, because she finally realized that what she had left in the Chen family wasn't just anger, but also a shadow that none of them could ignore. After patiently comforting the distraught Chen Yinwei, she turned and went downstairs, wanting to eat something to catch her breath. Aunt Tian cooked her a bowl of noodles, but after taking a bite, she found the taste unfamiliar, completely lacking the warmth she remembered. Aunt Tian softly told her that the noodles she used to enjoy were always cooked by her own hands. I can picture her stunned expression and the complex emotions churning in her eyes. But all I feel is indifference. She probably never imagined that I, the one ignored by the whole family and considered a burden by her, would once clumsily cook and clean for her day after day. Afterwards, Chen Huaiming, still feeling depressed, asked Aunt Tian to take her to the room I used to live in. It was a tiny room of less than 10 square meters on the basement level, with dark, stuffy windows that never saw sunlight, damp and cold, next to a noisy elevator and a smelly bathroom. It wasn't a room, but the most dilapidated and least habitable corner of the Chen family home. I can imagine her standing there, completely lost in thought. Aunt Tian sighed and told her that this place used to be just a storage room. When I was first brought back, I was so happy, saying I finally had a room that wouldn't leak or let in the wind. How ironic. I treated the basement as my home, while they treated me like trash. For 3 whole years, I lived huddled in this dark, damp storage room. The Chen family had plenty of bright, spacious empty rooms, but none of them belonged to me. Chen Xingwen occupied 3 exquisite bedrooms by himself, enjoying the family's favoritism, while I could only guard this sunless basement, silently swallowing all the injustice. I knew that Chen Huaiming, stepping out of the small house at this moment, must be in a complete mess. All those days she had ignored, all the grievances she had overlooked, surged up at this moment. She finally began to regret, and finally shed tears for her past indifference. She finally began to feel sorry for me, and finally realized that during my 3 years in the Chen family, I was never brought back to enjoy a life of comfort, but rather humiliated and neglected by everyone. I never received any favoritism from my parents, nor did I ever experience genuine family warmth. And she, this so-called second sister, clearly saw my loneliness and predicament, yet chose to turn a blind eye time and time again. Aunt Tian's helpless question completely woke her up. If you're going to treat me like this, why did you have to bring me back in the first place? These words were like a slap in the face, hitting Chen Huaiming's heart hard and exposing the conscience she had pretended not to see all these years. She finally learned that I only had 400 yuan a month for living expenses. That little money was barely enough to buy a decent pair of shoes, let alone live a normal life in Beijing. Day after day, I endured the Chen family's unwarranted beatings, verbal abuse, and arbitrary confinement, leaving my body and mind riddled with wounds. But she finally understood that the pain in my heart was far deeper than the physical pain. I had also clumsily longed for my family's love, and each time I took the initiative to get closer, I was met with even colder blows. Only then did she understand why I hated Chen Xingwen, because what he took away was never just the identity of a young master. Anyone who endured 3 years of favoritism, neglect, and humiliation would hate it to the core. But even Chen Huaiming had to admit that I had never truly let this family down. Despite suffering all kinds of injustice, I still silently gave my all, quietly cooking her bowl after bowl of hot noodle soup, never taking credit, and always pushing everything onto Aunt Tian. She began to recall the time when I was first brought back to the Chen family. It was the first time she had seen me, and she was initially overjoyed, but that joy quickly faded. To please Chen Xingwen, she deliberately distanced herself from me and tried to please everyone else, neglecting me, the only one who had just entered the new home, filled with anxiety and trepidation. I watched helplessly as everything that should have been mine was taken away: my room, my favorites, my family. All of it gradually fell into Chen Xingwen's hands. No one knows how wronged and heartbroken I felt then. But Chen Huaiming not only turned a blind eye, but also grew increasingly impatient with me, eventually hiding away in the hospital and never returning, completely severing the last ties between us. At that moment, all the prejudice and resentment she harbored towards me finally dissipated, leaving only overwhelming regret. She was grateful that she had never spoken ill of me or physically harmed me like others had, but she also knew that as an older sister, she had failed in her duty. She secretly vowed to make amends to me and to let me feel the warmth of a home again. She eagerly pulled out her phone, wanting to message me to apologize and make up for the past 3 years. But she quickly discovered that I had already deleted her from my contacts. Our chat history was forever frozen a year ago, at the last message I sent her. Second sister, it's getting colder lately. Remember to wear more clothes and be careful not to catch a cold. Her fingers trembled as she scrolled through the screen, looking at the messages I had sent her in the past, at my repeated attempts to approach and show concern. Her heart ached as if it were being stabbed with needles. Those messages she had once casually ignored had now become knives stabbing her. My morning greetings, the birthday cake I prepared especially for her, the cookies and snacks I secretly sent, all those clumsy but sincere attempts to please her were repeatedly ignored, dismissed, and shelved. Now, all those past actions have come back to haunt her, leaving her in tears and filled with regret. The last message she received became the final straw that broke her back. All my sincerity and persistence were met with her years of indifference. A suffocating sense of regret overwhelmed her, keeping her awake all night as she repeatedly looked through those unanswered messages, filled with guilt but unable to find a way out. As dawn broke, she rushed to Jinghua High School, wanting to apologize to me in person and make up for all the warmth she had owed me over the past 3 years. She had booked a luxurious breakfast at a 5-star hotel in advance, hoping to make up for the lack of care in the past. But belated attempts to make amends were already worthless to me. She had just received her breakfast from the delivery man when Chun Xingwen's voice rang out behind her. He saw the neatly packaged breakfast bag, and his face lit up with joy. He instinctively reached out to take it. But this time, Chun Huaiming stopped him, telling him seriously, "Wen, this breakfast isn't for you." Chun Xingwen froze instantly, his face full of confusion as he asked who it was for. Chun Huaiming's tone was calm, yet exceptionally firm, as she told him, word by word, that it was for his brother. The smile on Chun Xingwen's face froze instantly, and after a moment he managed to conceal it, saying casually, "Oh, I see." Immediately afterward, Chun Huaiming looked at him intently, ready to lay bare the injustices of the past. She told Chun Xingwen that he had grown up and needed to understand certain things. She explained that the Chun family had favored him too much in the past, completely neglecting her, which had driven her to run away from home. She felt guilty for the past few years, feeling she had wronged him, and wanted to make amends, hoping he could understand. But she didn't know that for Chun Xingwen, these words weren't an explanation, but a dangerous signal. Chun Xingwen appears obedient and sensible on the surface, but I know in my heart that he's secretly burning with rage. He went to great lengths to force me out of the Chin family, and now that he sees Chun Huaiming starting to feel guilty towards me, he wishes I could live forever under everyone's contempt. He says he'll get along well with me, but to me it's all a joke, because he's already planning his next move, forcing me to be wary of his every action. Just then, Chun Huaiming spotted me. She rushed over, carrying breakfast, calling my name, but I only gave her a cold glance, my steps unwavering. She eagerly caught up, her voice ingratiating, but I scoffed and asked her whose second sister she was, since her real brother was standing over there. Those words instantly stung her eyes, bringing tears to her eyes. I looked at her coldly and told her that when I wanted to be her brother, she scorned me, but now she's throwing herself at me, offering me breakfast to disgust me. My words brought tears to her eyes, but she no longer had the right to come near me. Chun Xingwen suddenly rushed over and stood in front of her, shouting that he would stand up for her. I sneered and punched him mercilessly in the corner of his mouth, knocking him to the ground, his mouth full of blood, and even knocking out his teeth. I stared at Chun Xingwen lying on the ground, my voice icy cold. I warned him that if he dared to call me brother again, I'd break his teeth. Today was just a lesson. Every time he called me that from now on, I'd break one. Watching him writhe in pain, I felt no emotion whatsoever. I turned to look at Chun Huaiming, my eyes even colder than before, warning her to stop trying to disgust me. If the Chin family didn't want things to get worse, they should stay away from me. With that, I stomped on the carefully prepared breakfast and walked into the school without looking back. The Chin family was quickly thrown into turmoil by this incident. He Qinxue nearly fainted when she saw Chun Xingwen's mouth full of blood, and she insisted on settling scores with me. Chun Taihe and Chun Huaiming struggled to calm He Qinxue down, but her anger remained unabated. Finally, Chun Wanning, leaning on her cane, entered the ward, coldly reprimanding everyone before finally quelling the farce. She directly ordered that no one in the Chun family should cause her any more trouble, and that she would handle everything personally. On the weekend, I got up early and trained hard for an hour in the hotel gym. After showering, I clearly felt much stronger than before, and my martial arts foundation from my previous life was gradually returning. Although I'm still far from my peak, it's enough to handle ordinary troubles. What I need to do next is continue to improve my mystical abilities, and my goal has once again fallen on Elder Zhou. I timed my trip perfectly and went to the antique market again. I didn't see anyone on the first day, but I bumped into old Zhou on the afternoon of the second day. He was very happy to see me and chatted with me for a long time. Before parting, he suddenly brought up the jade thumb ring. I smiled faintly and said that the thing was indeed top quality, but it shouldn't be on a living person. Old Joe's face changed instantly, and I went on to point out his minor health problems, which made his eyes sharpen. I wasn't intimidated by his imposing manner. I calmly told him that I was just an orphan, and if anyone sent me, it could only be God. After saying that, I warned him to be careful of the person delivering the ring, and then turned and left. Old Joe immediately ordered his bodyguards to track me down, but an hour later, they still lost me. His suspicions about me only deepened. That night, when Old Joe returned home, he saw his son, Joe Xianen, on the phone. My reminder about the jade thumb ring resurfaced in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Back in his room, he lay on the bed staring at the ring for a long time before finally taking it off, deciding to observe it secretly through the night. The next morning, I received a call from Mr. Zhou, who asked to meet me. When I arrived at the restaurant on the 38th floor of the hotel, he was staring at me with hawk-like eyes. I pretended not to notice, calmly finished my breakfast, and finally looked up with a smile, asking him if he had finally realized something was wrong since he wasn't even wearing his thumb ring anymore. Old Joe didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point and asked me why I approached him. I chuckled and countered by asking if he would believe me if I said I wanted to save him. He answered decisively that he wouldn't. I shrugged and leaned back in my chair, finding it somewhat amusing, and sighed softly. It's really hard to be a good person. His face instantly turned cold, and I also stopped smiling, my tone becoming serious. I told him that if he doubted me, he didn't have to contact me, but I respected him and was willing to help him. If he only wanted to assume malicious things about me, then there was no need to continue the conversation today. After saying that, I got up to leave. Old Joe quickly stopped me, apologizing with a complicated expression. I looked at him for a few seconds, sat down again, and smiled, saying that since he apologized, I wouldn't hold it against him. Then I poured a cup of tea, looked him straight in the eye, and calmly told him that I would only say this once. The jade pendant pointed out the problem. The evil energy had begun to erode his purple aura, and if it wasn't resolved, he would surely die within a year. Old Joe's expression changed drastically, and fear and solemnity finally surfaced in his eyes. I nodded calmly, telling him that he could choose not to believe, but the consequences wouldn't change because of his doubt. A battle-hardened person fears not the enemy most, but something unseen and intangible that is taking his life. I told him bluntly that the only solution was to kill the true owner of the jade ring. Upon hearing this, Old Joe's pupils contracted, and his expression became extremely complicated. The image of his youngest son, Joe Xianen, clearly flashed through his mind, and I could sense that his heart was beginning to race. I noticed his hesitation and reminded him that the person delivering the item might not be the true owner. This made Old Joe breathe a slight sigh of relief, but the wariness in his eyes hadn't completely disappeared. After all, this matter involved a close relative, and he couldn't possibly trust me completely just because of a few words. Old Joe tentatively asked me when I could help him. I shook my head and told him that I had some health problems recently that couldn't be completely resolved yet. He could also seek help from other members of the Shinmen sect. If someone else could help, that would be best. My answer clearly surprised him, because he hadn't expected me to proactively suggest he seek help from others. This is precisely why Elder Zhou trusted me even more. He pressed me to tell him if I knew any other members of the Shinmen Taoist school, and I smiled and shook my head, saying I didn't know any. He then asked about my master and fellow disciples, and I simply told him that my master had long since passed away, and I had no fellow disciples. After that deep conversation, Elder Zhou and I temporarily lost contact. I continued going to school, coming home, and taking care of my health, while he was busy searching for a Shin master to verify what I had said. Time flew by, and my hotel lease was about to expire, so I had to find a new place to stay. I only had a little over 2 million yuan left, not enough to buy a villa, but making money was never difficult for me. I casually scrolled through my phone but didn't see any suitable listings, so I turned on my computer and went to a metaphysical forum. Soon, a post asking for help caught my eye. The title said there was a large reward, and the accompanying picture was of two completely different hands. One was normal, while the other was entangled in a thick, dark aura, its flesh withered and gruesome. Such a strong, malevolent aura. I immediately became interested. I never imagined such a sinister thing existed in this world. The post included a phone number, which I dialed without hesitation. A weak female voice came from the other end of the line. It sounded somewhat familiar. I spoke coldly, saying that I was the one who saved her life, then gave her the address and told her to come over within an hour, or else she would be drained dry by the malevolent aura. The other person was clearly enraged by me, immediately cursing me as some nobody who dared to threaten her. But when she heard me accurately utter the word fierce aura, her voice noticeably paused. Behind her anger, there was now a hint of hesitation and anticipation, because she knew that ordinary people couldn't possibly see the problem with her. Sure enough, an hour later, The doorbell rang. I opened the door and saw a woman in a Taoist robe and a mask standing outside. Her eyes lit up with surprise when she saw me, and she quickly squeezed into the room, removing her mask to reveal a familiar face. I was stunned for a moment. It was Niu Jing, the receptionist at the five-star hotel. She smiled awkwardly and said she was just earning some extra money, but I didn't bother with pleasantries and let her in. I looked at her hand, which was wrapped in black cloth, and told her to unwrap it so I could see it. Niu Jing hesitated and asked if I could really save her, but I ignored her nonsense. She had no choice but to do so, and the hand was even more terrifying than in the photo, the black aura so thick it looked like it was about to drip ink. I reached out and poked it, and she quickly stopped me, saying that this thing was very evil, but before she could finish speaking, my finger had already touched it. Instantly, the black mist scattered and fled as if it had encountered its natural enemy, and a shrill scream even echoed in the air. Niu Jing was stunned on the spot, her eyes completely changing as she looked at me. The next second, she actually knelt down, begging me to save her life, and even said she was willing to be my slave. I sighed and told her to stop acting and tell me what was going on with this hand first. Niu Jing quickly explained that she had recently taken on a job where a family had experienced a series of misfortunes after moving into their new house, suspecting a problem with the house's feng shui. For the 5 million yuan reward, she reluctantly accepted the job. As it turned out, she unexpectedly found a piece of scrap metal in that house. After touching it, it began to turn black that very day, and the negative energy seemed to intensify. After hearing this, I became interested in the scrap metal and decided to go with her to the site to take a look. We arrived at the villa area, but as soon as we reached the gate, Niu Jing couldn't even get in because she hadn't given prior notice. Looking at the heavily guarded villa area, I sighed helplessly. It seemed this trouble was more complicated than I'd imagined, and that piece of scrap metal probably concealed an even greater danger. Chapter 31. Jiang Tianshi was driven away. A group of people were standing in the courtyard of Villa number 16. The person in the very center was a middle-aged man, who looked to be around 50 years old. He was dressed in a gray Taoist robe, his long hair was tied on top of his head with a wooden hairpin, and he had a long beard on his face. He looks like a sage, and compared to him, Niu Jing seems more like a fraud. When Niu Jing last visited, the owners of this house were a middle-aged couple. But this time, neither the middle-aged couple was there. She could only keep calling the middle-aged couple, but the calls all went unanswered. Clearly, she has been blocked. This matter concerned Niu Jing's life, and she was so anxious that she jumped up and down. She had no choice but to shout to a young bodyguard in black in the courtyard, "Hey, big brother, over here." The bodyguard turned around and saw Niu Jing and Jiang Yi, and walked over with a puzzled look. "What do you want?" Niu Jing: "Brother, I'd like to ask, where's Mr. Han, the owner of this house?" The bodyguard frowned. "Who are you? What do you want with my young master?" Hearing this, Niu Jing was overjoyed. It would be much easier if they were family. "Brother, I am a Taoist priest. I came to help Mr. Han deal with the strange things in this house before, but my skills are not good enough, and I was unable to help Mr. Han. After I went back, I felt more and more ashamed. So I went to great lengths to find a real Taoist master. As long as he takes action, Mr. Han's family's problems will definitely be resolved." Jiang Yi's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing Niu Jing's words. This chubby girl really knows how to spout off without thinking. She came here to save her own life, but the way she said it made it seem so noble. This made Jiang Yi think that Niu Jing, this chubby girl, might actually be a promising talent. But the bodyguard was not moved by Niu Jing's words. He looked at the unreliable Niu Jing, then at the even more unreliable Jiang Yi, and said disdainfully, "No need, my master has already invited an expert back. You can leave." After saying that, the bodyguard turned and left. Upon seeing this, Niu Jing panicked and quickly grabbed the iron gate, shouting, "No, big brother, the master I invited is really amazing. He can definitely help you solve your family's problems." Niu Jing's shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the courtyard. Old Han frowned as he looked at the two young men shouting at the door and asked the bodyguard who had just returned what was going on. The bodyguard explained the situation, and Old Han sneered. "A young man dares to call himself a master? If something really happens, he won't even know how he died. If they don't leave, go and get them away so as not to interfere with the Taoist priest's ritual." "Yes." Several bodyguards responded in unison, and then walked towards Niu Jing and Jiang Yi. When Niu Jing saw their menacing approach, her legs went weak with fear. What should we do?" "Boss, I think we're going to get beaten up." Jiang Yi sighed. "Let's go first, we'll come back later." With that, he turned and left. Niu Jing quickly followed, but they didn't go far. Instead, they sat down in a pavilion next to Villa number 16. At the same time, Villa number 16. Old Han looked at the Taoist priest holding the compass with a nervous expression. Taoist priest Qingfu, have you found the source of the problem? Master Qingfu looked up at a corner of the courtyard facing south and sneered. What a vicious mind. Upon hearing this, Old Han's expression changed drastically. He was both delighted and surprised that this Taoist priest was truly a person with supernatural powers, unlike those swindlers he had found before, who would spend all their time only to leave with a "I have done my best," and then take the 50,000 yuan and leave. Although this Taoist priest Qingfu is asking for 100 million, if this matter can be resolved, the money will be well spent. Anyway, the Han family doesn't have much else, but they have a lot of money. 100 million is just a small amount for them. However, he also had some worries. After all, Master Qingfu had just said something. What a vicious mind. He was still a little worried. If this Taoist priest Qingfu also failed to resolve the matter, would the Han family really be wiped out in this inexplicable disaster? Now it's not just his eldest son's family that's in trouble. Even he was affected. A couple of days ago, he tripped and fell while walking on flat ground. If he weren't still relatively healthy, he probably wouldn't be able to get up now. Now, old Master Han is at his wit's end and can only hope that Master Qingfu can resolve the current crisis facing his Han family. Does Master Qingfu have a solution? Old Han asked cautiously. Of course, exorcising demons and monsters is the inescapable duty of a cultivator like myself. Upon hearing this, Old Han finally felt a great weight lifted from his heart. It's good that it can be resolved. It seems that the Qin family is saved this time. What should we do next, Taoist priest? If you need anything, please let us know. Master Qingfu nodded, listed some things, and told Elder Han to prepare as soon as possible. He needed things that sorcerers usually use when performing rituals. Apart from fresh black dog blood which he needed to find on the spot, everything else in the villa was readily available. These are all leftovers from those warlocks. Old Han quickly sent someone to find the black dog's blood. On the other side, in the pavilion. Master, it looks like that old Taoist priest is about to make his move. What will happen to my life if he succeeds? Is there any hope? Seeing that the people around the Taoist priest had dispersed, Niu Jing became extremely anxious. Jiang Yi glanced at him casually, then ran to a nearby bench and lay down. Don't worry, even 10 of him wouldn't succeed. Niu Jing was taken aback. Master, how did you know? Jiang Yi lazily closed his eyes and remained silent. Niu Jing was completely stunned by Jiang Yi's calm demeanor. She guessed that he probably saw through the old Taoist's cultivation level at first glance. The master truly lives up to his reputation. Just that disdain for everything in the world is something she could learn from for a lifetime. Worried that Jiang Yi would find her annoying, Niu Jing obediently shut her mouth, rested her chin on her hand, and focused on watching what would happen next in Villa number 16 not far away. More than half an hour later, a black car drove into the yard of Villa number 16. A bodyguard got out of the car, carrying an iron bucket, and quickly walked up to Master Qingfu. Qingfu looked at the contents and nodded. At this moment, the things he needed to start the battle were already prepared in the courtyard. Under Qingfu's instructions, several bodyguards poured the black dog blood into 8 white porcelain bowls and placed them in 8 different directions: east, west, south, north, southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast. Niu Jing was too far away to hear what Qingfu was saying, but she could see him holding the peachwood sword and chanting incantations, as if he were performing some kind of spell. Then, he grabbed a handful of yellow talismans from the table and threw them forcefully into the air. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose up beside him. Immediately afterwards, the yellow talisman seemed to come alive and began to circle around him. His Taoist robe and long beard swayed in the wind, giving him the appearance of a deity descending to earth. At this moment, a faint golden light even appeared on his peachwood sword. Everyone present was stunned. Niu Jing, sitting in the pavilion, stared in disbelief at what she was seeing, and couldn't help but mutter in amazement. Damn, this old Taoist priest actually seems to have some skills. He turned around and glanced at Jiang Yi, who had woken up at some point. Jiang Yi was watching everything happening in the courtyard with a half-smile. She thought about it for a moment, but decided to remain silent to avoid the big boss misunderstanding that she didn't trust him. May heaven and earth be clear and bright, and may all evil spirits vanish. So be it. Just then, a majestic voice reached Niu Jing's ears. Although the pavilion where Niu Jing was sitting was some distance from Villa number 16, the voice was very clear, as if it were wrapped in endless pressure. In an instant, the situation changed dramatically. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead at Villa number 16, and a strong wind picked up. Everyone who was standing was blown off balance by the strong wind, and Old Han even needed several bodyguards to support him to keep his balance. The table in front of Qingfu had already been blown over by the strong wind, and the black dog blood from all 8 directions was scattered all over the ground. Just then, another black car drove up and stopped outside the yard. When Jiang Yi saw the person getting off the bus, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly stood up. When old Zhou saw the scene in the villa's courtyard, he was startled and hurriedly shouted, "Old Han!" At this moment, all Han Lao could hear was the sound of the raging wind, and he couldn't hear Zhou Lao's voice at all. "Master, what's going on?" Old Han shouted anxiously when he saw that Qingfu was clearly unsteady on his feet. Just then, four thick plumes of black mist suddenly rose from the ground at the four corners of the courtyard. The black mist, like a ferocious beast awakened by noise, darted about in all directions. "Oh no," Qingfu muttered. Suddenly, as if they had found the culprit that had woken them up, the four streaks of black mist rushed straight towards Qingfu. Qingfu immediately drew his sword to fight back, but his skills were no match for these wisps of black mist. In less than half a minute, the black mist completely surrounded him. "Master!" Old Han cried out in alarm. The next second, with a pff sound, Qingfu spat out a mouthful of blood. The black mist seemed somewhat afraid of his blood and kept its distance from him. Qingfu was somewhat skilled and quickly realized the problem. He wiped the blood from his mouth, smeared it on the peachwood sword, and began to wildly slash. "Get out! All of you get out! I'll chop you evil spirits to pieces!" The black mist was cleaved into a blaze of light and began to attack indiscriminately. To avoid the black fog, everyone present could only roll around on the ground. At this moment, a cloud of black mist rushed straight towards Elder Han, who retreated in terror. Seeing this, old Zhou was filled with worry and shouted, "Old Han!" As soon as he finished speaking, the black mist that had been right in front of old Han suddenly stopped. Everyone was stunned by what they saw, not knowing what was going on. But the next second, the black mist suddenly became agitated. Before old Zhou could react, they went straight to him. Although old Zhou still didn't know what the black mist in front of him was, at this moment, he clearly felt death approaching. "Master!" The steward beside old Zhou had followed him through the hail of bullets on the battlefield when he was young. He was extremely loyal and rushed over without hesitation when he saw that old Zhou was in danger. But it was clear that the black mist was not targeting him. He felt everything go black before his eyes, then lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Without the butler's obstruction, the black mist, having identified old Zhou, arrived before him in the blink of an eye. He instinctively stepped back, his back hitting the car, leaving him with nowhere to retreat. He thought he was doomed today, but a beam of yellow light suddenly flew from the side and struck the black mist. The next second, old Zhou heard the black mist let out a shrill scream. The scream was unlike anything a human or any animal could make. It was so shrill that it sent chills down one's spine. Old Zhou wasn't the only one who saw that yellow light. Everyone in the courtyard who was still awake saw it. The crowd looked in the direction from which the yellow light had come and saw a young couple standing in the pavilion. Old Han had just escaped death and was completely disoriented. His vision was also blurry. "Was that yellow light coming from the pavilion just now?" he asked, still feeling lingering fear. "Yes, it seems so," a bodyguard replied. "Sir, it's those two we just chased away." "Quickly, please come over here," Old Han said hurriedly. Upon receiving the order, the bodyguard immediately ran out of the villa. Afterwards, Old Han had someone invite old Zhou in and carry in the butler who had fallen to the ground. "Old Han, what's going on?" Old Han sighed. "This I really didn't know. I've lived for so many years, and this is the first time I've experienced something like this. Even when we were fighting on the battlefield, I never felt that this was as terrifying as what happened today." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, why did you come here to find me today? I almost got you into trouble." "Old Zhou, I heard about what happened to your family recently, and I was worried, so I wanted to come and see you. I was afraid it was a problem with the house. After all, the house is." "Master, the Taoist priest and nun have arrived." Before old Zhou could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the bodyguard's voice. He turned around and froze when he saw Jiang Yi's face. "Ms. Jiang? You were the one who saved me just now." Jiang Yi nodded slightly, which was a way of greeting him and acknowledging that he had intervened earlier. Chapter 32, Jiang Tianxi's first move. "Old Zhou, do you know this master?" When old Han saw old Zhou address Jiang Yi as Teacher Jiang, he was delighted. It was good that they knew each other. Otherwise, given that old Han had just chased Jiang Yi away without distinguishing right from wrong, he was truly afraid that Jiang Yi would no longer be willing to help. After all, masters are all known for their eccentricities. Old Zhou was somewhat embarrassed, as he did indeed know Jiang Yi Swan. But he never truly trusted Jiang Yi, and Jiang Yi certainly knew that too. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi still saved him despite past grievances. Therefore, when he faced Jiang Yi, sure, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed, and after a long while, he nodded slightly. Old Han didn't expect that old Zhou and Jiang Yi knew each other, so he pretended that nothing had happened before. He quickly stepped forward and said, Master, I am truly sorry for what happened earlier. I, Han, was blind and did not recognize your greatness. I have offended you. I apologize to you. Sir, there's no need to say such things. Jiang, he didn't really care about this matter. After all, he was still very young. If it were him, he probably wouldn't easily trust a high school student, especially with an unreliable girl like Niu Jing by his side. Hearing the way he was addressed, old Han felt somewhat relieved. I wonder if Master knows what exactly happened in this courtyard just now. A murderous aura. After he finished speaking, everyone looked bewildered. Nonsense. Just then, Qingfu suddenly shouted a rebuke. He had just woken up from his coma when he found himself lying alone on the ground, while the people who had been surrounding him were now fawning over a young boy like stars around the moon. Over the years, even the most powerful people have treated him with utmost respect. Now, they are utterly ignoring him. Even if he couldn't solve the family's problem in one go, he was still injured for their sake, right? They actually ignored him completely. It was really too much. Just then, Jiang Yi started spouting nonsense, claiming that the strange occurrences in the courtyard were caused by malevolent energy. Wasn't this just a deliberate attempt to refute his earlier assertion that the trouble was caused by evil spirits? At such a young age, you dare to come out and swindle people by claiming to be a member of the Shinmen sect, and even dare to spout nonsense about evil energy? I have cultivated for many years and have never heard of evil energy causing such a big problem. Qingfu walked over, clutching his chest, looking weak, his face full of hatred for Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi glanced at him indifferently, then quickly looked away. They acted as if they didn't take him seriously. This made Qingfu even more unhappy. You audacious brat, which Taoist temple do you belong to? Who is your master? Jiang Yi snorted coldly. A piece of trash like you. You think you can know your master's name? You're just delusional. You. Qingfu was so angry with Jiang Yi that his chest ached, and he coughed violently. Niu Jing, show them your hands, Jiang Yi said calmly. Niu Jing, who was suddenly called out, was stunned. She was a girl after all, and showing off such ugly hands was a little embarrassing. Although she was a little embarrassed, she still untied the black cloth wrapped around her hands for the sake of her life. A withered hand, emanating black smoke and resembling that of an old woman, appeared before everyone. Everyone gasped. What's going on? Old Han was already feeling a bit weak in the knees, and pointed to Niu Jing's hand and asked, Jiang Yi, a malevolent aura invades the body. One of the quick-thinking bodyguards immediately realized the danger. Danger! You said that black mist was malevolent energy, and it was swirling around us. Could we end up like that too? Jiang Yi glanced at everyone, more or less. Then he turned his gaze to Qingfu, a smile playing on his lips. As for this Taoist priest, he's definitely the one with the most energy, since he's the one who disturbed the evil spirits. Stop spreading alarmist rumors. Qingfu roared. I won't believe your nonsense. Will this old Taoist ever stop? Niu Jing couldn't stand it anymore. My master kindly reminded you. But since you don't appreciate it, then get lost. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Do you think everyone has forgotten that you were being chased around by evil energy just now? You? Qingfu was so angry at the sharp-tongued little Taoist, that he almost couldn't catch his breath. Jiang Yi didn't see Fu. He looked at Niu Jing with surprise. This little girl is really something. When did he ever say he wanted to take her as his apprentice? They really know how to pat themselves on the back. Niu Jing was actually a little guilty at this moment. She had deliberately lost her temper just now in order to gain favor with Jiang Yi. She had already made up her mind to recognize this master as her teacher after seeing Jiang Yi's talisman throwing technique in midair while in the pavilion. Even if the big shot doesn't take her in, she'll still shamelessly stick with him. Jiang Yi, considering that so many people were present, didn't have the heart to slap the girl in the face on the spot, so he simply put the matter out of his mind. Now that you know the situation of this courtyard, would you be willing to help me, Han, this time? Although Jiang Yi was incredibly young, the fact that he was able to unleash that golden light to repel the black mist and save old Zhou made him more inclined to believe Jiang Yi than that of Master Qingfu, who was beaten into a disheveled state by the black mist. Jiang Yi paused for a moment. How much did Elder Han pay this Taoist priest? Upon hearing this, old Han glanced at Qingfu, whose face had darkened, and looked somewhat troubled. Qingfu was a capable man after all, and even though he couldn't solve the problem, he still didn't dare to offend him easily. After all, these people from the Shinmen sect are too powerful. If they want to take revenge on someone, they can probably do so with just a few words. Seeing Han Lao's reaction, Jiang Yi instantly understood his concerns. Since it's inconvenient for Mr. Han to say, then I won't consider these things and will just quote whatever I want. All right. Old Han nodded with a sigh of relief. As long as you can resolve this matter, price is not an issue. 100 million, Jiang Yi said calmly. Everyone gasped upon hearing this. 100 million? How dare he take it? He's so young. Although Master Qingfu also asked for 100 million, he has been famous for many years and is a guest of honor of many big shots in the industry. But what they didn't know was that Jiang Yi hadn't finished speaking. Plus this villa. Qingfu laughed loudly. Young man, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? You're so young. You haven't even grown your hair yet, and you dare to ask for exorbitant prices? Don't you even know if you're worthy? Jiang Yi smiled faintly. Old Taoist, before you meddle in other people's business, you should first find a mirror and look at your face. It's starting to turn black. Qingfu was taken aback upon hearing this. He subconsciously touched his face and realized that his hand had started to turn black. He quickly looked around for his phone to see if his face was really turning black. Everyone saw Qingfu's expression and, fearing they would be next, looked anxiously at old Han, wishing they could agree on his behalf. Although Mr. Han felt the price was a bit high, he was willing to pay it if it could resolve the matter. Rest assured, Master. If you can truly resolve this matter, I, Han, will pay the 100 million immediately. As for the property, it will be transferred to your name as quickly as possible. At this point, old Han paused, and then a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. If Mr. Han has any other questions, feel free to ask them now. Old Han smiled awkwardly. It's like this, Master. I wanted to ask, after this matter is resolved, could you also help us resolve the evil energy within us? And everyone in my family who has had misfortunes recently, their conditions are all quite bad. Seeing the tense expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Yi said, Don't worry, the 100 million is for removing the evil energy. This villa will solve all the problems caused by the evil energy. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Master, what do you need next? I'll have it prepared right away, old Han asked again. Go get a few shovels. Stay away from me until I call you. Upon hearing this, everyone felt even more that Jiang Yizai was a true big shot, able to remain so calm in dealing with such a terrifying thing without needing any preparation. This is so much better than that guy who used black dog blood and glutinous rice. Jiang Yi stepped into the middle of the courtyard. He had to admit that Cheng Fu was quite capable. At least he had chosen a suitable location for the ritual. He walked to the overturned table, turned around, and waved to the bodyguards. 2 of you, move this table away. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 bodyguards came forward and moved the table away. Jiang Yi's actions were seen by Cheng Fu as a blatant insult and provocation. Kid, I advise you to quit while you're ahead, or the evil spirits will appear and even God won't be able to save you. Jiang Yi curled his lips. Old Taoist, I'm about to make my move. This time, the evil spirit you mentioned is its true form. Are you sure you still want to stay here? Upon hearing this, Cheng Fu's expression changed. Although he didn't believe that Jiang Yi could deal with such a powerful evil spirit, he still kept his distance just to be on the safe side. Jiang Yi raised his hand and made a hand seal, silently chanting a spell. Then, a gust of wind blew up beside him. A dark cloud suddenly gathered overhead, accompanied by thunderclaps. Everyone felt a powerful pressure emanating from Jiang Yi. How is this possible? Cheng Fu murmured, dumbfounded. Then, everyone saw Jiang Yi take out a handful of talismans from his pocket and throw them into the air. The next second, the talismans immediately scattered and flew in all directions. Only then did everyone realize that he had just thrown out a total of 8 talismans. 7 of them scattered to different places, while the remaining 1 landed on Jiang Yi's head. This talisman is noticeably larger than the others. The most amazing thing is that this talisman actually grew bigger on its own. All heavens and myriad realms, all ghosts, heed my command. Quickly reveal your forms, or you will be punished. Jiang Yi shouted loudly. Subsequently, lightning appeared in the sky more frequently. Then, something truly jaw-dropping happened. Suddenly, the talisman above Jiang Yi's head emitted 7 golden rays, which struck the talismans in 7 different directions. A golden light also emanated from the 7 talismans and shot towards the ground. Suddenly, a series of shrill screams came from all directions, like the painful squeals of 10,000 rats. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their eardrums and covered their ears. Silence! Jiang Yi shouted, and all sound vanished instantly. A moment later, the golden light on the talisman disappeared. The talisman above Jiang Yi's head turned to ashes and fell to the ground, while the other 7 talismans remained intact. Where there is a talisman, dig down 1 meter deep and the digging will stop. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards immediately grabbed shovels and stepped forward. This matter concerned their lives, so no one dared to slack off. Before long, shouts of "We've found it" echoed from one another. Come back as soon as you find it. After all 7 people had returned, Jiang Yi went back to the spot where he had cast the spell and asked in a cold voice, "Aren't you going to show yourself?" His voice wasn't loud, but everyone felt a chill run down their spines. as if they were about to be torn apart by that voice at any moment. Since you refuse to show yourself, then I will make my move, General. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, a talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. Clang. Just then, a metallic humming sound rang out, like the sound of a precious sword being drawn from its sheath. Then, a shout of kill seemed to come from 1,000 troops. From each of the 7 excavated pits, a piece of iron enveloped in black mist flew into the air. The 7 pieces of iron seemed to be attracted to each other and quickly came together. Thus, the 7 pieces of iron, which looked like scrap metal, were transformed into a large sword. If you look closely, you can see that blood is still dripping down the broadsword. The broadsword floated in front of Jiang Yi, and wisps of black energy moved toward him, seemingly testing him. Jiang Yi said coldly, 2 choices. Either be reduced to ashes or be sent to be reincarnated. The man with the broadsword seemed to have been insulted, and his whole body trembled upon hearing this. The surrounding black aura became even denser and continued to spread outwards. Jiang Yi shook his head. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, he took out a talisman. The broadsword instantly cowered and withdrew its black aura. Jiang Yi then put the talisman down. That's more like it after all. He was once a renowned general who protected the country. Come over. Jiang Yi waved to the broadsword, which swayed gently as if hesitant, but ultimately succumbed to Jiang Yi's pressure and slowly flew towards him. Just as Jiang Yi was about to grasp the knife handle, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The broadsword flew swiftly toward Old Zhou. Old Zhou! Old Han shouted in alarm. Stubborn fool. Jiang Yi's expression suddenly turned cold. He threw out a handful of talismans and then quickly drew a talisman in the air with his hand. The malevolent energy turned to ashes, vanished into thin air, and with a thunderous roar, all evil was annihilated. The next second, countless talismans flew towards the great sword, smashing it one by one. One after another, shrill screams filled the air. As the talisman wrapped around the broadsword, the screams grew weaker and weaker, and the black mist gradually faded. In the end, the broadsword was completely wrapped in talisman paper, fell to the ground, and could no longer be seen in its original form. Old Zhou was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he needed someone to support him to stand. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and everything in the courtyard returned to calm. It was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 33, 100 million in hand. Jiang Yi stepped forward, picked up the long knife, glanced at it, and casually tossed it to Niu Jing. Niu Jing screamed in fright and took a big step back. The long sword fell to the ground. Jiang Yi frowned and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Boss, what do you mean by this? Jiang Yi was speechless. I told you to hold it. But didn't you say this is the true form of evil energy? I'm so weak, won't it turn my whole body black? Jiang Yi was completely speechless at the chubby girl's thought process. If this really is his disciple, he'll be furious to death sooner or later. Fine, I'll do it myself. Thinking this, Jiang Yi stepped forward, preparing to pick up the long knife. Niu Jing then realized that the knife had already been subdued by the big boss. The dark energy above has been completely suppressed by the powerful figure's talismans, so there's definitely no danger. And that idiot just like that. She lost an opportunity to serve the big shot. Thinking of this, she quickly grabbed the knife before Jiang Yi could and held it in her arms. Sir, I'm so sorry. I was being inconsiderate earlier. Don't worry, from now on, I'll make sure to hold this knife for you properly. Jiang Yi had no idea what was wrong with this chubby girl again, but he was too lazy to care anymore. After all, judging from the chubby girl's appearance, he didn't think he could afford to pay for the service to remove the evil spirits from her, so he decided to let her do some work. Jiang straightened up and turned to look at Old Han. Sir, the matter has been resolved. From today onwards, I will be staying here. Upon hearing this, Old Han was overjoyed. I was worried that it might be like the previous master who said he had solved the problem, but it would be back to normal in just 2 days. That's good, since the master is going to stay here, which means that things are probably really alright here now. Alright, master, I'll have someone tidy this place up for you right away. Why don't you go in and take a look? If you need anything, just let me know and I'll arrange it for you as soon as possible. No need. I can get whatever I need later. Mr. Han felt a little regretful, as he had missed an opportunity to get closer to the master. But soon, he came up with a new idea and took out his phone. Master, may I add you on WeChat? Please send me your account details so I can arrange for someone to transfer that 100 million as soon as possible. Old Han has the appearance of someone destined for great wealth and high status, and he also has a close relationship with Old Zhou. He is clearly no ordinary person. There's no harm in befriending this kind of person. So Jiang Yi didn't hesitate, took out his phone, added Old Han on WeChat, and sent him his account information. Old Han immediately forwarded the message to the family's finance department, and, in front of Jiang Yi, made a phone call, instructing them to transfer 100 million yuan as quickly as possible. Soon, Jiang Yi received a transfer of 100 million yuan. Master, what about us? Old Han asked cautiously. Having witnessed Jiang Yi's abilities, he always felt inexplicably nervous when facing Jiang Yi, afraid that he might say something wrong and displease the big boss. But in reality, Jiang Yi didn't care about any of that. After all, it involves life and death, and no one can take it lightly. Don't worry, now that I've taken the money, I will definitely ensure your safety. At this point, Jiang Yi paused, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, Elder Han, I'm still just a high school student. To avoid unnecessary trouble, just call me Jiang Yi, no need to call me Master. Because I was once a Taoist priest. Old Han smiled and said, if I were to call you Jiang Yi, it would be too disrespectful to you. But since you have said so, I will address you as Mr. Jiang from now on. Jiang Yi nodded, too lazy to dwell on such a trivial matter any longer. There are quite a few of you. Getting rid of the evil aura emanating from you won't be a quick process. As Jiang Yi spoke, he silently made plans in his mind. Little did they know that everyone present was on tenterhooks at that moment. It's not something that can be resolved in a short time. Doesn't that mean that some part of their bodies will also turn dark, like that chubby little Taoist nun? How about this? Come here together at 11 p.m. the day after tomorrow, and I will help you completely get rid of the evil energy in your bodies. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just a one-day wait after all. Master. Cheng Fu had somehow moved behind Jiang Yi, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Could you please help me get rid of the evil energy on me tomorrow night? Jiang Yi looked at him, raising an eyebrow slightly. Didn't Master Cheng Fu say that this wasn't malevolent energy? No. It's all because I was blind and didn't recognize a master like you in the field of metaphysics. I beg Master Jiang no. I beg Mr. Jiang to have some compassion and help me get rid of the evil aura on my body. Jiang Yi thought for a moment, then turned to look at Old Han. Has Master Cheng Fu been paid his fee? Old Han said awkwardly, I paid 50%. Over the years, Cheng Fu has earned a lot of money through his own abilities. I don't want to risk my life for a mere 50 million. So he quickly assured Jiang Yi, it's all for Mr. Jiang. He handled everything, so this reward should rightfully belong to him. How could I possibly keep it for myself? Jiang Yi was very satisfied with Cheng Fu's sensible manner, and then looked Cheng Fu up and down. Your situation is rather complicated, and will take at least a month to resolve completely. How about this? You stay here with me for the time being, and I will step in to help you when the time is right. Upon hearing this, Cheng Fu was overjoyed. The skills Jiang Yi just used were ones he had never seen before in his life. Being able to follow such a master up close, even if he can only learn a little bit, would be a windfall for him. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. He clasped his hands in a fist and bowed respectfully to express his gratitude. Little did she know that she had already stepped into Jiang Yi's trap. Jiang Yi actually wanted to get rid of the evil aura on him as a matter of course, but he had just moved in and was going to Qin Xian's place in a few days to help his sister summon her soul. There are just too many trivial matters. Although Cheng Fu was not very skilled, he still had some abilities. Keeping him around to do odd jobs is still an option. Just then, Mr. Han's phone rang. After answering the phone, Mr. Han's expression changed drastically upon hearing what the other person said. Then he looked at Jiang Yi with a worried expression. Mr. Jiang, something's happened to my grandson. Chapter 34 An Unexpected Encounter with Chun Xingwen at the Hospital. Daijing First Hospital. Mr. Jiang, this way please. Old Han led the way for Jiang Yi, his attitude extremely respectful. Old Zhou and Old Han are close friends, so they came along too. Jiang Yi remained calm, showing no fear despite being treated this way by the big shot. He's been through this kind of thing far too many times. Even the emperor, the supreme ruler, has done it. Seeing how calm the big shot was, Niu Jing was filled with admiration. As expected of a big shot, people of his age are so respectful in front of him and don't seem uncomfortable at all. Thinking of this, she involuntarily straightened her chest. She's now the boss's woman, so she can't show any pettiness and embarrass him. What's more, she's carrying a knife right now. I, Niu Jing, am a chivalrous woman who roams the world with a sword. She thought to herself. The group soon arrived at the VIP ward. Coincidentally, the Chun family members who are still hospitalized are also staying here. However, the Chun family status was far inferior to that of the Han family, so they did not get a top-tier VIP ward and stayed in a slightly less desirable ordinary VIP ward. The top-tier VIP ward area has security guards at the entrance of each ward, and the facilities and decorations inside are extremely luxurious, comparable to the presidential suite of any five-star hotel. Of course, no matter how comfortable such a place is, patients suffering from illness would not want to live there. Chun Xingwen came to the hospital today to get his teeth fixed. It makes him angry just thinking about it. The tooth that Jiang Yi, that bastard, knocked out last time was one of his front teeth. It caused him to have a lisp whenever he spoke, and he looked quite ridiculous. So during this period, he wore a mask almost all the time except when eating and sleeping. Every time he saw Jiang Yi's missing tooth, he felt like tearing Jiang Yi to pieces. But Chen Wanning, that fool, is wary of the leverage Jiang Yi holds over her, and so far dares not make a move against him. Every time he deliberately acted aggrieved in front of Chen Wanning would just tell him to wait. He couldn't wait any longer. In particular, he had to stay at school every day and watch as more and more people showed interest in Jiang Yi. Even though Jiang Yi rarely paid attention to them, they still persisted in trying to win him over. Now they won't even let him take out the trash. What's most infuriating is that just a couple of days ago, someone actually noticed that Jiang Yi disliked him, and in order to curry favor with Jiang Yi, they brazenly included him in the garbage-taking duty roster as well. These idiots have completely forgotten how they used to wag their tails like dogs in front of him. He said that Jiang Yi was incompatible with him according to his birth chart and would take away everything he owned. After Chen Xingwen finished getting his tooth filled, he felt uncomfortable all over. Thinking back to the pain he had endured while getting the filling, his hatred for Jiang Yi intensified. During this period, Chen Wanning seemed like a different person. She would stay away from the company for such a long time because of a minor injury. So Chen Taiha was even busier than before and had no time to accompany her to get her teeth fixed. Moreover, Chen Wanning was always throwing tantrums at her phone, acting like a crazy woman. He tried to get information out of her several times, but he couldn't find out what Jiang Yi had on her. Once, he even annoyed her with his questions, and she threw her first tantrum ever at him. I almost made him furious. If you're so capable, go settle accounts with that bastard Jiang Yi. Why are you cursing him? Because of this incident, he was completely disappointed in Chen Wanning and became even more determined to find something on her that she could use against her. He was determined to make Chen Wanning kneel before him and kowtow to admit her mistake. As for He Qinxue, who loves him the most, she is still lying in bed. Chen Huiming, that saintly bitch, is busy treating patients and saving lives. When she is not busy, she only silently sheds tears every day while looking at the WeChat messages that Jiang Yizing sent her. She has long forgotten about her younger brother. Chen Yinwei is such a useless piece of trash. She was beaten so badly by Jiang Yi that she doesn't even dare to leave her room now. The other sisters were all busy with their own things. Apart from calling him to scold Jiang Yi on his behalf, they were unwilling to even come back to see him, let alone take him to see a doctor. Therefore, he could only come to the hospital today accompanied by Zhang Qijing. This was the first time in his life that he had ever gone to the doctor by himself. It's all Jiang Yi's fault. If he hadn't caused such a mess at home and knocked out his teeth, he wouldn't have ended up in this state. Just wait, he definitely won't let Jiang Yi off the hook. Huh? Is that Jiang Yi? Just as Chen Xingwen was mentally cursing Jiang Yi to pieces, he heard Zhang Qi mention Jiang Yi beside him, so he looked in the direction of his gaze. Two elderly men walked in front, followed by Jiang Yi and a strangely dressed fat girl. The two elderly men both looked anxious. Jiang Yi, however, remained indifferent throughout. Mr. Jiang, it's just ahead. Suddenly, an old man turned around and said in an extremely respectful manner. Just by looking at the atmosphere among these people, you can tell that Jiang Yi is the one with the highest status. Jiang Yi's five senses are far more acute than those of ordinary people, and he and Chen Xingwen are mortal enemies who are irreconcilable. Therefore, almost the instant Chen Xingwen's resentful gaze fell upon him, he sensed the other party's presence. However, he only glanced at Chen Xingwen lightly, a mocking smile curving his lips, before turning his head away and no longer looking at him, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. That look drove Chen Xingwen even more insane. Has this bastard forgotten how he used to grovel before him? Chen Xingwen grew angrier the more he thought about it, completely unaware of why Jiang Yi was there, or even who the two imposing old men in front of him were. It was Zhang Qijing's questioning voice that reminded him. What's that country bumpkin doing at the hospital? Is he here to see Madam and Miss? That's not right. Madam and the second Mrs. Wards aren't in that direction. That's the top-tier VIP ward. What's he doing there? Who are those two old men? Young master, do you know him? After speaking, Zhang Qi looked at Chen Xingwen with a puzzled expression, inadvertently taking in Chen Xingwen's sinister expression, which resembled that of a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. He quickly turned his head away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Chen Xingwen quickly suppressed his resentment and shook his head. I don't know either. Maybe he's here to see a patient too. Let's go. Zhang, let's go see Mom and my older sister. Knowing his own identity, Zhang Qi didn't want to know too much, so he didn't accompany Chen Xingwen into the ward and instead sat on a bench in the corridor to wait. Chen Xingwen first entered He Qinshue's room alone. As usual, he first inquired about her back injury, and then chatted with her casually for a few minutes. During their conversation, He deliberately glanced towards the door from time to time, which finally aroused He Qinshua's suspicion. Son, why are you so distracted when you talk to your mother? Is something wrong? Upon hearing this, Chen Xingwen gave a forced, wry smile. No, Mom, I was just wondering why my brother hasn't come yet. Chapter 35 Chen Xingwen applies eye drops. Your brother? That little bastard Jiangyi. He Qinshua immediately frowned. Mom, are you still angry with my brother? It's been so long, he must have realized his mistake. When he comes later, don't be too harsh on him. Dad, my eldest sister and second sister are both hoping he can come home. I miss him too. He left home because he felt that you all only liked me and not him. Please let him come back. I still hope that our family can be together again. He Qinshua sneered. He turned our Chun family upside down, and now he thinks he can just come back whenever he wants? He can forget about it. After saying that, He Qinshua looked at Chen Xingwen with a pained expression. 1-1. You are just too kind. That's why you can't beat that little beast who was raised by a bunch of lowly country bumpkins. Mom is telling you, if you ever run into him again, don't talk to him. You are a fine piece of jade. You will suffer if you collide with this stinky stone. In the future, you must tell your mother immediately if anything happens. Your mother will stand up for you. Thank you, Mom. You love me the most. Chen Xingwen said with a touched expression. After leaving He Qinshua's room, Chen Xingwen turned around and went to Chen Wanning's ward. Huh? Big sister, didn't brother come over? As soon as he sat down, he pretended to be puzzled. Chen Wanning was taken aback upon hearing this, and then immediately became alert. What did he come for? Did he tell you he was coming to the hospital? Did you talk to him? What else did he say to you? Chen Xingwen shook his head. No, I just saw my brother at the hospital and thought he had come to see you and Mom after he had thought things through. But I just came from Mom's place and didn't see him, so I assumed he was with you. Chen Wanning breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but she felt irritated whenever she heard anything about Jiangyi. The people she sent to investigate Jiang Yi could only find out about his past. Chen Taiha had already thoroughly investigated all of this before bringing Jiang Yi back. He simply suffered greatly in his childhood, but before returning to the Chen family, he was an ambitious and studious student. After returning to the Chen family, he was blinded by fame and fortune and lost interest in studying, causing his grades to plummet. These contents don't seem to be the reason for getting close to Qin Xian and learning the truth about those things back then. Therefore, Chen Wanning believed that Jiang Yi must have gotten hold of her incriminating evidence recently. No matter how many private investigators she sent, they couldn't find any clues, and now they couldn't even find out where Jiang Yi lived. Every time I followed Jiang Yi, he would quickly shake me off. Even if I spent the whole day staking out the school gate that he had to enter and exit every day, I couldn't even take a single photo. This is absolutely bizarre. Chen Wanning lost her temper countless times, but to no avail. He didn't come over. Where in the hospital did you see him? Having finally had the chance to see Jiang Yi again, Chen Wanning began to think about whether she should talk to him again. After pretending to think for a moment, Chen Xingwen said, in the top VIP area, my brother is with 2 old men. Those 2 old men look to be of high status, but they seem to have a very good relationship with my brother. He paused deliberately, then looked terrified as if he had suddenly thought of something terrible, and said, Sister, the people staying in the top VIP ward are all important figures. Brother keeps saying he won't let us go. Could he be here to find a powerful backer? After Chen Xingwen finished speaking, he carefully observed Chen Wanning's expression. He refused to believe that Chen Wanning would be able to sit still if she knew the Chen family was in trouble. As expected, although Chen Wanning did not speak, her increasingly furrowed brows clearly showed her anger. It seems that even if she doesn't make a move today, it won't be long before she does. And He Qinshuo is here today too. He had just made himself so aggrieved in front of He Qinshuo, and she didn't believe that He Qinshuo would remain unmoved and not do anything to Jiang Yi. The 2 old men who were with Jiang Yi were clearly not ordinary people. The fact that someone like that can hang out with a good-for-nothing high school student like Jiang Yi suggests that he's probably been fooled by Jiang Yi's sweet talk. But what if Jiang Yi's biological mother were to reveal his true colors herself? Chen Xingwen didn't believe that the 2 old men would still be willing to continue dealing with him. They might even teach Jiang Yi a lesson once they know his true character. At the same time, in the hospital room of Han's grandson, Hao Sidong cried her heart out in her husband Han Teng's arms. Han Teng looked at his 5-year-old son, who was tightly bound to the bed sheet, with a worried expression. When Hao Sidong saw old Han coming, she felt as if she had found a savior and rushed over to grab old Han's arm. Dad, you've finally arrived. Her gaze swept over Jiang Yi and the others, then she asked anxiously, Dad, where is the master you invited? Yes, Dad. Didn't you say you would bring the master with you? Han Teng also came over. This young Mr. Jiang is the master I invited. You all need to show him some respect. Old Han knew that his son and daughter-in-law would ask such a question because they thought Jiang Yi was too young to be a so-called master. So he thought he should tell the two of them to be careful with their attitude so as not to offend the master by accident. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the impatient Han Teng. "Dad, are you getting senile? This kid looks so young, he's obviously a fraud. Do you know how dangerous our situation is right now?" Normally, Han Teng would never dare to speak to his father like that. But for some reason, his temper has become increasingly irritable lately. "Shut up." Old Han wouldn't tolerate him, and he angrily rebuked him. "Dad, you're telling me to shut up? Look at what you've done. My son's become like this, and you've brought some greenhorn here to act like a master. What are you doing?" Fearing that Jiang Yi would feel insulted and turn away, Old Han quickly explained awkwardly. "Young Master Jiang, I'm so sorry. This boy isn't usually so unreasonable. He was just flustered because of the child's situation and spoke without thinking. Please don't hold it against him. Once he's calmed down, I will definitely bring him to apologize to you in person." Jiang Yi smiled faintly. "It's nothing, don't worry about it. Of course you're fine. Young man, let me tell you, you can fool my dad, but you can't fool me. Now, go back to where you came from. If you delay my son's treatment, I won't let you get away with it." Han Teng pointed at Jiang Yi and threatened him. "Guards!" Old Han was furious and shouted. "Take both of them out of here. Why are you taking me away? That's my son. I will never allow anyone to joke with my son's life." Hao Xidong's face was covered in tears. "Dad, stop making a fuss. If you really can't find a master, just say so. Don't try to fool us with some young man like this. A tongue and I can go find one ourselves." Old Zhou finally couldn't hold back any longer. Xiaohan's wife, both of you calm down. Old Han wasn't joking with you. Teacher Jiang is truly a master, incredibly capable. He's the one who solved the villa problem. Uncle Zhou, why are you joining my dad in this nonsense?" As Han Teng spoke, he reached out to push Jiang Yi, saying, "Get out of here right now." Chapter 36, Saving Old Master Han. Jiang Yi looked at the farce unfolding before him and sighed silently. Just as Han Teng's hand was about to touch him, he quickly reached out and grabbed Han Teng's wrist, tapping it lightly. Han Teng froze, unable to move. Hao Xidong was terrified and asked in a horrified voice, "What did you do to my husband?" Jiang Yi was too lazy to make any more pointless explanations. Given the current state of these two, nothing he said would make a difference. "If you don't want your son to die, get out of my way." With that, Jiang Yi walked past Han Teng and headed to the bedside. "Stop right there. What are you going to do to my son?" Hao Xidong tried to stop Jiang Yi, but was stopped by bodyguards who suddenly rushed in from behind. Suppressing his anger, Old Master Han warned, "Hao Xidong, if you dare to disturb the master from saving my grandson again, don't blame me for throwing you out." Old Han was a veteran of the battlefield, and now that he had completely turned cold, Hao Xidong couldn't take it anymore. She was worried that Jiang Yi would act recklessly after he left, so she could only stand there with a nervous and uneasy feeling. On the other side, Jiang Yi frowned as he looked at the sheet wrapped around Han Wenhao. "Niu Jing, come here and untie the sheets." "Yes." Niu Jing came running over excitedly and started untying the sheets. Hao Xidong panicked and wanted to say something, but was so frightened by Old Han's glare that she was speechless. A moment later, Niu Jing untied the bed sheet and threw it on the ground. Jiang Yi looked at Han Wenhao, who was completely naked on the bed, and said coldly, "Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Wenhao, who had been fast asleep, suddenly opened his eyes, gave Jiang Yi an evil smile, and then suddenly leaped into the air, pouncing straight at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's expression hardened, and he reached out and grabbed Han Wenhao's slender neck. Everyone gasped in shock at the sight. Hao Xidong screamed out loud, "Let go of my son." She struggled fiercely, but the bodyguards behind her held her tightly. At this moment, Han Wenhao, who was being choked, showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he burst into laughter. Hee hee. A high-pitched, eerie laugh echoed in the ward, sending chills down one's spine. Court death. Jiang Yi sat down on the edge of the bed and turned Han Wenhao over. With one hand holding him down, the other hand was raised high and slapped hard across his buttocks. "Are you coming out or not?" Han Wenhao screamed and replied in a shrill voice, "No." "Are you able to get out or not?" Another slap. No, I won't go." Smack. "Can't we get out?" "I won't go. You can kill me, but I won't. Let's see what you can do about it." At this point, Jiang Yi completely lost his patience. "I'll give you one last chance because you're young. If you don't come out now, don't blame me for beating you to a pulp." You think you can make my soul disappear with just a little Taoist priest like you? You're dreaming. Do you even know how many years your grandpa has lived?" Jiang Yi smiled faintly and raised his hand high again. This time, he didn't strike directly. Instead, he gathered a trace of profound energy, which only a celestial master possessed, in his palm before striking down with force. "Oh!" Han Wenhao screamed, and then burst into tears. Why didn't you say you were a Taoist priest? If you had said so earlier, I would have come out much sooner. What? You think you can do whatever you want just because you don't run into a celestial master? Wah, I'll never do it again. Heavenly Master, have mercy. I'll come out right now. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw a cloud of black mist float out from Han Wenhao's body, and it didn't reveal its original form until it reached a corner. It was a toddler of similar build to Han Wenhao. Jiang Yi stood up, holding Han Wenhao, and beckoned to Hao Sitong. "Come here, hold your son." The bodyguards behind Hao Sitong then released him. Hao Sitong rushed over with tears streaming down her face, hugging and kissing her beloved son repeatedly. Jiang Yi turned to look at He Tong. "Stand still. I'll settle the score with you later." Everyone could clearly see that He Tong was trembling with fear. Jiang Yi walked to Han Teng's side and pressed the spot where the immobilization spell had been cast earlier. Han Teng staggered for a moment before realizing he could move again. "What did you do to me?" Han Teng looked at Jiang Yi with a horrified expression. When old Han saw that Han Teng still dared to be so presumptuous in front of his grandson's savior, he was so angry that he kicked him in the butt. "Aren't you going to thank your savior? He just saved your son." When Han Teng was frozen in place, his 5 senses were not sealed, so when he heard his father's words, he immediately remembered the noises he had just heard. He turned his head and saw his wife holding their son who had just woken up, and quickly ran over to her. Jiang Yi knelt down in front of He Tong and coldly questioned, "Speak, why did you harm that child?" Blackie said, sounding wronged, "His body is perfect for me. I want to live again." "If you want to live again, why not reincarnate? Do you know that you don't even have the right to enter the cycle of reincarnation anymore?" Upon hearing this, He Tong burst into tears. "Wah, Celestial Master, please don't let my soul be scattered. I'm scared." "Huh, now you're scared? Why weren't you scared when you were harming people?" "Tu don't know either. My general father said it was no big deal, and I thought it would be fun, so I borrowed that younger brother's body." Jiang Yi sighed, then turned to look at old Han. "Old Han, could you please have someone buy me an umbrella? I need a pure black one." He Tong was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Master Celestial, you won't let my soul be scattered? Then can you send me back to my general father? You still want to go back to your general father's place? You're lucky your general father hasn't been utterly destroyed." Soon, the bodyguard who went out to buy the umbrella returned. Old Han came over with a black umbrella and handed it to Jiang Yi. "Mr. Jiang, here is the black umbrella you requested." Jiang Yi nodded, took the black umbrella, opened it, and said coldly to He Tong, "Come in yourself. Don't try anything funny." "I know, Master Celestial, I will be good." After saying that, He Tong transformed into a cloud of black mist and flew into the black umbrella. Jiang Yi closed the umbrella, took out a talisman from his pants pocket, and stuck it on the umbrella. The talisman quickly disappeared into the black umbrella. Jiang Yi handed the black umbrella to Niu Jing. Although Niu Jing was a little scared, she obediently took the black umbrella. "Old Han, your grandson's problem has been resolved. Just let him get some sunshine during this time to dispel the Yin energy from his body. Remember to bring him over tomorrow night." Chapter 37 He Qinxue suffers a stroke. After resolving the matter with old Master Han, Jiang Yi prepared to leave. Although Grandpa Han was worried about his grandson, he still insisted on seeing Jiang Yi downstairs. "Jiang Yi." The group had just come out of the top-tier VIP ward when they heard a sharp shout. Zhou Lao, Han Lao, and Niu Jing were all startled by the shout. The 3 of them saw a middle-aged woman in a wheelchair coming from the other side, her face full of anger. "Mr. Jiang, who is this lady?" Old Han asked with a puzzled look. Jiang Yi chuckled dismissively, but before he could speak, He Qinxue sneered. "Who am I? I'm his mother." He Qinxue didn't recognize old Zhou and old Han, and since she only wanted to settle scores with Jiang Yi, she spoke with great arrogance. Upon hearing this, old Han immediately relaxed. "So you're Mr. Jiang's mother." He was about to step forward and try to get closer to him when he was stopped by old Zhou, who shook his head at him. Old Zhou remembered Jiang Yi saying that he was an orphan. Now, a woman claiming to be Jiang Yi's mother has appeared, and she even looks angry when she sees Jiang Yi. Something doesn't seem right about this. Let's observe the situation first before making any decisions. "Jiang Yi, I'm asking you, why did you hit your brother? And why did you hit him so hard? What did your brother do to you? Why do you hate him so much and have such strong hostility towards him?" Jiang Yi looked at He Qinxue with a mocking gaze. "Mrs. Chun, do you have Alzheimer's disease?" He Qinxue couldn't believe what she had heard and angrily said, "Jiang Yi, how dare you curse me?" "This is not a curse, but a sincere question. I thought I had made my stance very clear last time. I, Jiang Yi, have no relation to your Qin family, so your Qin family's precious adopted son has even less to do with me. How can he be considered my brother? Stop insulting your brother by calling him an adopted son. Now that your brother has entered the Qin family, he is our young master. Jiang Yi, your brother lost his teeth last time because of your beating. He happens to be in the hospital today. You come with me right now and apologize to him, or I'll pretend I never had a son like you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi laughed out loud. "That's great. I also think that Mrs. Chun is not worthy of being my mother." Jiang Yi. He Qinxue was furious at Jiang Yi's complete disregard for her. "You're getting bolder and bolder. Do you think you can act recklessly now that you have a powerful backer?" As she spoke, she looked at old Chun and old Han. "Gentlemen, don't be fooled by my unfilial son. He's a beast. He's the one who injured my back like this. Not only that, he beat his eldest sister into the hospital, and my seventh daughter is so badly beaten that she's afraid to even step out of her room. And his brother, he knocked out his teeth. This little bastard is absolutely despicable. He has no manners whatsoever." Upon hearing this, Elder Han and Elder Zhou glanced at Jiang Yi with some surprise. However, they noticed that Jiang Yi always had a mocking smile on his lips, and the woman opposite him, who claimed to be Jiang Yi's mother, kept calling him little beast. They instinctively felt that there must be more to this story, so neither of them said anything. But Niu Jing is now a die-hard fan of Jiang Yi. She couldn't tolerate someone insulting her idol like that, so she strode forward, pointed at He Qinshue's nose, and cursed, "You damned woman, try cursing my master again." Jiang Yi was taken aback when Niu Jing suddenly stood up for him. He Qinsue was also startled by the sudden roar. In all her life, no one had ever dared to point their finger at her and curse her like that. So she immediately got angry. "How dare you insult me, you little bitch? Do you know who I am?" "Of course I know. You're just a shameless old hag. You say you're my master's mother, but in front of us outsiders, you call my master little beast all the time. What are you thinking? Is this how a mother should act? And you say your waist was hit by my master, but does that mean he hit you? Where's the evidence? My master is so powerful. If he were to make a move, would you still have this worthless life?" He Qinsue was so angry that her face turned red. She pointed at Niu Jing, wanting to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Instead, she got so angry that she developed angina. "Let's go, Niu Jing. Don't let them get so angry and then blame it on you." Jiang Yi lifted his foot and left, and old Han and old Zhou immediately followed. Niu Jing made a smug face at He Qinsue and then followed her. Enraged, He Qinsue completely lost her temper, screaming without any regard for her image. "Ah, Jiang Yi, you beast, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you." Before He Qinsue could finish speaking, she fainted from anger. Meanwhile, Chen Xingwen, hiding in the corner, looked at He Qinsue, whose body was leaning to one side, with disdain in his eyes. "He's so useless. He can't even sow discord." He got so angry at this fat woman, who looks like he's worthless. Just then, he saw Chun Huaiming walk out from around the corner. "Mother!" He quickly ran to He Qinshue's side and patted her face. Mommy, what's wrong? Mommy, wake up. Don't scare me. Okay, Mommy." Chun Huaiming jogged over and saw that He Qinsue had already fainted. "Little brother, what's wrong with Mom?" Chen Xingwen's eyes were red. "Too don't know either. I just saw my brother say something to my mother from afar, and then he left. Then my mother suddenly got angry, scolded my brother a couple of times, and then fainted." "Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi is here." Chun Huaiming's face was full of surprise, but then she realized something and was overjoyed. "Is Jiang Yi here to visit his mother?" Chen Xingwen shook his head. "No, my brother didn't come to see Mom. They bumped into each other by chance." Chun Huaiming's eyes darkened instantly. Seeing Chun Huaiming's reaction, Chen Xingwen felt even more contempt for his second sister, who always lived in her own world and considered herself to be of high moral character. Her own mother had fainted, but instead of calling a doctor or treating her, all she could think about was that bastard. What's most disgusting is that the remorseful look she puts on every day isn't actually because she feels so sorry for Jiang Yi. Instead, she felt that her actions towards Jiang Yi made it impossible for her to face her true, cold, selfish, and ruthless self. Second sister. Chen Xingwen couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Stop standing there. Go get the doctor right now." Chun Huaiming then realized what was happening and ran to call the doctor. After receiving medical treatment, He Qinsue quickly regained consciousness. But to her surprise, her face became crooked, her mouth couldn't close, and her speech became somewhat slurred. The doctor's diagnosis was a mild stroke caused by emotional distress. Chapter 38. Jiang Yi moves into the villa. On the black Maybach, Jiang Yi and old Zhou sat in the back seat, while Niu Jing sat in the passenger seat. After seeing Jiang Yi off in the car, old Han returned to his ward. Jiang Yi was not a talkative person, so he closed his eyes to rest as soon as he got in the car. Old Zhou and Niu Jing assumed he was in a bad mood, so neither of them dared to speak. Old Zhou first sent Jiang Yi back to the hotel, and after sending a few people to help him pack his luggage, he sent him back to Villa number 16. The villa has been almost completely cleaned up by Han Lao's men. When they arrived, there were only some finishing touches left, and Cheng Fu kept a close eye on things. Therefore, Jiang Yi didn't need to do anything at all. What does this house have to do with old Zhou? Jiang Yi called old Zhou to the backyard, and, without beating around the bush, asked him the question directly. Old Zhou nodded. There is indeed a connection. This villa area was developed by the Zhou family, and my son renovated one for us according to my wife's preferences. I originally planned to move out of the old house with my wife. Later, my wife passed away, and I didn't want to live alone, so we didn't move. Coincidentally, old Han's daughter-in-law really liked this house, so I sold it to them. I never expected it would harm them. At this point, old Zhou suddenly realized something, and his expression changed drastically. Why would Teacher Jiang ask this? Is it because the things in this villa are aimed at me? Old Zhou, do you still remember those 2 times when that malevolent energy went straight for you? If I'm not mistaken, that malevolent energy was formed from your blood. What? It was nourished with my blood. Upon hearing this, old Zhou broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, if that malevolent energy hadn't been cultivated by you, it wouldn't have rushed straight to you upon seeing you. Your blood has a summoning power for it. Selling your house saved your life. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lived to see me. Jiang Yi sneered. The person behind this is truly wicked. If one plan fails, they'll try another. Old Zhou, the person who gave you the ring is determined to kill you. The image of his youngest son suddenly flashed through old Zhou's mind. He couldn't believe that the person who was going to take his life was his own son. Teacher Jiang, is the person who harmed me necessarily the one who gave me the ring? Could there be some misunderstanding? Jiang Yi remained silent for a moment before saying, is the person who gave you the thumb ring very important to old Master Zhou? Old Zhou nodded. To be honest, the person who gave me the thumb ring and this villa is my youngest son. Jiang Yi sighed softly. If Elder Zhou doesn't believe that your youngest son would harm you, then take some time to bring him over. Once I see him, I'll have my own way of confirming it. All right, then I'll have to trouble you, Teacher Jiang. When Mr. Zhou left, most of the staff in the villa had already left. Jiang Yi wandered around the villa, with Cheng Fu and Niu Jing following behind him. Cheng Fu smiled broadly and said, how is it? Is Mr. Jiang satisfied with the layout of this villa? If you feel there is anything wrong, I will make adjustments tomorrow. Jiang Yi nodded. That's about enough. No need to keep going, I do have other tasks for you. Mr. Jiang, please speak. As soon as Cheng Fu finished speaking, Niu Jing quickly chimed in. Master, don't worry about me. Just give me any instructions you have. You can rest assured that I'll handle things well. Cheng Fu glared at Niu Jing angrily when he saw that she was trying to steal the credit. Niu Jing now considers herself Jiang Yi's apprentice, and even though Cheng Fu is highly skilled, she is not afraid at all and glares back fiercely. Cheng Fu was so angry he was panting, but he was afraid of upsetting Jiang Yi, so he had to hold back. All right, stop arguing. Jiang Yi didn't want to see the two of them fighting like chickens, so he spoke up to stop them. Since you're all so free, let's all go together. Cheng Fu, you can read faces, right? Cheng Fu nodded smugly. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Yi nodded. Niu Jing, could you help me hire a driver? It's a bit far from my school, and I'll need to take a bus to and from school every day. It's not convenient without a driver. Cheng Fu, you're in charge of vetting everyone around me. They have to be honest and upright. Clear. Cheng Fu and Niu Jing said in unison. By the way, Master, do you need any more cooks or servants? Niu Jing asked. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and said, you don't need to worry about this for now. I have someone in mind. After saying that, he turned around, went back to his room, and made a phone call. A few minutes later, he hung up the phone, and there was a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Cheng Fu and Niu Jing standing at his doorway. Mr. Jiang, we've found the driver. Master, we've found the driver. The two said in unison. Seeing that she hadn't performed much better than Cheng Fu this time, Niu Jing hurriedly added, Master, it was old Zhou who sent them. Cheng Fu turned and glared at Niu Jing. Little girl, didn't anyone teach you to respect the elderly and care for the young? I'm your senior, after all. Niu Jing ignored him and continued to ask Jiang Yi. Master, are you going to check on the person? Jiang Yi nodded. The three of them went to the living room on the first floor. A burly young man stood at the door and nodded slightly when he saw Jiang Yi. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Jiang Shun. Cheng Fu leaned closer to Jiang Yi and whispered, Young Master Jiang, I've examined his face. He's not bad. He seems like an honest and trustworthy person. Jiang Yi nodded slightly, glancing at his face. He was indeed quite good-looking. Did old Zhou send you? Yes. What did old Zhou say? Old Zhou said that from now on I will be your driver and bodyguard. Jiang Yi nodded. Just then, his phone rang. Jiang Yi answered the phone, and Zhou Lao's voice immediately came from the other end. Teacher Jiang, did you see the person I sent over? Yes, stand in front of me now. That's good. Are you satisfied, Teacher Jiang? This child is from your clan, a former soldier, and has a good character, but it also depends on Teacher Jiang's preferences. If you feel you don't get along with him, I can pick a few more and send them over to you. No need, let's go with him. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Zhou. If Teacher Jiang thinks it's okay. As for the car, Jiang Shun has also delivered it to you. Please use it for now. If you are not satisfied, just let me know and I will replace it for you. I do need a driver, so I won't stand on ceremony and will accept him. I will take care of his salary from now on. As for the car, I will only borrow it for a day or two. After I buy a new car, I will have Jiang Shun send it back to you. Jiang Yi hung up the phone immediately after speaking, giving old Zhou no chance to persuade him. Then, he looked at Jiang Shun. Could you go pick someone up for me now? The address is... Chapter 39, Chun Huaiming felt betrayed. Chun family villa. Just as Aunt Tian was about to leave with her suitcase, she bumped into Chun Huaiming, who had just returned home. Aunt Tian, what's wrong? Chun Huaiming looked at the suitcase in Aunt Tian's hand with a puzzled expression. Second miss, I've resigned. Aunt Tian looked at Chun Huaiming with a guilty conscience. Resign? Why would you suddenly want to resign? Are you unhappy working at home? Chun Huaiming really didn't want Aunt Tian to leave, because Aunt Tian had been her pillar of support during this time. In this family, only Aunt Tian knows everything about Jiang Yi's past. So during this time, whenever she was in a bad mood, she would pull Aunt Tian aside and tell her about her regrets. Now, if Aunt Tian leaves, who will she talk to about all her worries? Chun Huaiming really didn't want Aunt Tian to leave, but no matter what she said, even bringing up the matter of doubling her salary, Aunt Tian was still determined to leave. Helpless, Chun Huaiming had no choice but to let her go. However, before Aunt Tian left, Chun Huaiming asked for her phone number and WeChat, and they agreed to keep in touch. But what she didn't know was that after Aunt Tian got on the bus, she immediately blocked her phone number and WeChat. She had long since had enough of this sanctimonious, hypocritical sissy. Every day after work, he would drag her along and cook her bowls of noodles, insisting that she make noodles that tasted just like the ones Jiang Yi used to make. The problem is, even if she makes noodles exactly the way Jiang Yi used to cook them, she only takes one bite and says the taste is different. Sometimes they won't even eat it, they'll just smell it and say it's different. Then he sat there silently weeping, pulling her close to tell her about his grievances and regrets. Most importantly, no matter whether she was on duty at night or not, this second young lady would come to talk to her whenever she thought of Jiang Yi, asking her for advice on how to get Jiang Yi to forgive her and return to the Qin family. It's no exaggeration to say that Aunt Tian felt like she was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. She had always felt that there wasn't a single normal person in the Qin family. Instead of cherishing her wonderful and well-behaved biological son, she spoiled her adopted son, who was not related to her by blood, to the extreme. Now, after being mentally tormented by this eccentric second young lady, she felt even more that this family was utterly bizarre. So when Jiang Yi called her, she didn't even ask about the salary before agreeing to take care of him. She herself has no children, and when she saw Jiang Yi being tormented like this by the Qin family, she was already heartbroken. If it weren't for her own poor circumstances and the worry that Jiang Yi would look down on her, she would have wanted to adopt Jiang Yi. Now that Jiang Yi has taken the initiative to contact him, and she has heard that he is doing better and better after leaving the Qin family, she couldn't be happier. Moreover, she always had a premonition that one day, the Qin family would regret how they treated Jiang Yi. She couldn't wait to see that day. After Aunt Tian left, Chun Huaiming felt as if a piece of her heart was missing. In this family, there is no one left who would treat Jiang Yi with the same sincerity as she did. She sat dejectedly on the sofa. She went to find Jiang Yi. Chen Yinwei's voice suddenly came from behind, startling Chun Huaiming. Chun Huaiming turned her head to look at Chen Yinwei standing on the stairs, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Seventh sister, you've finally come out of your room. Chen Yinwei hid in her room for more than half a month this time, and didn't eat properly. She lost a lot of weight, and her chubby cheeks are now somewhat sunken. Her once rosy complexion had turned sickly pale. Chen Yinwei didn't respond to Chun Huaiming's words, but instead repeated herself. She went to find Jiang Yi. Chun Huaiming's smile faltered slightly, and then she said, You mean Aunt Tian went to find Jiang Yi? Yes, I heard her talking to Jiang Yi on the phone. She's going to work as Jiang Yi's maid. Chun Huaiming was taken aback. Aunt Tian is still in contact with Jiang Yi? Why didn't she tell me? Chen Yinwei didn't say anything, and like an emotionless puppet, she turned around and went upstairs. Chen Huai thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. She and Aunt Tian were so close, and Aunt Tian knew how much she wanted to make amends and win back Jiang Yi. So why wouldn't she tell her that she and Jiang Yi had actually been in contact all along? Chun Huaiming felt betrayed. She quickly took out her phone and called Aunt Tian. She wanted to know why Aunt Tian had so coldly watched all her suffering. It was only then that she realized that Aunt Tian had blocked her so quickly. Undeterred, she then sent a WeChat message to Aunt Tian. The result was the same. Aunt Tian blocked her on WeChat. Just a few minutes ago, Aunt Tian was smiling and saying goodbye to her, but now she has heartlessly blocked all her contact methods. She felt extremely wronged. Why? Why treat her like this? What did she do wrong? Chun Hui couldn't understand, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. At the same time, Chen Yinwei returned to her room, walked to her desk, and opened a drawer. Inside was a portrait of Jiang Yi. However, it has been completely obscured by black ink. As Chen Yinwei looked at the portrait, the words Chen Xingwen had said to her flashed through her mind. At first, he was very gentle. Seventh sister, how can you keep staying home and not going to school? Seventh sister, you have to cheer up. What happened that day is over. You have to look forward. Seventh sister, hardly anyone knows about your brother hitting you, unlike me. He beat me up at the school gate during peak school hours. Look at me now, I'm doing just fine, aren't I? You need to cheer up. We still have so much life ahead of us. Isn't it normal for siblings to fight? Later, Chen Xingwen perhaps lost his patience and his tone became stern. Even their expressions have become less gentle and obedient. But in fact, Chen Xingwen did it on purpose. He didn't care if she got hurt or broke down. All he wanted was for her to pull herself together, get out of this damned room, and join him in dealing with Jiang Yi. If she can only hide in her room and become depressed, then her older sister will be completely useless. Chen Yinwei, wake up. What's the point of hiding in your room all day? Do you think Jiang Yi will let you off the hook, or let the Chen family off the hook? Impossible. I'm telling you, Jiang Yi is determined to take revenge on us and the Chen family. Do you know what? He not only hit you, he also hit my older sister. He broke her leg, and she's still in the hospital. Mom ran into Jiang Yi at the hospital today. She originally wanted to help you get revenge, but what happened? Jiang Yi caused Mom to have a stroke. Chen Yinwei, are you really willing to let Jiang Yi slap you more than a dozen times, then hide here and wallow in self-pity while watching Jiang Yi get better and better off outside? Do you know how smug Jiang Yi is about you not going to school for more than half a month? Many boys who used to like you at school have now become Jiang Yi's dogs. If you don't pull yourself together, you'll become a complete joke in Jiang Yi's eyes, and your cowardice will make him even more unscrupulous when he slaps you next time. Didn't you always say that Jiang Yi was just a country bumpkin who grew up in the countryside? Are you, a noble lady from a wealthy family, not even as good as a country bumpkin? Chen Xingwen's words completely dispelled Chen Yinwei's fear of Jiang Yi. The hatred that had been suppressed by fear instantly took over her heart. Yes, what does she have to be afraid of? Could Jiang Yi possibly kill her? With his keen insight and ability to read people, Chen Xingwen naturally noticed Chen Yinwei's change. Seventh sister, think it over carefully. If you can understand it, then all my words won't have been in vain. If you can't understand it, and you think I shouldn't have been so harsh with you, and you even hate me, then I accept it. But I hope you can remember that everything I said was for your own good. After saying that, Chen Xingwen sighed and left her room. As her thoughts returned, Chen Yinwei crumpled Jiang Yi's portrait into a ball. Her face was filled with a sinister look that didn't match her youthful appearance. Jiang Yi, just you wait, I won't let you get away with this. Chapter 40 Niu Jing, the sticky candy. Old Zhou gave Jiang Yi a Rolls Royce. Aunt Tian was completely stunned when she got on the bus. Jiang Yi didn't say much on the phone just now, only that he now has a fixed place to live, so he wanted to ask her to come to his home to take care of him. Aunt Tian originally thought that Jiang Yi had at most rented a house outside and asked her to come over to help with cooking and cleaning. If she says she'll have someone pick her up, she'll at most ask a friend to call a car over. I never expected it to be such a luxury car. Although Aunt Tian didn't know much about cars, she had seen Shen Wanning's Rolls Royce and thought it wasn't as good as Jiang Yi's. Seeing that Jiang Shen didn't look much older than Jiang Yi, Aunt Tian assumed he was Jiang Yi's friend and asked, "Young man, how did you and young Master Jiang Yi meet?" Jiang Shen didn't know who Aunt Tian was, so he respectfully said, "Auntie, I'm Mr. Jiang's driver." Driver? Aunt Tian was shocked. Good heavens. Is young Master Jiang Yi really that capable? They got a driver so quickly? Oh, I see. After saying that, Aunt Tian didn't say anything more to Jiang Shen. Sitting in this car, she always felt strange. If young Master Jiang really became successful, he might even think she was prying into his private life. This is the most fatal mistake a servant could make. Soon, the vehicle drove into the yard of Villa number 16. Jiang Yi was already waiting for her in the yard, and he even opened the car door for her. Aunt Tian was the only person in the Chun family who had ever given Jiang Yi warmth, so Jiang Yi still felt some gratitude towards her. Jiang Yi knew that while she was at the Qin family's house, Zhang Feng would always take the opportunity to make things difficult for her, making her do the dirtiest and most tiring work, always assigning her to night shifts, and even frequently deducting her wages. So now that he has a fixed place to live, he immediately brought Aunt Tian over. Aunt Tian also had deep feelings for Jiang Yi. When she learned that Jiang Yi had become successful and owned his own luxury car and mansion, she was so excited that her eyes turned red. He said good several times in a row. Jiang Yi arranged a room for Aunt Tian in a south-facing bedroom on the first floor, which was very spacious. As Aunt Tian lay on the 2-meter-wide bed, for some reason, she felt a strange sense of satisfaction, as if she had finally gotten her revenge. She couldn't wait to see the Chun family's heartbroken reaction when they learned that Jiang Yi was such a promising child. After settling Aunt Tian in, Jiang Yi looked at Niu Jing, who was sitting properly in the living room, and shook his head helplessly. This chubby girl, she's still here so late. Is she hoping he'll arrange a room for her too? Jiang Shun, take Niu Jing back. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he went upstairs, leaving Niu Jing, who had a miserable look on her face, behind him. Niu Jing had no choice. Her master had already driven her away, so naturally, she dared not disobey her master's wishes. However, she quickly came to a conclusion. It doesn't matter if the master doesn't accept her now or acknowledge her as a disciple. As long as she doesn't give up and stays close to her master every day, once her master gets used to her presence and can't live without her, she will naturally become her master's good disciple. Thinking of this, Niu Jing immediately began to plan in her mind how to get her master used to her. So, early the next morning, as soon as Jiang Yi went downstairs, he saw Niu Jing sitting at the dining table, chatting enthusiastically with Aunt Tian. Master, Niu Jing waved enthusiastically to Jiang Yi. Come and have breakfast. I bought you lots of delicious breakfasts, see what you want to eat. Jiang Yi said speechlessly. We have Aunt Tian at home, and Aunt Tian is a very good cook. Aunt Tian felt a warmth in her heart after hearing this. Niu Jing showed no disappointment at being rejected. Then I'll start coming earlier every day from tomorrow to learn how to cook from Aunt Tian. Later, when Aunt Tian has something to do, I can cook for you, master. Niu Jing, I'm telling you this seriously, I have no intention of taking on any apprentices. Jiang Yi was speaking helplessly, but before he could finish, Niu Jing smiled and said, It's okay. Master doesn't want to take me as a disciple now because he hasn't seen my strengths yet. Once you see my strengths, you will definitely agree to take me as your disciple. Jiang Yi looked at her round face, which was beaming with joy, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. In the end, all I could say was, whatever. After Jiang Yi finished breakfast, before he even got up, Niu Jing grabbed his school bag and rushed over to open the car door for him. Jiang Yi was too lazy to say anything more, got into the car, and closed his eyes to rest. Although the car that old Zhou gave to Jiang Yi was a top-of-the-line luxury car, Jiang Yi wasn't very interested in such material possessions. After all, he had lived so many lives and owned all kinds of cars, and in the world of cultivation, he could even fly on a sword. So, he directly handed over the task of buying a car to Jiang Shun. This was the first time Jiang Shun had ever worked as a driver to this extent, even being able to choose his own work partners. He immediately made a silent vow to himself that he would drive Jiang Yi well from now on. Although old Zhou didn't tell him much about Jiang Yi, just by seeing how humble old Zhou was in front of Jiang Yi, a high school student, one could tell that Jiang Yi must be extraordinary in some way. Half an hour later, Jiang Shun parked his car in front of Jinghua High School. Niu Jing, with a beaming smile, opened the car door for him once again. Master, watch your step. Jiang Shun took the school bag from her hand, and as soon as he looked up, he met Chen Yinwei's hateful gaze. Chapter 41, The Sleazy Zhang Qijing. Jiang Yi looked at Chen Yinwei's face, which seemed to be torn apart by anger, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. It seems those dozen or so slaps haven't completely taught her a lesson. But it doesn't matter. How can physical pain compare to the agony and despair of watching helplessly as you lose everything? Jiang Yi took the school bag from Niu Jing and stepped inside. Jiang Yi. Just then, Chen Yinwei shouted. Stop right there. Jiang Yi stopped in his tracks, turned around, raised his right hand, and gently rubbed his right wrist with his left hand, a half-smile on his face. Chen Yinwei, you better remember this. From now on, you'd better stay far away from me when you see me. Otherwise, as soon as I hear your dog barking, there will be another handprint on your face. That day in the principal's office, Jiang Yi's warning suddenly appeared in Chen Yinwei's mind. Chen Yinwei reflexively took a step back. Jiang Yi, what are you trying to do now? Zhang Qijing and Chen Xingwen rushed over anxiously and stood in front of Chen Yinwei. Zhang Qi was glaring menacingly at Jiang Yi, fearing that Jiang Yi would attack Chen Yinwei again. The driver who was taking Chen Yinwei out of the car got out at this moment, looking at Jiang Yi with a wary expression. When Jiang Shun saw the other party's bodyguards appear, he quickly got off the bus and stood next to Jiang Yi, staring intently at the bodyguards with a warning in his eyes. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh when he saw such a big commotion. What? Chen Yinwei, are you that afraid of me now? You even need 2 bodyguards to talk to me. It's all because you're so vicious that you could even hurt such a delicate girl. Zhang Qijing said angrily. During this period, after being beaten by Jiang Yi, Chen Yinwei seemed to have become a completely different person. She hid in her room all day and didn't even dare to open the curtains. Several times when he brought food to Chen Yinwei, she was in tears. He felt as if his heart was about to break. This is the princess he has loved since he first fell in love. How dare Jiang Yi hurt her princess like that? At that time, he vowed to protect Chen Yinwei well from now on and never let Jiang Yi bully her again. He even wants to avenge Chen Yinwei. He thought, if he continued to protect Chen Yinwei, perhaps one day Chen Yinwei would see his true feelings and fall in love with him as well. If that were the case, that would be great. Jiang Yi smiled dismissively after hearing Zhang Qijing's words. What? Zhang Qijing, are you trying to play the hero saves the damsel in distress to move your sweetheart and make her fall in love with you? But where did you get the idea that your sweetheart is delicate? I didn't think she was delicate when she bullied me at the Chen family's house. Jiang Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Zhang Qijing panicked and quickly turned to Chen Yinwei, who was looking at him with astonishment, saying, "Seventh miss, don't listen to his nonsense. This bastard did it on purpose." I did it on purpose? Jiang Yi's playful voice rang out again. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered behind Jiang Yi. He is now a prominent figure at school, and his every move attracts a lot of attention. Jiang Yi took out his phone, tapped a few times quickly, and then shouted, "Chen Yinwei, go check out the school's online forum and see what your loyal little servant has been doing behind your back." Chen Yinwei's expression changed, although she really wanted to see what Zhang Qijing had been doing behind her back. But she was also worried that Jiang Yi was just bluffing her and would laugh at her after she took out her phone. "What can I do? I'm warning you, Jiang Yi. If you dare to try anything to slander me, I'll make sure you regret it." Although Zhang Qijing's words were a threat to Jiang Yi, his guilty conscience was obvious on his face. Jiang Yi had already pinned the post to the top using his hacking skills, and many of his classmates had already finished reading the gossip. The people looked at Zhang Qijing with either mockery or disdain. "Wow, Zhang Qijing, I never knew you were so upright on the surface, but you're such a playboy in private." "Zhang Qijing, didn't you say you were a distant relative of the Chen family, Chen Yinwei's cousin?" "Cousin and cousin, this is incest. TSK, you really know how to play the game." "Ha ha ha, what cousin? He's not a relative of the Chen family at all. He's the son of the Chen family's butler. I happened to be looking for the school doctor when his father came last time, and I heard everything. The Chen family kindly sent him to our school. The family treats him well, which has made him too greedy. He probably wants to be alive and son-in-law." "Zhang Qijing, you're so disgusting. My sister used to have a crush on you. I'm sending her the video right now so she can see what kind of jerk she likes." Hearing these words, Niu Jing was so anxious that she almost scratched her head and cheeks while holding her phone. Where's Bai Du Tieba? Why can't she even find a melon patch? Hateful. She couldn't resist and plunged into the group of students behind her, happily gossiping and even kindly dragging Jiang Xin along to join in. Zhang Qi was listening to the discussions about her, his face turning from pale to red to white. It was quite a sight. At this point, Chen Yinwei and Chen Xingwen couldn't sit still any longer and took out their phones to log onto the forum. Zhang Qijing also took out his phone and glanced at it. When he saw the video posted by Jiang Yi, his mind went blank. How did Jiang Yi get this video? He definitely deleted it. He clearly deleted it right then and there. He deleted it himself. How could Jiang Yi have found it? What he didn't know was that on the very first day Jiang Yi left the Chen family, he saved all the surveillance footage from the Chen family over the past few years. At the time, he discovered that many surveillance videos showed signs of being deleted or altered, so he used technical means to restore them all. Sure enough, a large amount of evidence of Zhang Qijing and Chen Xingwen's crimes was discovered. At this moment, watching Zhang Qijing's actions in the video, Chen Yinwei even had the urge to kill him. The video was captured by a security camera in the third-floor corridor. The nanny took her change of clothes from her room and accidentally dropped a piece of underwear as she left. At that moment, Zhang Qijing appeared. He picked up the object and examined it as if it were a priceless treasure. He turned his head to look at the corridor, saw that it was empty, and then slipped into Chen Yinwei's room. He came out a few minutes later, looking hurried. He looks like he's done something wrong. Chen Yinwei was so angry that she trembled all over. "Zhang Qijing, how could you be so disgusting and filthy?" She raised her hand and slapped Zhang Qijing hard across the face. Zhang Qijing's face instantly turned red and swollen, but he felt no pain at all. At that moment, he had only one thing on his mind. It's ruined. Everything is ruined. Chen Yinwei must hate him to death. He could no longer stay in the Chen family, and his father might even lose his job. It's all Jiang Yi's fault. It's all that bastard's fault. Why did he release the video? Why did he destroy himself? He wanted to kill Jiang Yi. He wanted to die together with Jiang Yi. Chapter 42 Qin Xingwen's first beating by the Qin family. Zhang Qi's anger burned ever brighter until he completely lost his mind. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with malice, and his face contorted as he glared at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. As Zhang Qijing spoke, he raised his fist and charged towards Jiang Yi. However, before he could get close to Jiang Yi, Jiang Shun rushed out, grabbed his hand, and swiftly threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. He then pinned him down, rendering him unable to move. Chen Nianwei stared intently at Zhang Qijing with eyes full of resentment. She hated him to death. Now the whole world knows that he did such a disgusting and despicable thing to himself. She's completely lost face. This time, she felt even greater humiliation than when Jiang Yi slapped her more than a dozen times. But Jiang Yi clearly had no intention of letting her go. Or rather, Jiang Yi had no intention of letting Qin Xingwen, who had remained silent all along, go. Jiang Yi walked up to her, a smile playing on his lips. Then she spoke softly, Qin Nianwei. Actually, Zhang Qijing had already deleted this video. It took me a lot of effort to recover it. As far as I know, accessing the Chun family's surveillance system requires the owner's password, right? If I remember correctly, only Chun Taihe and he Qin Xue know the password. Guess how Zhang Qijing got the password? Did Chun Taihe or he Qin Xue give him the password and help him delete the video? As he spoke, his cold gaze fell on Qin Xingwen's face. Or did he ask someone else for help? Why don't you ask your dear brother? After saying that, Chen Nianwei paused for a moment, then suddenly turned her head to look at Qin Xingwen. Qin Xingwen was on high alert and hurriedly explained, "It wasn't me, seventh sister. I didn't. You have to believe me. I really didn't. Jiang Yi did it on purpose. He deliberately framed me like this. He just wanted to see how close we are. He deliberately tried to sow discord. Please don't fall for his trick." Hearing this, Chen Nianwei's mind cleared up a little, but she didn't completely trust Qin Xingwen. Jiang Yi smiled and reminded her, "Chen Nianwei, it's very simple if you want to know the truth. Just ask Qin Xingwen's good mother. Isn't that enough?" Qin Xingwen panicked completely. "Jiang Yi, what exactly are you trying to do? I know you've always been jealous of me, but you shouldn't frame me with something like this." Jiang Yi sneered. "Qin Xingwen, it must feel terrible to be suspected, right? Thanks to you, I've lived like this for 3 years, and I was the one who was truly framed. But with you this isn't framing, it's your crimes being exposed. Chen Nianwei, if you don't want to be fooled and kept in the dark and continue to pour your heart out to people who only want to scheme against you, call your mother right now and ask her." Qin Nianwei looked at Qin Xingwen and thought for a moment. Qin Xingwen kept insisting on his innocence, but in the end she still chose to call he Qin Xue. This time, she finally learned her lesson and realized that if she asked he Qin Xue directly, he Qin Xue might choose to cover everything up for Qin Xingwen because she was biased towards him. Chen Nianwei walked to the side, trying to make her tone normal. "Mom, I've thought it through. I don't want to run away anymore. I want to live bravely and forget all the bad things from the past. I want to delete the embarrassing footage of me from the home security cameras during this time. Is that okay?" He Qin Xue, who was on the other end of the phone, spoke with some slurred speech due to a minor stroke, but it was clear that she was still somewhat happy to hear Chen Nianwei's plan. "Deletigo delete it. Can Mom tell me the password for the monitoring system?" Your brother knows I told him." Even now, Chen Nianwei still harbored a glimmer of hope that it might just be a coincidence, so she confirmed some more details. A few minutes later, she hung up the phone, unable to contain her anger any longer. She strode up to Qin Xingwen and slapped him hard across the face, turning his face crooked. This was the first time Qin Xingwen had been beaten since he entered the Qin family. Qin Xingwen turned around and looked at Chen Nianwei in disbelief, his eyes filled with surprise, but even more so with hatred. That bitch, Qin Nianwei, how dare she hit him? And this happened in front of that bastard Jiang Yi, in front of so many classmates at school. Very well, he'll remember this slap. He will definitely make Chen Nianwei pay the price. He will make Chen Nianwei pay back 100-fold, 1,000-fold for that slap. Chen Nianwei naturally saw the hatred in Qin Xingwen's eyes. She couldn't accept that her younger brother, whom she had loved for so many years, would treat her like this. He was full of lies and aided and abetted evildoers. After his deeds were exposed, he not only did not repent, but even harbored resentment towards himself. Was all that deep sibling affection over the years just a facade? At that moment, Chen Nianwei began to regret her actions and was completely disappointed in Qin Xingwen. She could no longer control herself, tears streaming down her face. She opened the car door and told the driver to drive away quickly, away from those who had seen her disheveled state. "Jiang Yi, you're quite pleased with yourself, aren't you?" Qin Xingwen stared intently at the mocking smile on Jiang Yi's face. wishing he could rush up and stab him to death. Jiang Yi's smile deepened slightly. This little thing is nothing to be proud of, because I will have many more opportunities to be proud in the future. Chen Xingwen, just wait, this is only the beginning. I will collect what you owe me, one by one. There was another big commotion at the school gate early this morning. The incident was so sensational that it precisely hit the sweet spot for these high school students. So the news spread quickly throughout the entire school. In less than an hour, Zhang Qixing's lewd video appeared on everyone's phones. Zhang Qi couldn't stay at school any longer, and as soon as Jiang Shen let go of him, he ran away. After calming down, Chen Xingwen realized that if he didn't coax Chen Yinwei back, his position in the Chen family would be in jeopardy, so he went home directly. But when he got home, he found that Chen Yinwei had not returned at all. I can't get through on the phone either. So he went to the hospital again, but still couldn't find Chen Yinwei. No one in the family had any news about Chen Yinwei. Chen Xingwen even thought that it would be better if she died and never came back. Once she's dead, all his troubles will be solved. Chapter 43, Chen Yinwei settles the accounts. Chen Xingwen was disappointed, because Chen Yinwei returned around 10 p.m. After she entered the room, she did not go back to her room, but sat down on the sofa in the living room. Seventh sister. Chen Xingwen immediately went over. Where did you go? I was so worried about you. Have you eaten? Chen Yinwei raised her head, glanced at Chen Xingwen with a cold look, and said nothing. Chen Xingwen looked aggrieved. Seventh sister, can you please stop? I really. Shut up. Before Chen Xingwen could finish speaking, Chen Yinwei interrupted him coldly. You don't need to rush to explain. I'll give you a chance to explain later. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingwen was somewhat confused about her meaning, but felt inexplicably uneasy. After that, no matter what he said, Chen Yinwei stopped talking and completely ignored him. He was furious, but there was absolutely nothing he could do. A moment later, Chen Taihe and Chen Huaiming returned home together. The two met at the door. Seventh sister, what happened that made you so anxious that you had to call me back? After entering the room, Chen Huaiming quickly walked to Chen Yinwei's side. Chen Taihe looked unwell due to days of intense work. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were full of worry as he looked at Chen Huaiming. Chen Xingwen's heart tightened, and he realized that the opportunity Chen Yinwei was referring to was to explain in front of her father and second sister. This time, he truly hated Chen Yinwei. That bitch, she's not even an adult yet, and she's already so shameless, always going to nightclubs with a bunch of men, who knows how many men she's been with. Now you're pretending to be innocent. It was just someone's wishful thinking, yet they made such a big fuss about it. Besides, he's the one who fantasizes about her, so why target him like this? The bond between siblings who are not related by blood is indeed fragile. They can escalate a small matter to this extent, wishing the other person were dead. At this moment, Chen Xingwen had long forgotten how much Chen Yinwei had loved him over the years. Dad, second sister, I didn't just call you two home tonight. Besides mom and eldest sister who are at the hospital, I called all my other sisters, but they all said they didn't have time. She gave a wry smile as she said this. Perhaps I am not valued in this family. After all, when I begged them to come home, their first reaction was to ask me if something had happened to our dear brother. Chen Taihe was already exhausted, but seeing his usually lively daughter looking so downcast, he felt a little worried. Seventh sister, what happened? Don't scare your second sister. Chen Huaiming held Chen Yinwei's hand, her face full of worry. Chen Yinwei forced a wry smile. Dad, second sister, before I begin, I'd like to show you a video. As she spoke, she took out her phone and sent the video to the family group chat. Chen Xingwen immediately panicked and hurriedly explained, Seventh sister, I really. Shut up. Chen Yinwei suddenly became hysterical, looking at Chen Xingwen as if she wanted to devour him. Chen Xingwen had never seen Chen Yinwei like this before, and he was immediately terrified. Chen Huaiming and Chen Taihe were also frightened. But when Chen Taihe saw Chen Xingwen's aggrieved expression, he couldn't help but frown. Wei, what's wrong with you? Why are you getting so angry with your brother? Have you forgotten how your parents teach you? Chen Yinwei sneered. Of course I remember. My parents always told us sisters that our younger brother was the youngest, so we had to take good care of him and not bully him. Then why? Chen Taihe's tone was somewhat reproachful, but Chen Yinwei didn't let him finish speaking. Dad, watch the video first, and then we can talk about why I lost my temper with my dear brother. Helpless, Chen Taihe had no choice but to take out his phone and turn it on. The video wasn't long, and Jiang Yi sped up the meaningless part in the middle. Chen Huaiming started watching the video earlier than Chen Taihe. Soon, she looked up and stared at Chen Yinwei in disbelief. Zhang would actually do such a thing. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Taihe's angry shouts rang out in the living room. Zhang Feng. At this time, Zhang Qi was still not home because he felt guilty, so Zhang Feng only knew that something big must have happened to the Chen family, but he did not know that this big thing happened because of his precious son. Hearing his boss call him that, He felt a pang of anxiety and quickly walked over. Master. Chen Tai's face was full of anger. Go and call your son here. Sir, Zheng went to a class reunion and hasn't returned yet. What wrong has he done? Please tell me, and I will not let him off. Only then did Zhang Feng realize that his son must have done something wrong. Chen Taihe glanced at Zhang Feng, then snorted coldly. Good. Zhang Feng, you're quite something, actually giving birth to such a capable son. Not only does he covet my daughter, Chen Taihe, but he also dares to do such a shameless thing. Haven't I treated you and your son well? Is this how you repay me? Chen Taihe rarely lost his temper with his servants, but this time he actually said such harsh words that Zhang Feng felt cold sweat break out just listening to them. Master, please calm down. Zheng is just a child. Please don't let him upset you. Child? Zhang Feng, what your son did to my daughter is not something a child should do. As he spoke, Chen Taihe tossed his phone onto the coffee table. See for yourself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng quickly stepped forward and took the phone. After watching the video, his legs went weak and he knelt down. Beast. This beast. How could he do such a thing to Miss Seven? As he spoke, he turned around to face Chen Yinwei. Seventh Miss. Zheng has really gone too far in this matter. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang will definitely make him give you an explanation. Dad. As soon as Zhang Feng finished speaking, Zhang Qijing's surprised shout came from the doorway. Then, everyone saw Zhang Qi rush over and bend down to help Zhang Feng. Dad, what are you doing? Get up, brute. Zhang Feng raised his hand and slapped Zhang Qijing hard across the face. Kneel down now. Zhang Qi was stunned for a moment, then immediately knelt down. Master, I've liked Miss Seven since I was a child. I couldn't control myself and did something so despicable. It's all my fault. Please, Master and Miss Seven, consider how many years my father has worked like a slave for the Qin family and don't blame him for this. Chen Yinwei snorted coldly. Zhang Qijing, what are you saying? Your father has been working like a slave in my house for so many years? What? He's complaining? Isn't this his job? Has my father not paid him a salary? Zhang Qijing was speechless and could only kneel on the spot with a flushed face. Just then, Zhang Feng suddenly stood up, grabbed the horsewhip from the coffee table, and lashed it hard at Zhang Qijing. Chapter 44 Qin Xingwen leaves the Qin family. With a snap, Zhang Qijing received a solid lash on the back. He was in so much pain that he couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. You beast! Kneel down properly. Who do you think you are, daring to covet Miss Seven and insulting her like this? I'll beat you to death today, as a way of giving Miss Seven some closure. As he spoke, he lashed out with the whip again. Zhang Qijing's face turned several shades pale. But Zhang Feng did not stop and continued to beat him mercilessly. Upon seeing this, Chen Taihe's previously grim expression softened considerably, and he even felt a pang of pity. But Chen Yinwei remained unmoved. The thought of Zhang Qijing taking her personal clothing and doing those things in her bedroom made her wish he were dead. It seemed that only if he died would the disgusting memories that made her want to vomit disappear. While Zhang Feng was hitting Zhang Qijing, he was also observing Chen Taihe and Chen Yinwei's reactions out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that the hatred in Chen Yinwei's eyes had not diminished at all, he knew that even if he beat his only son to death, it would be useless in today's matter. It seems he's just looking for another way. You beast! The master, mistress, young ladies, and young masters have been so good to us, father and son. How could you have the nerve to do such a thing? How am I supposed to face the master and mistress now? Smack! After another fierce lash of the whip, everyone saw Zhang Feng pause, then suddenly clutch his chest, his face flushed red, the whip falling to the ground, and he collapsed to the ground. Dad! Zhang Qi, who had been knocked down, immediately stood up, helped his father up, and then looked at Chen Taihe with a pleading expression. Master, my father has fainted. Please call an ambulance for me. I will kneel down and apologize to Miss Seven after my father recovers. Miss Seven can kill me if she wants. Please save my father first. I beg you. Zhang Qijing kowtowed as he spoke. Chen Taihe couldn't bear it any longer and had someone dial 120. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng and his son got into the ambulance together. Chen Taihe looked at Chen Yinwei, whose eyes were red and swollen, and sighed deeply. He reached out and patted Chen Yinwei's head. Wei, don't be sad. Dad will definitely give you an explanation for this. Seeing her father's loving side, Chen Yinwei finally felt a little better. But soon, Qin Xingwen, who was still standing to the side looking uneasy, reignited her anger. Dad, this isn't over yet. Chen Taihe was taken aback. Is this still not over? Your Uncle Chen has already gone to the hospital, and Zhang Qijing has left too. We can't deal with this until your Uncle Zhang recovers. Otherwise, if we drive him to his death, what will outsiders think of our family? Chen Yinwei shook her head and pointed at Qin Xingwen. It has nothing to do with the Zhang father and son. I'm talking about my good younger brother. Your brother? What does this have to do with him? Dad. Do you know why Zhang Qijing would dare to do something like this with so many security cameras in our house? Why? Because my good younger brother was willing to help him delete the surveillance footage. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xingwen shook his head in denial with a wronged expression, and tears even streamed down his face. No, seventh sister, I really didn't. Upon seeing Chen Xingwen's state, Chen Taihe immediately believed in his innocence. Wei, isn't there some misunderstanding? You and your brother grew up together. How could he do such a thing? Yes, I grew up with my good younger brother. I even treated my own brother so badly because of him. I never thought that he would help others cover up the crime knowing that someone had treated me like this. Chen Yinwei sneered, then looked at Chen Xingwen. Chen Xingwen, you say it wasn't you, but why did you even tell Zhang Qijing the password to the surveillance system? Why would you tell the son of a servant that even I, as your daughter, don't know the password? Seventh sister, I really didn't tell Zhang the password. I just deleted the videos with him. He probably memorized it around that time. Chen Xingwen raised his hand to wipe away the tears on his face. He told me at the time that it was his older brother that he saw his older brother take some of his third sister's personal belongings from her room. He was afraid that if this matter became a big deal, his third sister wouldn't be able to handle it, and his parents would be completely disappointed in his older brother. So he wanted to delete the video and have his older brother return the things privately, as if the incident had never happened. That's why we went together to find the video and delete it. We also went together to have his older brother return the things. I really didn't know that he deleted the video himself later. You're lying. At this point, Chen Yinwei had completely stopped trusting Chen Xingwen. The hatred in Chen Xingwen's eyes when he looked at her at the school gate is still fresh in her memory. She was now completely certain that this younger brother, who was not related to her by blood, was a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. No, I really didn't lie. Chen Xingwen shook his head in denial, his tears flowing even more fiercely. Seventh sister, if you really don't believe me, you can call my brother over. I can confront him. If I'm lying, may I die a horrible death, okay? Seventh sister, I know you're angry right now, and you won't believe anything I say. I don't expect you to forgive me. After all, I was also at fault. I shouldn't have failed to discover sooner that Zhang was that kind of person, letting him hurt you, and I shouldn't have failed to protect you. At this point, Chen Xingwen suddenly knelt down. He looked at Chen Taihe and forced a bitter smile. Dad, second sister, seventh sister, ever since my brother left, I have been living in constant unease in this family. I know that my brother was your biological son and your biological brother, while I was just a thief. I stole the love that originally belonged to my brother for so many years. I also know that this is why my brother never liked me. So I have been planning to leave and give everything back to my brother. But I can't bear to leave. In this world, you are all I have left. I can't bring myself to leave. But now, even if I'm reluctant to leave, I have no face to stay any longer. I know that everything you gave me before belongs to my brother, the true son of the Qin family, so I won't take it with me. Dad, second sister, seventh sister, thank you for your love and care over the years. I'm so sorry. As he spoke, Chen Xingwen kowtowed 3 times to Chen Taihe. Afterwards, he looked at Chen Taihe with teary eyes. Dad, please help me say sorry to Mom and my other sisters. I owe you all the kindness you have shown me in this life, and I can only repay you in the next. I hope that in the next life, I can be your real son. After saying that, Chen Xingwen stood up, wiped the tears from his face, and then turned and ran out. Son! Chen Taihe shouted, but Chen Xingwen did not turn around and quickly rushed into the night. Chen Yinwei hadn't reacted yet. She never expected things to turn out this way. At the same time, Villa number 16, Chongyuan. Jiang Yi looked at Chen Yinwei's face on the live surveillance video of the Chen family's living room on the computer screen, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Idiot, he murmured. Chapter 45 Jiang Yi eliminates evil Qi. Chen Yinwei completely miscalculated this time. If she had called Chen Taihe to complain as soon as it happened, she might have been able to catch Chen Xingwen off guard because he wasn't prepared. But now that so much time has passed, Chen Xingwen has long since come up with an excuse. How could a brainless rich girl like Chen Yinwei, who had long been manipulated by him, possibly be a match for him? Kneeling and kowtowing, plus running away from home. After Chen Xingwen unleashed this series of moves, Jiang Yi was certain that Chen Yinwei had completely lost this time. However, to Jiang Yi's surprise, Chen Yinwei did not blindly believe Chen Xingwen this time. At this moment, Chen Yinwei's face was full of astonishment. Second sister, do you think Chen Xingwen really wants to run away from home? She hadn't expected Chen Xingwen to be so eloquent, to come up with such a perfect explanation so quickly, and to even drag Jiang Yi into the matter. Chen Huaiming sighed softly, then said, he will come back. What a coincidence, I think so too. Chen Yinwei shook her head and chuckled. At this moment, she felt completely exhausted, as if all her strength had been drained. She had intended to take a shower and get some rest, but as soon as she returned to her room, images of Zhang Qi doing disgusting things in the room began to flood her mind uncontrollably. She couldn't take it anymore, so she tore everything off the bed, then went out to find a baseball bat and, screaming, smashed the entire room to pieces. After the once beautifully decorated princess room was completely reduced to ruins, she finally collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, and burst into tears. Seventh sister. After hearing the servant's report, Chun Huaiming rushed over immediately. Upon seeing everything before her, and Chun Yinwei sobbing uncontrollably, her eyes immediately reddened, and she stepped forward to embrace Chun Yinwei. Seventh sister, don't cry, don't cry. Second sister is here. Don't cry, it's all over now. On the other side, the screen in front of Jiang Yi was empty, but Chun Yinwei's heart-wrenching cries made him feel that it was the most beautiful music in the world. Is it painful? Chun Yinwei, the gates of hell have been opened for you. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Niu Jing opened the door and peeked in. Master, the time has come, and everyone has arrived. Jiang Yi nodded, got up, and left the room. He entered the living room and glanced around at the dozen or so people present. Everyone immediately greeted him respectfully. Young Master Jiang. Jiang Yi nodded. Let's all go into the courtyard. After saying that, he left first. In the dead of night, all was quiet. The moon hung high in the sky, its cool light spilling into the courtyard. Everything in the courtyard was shrouded in a thin layer of silver gauze, giving it a somewhat mysterious feel. Jiang Yi stood in the very center, his expression extremely solemn. Seeing this, everyone felt inexplicably tense. A moment later, Jiang Yi looked up at the full moon in the sky, calculated the time with his fingers, and then reached out his hand to Niu Jing. Niu Jing immediately handed the large knife, which was wrapped in yellow talisman, to Jiang Yi with both hands. Jiang Yi tossed the broadsword upwards, then raised his hand and made a hand seal. The murderous aura has manifested, leaving nowhere to hide. As soon as he finished speaking, the large sword hanging in the air began to tremble, and wisps of malevolent energy drifted out from the gaps in the yellow talisman, heading towards the crowd. The malevolent energy within everyone's bodies originated from this large sword. At this moment, the true forms of the evil energy appeared. Naturally, they all sensed it and appeared one after another, circling around the group. Cheng Fu stood behind Jiang Yi, looking at everyone with envy in his eyes. I just hope this next month will pass quickly. He certainly didn't want any part of his body to suddenly turn black one day. Jiang Yi turned around, raised her right hand, and bit the tip of her index finger. Bright red blood quickly gushed from his fingertips. Jiang Yi raised his hand and drew a talisman in midair. All the people saw was Jiang Yi raising his hand and drawing something in the air. They couldn't see anything else. After Jiang Yi finished drawing, he flicked the blood from his fingertips into the air. The moment the Celestial Master's blood entered the talisman, a brilliant golden light shone forth. A huge golden talisman for warding off evil spirits appeared before everyone. Evil spirits vanish, righteousness abounds, and the world is clear and bright. As soon as Jiang Yi finished speaking, the golden exorcising talisman rose into the air and enveloped everyone's heads. The group felt the chilling discomfort gradually disappear, and the malevolent energy on their bodies began to dissipate from the golden exorcism talisman, eventually disappearing into the talisman. The golden talisman gradually shrinks as it absorbs negative energy. Only after absorbing the last wisp of evil energy did the exorcising talisman dissipate into the world. The evil energy within everyone has been completely eliminated, so there is no need to worry anymore. Everyone expressed their gratitude. Old Han's son and daughter-in-law even took their son and knelt down to thank Jiang Yi. Mr. Jiang, thank you so much for saving our family this time. We are deeply grateful and have no way to repay your kindness. Please accept our bow. We also want to apologize for our previous rudeness. If you ever need anything in the future, please feel free to come to us. To this day, they still don't understand why they were so hot-tempered back then, not only treating Jiang Yi so badly, but even daring to argue with old Han. Old Master Han echoed, "That's right, Mr. Jiang. If you ever need anything from the Han family in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." Jiang Yi nodded and said calmly, "Get up. The reason you were like this before was because you were affected by the evil energy. I won't take it to heart, so you don't need to be like this." Upon hearing this, the Han family members breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven knows how much Han Tung and his wife regretted seeing Jiang Yi's move just now, fearing that Jiang Yi would hold a grudge against them. It's very late. I have to go to school tomorrow, and there's going to be a heavy rain soon, so everyone should go home early. After saying that, Jiang Yi quickly left and went back to his room to take a shower and rest. Shortly after everyone got into the car, a torrential downpour began. Mr. Jiang is truly a living god. Old Han sighed, then instructed his son and daughter-in-law. Mr. Jiang didn't hold it against you this time because he's magnanimous. You can't really let this go. When Mr. Jiang has some free time, you should bring some gifts to apologize. Also, bring Hao to visit more often. Building a good relationship with this kind of person is a good thing for both you and the Han family. At this point, Old Han suddenly remembered something. Oh right, it seems that young Mr. Jiang is attending the school under your elder brother's name. I need to go and remind him to keep an eye on young Mr. Jiang. Chapter 46 Chun Xingwen's plan to run away from home. After running out of the Chun family villa, Chun Xingwen saw that Chun Taihe had also chased after him, and he knew that he had won his gamble this time. Although Chun Yinwei still hasn't forgiven him, as long as he has Chun Taihe and his wife under his control, he will still be the most pampered young master of the Chun family. As for Chun Yinwei, he will give her another chance. If she comes to her senses, they will still be siblings. If she can't understand, he wouldn't mind kicking her out of the Chun family. After all, if Jiang Yi, the only biological son, could be forced to leave the Chun family, how much more so would Chun Yinwei, an unloved daughter? Chun Taihe was getting old, and his physical strength was no match for Chun Xingwen's. By the time he ran out of the villa area, Chun Xingwen had already gotten into the car that had been arranged beforehand and sped away. Chun Taihe frantically called Chun Xingwen, but Chun Xingwen's phone was already switched off. Chun Xingwen had planned it all along. If we're going to make a scene, let's make it a huge one. Jiang Yi's departure from home taught him a lesson. Only what is lost is truly the best. Just like Chun Huaiming's feelings towards Jiang Yi now. When Jiang Yi was in front of her, she didn't even look at him, but now that he's gone, she misses him every day. This time, he's going to take back Chun Huaiming, that sanctimonious hypocrite. Not only that, he also wanted to take this opportunity to bring Jiang Yi, that bastard, back into the Chun family. Jiang Yi is becoming increasingly difficult to control and has had a negative impact on him time and time again. He had been thinking about how to get Jiang Yi back to the Chun family and continue the life he used to live in front of him like a dog. But Jiang Yi was acting strangely, as if he were possessed. He wouldn't even say a few words to him, and when he was in a bad mood, he would even hit him. This left him at a loss. Therefore, he wanted Jiang Yi to return to the Chun family. Only when Jiang Yi was under his watchful eye could he feel completely at ease. Soon, he arrived at a small private hotel near the hospital. He specifically requested a room on the first floor. The room was very basic, with almost nothing except a small bed. This made it impossible for him, who had been pampered since childhood, to stay there for even a second. The rain was pouring down outside, but he went out without a care. The receptionist saw that he was young and looked lost, so she kindly offered to lend him an umbrella, but he refused. He walked into the rain. In the blink of an eye, he was soaked through by the rain. Although it was very cold, he had to endure it for the sake of his future plans. A few minutes later, he appeared at the door of He Qinshue's ward. By this time, He Qinshuo had already fallen asleep. He didn't wake He Qinshuo, but just stood quietly at the door. Until the nurse came. The nurse recognized Chun Xingwen, and, seeing that he was soaked to the bone, kindly asked him, "Little Wenwen, why are you all wet? Why don't you go inside and get a towel to dry yourself off?" Chun Xingwen's eyes were red, and he managed a bitter smile. "It's okay, sister, I won't go in. I just wanted to see my mom and my older sister. It's raining so hard, and you came to see your mother all by yourself? Your mother is doing very well, you can come tomorrow." Chun Xingwen shook his head. "In the future I'm afraid there won't be another chance." As he spoke, he walked out of the ward and looked at the nurse with pleading eyes. "Sister, I'm leaving now. Please don't tell my mother and older sister that I've been here." After saying that, Chun Xingwen gave the nurse no further chance to speak and strode away. The nurse stood there stunned for a long time before realizing something was off about Chun Xingwen's words. Her expression changed drastically, and she pushed open the ward door and went inside. All of this was observed by Chun Xingwen, who was hiding in a corner. He curled his lips into a smug smile and left with peace of mind. The events in the hospital ward unfolded exactly as Chun Xingwen had envisioned. The nurse woke He Qinshuo with great concern. He Qinshuo's stroke was originally mild, and with the acupuncture treatment she has been receiving these past few days, her condition has greatly improved. Her back injury has also healed considerably, and she will be able to be discharged from the hospital soon. She woke up and saw the nurse's face, and immediately became angry. "What's wrong with you, nurse? Don't you know I'm a patient and need to rest?" The nurse apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Chun, I have something very important to tell you." "What's wrong?" He Qinshuo's face was full of impatience. "Mrs. Chun, your son just arrived, and he's completely soaked." "One. He Qinshuo interrupted the nurse in great anxiety halfway through her sentence. "Where is he? Let him in. It's so late, and it's raining so hard outside. What's he doing here? What if he catches a cold?" The nurse quickly recounted Chun Xingwen's condition and what he had said to He Qinxue. Then he reminded her, Mrs. Chun, your son is not in good condition. I'm afraid something has happened to him. You should call home right away. What if something bad happens? Wenwen is still so young. As He Qinxue listened, she sensed something was wrong and angrily shoved the nurse. What's wrong with you? How dare you curse my son? My son won't get hurt. The nurse never expected He Qinxue to treat her like this and looked at her in disbelief. He Qinxue then angrily retorted. Furthermore, you clearly saw that my son wasn't in good condition, so why did you let him leave alone? How could you be so heartless? Let me tell you, if anything really happens to my son, I will never forgive you. Mrs. Chun, how could you do this? I only meant well by waking you up to tell you about this. You can't even say thank you. Why are you treating me like this? Upon hearing this, the nurse's eyes instantly reddened, and she even stammered with anger. Who wants your fake kindness? If you were really kind, why didn't you help me stop my son? Don't think I don't know, you just want some kickback, don't you? These young girls nowadays, they're all so cunning. Hurry up and leave. Don't keep me from calling my son. After saying that, He Qinxue stopped looking at her and dialed Chen Taiha's number. Chen Taiha, what happened at home? Did someone bully my son? Chen Taiha was overjoyed upon hearing this. Did your son go to you? No. My son came and left. I heard he was soaking wet and cried. What happened? Which of you took advantage of my son while I was away? Chen Taiha was already in a bad mood, and He Qinshue's outburst only made things worse. Helpless, he briefly explained what was going on at home. He Qinxue was furious after hearing this. Why didn't you tell me about something so important? I was worried that you had just had a stroke, and I was afraid that something might happen to you if you got anxious. I called my eldest daughter, and she said that Wenwen hadn't come to the hospital, and she had already sent someone to look for her. Chen Taiha, stop pretending to be nice to me. Let me tell you, if anything happens to my son, I will never forgive you. And that Chen Yinwei, how dare she bully my son like this while I was away? I will never forgive her. After saying that, she hung up the phone and dialed Chen Yinwei's number again. Because her own room was smashed to pieces, Chen Yinwei slept in Chen Huaiming's room. She had just had a good cry and was exhausted. She was sleeping soundly, but Chen Huaiming was woken up by the constant vibration of her phone. Frustrated and irritable, Chen Huaiming woke Chen Yinwei up, then fell asleep again. Chen Yinwen answered the phone in a daze. Hello? Mom? Hearing Chen Yinwei's sleepy voice, He Qinxue was immediately furious. Chen Yinwei, you've driven your brother to run away from home. Instead of going to look for him, how dare you sleep? I'm telling you, I'm being discharged from the hospital tomorrow. If you don't find your brother tonight, I won't let you off the hook. Chapter 47 Chen Yinwei. In this lifetime, he will never be my younger brother. After the call was disconnected, Chen Yinwei was stunned for a while before she came to her senses. After realizing what He Qinxue had said, tears streamed down her face. She didn't understand, wasn't she the biggest victim in this whole affair? As a girl, after something like this happened, her mother not only didn't offer a single word of comfort, but also scolded her for the sake of her adopted son with whom she had no blood relation. Chen Yinwei became increasingly upset as she thought about it, and eventually couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Chen Huaiming finally fell asleep again, only to be woken up by Chen Yinwei's crying, which made her feel irritated. You just cried for so long. Why are you crying again now? She thought about it silently for a long time and felt that she didn't seem to have any other solutions. Besides, she had been working all day and was already exhausted. Even if I don't get up to comfort Chen Yinwei now, she should be able to understand me, right? I can just get up early tomorrow morning to take her to school and comfort her on the way. Given her current situation, it's good to let her vent first, otherwise she might develop health problems from holding it in. With that thought in mind, she finally fell asleep peacefully. The next day, when Chen Huaiming woke up, she saw that Chen Yinwei was still asleep, and she felt even more certain that her decision last night was absolutely correct. Sure enough, Seventh Sister felt better after venting her emotions and slept much better. Seventh Sister, wake up, it's time for you to go to school. Chen Huaiming nudged Chen Yinwei, who had only forced herself to sleep after dawn. Chen Yinwei opened her eyes, which were swollen like peaches. Second Sister, I'm not feeling well, and I don't want to go to school. You don't need to worry about me. How can that be? You're already a senior in high school. You've already missed so much school. If you don't go now, what will you do for the college entrance exam? Get up quickly. Your second sister will take you to school today. We can have a good chat on the way. As she spoke, Chen Huaiming rubbed Chen Yinwei's head and got up to walk towards the bathroom. Half an hour later, she came out of the bathroom with her makeup on, and when she saw that Chen Huaiming was still asleep, she was a little unhappy. Seventh Sister, why are you still sleeping? Chen Huaiming forcefully woke Chen Yinwei up, and Chen Yinwei had no choice but to get up. However, she didn't actually plan to go to school. She just didn't want to stay at home. He Qinxue said she would be discharged from the hospital today, and she didn't want to see her right now. On the road, Shun Huaiming drove to the entrance of a breakfast shop, got out of the car, bought 2 breakfasts, and handed them to Chen Yinwei with a big smile. Here you go, seventh sister. No matter how you feel, you have to eat breakfast, understand? Chen Yinwei accepted the breakfast and thanked him. Good boy. Shun Huaiming gently patted her head, then started the car. Seventh sister, since many things have happened, we must learn to face them bravely. None of this is your fault. While driving, Shun Huaiming launched into a long, rambling lecture to Chen Yinwei. She didn't stop until the car came to a stop at a red light. Seeing that Chen Yinwei hadn't said anything, Shun Huaiming turned to look at her. Seventh sister, did you hear what your second sister said? Shun Huaiming turned her gaze from the window to Chen Yinwei. Second sister, back then, no one believed Jiang Yi no matter what he said or did at home. What do you think he was thinking back then? Shun Huaiming was taken aback for a moment when Chen Yinwei suddenly brought up Jiang Yi. Seventh sister, why did you suddenly bring up Jiang Yi? I just suddenly thought of it in the middle of the night yesterday. Shun Yinwei lowered her eyelashes, remained silent for a moment, and then continued. Second sister, do you believe Qin Xingwen's explanation last night? Shun Huaiming sighed upon hearing this. Seventh sister, Wenwen isn't the kind of person you think he is. Chen Yinwei was not surprised by this answer and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Second sister, Qin Xingwen will come back, but I will never forgive him. He will never be my brother again in this lifetime. After saying that, Chen Yinwei didn't say anything more. The silence in the train carriage lasted all the way to the school gate. After Chen Huaiming stopped the car, he wanted to say something more, but Chen Yinwei simply opened the car door and got out. Chen Huaiming watched her retreating figure, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She kindly drove such a long way to bring the person here and even thoughtfully bought breakfast, but the person didn't even say thank you. This seventh sister is really spoiled. Just then, Chen Yinwei suddenly turned around and opened the car door again. Second sister. I hope you never discover Qin Xingwen's true colors. After saying that, Chen Yinwei closed the car door and strode away. Shun Huaiming didn't understand what Chen Yinwei meant for a while, but the cars behind her started honking and urging her to leave, so she had to drive away quickly. After Chen Yinwei turned around and saw Shun Huaiming's car leave, she turned and walked away in another direction. She needs some peace and quiet. In fact, she always knew that she was the least favored among the children in the family, because she was born with a younger brother whom the family had been eagerly awaiting. Later, the younger brother went missing, and a new younger brother joined the family. Over the years, she has been completely ignored. She was the only child in the family who never received any attention from her parents. She was jealous and envious of Qin Xingwen. As a child, she could only get praise and attention from her parents by being nice to Qin Xingwen. So she gradually got used to being nice to Qin Xingwen, always making him the center of her world and revolving around him. She knew that as long as she treated Qin Xingwen well, her parents would pay more attention to her. In addition, Qin Xingwen had disguised himself very well in the past, and she was even happy to have such an excellent and well-behaved younger brother. No one doesn't hope that their sincere efforts will be rewarded, and she was no exception. Every time Qin Xingwen and Jiang Yi had a conflict, she stood by Qin Xingwen's side without hesitation and made things difficult for her own brother Jiang Yi in every way, even resorting to violence. But it wasn't until yesterday that she realized she was nothing in Qin Xingwen's eyes. She didn't believe a single word Qin Xingwen said. Because when facing Jiang Yi, Qin Xingwen's guilty conscience and the hateful look in his eyes had already given her the real answer. When Qin Xingwen explained to Qin Taiha that he was forced to bring Jiang Yi up, she realized that perhaps the things he had been bullied by Jiang Yi in the past were not necessarily true. Chen Yinwei was utterly disappointed in Qin Xingwen. She will not forgive him. Even though she knew in her heart that Zhang Qijing was the culprit in the whole thing, the harm that Qin Xingwen caused her was even greater. In her view, Qin Xingwen betrayed her. The fact that Chen Taiha chased after her, and he Qinxue called her in the middle of the night and berated her without any explanation made it impossible for her to stop dwelling on the fact that she had been ignored and unloved all these years. Now, she even hopes that the person who stole her love is Jiang Yi. After all, Jiang Yi and she share the same blood. But what about Qin Xingwen? Who does he think he is? If an orphan from who knows where can take everything from her, what is she anyway? Chen Yinwei suddenly felt that her 17 years of life had been a joke. She, a legitimate young lady, was so pitiful that she had to curry favor with an adopted son to gain a little attention. That's absolutely ridiculous. Chapter 48, He Qinxue calls the police to arrest Jiang Yi. As Jiang Yi approached the school, he saw Chen Yinwei walking down the road looking lost and dejected through the car window. In his memory, Chen Yinwei will always be like a proud little princess. When he first returned to the Qin family, perhaps because he and Chen Yinwei were twins, he felt the strongest sense of closeness to Chen Yinwei. But in that family, Chen Yinwei was the one who treated him the worst. In his presence, Chen Yinwei was always fierce and menacing. This was the first time he had ever seen Chen Yinwei like this. I have to say, it feels pretty good. In fact, Zhang Yi got his hands on Zhang Qijing's video as soon as he left the Chen family. But he never posted it. He was waiting for an opportunity for Chen Yinwei to fully understand Chen Xingwen and her position in the Chen family. He wanted to personally shatter Chen Yinwei's former pride in front of him and make her realize how foolish her mindless defense of Chen Xingwen had been. He wanted to plunge her into an abyss of regret. Like him, he struggled to make a living in the Chen family and endured countless cold shoulders. That would be his revenge. Of course, this is just the beginning. The retribution awaiting Chen Yinwei is far from over. Judging from the current results, Chen Yinwei's performance has clearly met his expectations. Chen Yinwei's indifference to Chen Xingwen's excellent singing and songwriting performance is enough to show that her relationship with Chen Xingwen has completely broken down. Chen Xingwen would not tolerate a sister who harbors hatred towards him remaining in the Chen family. For a long time to come, even if he didn't intervene, Chen Yinwei wouldn't have a good life. Soon, the Rolls-Royce Jiang Yi was riding and arrived at the school gate. After Jiang Shun parked the car, he got out, walked around to the back seat, and opened the car door. Jiang Yi got out of the car and asked, "Is everything settled about buying the car?" "It's almost done. Now we just need to wait for Mr. Jiang to have some free time to complete the formalities. Then let's do it after school today." After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he lifted his foot to leave, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Chun Taia and his wife standing to the side, looking bewildered. Jiang Yi, is this your car?" Chun Taia pointed incredulously at the Rolls-Royce behind Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi ignored Chun Taia and simply retorted, "None of your business." Chun Taia's face turned ashen with anger. "Jiang Yi, I am your father." "Excuse me, I am an orphan." "Orphan?" He Qinxue walked up and said, "Jiang Yi, you unfilial son, are you cursing me and your father?" Jiang Yi glanced at He Qinxue, his eyes filled with disgust. "Hey guys, I'm going to be late. You've heard the saying, a good dog doesn't block the way, right?" He Qinxue was furious when she saw that Jiang Yi dared to insult her like that, and she raised her hand to teach Jiang Yi a lesson. Before his hand could even fall, it was grabbed by a large hand. "Madam, I don't care who you are, but if you dare to lay a hand on Mr. Jiang again, don't blame me for being impolite." Jiang Shin stared coldly at He Qinxue, his eyes full of threat. He Qinshue's anger intensified. "Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me? Do you know who I am?" "What? Are you trying to introduce yourself now?" "Sorry, I'm not interested." As he spoke, Jiang Shin glanced at Chen Taihao again. "Gentlemen, if you don't leave now, I'll have to find another way to ask you to leave." Jiang Yi almost burst out laughing when he heard Jiang Shin's words. Unexpectedly, the person old Zhou sent him had a sense of humor. Before even lifting a finger, it can make people furious. Sure enough, seeing He Qinxue panting with anger, Jiang Yi wondered if she was about to suffer a serious injury from it. Chen Taihao also felt it was somewhat shameful to be threatened like this by a bodyguard. But what worries him more now is He Qinxue, who is standing next to him. If He Qinxue has another stroke, he will really go crazy. Wife, calm down." Chen Taihao quickly pulled He Qinxue aside to comfort her. "Mr. Jiang, please go in first. I'll take care of things here," Jiang Shin said. Jiang Yi nodded and walked away. Jiang Shin only turned around, got into his car, and left after Jiang Yi's figure entered the teaching building. Chen Taihao watched the Rolls-Royce gradually disappear into the distance, his heart filled with doubt. This Jiang Yi, not only is he able to get involved with a big shot like Qin Xian, but he can also afford such a luxury car. What exactly did he do after leaving the Qin family? Chen Taihao felt as if he no longer recognized his son. It seems it's time to investigate Jiang Yi's current situation. That damned little beast. He Qinxue finally calmed down and was no longer at risk of a stroke. "I can tolerate this rudeness towards me, your own mother, but now you're letting a bodyguard ride roughshod over me. This time, I will not tolerate it any longer." Chen Taihao was taken aback upon hearing this and turned to look at He Qinxue. "What are you going to do now?" "I have to teach this little bastard a lesson. One is probably suffering somewhere right now, and he has the nerve to drive a luxury car and hire bodyguards here, especially since he's using our family's money. I can't let this go, and I will never give this little bastard any more face." After saying that, He Qinxue sneered, took out her phone, and pressed 3 numbers. "I want to call the police. Someone stole many valuables from my house to squander. Please send someone over immediately to handle this." Upon hearing this, Chen Taihao realized He Qinshue's plan and quickly reached out to grab her phone. But He Qinxue slapped his hand away, quickly gave the police the address, and then hung up. "He Qinxue, are you crazy? Why did you have to call the police for no reason?" Do you think we can get that little bastard to hand over the money if we don't call the police? Or are you willing to let him squander our family's money while claiming to be an orphan and cursing us to die? Shintaiha, call the housekeeper and the accountant right now and have them investigate how much Jiang Yi has stolen from our family over the past few years. This time, I'm going to teach that little bastard how to spell a wrong character. Since I can't control him, I'll send him to the police station and let the state discipline him. Chapter 49. The police arrive. The first class had barely started when the homeroom teacher arrived with the police. This time, it wasn't Li Yong who came, but a middle-aged man with a pointed face and monkey-like features named Tao Liangkai. Who is Jiang Yi? Tao Liangkai stood at the classroom door, his face cold as he asked loudly. Everyone in the class turned to look at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi did not respond. He glanced at He Qinxue behind Tao Liangkai, who looked like she wanted to devour him alive, and found it extremely ironic. Although in his heart, he had long harbored deep hatred for He Qinxue. But in truth, throughout all his lives, he had never understood why He Qinxue hated him so much. He can understand a mother who doesn't like her own child. But it's incomprehensible that a mother could so hate her own biological child while simultaneously wanting to hold a foster son with no blood relation in her hands. Fortunately, his heart is no longer stirred by such people and such things. Who exactly is Jiang Yi? Stand up. When no one answered, Tao Liangcai's face darkened, and he raised his voice to ask again. Officer Tao, that's him. He Qinxue thought Jiang Yi was guilty, and that's why he didn't dare to speak. So she pushed past Tao Liangcai and strode to Jiang Yi's side. Tao Liangcai also walked up to Jiang Yi, staring intently at him with his triangular eyes. You are Jiang Yi? Jiang met his gaze without flinching. Yes. Then why didn't you answer when I called you just now? I'm just an ordinary high school student, and I don't even know who you are. You're so fierce. How am I supposed to know if you'll rush in and beat me up the moment I step out? Jiang Yi spoke as if he were very worried, but he always had a faint smile on his face, showing no sign of the worry he was expressing. Tao Liangcai was so angry by his words that his brow twitched, and he took out his identification. I'm a police officer, Jiang Yi. I'm warning you, don't even think about trying to play any tricks on me. You're suspected of theft and need to come with me to the station for investigation. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi realized the trick He Qinxue was playing and let out a cold laugh. Officer, I'd like to know what your basis is for the claim that I'm suspected of theft. He Qinxue snorted coldly. Isn't it obvious? Jiang Yi, stop being so stubborn. Look at the clothes you're wearing. Could you afford them without the Chen family's money? And that Rolls Royce you ride to school, Officer Tao has already asked the gatekeeper. You've been driven there these past few days. Don't tell me you bought it with your own money. So you think I bought all these things with your Chen family's money, which is why you called the police? Jiang Yi simply couldn't believe He Qinxue's thought process and couldn't understand how she came to such a conclusion. Isn't that right? How much did you steal from our Chen family? Do you want me to list it all in front of your whole class? Or are you trying to say that you, a kid who grew up in a remote mountain village, suddenly saved the richest man in the country after leaving our Chen family, and the richest man gave you a huge sum of money? Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Did Jiang Yi steal a lot of things from the Chen family? No wonder he's been dressing so extravagantly lately and riding to school in a Rolls Royce every day. So it turns out it was all because they stole a lot of things from the Chen family. Jiang Yinan could clearly feel that the gazes directed at him had turned contemptuous. However, he didn't care. He was even somewhat grateful to He Qinxue for spewing nonsense here. Let him make a scene. Make it even bigger, so that he can trample her old face under his feet. Jiang Yi took out his phone from his pocket and waved it. Ms. He Qinxue, I have recorded all the slander you just made against me. Upon hearing this, He Qinxue's expression changed drastically. You little bastard, you dare to record this. What? Are you just going to let me insult you and ruin my reputation without allowing me to keep any evidence? He Qinxue thought about it again and realized that what she said was true, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Go ahead and record it. Whether I'm slandering you or not, whether you stole from the Chen family or not, you know it in your heart. Since you, the thief, aren't afraid, then I, the victim, have nothing to fear. Jiang Yi laughed. He Qinxue, you better remember what I said today, because I will definitely make you pay the price. Looking at Jiang Yi's calm demeanor, Shintaiha felt a vague unease. But soon, before he could think of anything, He Qinxue's sharp voice interrupted his thoughts. Officer Tao, did you hear that? This little bastard dares to threaten me. Arrest him right now. Tao Liangcai actually applied to come here today specifically to handle this case. He knew Shintaiha before and knew that the Chun family was large and powerful. If he could get close to them, it would definitely be beneficial to his future. Therefore, he certainly wouldn't offend Shintaiha and his wife today. So, his face turned cold, and he snapped. All right, Jiang Yi, stop talking nonsense and come with me now, or I'll have to resort to drastic measures. Jiang Yi. At this moment, Chen Taihe, who had been standing behind He Qinxue, also spoke up. Stop making a scene and come with us to the police station right now, so we can get things straight as soon as possible. Chen Taihe initially didn't want to involve the police in his family affairs, but He Qinxue insisted on bringing them over. Then he thought again that not many people outside knew about Jiang Yi's relationship with the Chen family. Even if this matter really blows up, as long as he doesn't admit that Jiang Yi is his biological son, the Chen family will at most be criticized for misjudging people, and might even gain some sympathy. It won't have any negative impact on the Chen family's reputation. Moreover, Jiang Yi is being far too presumptuous these days, completely disregarding his father. He needs to be taught a lesson. Although he didn't intend to actually send Jiang Yi to jail, he still needed to teach him a lesson. If this child continues to be so unruly, I'm afraid he'll really be ruined. Furthermore, he is now very curious about where Jiang Yi got these funds. If they truly all came from the Chen family, then he would naturally want to retrieve them. After all, this is not a small amount. Putting everything else aside, the custom-made Rolls-Royce that Jiang Yi was riding in was enough to make him envious. After all, even if he wanted to buy a Rolls-Royce like this, it would take a lot of effort, and he might not even be able to actually get his hands on one. Jiang Yi might have bought it because of Qin Xian's reputation. Okay, let's go to the police station. Cooperating with the police investigation is a citizen's duty. I'll cooperate. As he spoke, Jiang Yi began to slowly and methodically pack his things. After tidying up, he seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at Tao Liangkai. However, why do I feel like Officer Tao is hostile towards me? He has absolutely no evidence for my accusations, but just from a few words from He Qinxue, he seems to have already concluded that I stole something. It's making me, a high school student, a little panicked. Oh well, I'll call my lawyer over. After this is all over, he can help me deal with He Qinxue's defamation of me. After saying that, Jiang Yi dialed Qin Xian's number, completely ignoring He Qinxue and the other two whose faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 50 Tao Liangcai's Backlash. After Jiang Yi got into the police car, he seemed as relaxed as if he were going on vacation, showing no signs of nervousness or guilt at being treated as a criminal suspect. This is not the reaction a normal high school student should have when taken to the police station. This made Tao Liangcai, who was sitting in the passenger seat, feel inexplicably worried. Could it be that He Qinxue is really slandering this kid? However, at this moment, he was not worried about what would happen after misunderstanding Jiang Yi. Instead, they were worried that He Qinxue, who disliked Jiang Yi so much, would obviously not let him go. If he really didn't steal and can't be convicted, will I offend Chen Taihe and his wife? Thinking of this, he decided to be even more hostile towards Jiang Yi later, at least to let Chen Taihe and his wife see his attitude. The police car quickly drove into the police station's yard. Jiang Yi opened the car door and got out of the car himself. Chen Taihe and his wife stopped their car behind them and followed Jiang Yi into the police station building. In an attempt to show off, Tao Liangcai quickened his pace, came up behind Jiang Yi, and reached out to give him a push. Hurry up, do you think you're here for sightseeing? To Tao Liangcai's surprise, Jiang Yi suddenly turned around just as he was about to push him down, and Tao Liangcai felt his legs suddenly give way, causing him to fall heavily onto the steps. Tao Liangcai's forehead and knee hit the steps. He felt a sharp pain in his knee, but the injury to his forehead was more serious. And this is exactly the wound that should have appeared on Jiang Yi's body. It's just that the backlash curse Jiang Yi used has now backfired on him. Oh! Tao Liangcai screamed and looked up to cover the wound on his forehead, but blood continued to flow down, causing his left eye to be completely covered in blood. Are you fucking doing this on purpose? Why did you suddenly turn around? Tao Liangcai said angrily. Jiang Yi, you've gone too far. You even dared to injure a police officer. He Qinxue felt that she had caught Jiang Yi making another mistake, and immediately started shouting. Jiang Yi turned his head and looked at her with icy eyes. He Qinxue, which eye of yours saw that I injured him? If you can't use your eyes anymore, why don't you just gouge them out and feed them to the dogs? You. He Qinxue was angered by Jiang Yi again. Alright, shut up. Officer Tao clearly fell on his own, and you're trying to drag Jiang Yi into it. This time, even Chen Taihe had had enough of He Qinshue's stupidity. Officer Tao, you shouldn't have too many bad intentions. Look, aren't you getting your comeuppance? Jiang Yi squatted down, looking down at Tao Liangcai, a sarcastic smile playing on his lips. Tao Liangcai was even angrier, but soon he saw it in the smile on Jiang Yi's lips. He knows. He knew he was going to push him, so he deliberately turned around, causing him to fall like this. Who is this kid? How could they react so quickly? Mr. Jiang. At this moment, Qin Xian walked out of the office building. Jiang Yi nodded. Not bad. You weren't late this time. Qin Xian smiled and said, Mr. Jiang's matter is naturally the most important thing to me. Tao Liangcai's expression changed drastically upon seeing Qin Xian. Could it be that the lawyer Jiang Yi mentioned is Qin Xian? Didn't he Qin Xue say that Jiang Yi was a dishonest and malicious orphan? How could he afford a lawyer like Qin Xian? Thinking of this, Tao Liangcai suddenly felt panicked. He felt he might be in trouble. Sure enough, the next second, Qin Xian's words were like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. Officer Tao, right? I am Mr. Jiang Yi's lawyer. I just saw with my own eyes that you suddenly and forcefully pushed my client. I don't know how my client offended you. Tao Liangcai stammered nervously. I didn't mean to. Qin Xian's face darkened. It doesn't matter if Officer Tao doesn't admit it. This is a police station, there are cameras everywhere. I will get sufficient evidence. We will definitely pursue your intentional harm against my client to the end. After saying that, Qin Xian turned around and stopped looking at Tao Liangcai. Mr. Jiang, let's go inside first. The case of Mr. and Mrs. Chun accusing you of theft is easy to handle, so you don't need to worry. What do I have to worry about? Jiang Yi chuckled. By the way, I'm sending you a recording, which is evidence of he Qin Xue publicly slandering me. You can call the police for me later and sue her for malicious defamation. The two walked and talked, neither of them noticing that Chun Tai's face had already turned deathly pale. Although he had long guessed that Jiang Yi would likely involve Qin Xian in this matter. But he thought that Qin Xian had always hated evil, and if he knew that Jiang Yi was stealing things at home to squander, he would definitely hate Jiang Yi, and might even withdraw from the lawsuit between Jiang Yi and the Qian family. Although this might temporarily sever the possibility of the Chun family maintaining good relations with Qin Xian, avoiding antagonizing the Qian family is the safest course of action for the Qin family. However, upon seeing Qin's current attitude towards Jiang Yi, Chun Tai knew that he had most likely miscalculated. Last time, Qin's attitude towards Jiang Yi was merely respectful. This time, it could even be described as humble and subservient. If he didn't know Qin Xian's family background, he would have even thought that Qin Xian was Jiang Yi's servant. Moreover, judging from Jiang Yi's words, he also wanted Qin Xian to sue he Qin Xue. Wouldn't this force the Chun family to directly confront Qin Xian and be humiliated in front of the whole world? Chun Taiha finally regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he should have slapped he Qin Xue hard and smashed her phone to stop her from calling the police. On the other side, Jiang Yi and Qin Xian had just turned a corner when they ran into Li Yong, who had just finished a police call and was now holding a bucket of instant noodles. Li Yong was very surprised when he saw Jiang Yi. Xiao Jiang, what brings you here? Did you come to see me? Jiang Yi smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry to disappoint Uncle Li. I came here because the Chun family reported me to the police for theft. What? Li Yong stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Are those people in the Chun family crazy? Are they just bullying you? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yong saw Chun Taiha and his wife, who had just turned in, and an embarrassed look appeared on their faces. But soon, he remembered what the Chun family had done to Jiang Yi, and suddenly realized that he hadn't said anything wrong, and there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Xiao Jiang, who's in charge of your case? I'll go find out. That person is still lying at the door. He probably won't be able to get up anytime soon. Chapter 51 Curse Backlash. Inside the mediation room, he Qin Xue sat opposite Jiang Yi, and looking at his calm and composed appearance, she felt increasingly displeased. She couldn't understand how a noble woman like herself could give birth to such an unfilial and disgraceful son. Only a child as outstanding and sensible as Wenwen deserves to be he Qin Xue's son. Thinking of Chen Xingwen, he Qin Xue felt a renewed sense of worry. Originally, she had dragged Chen Taiha to Jinghua High School to find Chen Xingwen as soon as she was discharged from the hospital today. As a result, the child even turned off his phone, and who knows where he is now hiding and licking his wounds alone. Thinking of this, he Qin Xue felt so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. It's all Jiang Yi's fault, that little beast. If he hadn't made her lose her temper, she wouldn't have abandoned the search for her son and gone to the police station instead. But this is good. It's a good opportunity to take care of this little beast once and for all. To avoid him constantly appearing in front of me and making me unhappy. Moreover, she remembered that Chen Xingwen was very envious of Chun Wanning's Rolls Royce. She thought that once she dealt with this little bastard, she could give his Rolls Royce to Chen Xingwen to use for school. Anyway, it was bought with the Chun family's money. It's only natural for her to take it back. Thinking of this, she became quite impatient. He wished he could skip all the procedures, handcuff Jiang Yi, throw him in jail for a good reformation, and then hurry up and find Chen Xingwen, who was suffering outside. He Qin Xue had already discussed it with Chun Taiha on her way here. Jiang Yi has become so arrogant and domineering now, simply because he has Qin Xian as his backer. Since that's the case, then they can simply remove him as their patron. Attorney Qin, can I ask you a question? He Qin Xue looked at Qin Xian and asked, feigning confusion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi glanced at he Qin Xue, raised an eyebrow, and guessed that she was probably up to something again. Qin Xian turned to look at Jiang Yi sitting next to him, then said coldly, "I'm sorry, Mrs. Chun, I have no obligation to answer your questions. You can talk to me when the police come in." Qin Xue was immediately met with a rebuff as soon as she opened her mouth, and choked up instantly. However, she did not give up and continued, "Attorney Qin, everyone in the industry has heard about your character. You never look at the fee when taking a case. You only stand on the side you think is right, so I don't quite understand why you chose to become Jiang Yi's defense lawyer." Seeing Jiang Yi looking at Qin Xue with amusement, Qin Xian didn't interrupt. Instead, he leaned back, appearing quite interested in what Qin Xue was saying. His reaction gave Qin Xue more confidence. Qin Xue relaxed considerably and continued, "Attorney Qin, actually, I didn't want to say these things, because they're just too embarrassing. If I didn't want to see you deceived and implicated by Jiang Yi, ruining the good reputation you've built up over so many years, I wouldn't have reopened my wounds. You don't know, do you? Jiang Yi is actually my husband's and my biological son, but he's such a scoundrel. He's always been disobedient and caused chaos at home. Now he's gone even further. He's stolen enough money from home and doesn't even come home anymore. He even dares to lay a hand on us family members. Let me tell you, he caused me to injure my back a while ago, and I stayed in the hospital for more than half a month. Later, we ran into each other at the hospital, and he and his shady friends insulted me, which caused me to have a stroke. And his older sister, who went to pick him up to go home, was also beaten by him and ended up in the hospital for many days." Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh when he saw Qin Xue's earnest and persuasive expression. "Jiang Yi, what are you laughing at?" Qin Xue's face showed annoyance. Jiang Yi laughed and said, "Did you really have a stroke at the hospital last time?" Qin Xue was completely enraged this time. "What? Jiang Yi, you made your mother have a stroke and you're still feeling proud of it? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" "Jiang Yi." Chen Taiha couldn't help but speak up. "This time, you really went too far. Even if you have a problem with your mother, you can't make her have a stroke. Do you know how dangerous that is? If you're not careful, your mother's life could be in danger." Jiang Yi could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. "Niu Jing is really amazing. She can give you a stroke with just a few words. I must reward her properly when I get back." "Jiang Yi, you little beast. Can you even speak human language?" Qin Xue slammed her hand on the table and stood up, then said to Qin Xian, "Attorney Qin, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed for defending someone like this?" Qin Xian smiled faintly. "Mrs. Chun, your slander against my client was recorded by the cameras here and my voice recorder. I will file a police report and sue you for the same slander you committed against my client at school also. There is something I need to correct you on. Mrs. Chun and I have never been in the same circle. After all, families like ours value blood ties the most. We would never do something like forcing our biological son to run away from home while doting on our adopted son." Upon hearing this, Chen Taiha immediately flew into a rage. "Attorney Qin, what you said is too much. Yes, our Chen family cannot compare to your Qin family's illustrious lineage, but that does not mean you have the right to interfere in my Chun family's internal affairs." That's right. Qin Xue had already seen through Qin Xian's stubbornness, abandoned her previous idea, and sneered. "Since Attorney Qin insists on defending this dishonest and disobedient little beast, then so be it. Just don't regret it if you end up with your reputation ruined because of this little beast." Qin Xian gave a mocking smile. "Mrs. Chun needn't worry about that." Mrs. Chun, Jiang Yi, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, suddenly spoke up. "Do you remember how many times you've called me little beast since I returned to your Qin family?" Qin Xue was stunned when she heard Jiang Yi's inexplicable remark. "What do you mean? What? You've always been a heartless, ungrateful wretch, and you still won't admit it." Jiang Yi smiled and said, "I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to remind you to avoid creating bad karma with your words, so as not to attract negative karma backlash." Qin Xue looked at Jiang Yi with disdain. "Karmic backlash? Jiang Yi, I think you've gone mad. How can you say such superstitious things?" Jiang Yi shrugged and didn't say anything more. But his hand, which was resting on his lap, moved slightly, and an invisible curse backlash quietly entered Qin Xue's body. Qin Xue is under this curse. If she can restrain herself in the future and stop cursing him whenever she mentions him, nothing will happen. But if she continues to hurl insults at him like that, then she can expect to develop sores on her tongue. Chapter 52. No evidence found. Case closed. Li Yong didn't expect that while he was just looking into the situation and applying to his superiors to take over the case, Qin Xue was already glaring at Jiang Yi like a black-eyed chicken. Since learning from Chun Wanning that Jiang Yi was the Chun family's biological son, he investigated Jiang Yi's background. After learning everything, he felt that the Chun family had gone mad. How could they be so cruel to a biological son who had been lost and found again? Previously, his own sister turned around and reported him to the police for intentional injury. Now, his own parents have reported him to the police, demanding that he be arrested for theft. This family is absolutely insane. Li Yong's face turned cold as soon as he entered the room, and he pulled out a chair and sat down. Gentlemen, this case is now under my jurisdiction. It's you? Where's Officer Tao from before? Li Yong had just opened his mouth when He Qinxue interrupted him with a frown. He Qinxue had already seen Li Yong's bias and protection of Jiang Yi at the Chun family's last time, and thought that Li Yong would stand on Jiang Yi's side again. So when she called the police, she specifically asked that Li Yong not be sent out. Unexpectedly, this matter still ended up in his hands. Ms. He, Officer Tao is seriously injured and has been taken to the hospital for treatment. My taking over this case was a decision made by my superiors. All the surveillance cameras here are on. If you have any objections to my handling of the case, you can report it to my superiors. Okay, I need to start working on the case now, so please don't interrupt me. He Qinxue was about to lash out after hearing this when Chun Taihe spoke first. Officer Li, you may begin. Li Yong nodded. Mr. Chun, Ms. He, you reported to the police that Jiang Yi stole your property. Do you have any substantial evidence? He Qinxue snorted and said disdainfully. Does this need any evidence? Look at what he's wearing and using now, and his Rolls Royce. If it weren't for the money from our Chin family, he couldn't afford it even if he saved for 8 lifetimes. Li Yong looked at her calmly. So you have no evidence, you just made this guess because Jiang Yi is doing well, right? He Qinxue was taken aback upon hearing this, then flew into a rage and said, What do you mean? How much money did you take from Jiang Yi to be so biased towards him? Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? Li Yong's face darkened. Ms. He, slandering public officials is a legal offense. Please be careful with your words. After speaking, he turned to look at Jiang Yi, his tone softening slightly. Jiang Yi, what do you have to say about Ms. He's accusations against you? Jiang Yi shrugged. She's crazy. You little beast, who are you calling crazy? Jiang Yi smiled, then stood up. All right, Officer Li, I really don't want to see these 2 repulsive old faces anymore. Let's get this over with quickly. Whoever calls the police has to provide evidence. They can't just make me a suspect without producing any evidence, just by talking, can they? Since they both claim that I stole from the Chin family, I demand that they produce a list of the stolen items and the surveillance footage. You went to the Chin family's house last time and saw the villa full of security cameras. If I had stolen something, I would definitely have been caught on camera. I appreciate it if you could investigate. I will not cooperate with investigations based on accusations without evidence next time. All right, Officer Li, I've said everything I needed to say. You can contact my lawyer to handle the rest. May I go back to class now? Of course, I'll see you out. Seeing Jiang Yi's extremely arrogant demeanor, Li Yong couldn't help but laugh. After the 2 walked out of the mediation room, Jiang Yi stopped in his tracks. Uncle Li, is there something you want to tell me? Li Yong nodded. Xiao Jiang, about the case you reported to the Chin family, whether it was theft or intentional poisoning, your mentally unstable mother demanded that our superiors stop the investigation, so there hasn't been any progress. I only found out about this in the last few days. Now it seems that those heartless bastards in the Chun family are clearly not going to let you off the hook, and they've already dealt with that piece of cake. Don't you want to think of some other way? To stop them from constantly bothering you? Jiang Yi smiled and said, It's all right. Uncle Li, you don't need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. After saying that, Jiang Yi left. Li Yong went back to prepare to take people to check the surveillance footage of the Chun family villa. In order to resolve this matter as soon as possible, he took a team of people directly there. Within a single day, they quickly reviewed all the surveillance footage from the day Jiang Yi returned to the Chun family home. Then, everyone fell silent. They witnessed firsthand how a child, yearning for family affection, was tormented and humiliated by his closest relatives. After leaving the monitoring room, everyone felt as if a huge boulder was lodged in their hearts. Meanwhile, He Qinxue kept dialing Chun Xingwen's number, and when the call didn't go through, she would send long WeChat messages. Upon seeing the police come out, she quickly put down her phone and hurried over. How was it? Did you find a lot of evidence that Jiang Yi stole things? No, Li Yong said coldly. Ms. He Jiang Yida, a young policewoman, heartbroken by Jiang Yi's plight, wanted to speak up for him with tears in her eyes, but was stopped by a sharp look from Li Yong. He Qinxue completely disbelieved Li Yong's words. How could there be no evidence? He stole so many things from our house. How could there be no proof? Did you not look carefully enough? At this point, He Qinxue suddenly remembered something and became extremely angry. Officer Li, are you deliberately protecting that little bastard, saying you didn't find him even though you did? After saying that, He Qinxue felt a slight pain in the corner of her mouth, but at that moment, she didn't take it to heart. Li Yong's face darkened. Ms. He, the body camera was on the whole time we were reviewing the footage. If you don't believe me, you can file a complaint against us. Upon hearing this, He Qinshue's expression stiffened, and then another possibility came to mind. Could it be that Wenwen was worried that I would be sad and hate that little bastard after seeing the video, so she deleted it all? As she spoke, her eyes reddened. How could this child be so foolish? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at He Qinshuo with disdain. It's like watching a brain-dead person. All right, Ms. He, this case can be closed. There is no evidence that Jiang Yi stole anything from your house. As for your public insults and defamation of Jiang Yi, let's see how Jiang Yi handles it. After saying that, Li Yong led his team away. On the way back, the policewoman who couldn't help but speak up for Jiang Yi asked Li Yong, Captain Li, why didn't you let me say a few words for Jiang Yi just now? He's such a good person. This family doesn't deserve him at all. But their adopted son, he's obviously two-faced and scheming. Although the video didn't capture anything, I saw him hiding behind and laughing smugly several times when Jiang Yi was being bullied. Li Yong chuckled lightly. You already know this family isn't good enough for Jiang Yi, so what are you saying? Policewoman, but Jiang Yi is so pitiful. My heart broke when I saw him being bullied. He's so well-behaved and does so much work every day, and yet they treat him like this. Jiang Yi no longer needs them, just wait. The Chen family will regret it. They'll only feel the pain when they realize the true nature of that adopted son and the needle pricks their own skin. Chapter 53. Can she still be Jiang Yi's older sister? Chen Xingwen got caught in the rain last night and has a slight fever. I turned off my phone and slept until the afternoon. When I woke up and turned on my phone, I realized that the outside world was in chaos. The school's WeChat group was full of discussions about Jiang Yi being taken away by the police. At first, he was even a little happy that Jiang Yi had gotten into trouble. He panicked when he saw that the people who called the police to arrest Jiang Yi were Chen Tai and his wife. If Jiang Yi really broke the law, then arresting him is fine. It's good that he disappears from our world completely. But the key point is that he knows best whether Jiang Yi stole anything. Using this charge will not harm Jiang Yi at all. In fact, it will only push him further away. In this way, it would be even less likely for him to return to the Chen family, to return to his own nose. Chen Xingwen's plans were completely disrupted. He quickly got up, packed his things, and left the penthouse apartment that Chen Taya had bought for him near the school 3 years ago. Last night, after leaving the hospital, he went back to the small hotel first. After staying for a while, I climbed out of the window and left the small hotel, arriving at the top-floor apartment. He was willing to use a self-inflicted injury tactic, but he never intended to actually wrong himself. In the end, all he needs to do is let the Chun family see what he wants them to see. After Chen Xingwen climbed through the window into the dilapidated little room, he stayed inside for a while, then left looking dejected, and deliberately greeted the receptionist. When he entered the classroom, Jiang Yi, just as he had expected, had completely extricated himself from the matter and was calmly attending class. Chen Xingwen cursed inwardly, then pretended to be nonchalant and returned to his seat. He Qinshuo learned from Chen Xingwen's homeroom teacher that her beloved son had finally come to school, and immediately called Chen Taya, who was in a meeting at the company, and asked him to come to school together. When the two arrived, it was just in time for school to let out. He Qinshuo watched as a large group of students emerged from the school gate, anxiously searching for Chen Xingwen's figure. It's all your fault. I told you to hurry up, but you kept dawdling. If we don't find our son today, I'm not letting you off the hook. He Qinshuo looked for a long time but couldn't see Chen Xingwen, so she got impatient and lost her temper with Chen Taya. Chen Taya didn't want to argue with her in public, so he simply kept quiet. A moment later, Jiang Yi and Chen Xingwen appeared at the school gate at almost the same time. Son. He Qinshuo quickly walked towards Chen Xingwen. Chen Xingwen seemed ashamed to face He Qinshuo and took a step back. Where have you been, you silly child? You haven't answered the phone or replied to my texts. I was so scared. He Qinshuo hugged Chen Xingwen, her eyes reddening with emotion. As Jiang Yi passed by the mother and son, who were deeply in love, he gave a light scoff. Chen Xingwen's self-inflicted injury act was too short-lived, wasn't it? However, it seems to be working quite well. Master, I've come to pick you up from school. Niu Jing waited for Jiang Yi to walk up to him and said with a smile. Jiang Yi smiled and nodded at He Qinshuo, recalling how he had angered He Qinshuo to the point of stroke. Chen Taiha saw Jiang Shun respectfully open the car door for Jiang Yi, and the driver looked even more professional than his own driver, which filled him with doubt. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't dare to speak, worried that his unfilial son would embarrass him in front of so many people again. Chen Taiha, what are you standing there for? Your son doesn't want to come home, so hurry up and get over here. At this moment, He Qinshuo's voice rang out. Without thinking twice, he stepped towards Chen Xingwen. Niu Jing had already learned from Aunt Tian about the grievances Jiang Yi had suffered at the Qin family's house. Worried that Jiang Yi would feel uncomfortable seeing his biological parents ignoring him, she comforted him. "It's all right, master. We won't stoop to the level of such idiots." Jiang Yi laughed and said, "Do you know that you angered He Qinxue to the point of having a stroke last time?" Niu Jing was shocked. "Am I that amazing?" Jiang Yi nodded. "You are indeed very capable, so I have decided to give you a chance. For the next 3 months, you will be my assistant. If you do a good job, I can consider formally taking you as my apprentice." "Really? Master, you're so kind." Niu Jing jumped for joy, then, with the air of a lackey, took the school bag from Jiang Yi's shoulder, bent down, and made a gesture of invitation. "Master, please get in the car." Jiang Yi suddenly sensed something, turned his head and saw Chen Yinwei standing in the corner with red eyes, looking at Chen Taihe and his wife who were surrounding Chen Xingwen, afraid that he would run away. How ridiculous. Her biological daughter turned off her phone and skipped school for a day, but her biological parents knew nothing about it. In their eyes, there will always be only Chen Xingwen. Chen Yinwei felt a heartache so intense she could hardly breathe. She didn't want to see the heartwarming scene of the family of 3 anymore. Just as she was about to turn away, she noticed Jiang Yi standing by the roadside. She suddenly remembered when Jiang Yi came back. He followed her around all day, calling her seventh sister repeatedly. She suddenly felt a pang of regret. She regretted treating Jiang Yi so badly in the past. Compared to Chen Xingwen, Jiang Yi at least genuinely treated her like an older sister. From last night until now, she doesn't know why she keeps thinking about Jiang Yi from the past. She remembered that when Jiang Yi returned to the Qin family, his eyes were full of warmth and smiles when he looked at her. Even if she would fiercely curse him, "If you look at me with such disgusting eyes again, I'll gouge out your dog eyes," he would still smile, and sometimes even praise her. "Seventh sister, you're so fierce, but also very cute, just like those spoiled young ladies in TV dramas." At the time, she just thought Jiang Yi was really annoying and disgusting. Looking back now, I think he really liked her, his twin sister, back then, which is why he always liked to follow her around. When did Jiang Yi stop daring to look at her or smile at her? Chen Yinwei couldn't quite remember, but it seemed like it was the first time she had slapped Jiang Yi. That time, she went out to dinner with a group of friends and got drunk. When the boys brought her back, Jiang Yi was still waiting for her in the yard. Seeing how drunk she was, he was very angry and blamed the boys for making her drink. The next day, after waking up and learning about the incident from Chen Xingwen, she was so angry that she immediately rushed over and slapped Jiang Yi hard across the face. That time, she hurled all her vicious words at Jiang Yi and forbade him from ever approaching her again or interfering in her affairs. From then on, Jiang Yi stopped smiling at her. I didn't even dare to talk to her anymore. Even so, Jiang Yi did not give up caring for her. Several times, when she was drunk and someone tried to bully her, he would stand up and fight with that person. She had always known all along, but she never took it to heart. She even felt that Jiang Yi was acting, and sometimes she even thought he was a perverted stalker who seriously violated her privacy. Unlike Chen Xingwen, who would always cover for her in front of her parents whenever he knew she was going out to play, so that she could have fun. Looking back now, she was really stupid and wicked back then. She treats her adopted brother, who doesn't care about her at all, like a treasure. Because of his cover, she uses all her pocket money to buy him gifts and make him happy. She treats her own brother, who wholeheartedly protects her, as an enemy, and always wields the sharpest knife in the world, stabbing the brother who truly cares for her again and again. Jiang Yi's younger brother only wanted to protect her. Jiang Yi, who had been separated from his family since childhood, only wanted to protect his sister whom he had finally found. At this moment, Chen Yinwei looked at Jiang Yi not far away, and her heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Every breath was accompanied by a sharp, piercing pain. Endless pain and regret raged wildly in the depths of her heart, almost tearing her soul apart. She regretted it. This time, she truly regretted it. In this family, the only person who truly cares about her is Jiang Yi, but she pushed him away with her own hands. She really wanted to go up and apologize to Jiang Yi. Even if he slapped her a dozen more times, she wouldn't mind. As long as Jiang Yi can forgive her. But will Jiang Yi forgive her? Will Jiang Yi forgive his sister who has humiliated him for years? Can she still be Jiang Yi's older sister? Chapter 54 Chen Xingwen's Self-Inflicted Injury Scheme. Chen Yinwei ultimately lacked the courage to face Jiang Yi and turned away. Jiang Yi also saw regret in her eyes, but felt no ripples in his heart. His heart had long since become as hard as a rock after being hurt time and time again by the Qin family. This time, he will not forgive anyone. I will never forgive. The anticipated drama between Chen Yinwei and Chen Xingwen failed to materialize. Jiang Yi had no interest in watching the disgusting spectacle between the family of three, so he got into his car and drove away. At the same time, Chen Xingwen, who was being held tightly by He Qinxue, kept his head down and didn't say a word, perfectly portraying the image of a wronged child. He Qinxue had never seen Chen Xingwen like this before, and tears streamed down her face with heartache. Chen Taihe sighed and advised, "Son, let's talk about it when we get back. Look at your mother, she's not even fully recovered, and she was forced to leave the hospital because of you. Aren't you worried that her condition will worsen?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xingwen immediately raised his head and looked at He Qinxue with a worried expression. "Mom, are you alright?" He Qinxue seemed to see a glimmer of hope and nodded hurriedly. Yes, Mom is feeling very unwell right now. Baby, will you come home with Mom? If you come home, Mom will be all better." Chen Xingwen was somewhat moved, but after a moment, he firmly shook his head. "Mom, I have no face to go back. Seventh sister will never forgive me, and my brother left because of me. How can I, his adopted son, have the face to go back?" At this point, Chen Xingwen's voice became choked with emotion, and he looked at Chen Taihe and He Qinxue with red eyes. "Mom and Dad, you should go and bring my brother back first. He is your biological child. He is more outstanding than me, more sensible than me, and more suitable to be a child of the Qin family. I know you're worried I'll suffer out there, but you've spoiled me for so many years. That's already a blessing from heaven. It's time for me to learn to live alone. Don't worry, I'm doing well now, and I'll take good care of myself." He Qinxue felt her heart breaking when she heard this. "No, Mom won't allow you to talk such nonsense. You will always be Mom's son. Mom won't allow you to leave home. You have to come back with me now, or Mom will leave the Qin family with you." Upon hearing this, Chen Taihe angrily retorted, "What nonsense are you all talking about? No one is allowed to leave home. Go back right now." Chen Xingwen fell silent again, his head bowed, helplessly picking at his fingers. "Sweetie, will you listen to Mommy and come home with me?" He Qinxue pleaded. "Don't be afraid of me. I'll make sure your seventh sister forgives you. There's no such thing as a grudge between siblings. Your seventh sister is just out of her mind right now. I'll give her a good talking to when I get back and make her apologize to you." "No, Mom," Chen Xingwen said hurriedly. "Mom, seventh sister did nothing wrong. I'm the one who's wrong. I accidentally hurt her and failed to protect her. It's all my fault. Please don't criticize seventh sister anymore. It will only make her more upset." Okay, Mom won't talk about your seventh sister anymore. As long as you come home with Mom, Mom won't talk about anyone else, okay?" Chen Xingwen pretended to think for a moment before asking, "Mom, can my brother come back too?" He Qinxue was taken aback. "Why bring that little beast back? He always bullies you and makes a mess of the house. What if he comes back and bullies you again?" "No, Mom, my brother is actually a very nice person. As long as I behave well, he definitely won't bully me, Mom. I really like my brother, and you know I've always envied other people who have older brothers. So, could you and Dad please stop being angry with him and bring him back home?" He Qinxue glanced at Chen Taihe, who then nodded. "Okay, son, Dad promises you. Your Mom and I will go and bring your brother back. How about you come home with Dad and Mom now?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xingwen finally stopped crying and smiled, nodding in agreement. The family of three then got into the car happily. He Qinxue seemed afraid that her son, whom she had finally found, would leave again, so she held his hand tightly the whole way. "Mom, before we go home, I want to go to one more place." Soon, the vehicle stopped in front of the hotel where Chen Xingwen was staying. Looking at the dilapidated storefront, He Qinxue asked incredulously, "Son, this isn't where you stayed last night, is it?" Chen Xingwen nodded somewhat shyly. "I just want to be closer to you, Mom." Upon hearing this, He Qinshue's heart softened, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. "You silly child, you don't have to make yourself suffer like this if you want to be close to your mother. There are plenty of five-star hotels around here." Chen Xingwen scratched his head. "I just feel that since I'm leaving home, I can't use your and Dad's money anymore." He Qinxue retorted, "What do you mean by my and your father's money? All the money my father and I work ourselves to the bone to earn will eventually belong to you." Chen Xingwen smiled, didn't respond, and opened the car door. "Mom, I'm going over now. The receptionist was very kind to me yesterday. I'm going to say goodbye to her. Mom will go with you." Chen Xingwen quickly replied, "No need, Mom. I can go by myself, and I'll be back soon." After saying that, Chen Xingwen quickly ran away. When he reached the door, he looked back once more, as if afraid that He Qinxue would follow him. Chapter 55 Fourth Sister Chun Lang. What happened next was exactly as Chen Xingwen had predicted. The more he acted as if he didn't want He Qinxue to know something, the more He Qinxue wanted to know. She called Chen Taihe, and they got off the car together and went into a small hotel. He Qinxue had assumed the conditions here wouldn't be great, but when she actually saw it with her own eyes, she still couldn't quite believe her eyes. Her precious son stayed in a place like this last night. Hello, I'm the mother of the child who just came in. I'd like to ask which room he's staying in. He Qinxue walked to the front desk. 103, you can see that from the past. Looking at the well-dressed Chen Taihe and his wife, and recalling Chen Xingwen's distraught state last night, the receptionist immediately imagined a dramatic scene of a wealthy young master running away from home. When he Qinxue walked over, Chen Xingwen was packing up the instant noodles and snacks he had bought the night before. When he Qinxue saw the cramped and narrow room, with half of the paint peeling off the walls and the room filled with a musty smell, her heart ached. Chen Xingwen turned around when he heard footsteps and was astonished when he saw he Qinxue. Mom, why did you come here? Didn't I tell you to wait for me outside? He Qinxue's eyes gradually reddened. Chen Xingwen walked up to her in a panic. Mom, don't be sad. It's actually quite nice here. I had a very comfortable stay here last night. He Qinxue could no longer bear it, and hugged Chen Xingwen tightly, stroking the back of his head tenderly. Baby, it's all Mommy's fault. I didn't protect you well enough, and you've suffered so much. Chen Xingwen smiled smugly. Jiang Shun chose a Maybach as the new car for Jiang Yi. This car was originally a custom-made vehicle by one of Mr. Zhou's friends. It has top-of-the-line features, and even if an ordinary person were to order it, they would have to wait a long time. However, old Zhou learned from Jiang Shun that Jiang Yi wanted to buy a car, so he asked his friend to give it to Jiang Yi. The price exceeds 10 million. Jiang Yi thought that once he arrived at the car dealership, he could simply swipe his card, pick up the car, and leave. Unexpectedly, a small mishap occurred, and this mishap was caused by an old acquaintance. As soon as Jiang Yi entered the car dealership, he saw a young couple standing next to a car. Although the young woman had her back to Jiang Yi, he recognized her just by looking at her back. Chen Lang. Chen Lang is the fourth child in the Chen family. Because of her love for playing games, she founded a game company. In a past life, Chen Lang could be considered to have made him who he is today. But in the end, Chen Lang also left a significant mark on the matter of ruining him. In his previous life, after he returned to the Chen family, Chen Lang also ignored him. Jiang Yi knew she loved playing games, so he practiced his skills diligently. He was very talented at playing games, and quickly became a master in the game. He then added Chen Lang on WeChat as a netizen. He often played games with her, and gave her all sorts of skins. Chen Lang was also very happy, and she would ask him to play games on WeChat all day long, calling him little brother this and little brother that. He thought this would bring him closer to Chen Lang, so he often stayed up until the middle of the night and played games with her. It wasn't until Chen Xingwen's mischief that Chen Lang learned that the younger brother in the game was actually her real-life younger brother. My biological younger brother. So, Chen Lang arranged to meet him offline. That day, Chen Xingwen was very excited and arrived at the meeting place they had agreed to meet early. But to everyone's surprise, it wasn't Chen Lang who arrived in the end, but rather Chen Lang's boyfriend and several of his friends. That day, he was beaten so badly that he was taken directly to an ambulance. He initially thought it was all a misunderstanding. It was Chen Lang's boyfriend who misunderstood their relationship, which is why he treated her this way. But to his surprise, when he returned home the next day, covered in bruises, Chen Yinwei looked at him with disgust and said, Jiang Yi, you really disgust me. If I find out you've lied to me again, it won't be as simple as just a beating. Jiang Yi then realized that all of this was arranged by Chen Lang. Those countless days and nights spent trying to please this fourth sister by playing games with her were thus described as disgusting deception in her eyes. At that time, Jiang Yi did not see the true colors of this family. He has been brainwashed into a fool who always looks for the cause within himself first, no matter what happens. Therefore, he did not blame Chen Lang. Instead, they began to reflect on their own behavior, realizing that their ingratiating actions were excessive and insincere. So he tried even harder than before to please Chen Lang. He knew that Chen Lang dreamed of starting her own game company, so he began to quietly learn how to make games. Chen Lang's abilities are average, and she often encounters difficulties during the game development process. He wanted to talk to Chen Lang and help her solve her problems, but Chen Lang would only scold him every time, calling him a country bumpkin who didn't know anything. Seeing Chen Lang suffer setbacks in her entrepreneurial journey and gradually lose weight, he felt heartbroken. At this moment, Chen Xingwen stepped forward and tricked him out of countless plans, which he then handed over to Chen Lang. With his help, Chen Lang was able to successfully launch several popular games, and the company was able to gain a foothold. After that, Chen Lang's attitude towards him improved, and she would at least occasionally say a few words to him. He thought that Chen Lang had finally seen his efforts and was beginning to accept him as her younger brother. Until one day, he accidentally learned that all the plans Chen Xingwen had submitted for him had been attributed to Chen Xingwen in Chen Lang's words. So after she succeeded in her business, she bought Chen Xingwen a car and a house. He was indignant and wanted to get to the bottom of it, but he was beaten half to death by her boyfriend once again. Later, driven by a burning desire to prove himself, he painstakingly founded his own game company. He thought that this time, he could finally gain the approval of these people. Unexpectedly, the Chen family joined forces to help Chen Xingwen steal his game and his company. He originally had a chance to turn things around, but in the end, it was Chen Lang, who was already somewhat famous in the gaming industry, who delivered the final blow. He completely lost everything he had worked so hard to achieve, was nailed to the pillar of shame for stealing Chen Xingwen's hard-earned fruits, and was eventually sent to a mental hospital. Chen Lang also became the second largest shareholder of the game company he had worked so hard to build. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi once again wanted to slap his past self a few times. She could have lived a good life on her own, but she chose to offer her whole heart to these heartless people, letting them stab her in the back time and time again. He hated himself for being stupid. I also hate the heartless Chen family. However, he has already paid such a heavy price for his stupidity. So now, it's time for the Chen family to pay the price. Chapter 56. Jiang Yi actually dared to lay a hand on her? For some reason, Niu Jing and Jiang Shun both suddenly felt as if the temperature around them had dropped instantly. The two turned to look at Jiang Yi, sensing a chilling aura emanating from him. Jiang Shun, who came from a military background, simply viewed it as murderous intent. For some reason, Niu Jing felt a sense of suppression from the powerful figure, which made her feel very uncomfortable. The two of them followed Jiang Yi's gaze, and both noticed Chen Lang. Chen Lang is the one among the 7 daughters of the Chen family who looks most like He Qin Xue, so they guessed almost instantly that she was a member of the Chen family. Brother Jiang Shen, please hurry up and call the car salesman out so we can finish quickly and go home. I'm so hungry. Niu Jing inwardly cursed her bad luck. The Chen family is really like a persistent ghost. Jiang Shen immediately called over a salesperson who was standing nearby and spoke to him for a few minutes. A moment later, Manager Li, the head of the car dealership, arrived. Mr. Jiang, you've arrived. Let me show you the car. Jiang Shen nodded and introduced Jiang Yi to Manager Li. Manager Li knew that Jiang Yi was someone the boss had specifically instructed to treat well, so naturally, he dared not neglect him. Mr. Jiang, this way please. Seeing that Manager Li was about to lead the way to the car next to where Chen Lang was standing, Jiang Yi pointed to the car and asked, "Is that my car?" "Yes, Mr. Jiang." Although Jiang Shen wanted Jiang Yi to come and test drive the car, Jiang Yi hadn't initially planned to. He only came to reassure Jiang Shen, worried that the car he had chosen wouldn't suit his taste. But now, Jiang Yi has changed his mind. He lifted his foot and walked towards Chen Lang and her boyfriend. If he remembered correctly, Chen Lang's game company had just launched its second game a little over a month ago. Now is the time when that game is incredibly popular, making her a fortune. However, Chen Lang has never been particularly fond of cars. On the contrary, her clueless boyfriend is extremely fond of things like cars, watches, and luxury goods. So, Chen Lang is probably here today to buy a car for her boyfriend. That's really extravagant, they just throw in a Maybach. Manager Li walked up behind Chen Lang first and said politely, "Sir, madam, I'm sorry, our customer needs to test drive the car. Would you like to take a look at other cars first?" Chen Lang's boyfriend is named Du Xiangfei. Apart from his good looks, he's useless in every other way. He managed to completely charm Chen Lang, making her want the stars, but not the moon. Upon hearing Manager Li's words, Du Xiangfei immediately frowned in displeasure. "We were here first. Why should we let others test drive first? You're not looking down on us, are you? Do you think we can't afford it?" Manager Li was taken aback upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "Isn't this person too insecure? Why do you always associate everything with others looking down on him?" However, he could also tell that the woman next to this man was no ordinary person and could be considered one of their potential customers, so he politely said, "I'm sorry, sir, you've misunderstood. This car was ordered by the gentleman behind me, and he's here today to pick it up." Du Xiangfei had said those words on purpose, because whenever he did, he would act as if he had been greatly insulted in front of Chen Lang, and she would buy him everything he wanted without hesitation. It works every time. But this time, he really didn't expect to hear such an answer. He even somewhat hoped that people genuinely looked down on him, since he really loved the car. He took a liking to it as soon as he walked in. But now that the other person's argument is so reasonable and well-founded, he can no longer use the old tricks. He turned around curiously to look at the owner of the car, then his expression suddenly turned sinister. "Jiang Yi." Chen Lang frowned when she heard Jiang Yi's name. Why bring up that little bastard for no reason? Chen Lang not only looks most like He Qin Xue, but even their tone of voice and attitude towards Jiang Yi are exactly the same. "You country bumpkin, you didn't get enough of a beating last time, did you? You still dare to come and annoy your fourth sister." Du Xiangfei walked towards Jiang Yi, cursing and swearing. He disliked Jiang Yi from the very beginning because not long after he met Chen Lang, Jiang Yi happened to see him picking up takeout from a woman's house while he was delivering food, wearing only his underwear. The takeout bags were filled with adult products. Then this guy told Chen Lang, which caused Chen Lang to argue with him for a long time and almost break up with him. From that moment on, Du Xiangfei hated Jiang Yi. So when Chen Lang asked him to teach Jiang Yi a lesson, he showed no mercy and beat Jiang Yi unconscious on the spot. Upon seeing Jiang Yi here, he immediately assumed that Jiang Yi was there to stop Chen Lang from buying him a car, so he decided to strike first. Before his hand could even touch Jiang Yi's collar, the tall man next to him grabbed his hand and then swiftly threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. In an instant, he felt as if his internal organs had been shattered, and he lay on the ground unable to move for a long time. "Baby!" Chen Lang screamed and ran towards Du Xiangfei, her face pale. Jiang Yi slightly curled her lips, didn't even glance at Chen Lang, and walked to the car. Manager Li knew what to say and what not to say. Acting as if he hadn't seen what had just happened, he directly opened the car door for Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi wasn't particularly interested in the car. To him, it was just a means of transportation. So he merely glanced at it indifferently before turning to Jiang Shun. "Do you find this car easy to drive?" Jiang Shun chuckled sheepishly. "As long as Mr. Jiang is satisfied, it doesn't really matter what car I drive." Jiang Yi nodded. "Then let's do it this way, swipe your card." Seeing that Jiang Yi was too lazy to test drive the car, Manager Li immediately took him to the VIP room and laid out the prepared car purchase contract and all the necessary documents in front of him. Jiang Yi was too lazy to look, so he took out his phone and handed it all to Jiang Shun. "Jiang Yi." At that moment, a shrill female voice rang out. Then, Chen Lang stormed into the VIP room, pushing open the glass door. Upon seeing Jiang Yi, Chen Lang rushed over with a ferocious expression and raised her hand high towards Jiang Yi. Before her hand could even land, Jiang Yi suddenly stood up, grabbed her wrist, and slapped her hard across the face. Chen Lang was instantly stunned. Was she just beaten by that little beast Jiang Yi? How dare Jiang Yi lay a hand on her? No, she doesn't believe it. This must be an illusion. Jiang Yi, that little beast, will always be like a dog, wagging his tail and begging for her mercy. How dare you hit her? Although she couldn't believe it, the burning pain on her face and the fact that Jiang Yi was still holding her wrist told her the answer. Jiang Yi really hit her, and it was a slap in the face. At this moment, she did not notice that a faint black light was still lingering around Jiang Yi's hand, which was hanging by his legs. No one expected that this slap would cause her so much pain afterward. Chapter 57: The Mad Chen Lang. There was a hint of murderous intent hidden in Jiang Yi's slap. The amount was very small and would not cause any harm to Chen Lang's body. Moreover, Chen Lang attacked him first, so it would not have any effect on him. For the next few days, Chen Lang's face was in excruciating pain, and no matter what she did, she couldn't find the cause, and no one would have guessed that he was the one who did it. "You little beast, how dare you hit me?" Chen Lang completely lost her mind and spoke hysterically. Jiang Yi chuckled lightly. "What else can I do? I can't just sit here and let you hit me, can I? Jiang Yi, I'm going to kill you." At this moment, Chen Lang had lost all reason, and only one thought filled her mind. She's going to kill that little beast. Jiang Yi looked at her, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. "You?" Just then, the car dealership's security guard rushed in. Seeing this, Jiang Yi flung her hand away. Chen Lang immediately tried to rush forward, but was stopped by a quick-thinking security guard. "Madam, please leave. Get out of my way, all of you. Do you know who I am? I'm going to kill this little beast today." Chen Lang kicked and punched the security guard. Jiang Yi sat down again, took out 2 tissues, and wiped his hands, as if he thought Chen Lang was dirty. Manager Li, fearing he might offend the person whom old Master Zhou had personally instructed them to take care of, quickly gave the security guard a wink. With the leader speaking, the security guards were no longer afraid of offending anyone, and they immediately grabbed Chen Lang and dragged her out. Chen Lang, a pampered young lady, had never suffered such humiliation before, and immediately began to curse. "Let me go, you lowly people. How dare you touch me with your filthy hands? Get out of here. All of you, get out of here. Jiang Yi, you bastard, you little beast, I will never let you go. Jiang Yi, let me tell you, don't even think about going back to the Qin family. I, Chen Lang, have no brother like you. You bastard, just you wait, I'll make you wish you were dead." Jiang Yi watched Chen Lang being dragged away in a disheveled state, listening to her insults, but felt no emotion whatsoever. He even felt a little like laughing. He used to think that Chen Lang had a noble air about her. Now it seems, it's nothing special. She's like a shrew. However, since her mouth is so similar to He Qinshue's, she probably won't be able to control it in the future. There's no reason why He Qinshu would get mouth ulcers while she's perfectly fine. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi's fingers twitched slightly. A curse that backfired was silently planted into Chun Lang's body. Ying. Du Xiangfei, who was lying on the sofa, saw Chun Lang being dragged out by several security guards and quickly got up and rushed over. What are you doing? Let her go right now. Chun Lang was still loudly cursing Jiang Yi and the security guards, who had long since lost patience. Upon realizing that Du Xiangfei was in cahoots with him, he quickly grabbed Du Xiangfei by the back of his collar and threw him out with him. Chun Lang was finally free and wanted to rush back inside. But the security guards didn't give her a chance at all and immediately formed a human wall. Chun Lang tried to attack them, but they grabbed her hands and warned, "Madam, please have some self-respect. There are cameras everywhere here. If you lay a hand on us again, don't blame us for being impolite." Du Xiangfei knew they wouldn't get away with this today no matter what, so he quickly tugged at Chun Lang's clothes. Ying calmed down. Chun Lang was already furious. Not only did Du Xiangfei not help her, but he also dared to advise her to calm down. She raised her hand and slapped Du Xiangfei across the face. "Get out of here. Were you dead when that bastard Jiang Yi slapped me just now?" Although Chun Lang usually had a bit of a temper in front of Du Xiangfei, this was the first time she had hit him. Du Xiangfei was immediately stunned. Seeing Du Xiangfei's astonished expression, Chun Lang regained her senses and realized that there was no way she could do anything to Jiang Yi right now, so she simply left. A moment later, Jiang Yi and the other two came out of the VIP room and drove away in a Maybach. Jiang Yi left the Rolls-Royce at the store. Someone from old Zhou's side would come and drive it. Not long after the three left, a white Mercedes quietly followed them. As the Maybach entered the main road, Jiang Shen noticed something amiss. He glanced at it through the rearview mirror and said, "Mr. Jiang, that woman is following us in her car." Jiang Shen smiled and said, "It's all right. Let her go if she wants to die. Just find a less busy road." Jiang Shen nodded and continued to concentrate on driving. Inside the Mercedes-Benz, sitting in the passenger seat, Du Xiangfei looked at Chun Lang, who was acting crazy, and felt extremely nervous. "Ying, what are you doing? Calm down." Chun Lang ignored his words and, seeing the Maybach ahead turn a corner, quickly swerved the steering wheel to catch up. After driving for a while, there were fewer and fewer vehicles on the road. "Ying, stop right now. You're speeding." "Shut up," Chun Lang roared. "Jiang Yi will definitely pay the price for that slap, and this is just the beginning. I won't let him get away with this. I will never let this little beast go." "Chun Lang, do you know you're breaking the law?" As Du Xiangfei felt the car's speed increasing, his heart was pounding in his chest. Chun Lang had completely lost her mind at this point. He wished he could just run Jiang Yi over and kill him. Seeing that there was only Jiang Yi's car ahead, she felt that her chance had come and pressed the accelerator even harder. The white Mercedes shot towards the brand new Maybach like an arrow released from a bow. "Maybach!" Jiang Yi turned his head to look at Chun Lang's face, which was in a state of frenzy, and slightly curled the corners of his mouth. "Chun Lang, let's see what kind of injuries I'll get if your car crashes into us." As he spoke, Jiang Yi opened the window, silently chanted a spell, and a yellow talisman suddenly appeared at his fingertips. The next second, the yellow talisman turned into a wisp of green smoke and drifted out of the window. Immediately afterward, Chun Lang, who was driving, frowned as a large tree suddenly appeared in front of her. That was an illusion created by Jiang Yi. Chun Lang panicked instantly and quickly turned the steering wheel sharply. Previously, she had been driving at a dangerously high speed. Under such a sharp turn, it inevitably rolled over. "Ah!" Chun Lang and Du Xiangfei both screamed in terror at the same time. The white Mercedes rolled several times on the road before coming to a stop, lying upside down on the road. Hearing the noise, Jiang Shen turned his head and glanced at the state of Chun Lang's car, then gasped in shock. He had seen Chun Lang suddenly accelerate. It was clear she was coming for them. However, given his driving skills, there's a good chance he can avoid it. At most, his newly bought car will just get a little damaged. He just didn't expect that Chun Lang would crash the car just as he was about to accelerate. He secretly glanced at Jiang Yi, who remained calm in the back seat, through the rearview mirror. He then saw Niu Jing looking at Jiang Yi with a surprised expression, and immediately began to guess what had happened in the car accident. This small business owner is truly an amazing person. No wonder even a big shot like old Zhou would fawn over him. However, he knew that someone of his status only needed to work quietly. "Say nothing, ask nothing. Do you need parking?" Jiang Shen asked. "No need, they won't die." Chapter 58, Chun Lang, it's your turn. After Jiang Yi finished dinner at home, he went to his study. He turned on the large screen embedded in the wall. Above were photos of all the members of the Qin family. Some people's photos are in color, and some are in black and white. He reached out and lit up Chun Lang's photo, recalling the murderous look on her face when he rammed her with his car earlier. The hatred in her eyes was almost overflowing. "Chun Lang, it's your turn." Jiang Yi didn't actually plan to make a move against Chun Lang so quickly. His original plan was to do them one by one. Let's deal with Chun Wanning first. But now that Chun Lang is courting death, he doesn't mind taking care of both sisters at the same time. He turned and walked to his desk, where he downloaded the new game developed by Chun Lang. Actually, it's not entirely accurate to say that Chun Lang developed the game, because at least half of the content originated from him. So even if he doesn't have the hacking skills from those previous worlds, he's probably the person in the world who knows best how to destroy this game. He smiled, casually placed his hands on the keyboard, and his 10 fingers flew across the keyboard. He quickly entered the game's backend. A few minutes later, he pressed the last key. The show is about to begin. At the same time, countless people across the country suddenly shouted, "Holy crap!" Among these were ordinary players who were enraged because they were forced to quit the game halfway through. Some players who spent real money were overjoyed when their top-up amounts were suddenly refunded in full. Soon, 2 trending topics on Weibo jumped to the top of the trending list. Hashtag the Ghost Hunter server crashed hashtag. Hashtag full refund from Ghost Hunter hashtag. However, this is just the beginning. Jiang Yi was eager to see how Chun Lang would react when he crushed everything she was so proud of. At the same time, hospital. Chun Lang was helped back to her ward by a nurse. Although the car accident looked serious, neither she nor Du Xiangfei were seriously injured. After all, Jiang Yi's car had an experienced bodyguard and driver like Jiang Shun, so even if they were injured, it wouldn't be too serious. Therefore, the backlash against Chun Lang and the other person resulted in a similar situation. Chun Lang's injuries were slightly more serious. She had a broken left hand and 6 stitches in her head. Du Xiangfei's injuries were all superficial, including various soft tissue contusions and wrist sprains. More than a car accident, it felt like he'd been brutally beaten, just like Jiang Yi had been beaten by him before. But for him, the car accident brought more shock than anything else. He never expected Chun Lang to be such a reckless and crazy woman. What if she finds out what he did in the future? Will she treat him the same way? Thinking of this, Du Xiangfei broke out in a cold sweat. Just then, Chun Lang was helped by a nurse to the living room of the ward suite. Upon hearing footsteps, Du Xiangfei quickly pretended to be asleep. He doesn't want to see this crazy woman right now. Chun Lang walked to the door and glanced at him. Seeing that he was still asleep, she asked the nurse about his condition. Upon learning that his injuries were minor, he breathed a sigh of relief and then returned to his own ward. She is currently experiencing severe pain in her forehead and arms, and her cheeks are also throbbing. Thinking of Jiang Yi's slap, she felt a surge of hatred. "You damned bastard, I will never let you get away with this." 4th sister. As soon as Chun Wanning lay down, Chun Xingwen and Chen's parents rushed over. Chun Huaiming and Chun Wanning, who was using crutches, followed behind them. 4th sister, how are you? How did you get into a car accident out of nowhere? Chun Xingwen walked quickly to Chun Lang's bedside, took her hand, and said with a pained expression. Seeing her younger brother's slightly red eyes and his sincere expression, Chun Lang felt a little better and held his hand in return. "Don't worry, little brother, your 4th sister only has a minor injury." "How could it be just a minor injury? It's bandaged up like this." Chun Xingwen's eyes became even redder. Chun Lang sighed and tightened her grip on Chun Xingwen's hand. "It's really nothing, little brother. It's just some superficial injuries. 4th sister will be fine soon." "Luing, what exactly happened? How could the driver be so useless, causing a car accident while driving?" Chen Taiho walked over, his face full of displeasure. "Yeah, which driver was it? Tell her to get lost." He Qinxue echoed. "Mom and Dad, I was driving today. It's all Jiang Yi's fault that I got into a car accident." "That little bastard." Hiss. As soon as He Qinxue finished cursing those 3 words, she felt a sharp pain in the corner of her mouth, but she didn't think much of it, her heart filled with hatred for Jiang Yi. "That's right, it's him," Chun Lang said angrily. "Mom and Dad, eldest sister and second sister, you have no idea how outrageous this little beast is. I ran into him at the Maybach store today, and he suddenly went crazy. Not only did he have my friend beaten up, but he also slapped me and even had me and my friend kicked out of the store. I was furious and wanted to confront him, but for some reason, the vehicle suddenly went out of control and caused an accident. My car was overturned, and he wouldn't even get out to check on it. If the people in the car behind hadn't called an ambulance for me, I might not be seeing you now." After hearing this, everyone except Chun Huaiming looked very grim. Chun Huaiming now feels guilty towards Jiang Yi, believing that even if Jiang Yi did such a thing to Chun Lang, there must have been a reason. It's probably because Chun Lang completely disappointed him, just like he did to himself. 4th sister, please don't blame Jiang Yi. We really did wrong him before. 2nd sister. Before Chun Huaiming could finish speaking, Chun Lang erupted in anger. "Are you crazy? That little bastard almost killed me, and you're still defending him like this? Are you even my sister?" Chun Huai wanted to say something, But seeing Chun Taiha and He Qinshua looking at her with disapproval, she felt wronged and her eyes reddened. Why do they see her that way? We were the ones who wronged Jiang Yi first. Why not think about how to make amends to Jiang Yi's younger brother, instead of saying such things about him? You can't act like that. That little bastard Jiang Yi is getting more and more lawless. Before, it was just minor mischief, but now he actually dares to kill people. He Qinshua was furious. At this point, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, Luing, did you call the police? Chun Lang was taken aback upon hearing this, then shook her head. How can we not call the police? Call them now. He assaulted someone, hit someone with his car, and fled the scene of an accident. He's breaking the law, and he must be arrested. Although Chun Lang had embellished the story she told, He Qinshua's mind automatically processed it again after hearing it. Therefore, in her mind, Jiang Yi's actions were utterly heinous and deserved to be shot immediately. Chun Lang panicked a little. Of course, she knew that even if she called the police, they would have no reason to arrest Jiang Yi. She said that in order to completely drive Jiang Yi out of the Qin family. Although she knew that Jiang Yi had left the Qin family long ago, she never took it seriously and firmly believed that this was just that little beast using a feigned retreat to attract the Chun family's attention. Seeing Chun Lang's appearance, Chun Xingwen and Chun Wanning knew that the story she was telling was definitely different from the truth. After all, they all knew Chun Lang's character. She's been arrogant and domineering, and she's done plenty of things like falsely accusing others before she's done anything. If things were really as she said, she wouldn't need to confront Jiang Yi herself. She would have called the police and had him arrested long ago. However, Chun Wanning did not intend to get involved in the matter, but simply watched from the sidelines. Luing, you just said you ran into Jiang Yi at the Maybach store? Chun Taiha finally grasped the key point. He couldn't understand why Jiang Yi would go to the Maybach store. Chapter 59 Jiang Yi is being kept by a man? Chun Lang was taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded. Yes, Dad, what's wrong? Why is Jiang Yi going to the Maybach? Is he accompanying a friend to buy a car? Chun Lang then realized that something was wrong. She then recalled the details of what had happened and shook her head. It seems he wasn't accompanying a friend to buy a car. He was buying it himself. The dealership manager was very enthusiastic towards him, even more so than towards me. As she spoke, she looked at Chun Taiha and his wife with dissatisfaction. Mom and Dad, how much money have you given Jiang Yi over the years? How can he afford such an expensive car? That car is a custom-made model. It must cost at least tens of millions. Upon hearing this, Chun Taiha gasped. How much? Tens of millions for a bespoke custom order. He Qinshua was also puzzled. Where does this little bastard get his money? He drives such a nice Rolls-Royce, and now he's driving a custom-made Maybach. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to her, and she looked at Chun Taiha with suspicion. Chun Taiha, you really didn't give that little beast any money? Chun Taiha felt a surge of anger and said irritably, of course not. Giving the kids pocket money has always been handled by you and the finance department. I've never interfered. Why would I give him money? He Qinshua thought about it and agreed that it made sense, so she withdrew her gaze and asked Yoda Wanda. Then what's going on with this little bastard? Why does he suddenly have so much money? He bought a luxury car worth tens of millions just like that. By the way, where has he been staying lately? Does anyone know? As she spoke, she looked at Chun Wanning and Chun Huaiming behind her. Chun Huaiming shook her head, feeling wronged, and said, I tried to contact Jiang Yi, but she blocked all my contact methods. Therefore, He Qinshua turned her attention to Chun Wanning. Chun Wanning thought for a moment and said, actually, I've been investigating Jiang Yi for a while now. But what I find strange is that even the most experienced private investigators can't find his whereabouts. After all this time, I still can't even find his current address, so I suspect that some powerful figure is protecting him. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression froze for a moment. Who is this important figure protecting Jiang Yi? So why protect him? I understand. Just then, Chun Lang cried out in surprise. Everyone looked at her. When I saw him at the Maybach store today, he was with a man, probably a bodyguard. The bodyguard called him Mr. Jiang, and the store manager called him that too. Normally, Mr. is Mr. So why would someone use the term young Mr.? Unless. At this point, Chun Lang paused deliberately, as if to pique everyone's curiosity. Unless what? He Qinshua was the first to lose her composure. Chun Lang said with a look of disdain, unless they call Jiang Yi that because of the big shop behind him, then there's only one possibility: Jiang Yi is being kept by someone. And that person is very likely a man. Jiang Yi is still so young. I've heard that many rich older men like little boys like him. And only in this way would people call him young master. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces showed a look of disgust. How could this be? Chun Xingwen asked incredulously. How could my brother do such a thing? As he spoke, he looked at Chun Taiha and his wife. Mom and Dad, please bring my brother back right away. If outsiders find out what he did, how will my brother and we ever face anyone again? That shameless little beast. He Qinshue's face turned ashen. It's one thing for him to degenerate, but he also drags our entire Chun family down with him. Chen Taihe, you find this little beast right now. I'm going to break his legs. Chen Xingwen was very satisfied with these words. It seems that Jiang Yi's return to the Chun family can be expedited once again. Moreover, now that he has done something so shameful to his family, his return to the Chun family will only be more difficult. He no longer needs to spend time and effort dealing with the suppression of Jiang Yi. He Qinshue's hatred for him alone was enough to make him suffer. After listening to He Qinshue's words, Chen Taihe remained silent for a long time before looking at Chen Wanning. Wanning, come out with me for a moment, I have something to tell you. As soon as the two stepped out of the ward, Chun Lang received a call from her assistant. After hearing her assistant's words, Chun Lang exclaimed in shock, "What? How could a perfectly good server be hacked?" A moment later, Chen Wanning hung up the phone, threw off the covers, and was about to get out of bed. He Qinshu asked in alarm, "What are you going to do? Where are you going with your injuries like this?" "Something happened at the company. I need to go check it out." "Is the company more important or your health?" "You're not allowed to go." "No, Mom, I have to go. This matter has already caused the company tens of millions in losses. If it's not handled properly, all the company I've worked so hard to build, as well as the game my brother and I developed together, will be ruined." "Is it that serious? Then you should go right away." When He Qinshu heard that this matter involved Chun Xingwen's hard work, she immediately stopping Chun Lang. Chun Lang didn't even have time to change her clothes. She just put on her shoes and left. As she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something, turned back, and grabbed Chun Xingwen's hand. "Little brother, you've been involved in the development of this game all along. Why don't you go with your fourth sister to check on things? Maybe you can help out." And just like that, Chun Xingwen was dragged away by Chun Lang, completely bewildered. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already sitting in the car. At the same time, Chen Wanning's hospital room. As soon as Chun Taihe sat down, he asked, "What do you think about Jiang Yi being kept by someone?" Although Chun Wanning had guessed that Chun Taihe wanted to talk to her about this, she never expected him to be so direct, and his tone even sounded a little excited. "Given the current situation, I think it's too early to say for sure, but the possibility is certainly not small." Chen Taihe pondered for a moment, then said, "I think so too. Otherwise, there's no way to explain so many unusual things about this kid." As he spoke, Chen Taihe suddenly thought of something and asked, "Do you think that person could be Qin Xian?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wanning immediately retorted, "Impossible. Qin Xian isn't that kind of person. How could the man she set her sights on be like this?" Chen Taihe was startled by her suddenly raised voice. Why are you so agitated?" Chen Wanning realized she was getting a little too excited and quickly explained, "No, it's not excitement. It's just that I don't think that person could be Qin Xian." Chen Taihe nodded. Qin Xian doesn't seem like that kind of person, but judging from Qin Xian's attitude towards that kid, I'm afraid the person who's keeping Jiang Yi is an even more powerful figure than Qin Xian. At this point, Chen Taihe looked at Chen Wanning, his eyes filled with excitement. Chen Wanning instantly understood what he meant. "Dad, do you want Jiang Yi to come back?" Chen Taihe nodded vigorously. In recent years, the Chun Group's performance in the market has been getting worse and worse. If we can get on the good side of someone even more powerful than Qin Xian, will our Chen family still have to worry about not having a good life in the future? Upon hearing this, Chen Wanning inexplicably conjured up an image in her mind of the Chen family rising to become one of the top wealthy families in the capital, and Qin Xian finally noticing him. She felt a surge of excitement within her. After a moment, she parted her red lips slightly. Jiang Yi is, after all, a child of the Chen family, and it's time for him to make some contributions to the Chen family. Chapter 60, Zhao Yongyan. There was actually an even more important reason why Chen Wanning agreed to this. That was the truth that Jiang Yi knew. After this period of time, she has figured it out. Since there's no way to completely get rid of Jiang Yi, this ticking time bomb, then it's better to drag Jiang Yi onto her side completely. Only by making Jiang Yi the obedient younger brother he once was will he stop stabbing her in the back. After all, she was confident that she could tame a half-grown boy. At this time, Jiang Yi was unaware that because of the title, Young Master Jiang, the Chen family had fabricated a story about him being kept by an older man. Otherwise, I'm afraid they'd be so angry they'd set up a trap to wipe out the entire Chen family. At this moment, he was sitting in a Maybach parked opposite an office building. Jiang Yi turned his head and looked at the brightly lit 10th floor of the office building. That was the office of Lang Games, founded by Chun Lang. At this moment, Chun Xingwen sat in front of a computer, facing the code on the screen that looked like gibberish, and felt dizzy and lightheaded. His mind raced as he considered how to avoid revealing that he knew absolutely nothing about game development. Meanwhile, Chun Lang was pointing her finger at a group of young people and raging. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. What am I keeping you around for? It's been so long, and the problem is still not solved. Do you know how much money our company has lost because of your incompetence? 19 million. A full 19 million. That's so much money. Even if you sold all of you good-for-nothings, you still couldn't afford it. Zhao Yongyan, let me tell you, if my brother resolves this issue today, all of you get out of here. Chun Lang glared angrily at Zhao Yongyan, who was standing at the front. Zhao Yongyan, the supervisor of the game programmers at Lang Games, felt extremely irritated upon hearing this. Damn it. How could a mere programmer like him possibly handle such amazing hacking techniques? I'm asking you a question. Zhao Yongyan, are you mute? Seeing that he didn't speak, Chun Lang became even angrier, but now every minute wasted meant a huge loss for the company, and she was going crazy. Zhao Yongyan took a deep breath. President Chun, to be honest, the hackers they hired this time are top-notch. With just us programmers, let alone fixing the bugs, we can't even understand what's going on. Why don't you spend some money and hire a hacker yourself? As he spoke, he glanced at Chen Xingwen on the other side, and saw that he had been staring at the computer screen for a long time without daring to type on the keyboard. He knew that this kid was just showing off. Mr. Chun, it's obvious your brother is just a gamer at best. He doesn't understand game development at all. Smack. As soon as Zhao Yongyan finished speaking, he was slapped by Chun Lang. He was completely dumbfounded. I never expected that working a grueling job would result in me getting slapped by my boss. The onlookers were stunned, not expecting Chun Lang to be so unreasonable and to attack without saying a word. And it was a slap in the face. Chun Lang, are you fucking crazy? What right do you have to hit me? After realizing what had happened, Zhao Yongyan's round face turned bright red with anger. So what if I hit you? You're incompetent, and you still try to belittle my brother. Do you know how much effort my brother put into developing this game? He gets a large portion of all your salaries. And today I'm not only going to hit you, I'm going to fire you. Zhao Yongyan, you're fired. Get out of here right now. Chun Lang, are you so arrogant because you think the law can't punish you? Chun Lang sneered. The law can punish me, but it won't punish me because of a piece of trash like you. You just want to go to labor arbitration against me, right? Go ahead. Whatever the court orders me to pay you, I'll give you every penny. Now, if you don't want the security guards to throw you out, get out of my company yourself. Zhao Yongyan watched as Chun Lang's chest heaved violently with anger, wishing he could step forward and smash Chun Lang's sharp and mean face to pieces. But the thought that if he were to actually hit him, the slap he took would be for nothing, and he wouldn't be able to get any money from the labor arbitration would be irreversible. In that case, his mother's medication will have to be discontinued next month. So he could only suppress his anger, walk to his desk, throw all his personal belongings into his backpack, and leave feeling utterly frustrated. It wasn't until he left the office building and reached a quiet place that he couldn't hold back his tears. Actually, he is only 22 years old this year, and has just graduated from university. Previously, he had always been the academic star of their school, and was highly respected wherever he went. During the initial interview, I fell in love with the game Ghost Hunter after seeing its level design, so I resolutely turned down offers from several major game companies, and came to this company. I never expected that Chun Lang would turn out to be this kind of person. He had always heard that the game levels were designed by Chun Lang's younger brother, so he was excited to finally meet Chen Xingwen today. As soon as Chen Xingwen arrived, he realized that this guy was a complete idiot and didn't understand the game at all. It's likely that those levels were just a flash of inspiration for him as a gamer. With the current economic climate so bad, he's not sure if he can find another job right away. His mother now has cancer and needs a large sum of money for medical treatment every month, and he has lost his job. Most importantly, none of this was his fault. Why did you slap him in front of so many people? Thinking of this, he could no longer hold back, and tears welled up in his eyes. Just then, a black car pulled up beside him. He felt ashamed, wiping away his tears as he charged forward with his head down. To his surprise, the unlicensed taxi followed him at a leisurely pace, as if it were stalking him. He turned his head, and saw that the back window of the black car had rolled down, and a boy was staring intently at him. Screw you. Haven't you ever seen an adult who's had a rough time in life? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi smiled. Zhao Yongyan, get in the car. Zhao Yongyan was taken aback. Who are you? How do you know me? I'm the one who will change your destiny. Get on the bus now. Zhao Yongyan gave Jiang Yi a very wary look. You son of a bitch, you're not thinking of stealing my kidneys, are you? Jiang Yi looked at him speechlessly. Stop dreaming. Your kidneys can't even buy one of my car wheels. Why would I kill you? I'd just get my hands covered in blood. Zhao Yongyan glanced at the brand new Maybach and thought to himself, that seems to make some sense. But thinking about this made him even sadder. Oh shit. Why are his kidneys so cheap? It's not even as good as a wheel. Zhao Yongyan, hurry up. If you don't get on the bus now, I'm leaving, and you'll miss your only chance to make it big in this lifetime. Jiang Yi seemed to be losing patience, but in fact he was trying to provoke Zhao Yongnian, because he knew that Zhao Yongnian was most susceptible to this kind of thing. After all, Zhao Yongnian was his only friend and business partner in his previous life. It was Zhao Yongnian who accompanied him, working late into the night together countless times, often arguing fiercely over a single idea and eventually establishing their own game company. Also your games. It was also because of his foolishness that Zhao Yongnian lost all his hard work, and in despair, he jumped off a high building, ending his young life. Chapter 61 Yue Ying's game is over. Zhao Yongnian was eventually spurred on by Jiang Yi and got into the car. Okay, now you can tell me how you met me. Zhao Yongnian was certain that he had never seen the boy before, so he was very curious about how the boy knew his name. Jiang Yi didn't answer the question. Instead, he pointed to the handprint on his face and asked, "What happened to your face? Did Chen Lang hit you?" Zhao Yongnian was shocked. "You even know that bitch?" Now, Jiang Yi was certain that the handprint belonged to someone else. "We're not just acquaintances, we're enemies, blood enemies." "Brother, did he slap you too?" Thinking of this, Zhao Yongnian suddenly felt much closer to Jiang Yi. "Are you looking for revenge against her?" Jiang Yi smiled, but did not answer the question directly. Zhao Yongnian originally wanted to say that he was going to go to labor arbitration, but after looking at the luxurious interior of the car, he suddenly realized that he now had a companion who drove a Maybach, and he became excited. "Brother, what are your thoughts?" Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, then took out a laptop from his side, opened it, and his 10 fingers flew across the keyboard. A few seconds later, the surveillance video of Chen Lang pointing her finger at Zhao Yongnian and cursing appeared on the computer screen. Zhao Yongnian looked at Jiang Yi with a face full of surprise. "Brother, are you a hacker?" Jiang Yi nodded, afraid of losing face. Zhao Yongnian was taken aback upon hearing this, not understanding what Jiang Yi meant. Jiang Yi explained, "If netizens see this video, what do you think will happen to Chen Lang?" Following Jiang Yi's words, Zhao Yongnian thought about it for a moment, and it seemed as if he could already see the scene of Chen Lang being pelted with rotten eggs. He was so excited that his blood was about to boil. "I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of losing face." As he became excited, Zhao Yongnian's round face turned red. However, he soon remembered reality and visibly wilted. "But if this video gets posted online, will I be unable to file for labor arbitration? I actually really need that money." Jiang Yi sighed softly, then took out a contract from her bag and handed it to him. "Come work for me. You'll earn $1 million a year." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yongnian was so shocked that his eyes widened. "How much? $1 million a year? Are you sure it's Chinese currency? Not Vietnamese dong?" Jiang Yi chuckled. "You heard me right. It's Chinese currency. Work with you? What for? To learn hacking from you? Or some other shady business? Let me make this clear first. While I am indeed a bit short of money, I won't do anything that involves working for the government." Zhao Yongnian's first reaction was disbelief. Although he was confident in his talent, he felt that at this stage, he was not worth that price. Moreover, we don't know what this young man is asking us to do. What if it's something that's written into the criminal law? Jiang Yi was too lazy to waste words and directly opened a game design document on his computer. "Take a look first. If you're interested, come work with me. If you're not interested, I'll take you home, and you can pretend you never saw me today." Zhao Yongnian glanced at Jiang Yi suspiciously, then took the computer and began to look at the proposal. He initially thought that Jiang Yi was just a rich young master who wanted to dabble in luxury cars because he was so young and could afford such a car. Unexpectedly, he was stunned after only looking at the game's worldview. This guy is a gaming genius. Jiang Yi sensed the surging emotions within him and slightly curled the corners of his mouth. "So, are you coming or not?" Zhao Yongnian had only glanced at about a third of the proposal at this point and nodded hurriedly. "Coming. Of course I'm coming. Bro, you're a fucking genius." Jiang Yi patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Nian, you're actually a genius too." Looking into Jiang Yi's sincere and bright eyes, Zhao Yongnian felt a sudden pang of pain in his heart for some reason. It was as if I saw something sad through those sincere eyes, and I couldn't help but feel a lump in my throat. Jiang Yi took out his phone, tapped it, and then heard Zhao Yongnian's phone ding. "Check the message you just received on your phone." Zhao Yongnian took out his phone, saw the transfer message, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap," before starting to count the zeros. 500,000. "Boss, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly transferring so much money to me? Here's a 6-month advance payment of your salary. Take it, and take care of your personal issues first. You have 3 days, is that enough?" Enough. Zhao Yongnian was still immersed in the joy of receiving a huge sum of money from the sky, and nodded blankly. Jiang Yicheng reached out his hand to him. "Brother Nian, it's been a pleasure working with you. From now on, Enian Games will be in your hands. I'm usually quite busy, so I definitely won't have much time to spend with you. You'll need to handle many things personally. But don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. You'll own 30% of Enian Games. If you want to build a team, or anything else, just come to me whenever you need money. I only have one request. Make the game great and crush Chen Lang. Even after getting off the bus, Zhao Yongnian was still in a daze. It felt like I was in a dream. But the sudden appearance of 500,000 yuan in his already depleted account, and the partnership agreement Jiang Yi gave him before parting, all told him that it was all real. God really threw a huge pie in his head. Meanwhile, a video of an arrogant female boss beating and scolding her subordinates began to go viral online. Although Zhao Yongnian made it clear that he was not afraid of losing face, Jiang Yi still blurred his face because he would be the official boss of Enian Games in the future. As for Chen Lang, Jiang Yi not only didn't blur her face, but even used technical means to make her face clearer in the video. As a result, countless ordinary working people began to sympathize with Zhao Yongnian and criticized and insulted Chen Lang. Soon, someone uncovered Chen Lang's company and her own identity. A vigorous boycott of Lang Games and the Chen Group has begun. Looking at the vile insults directed at Chen Lang online, Jiang Yi knew in his heart that Lang's game was over. Chen Lang may not give up her entrepreneurial dream, but Lang Games, the first company she painstakingly founded, is beyond saving. Chapter 62 Xiao Yi, Daddy's here to pick you up from school today. Early the next morning, the Chen family was in complete chaos. Qin Shue woke up early in the morning to find a ring of pustules around the corner of her mouth, making it difficult for her to eat and drink. If Jiang Yi saw this, he would be astonished at just how foul her language must have been last night to have made her mouth look like this so quickly. Last night, after Chen Taiha returned home, he told Qin Shue about the results of his discussion with Chen Wanning and told her to be nice to Jiang Yi when he returned. Qin Shue only agreed to bring Jiang Yi back so that Chen Xingwen could go home with peace of mind. Now that Jiang Yi has been kept by a man, she immediately decided to consider this son dead and regarded Jiang Yi as the biggest stain on her life, resolutely opposing bringing Jiang Yi home. No matter how much Chen Taiha tried to persuade her, she refused. Not only did they keep calling him a little beast, but they also kept hurling all sorts of vicious insults and curses at him. Eventually, Chen Taiha was at his wit's end and angrily found a guest room to sleep in. The next morning, when she got up, she felt an excruciating pain around her mouth. After looking in the mirror, she discovered that there were pustules around her mouth. She immediately broke down and asked Chen Taiha to call a private doctor. Before their private doctor even arrived, Chen Lang and Chen Wanning had already escaped from the hospital and returned home. Chen Lang also had several pustules around her mouth, but they weren't as severe as Qin Shue's. However, she suffered quite a bit. Around 2 a.m. last night, her left cheek suddenly started to hurt. It was from that time that she started cursing Jiang Yi. At first, her face only hurt intermittently, and the pain was tolerable. But later the pain became more and more severe, and turned into a continuous pain. By now, the pain has become so intense that she wants to peel off her own face. Chen Taiha didn't know why his two daughters had run out of the hospital in such a disheveled state. After asking around, he learned from Chen Wanning about the trouble Chen Lang had caused online. A boycott of the Chen Group has now erupted online, and the group stock immediately hit its daily limit down upon opening. More than 1 million orders pinned the stock price to its daily limit down. If things continue like this, and this matter isn't handled properly, it might lead to several more days of limit down trading. Chen Taiha was so angry that he gave Chen Lang a good scolding. If Chen Lang hadn't been clutching her face and screaming in pain, he would have loved to slap her a few more times. However, this farce goes far beyond that. Before the private doctor could diagnose the cause of Qin Shue's mouth injury, a court summons made her so angry that she pouted. That was the court summons issued by Jiang Yi to sue Qin Shue for defamation. At this time, the official Weibo account of the Qian Group issued a statement announcing that all products of the Qian Group and all its subsidiaries would be removed from its supermarkets and stores, and that all subsidiaries of the Qian Group would no longer have any business dealings with the Qian family. Originally, everyone thought that the Qian Group chose to sever ties with the Qian family because of Chen Lang's situation in order to gain favor with netizens. It wasn't until Qin Xian posted a Weibo post that Jiang Yi won the lawsuit against Qian Wei, the son of the chairman of the Qian Group, for spreading rumors. Then someone discovered that Qian Wei had pinned an apology video to the top of the Jinghua High School's online forum. In the video, Qian Wei sincerely apologized to Jiang Yi, saying that he should not have been deceived by Chen Xingwen, and posted the story of Chen Xingwen deliberately slandering Jiang Yi by peeping at girls using the toilet on the forum, causing serious damage to Jiang Yi's reputation. So insiders quickly uncovered the relationship between Chen Xingwen and the Chen family. This only worsened the already tarnished reputation of the Chen family. And all of this is far from over. The other daughters of the Chen family also began to be affected. Both Chun Yunyun, who is doing very well in the entertainment industry, and Chun Ilan, a famous jewelry designer, have started to receive insults from netizens towards their entire families. Currently, only Chun Huaimeng, an ordinary person, and Chun Shiwen, who is currently an exchange student abroad, are slightly less affected. Seeing the online attacks against the Chun family escalating, Chun Yunyun and Chun Ilan couldn't sit still and called to inquire about the situation. But none of the Chun family members were in the mood to deal with them. They gave a few perfunctory replies and hung up the phone. Afterwards, Chen Taiha was busy reassuring the various investors and shareholders. Chen Wanning, on the other hand, began to busy herself with public relations. Despite spending a large amount of public relations money, they found that the trending topics not only couldn't be removed, but their popularity was even increasing. It has clearly created a situation where the entire internet is watching the drama unfold. Chen Taiha and Chen Wanning were busy until noon. Their phones were so hot from talking on the phone, but the situation didn't improve at all. An idea then arose in their minds. Did the person behind Jiang Yi know about Jiang Yi's relationship with the Chen family, and that's why they stepped in to help Jiang Yi get revenge? Otherwise, how could they have spent so much on public relations and not even made a sound? Thinking of this, the two could no longer sit still. He immediately decided to go and pick Jiang Yi up and take her home. In their view, even if it wasn't Jiang Yi's backer who was behind it, if he were willing to lend a hand, the Chen family would surely get through this crisis as soon as possible. He Qinxuan knew that given the current situation, she had no choice but to agree to bring Jiang Yi back. Although she disliked Jiang Yi, she was even more afraid of losing her current life of wealth, so she had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. So Chen Taiha and Chen Wanning hurriedly went out and waited at the school gate of Jiang Yi. Chen Xingwen also had a very difficult day today. Qian Wei not only publicly posted the video on Baidu Tieba, but also read an apology letter to all students on the school's public address system. That also dragged him down with it. So he lived under the strange gazes of his classmates all day long. The comments under Qian Wei's apology post have accumulated to several hundred replies, with many people criticizing him. He is aware of the situation online. His name is among the top 10 trending topics, filled with insults directed at him and the Chen family. He has always been regarded as the other people's child, and a role model for all his peers since he was a child. This is the first time he has been treated like this. So when he saw Chen Taiha and Chen Wanning at the school gate, his eyes immediately welled up with tears of grievance. "Dad, I didn't." He jogged over and was about to cast a spell when Chen Taiha interrupted him. "Jiang Yi." Chen Taiha completely ignored Chen Xingwen and strode towards Jiang Yi. Because she was using crutches, Chen Wanning was a step slower, but she didn't care about Chen Xingwen and limped towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Shun had spotted the two of them long ago, so he was ready at any moment. Seeing that they were about to harass their boss again, they quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Jiang Yi to protect him. Jiang Yi really didn't expect that Chen Taiha and Chen Wanning would come to find him at this time. After all, he was the one who orchestrated the current situation online, so he naturally knows how chaotic the Chen family is right now. In this situation, instead of taking charge of the company, they still had the audacity to come looking for him. One of them was even using crutches. Their sheer determination despite their physical disability piqued Jiang Yi's curiosity, making him want to hear what they were up to this time. Therefore, he made Jiang Shun, who was protecting him, step aside. Chen Taiha and Chen Wanning breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. There is hope if Jiang Yi is willing to communicate with them. Chen Taiha forced a kind smile. "Xiao Yi, Daddy's here to take you home today." Chapter 63. Preparing to reveal Jiang Yi's true identity. Jiang Yi didn't quite understand why Chen Taiha would suddenly change so drastically. He knew his biological father well. He wouldn't do anything without a reason. The two things he valued most in his life were reputation and profit. Bringing him back now won't do much good for the Chun family's reputation, since the current online controversy can't be resolved simply by him stepping forward and making a few explanations. Then it all comes down to profit. But how much benefit can he bring to the Chun family based on the value he has demonstrated so far? Although both Old Zhou and Old Han are treating him well now, the Chen family has no way of knowing these things. So it's still for Qin Xian? However, Jiang Yi quickly dismissed this possibility, as Chen Taiha had already discovered Qin Xian's relationship with him. He couldn't humble himself to take her back then, so it's naturally not because of Qin Xian now. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, but still had no clue, so he simply stopped thinking about it. No matter the reason, he won't turn back. Moreover, once someone has found him, they're bound to reveal their true colors eventually. Jiang Yi glanced at Chen Taiha indifferently, then turned his gaze to Chen Wanning, raising an eyebrow slightly. "And you? Miss Chen, are you here to beg me to go back too?" He deliberately didn't say receive, but instead used the word beg, to to see their reaction. As expected, both of their expressions changed upon hearing this. Chen Taihe quickly corrected him with a smile. Xiaoyi, what you're saying, we're all family. You've been away for so long, and your father and older sister are worried about you and want to bring you back. How can you use a word like beg? Aren't you just hurting our feelings? Jiang Yi sneered. I didn't know that the Chen family had such a heart. Looking at Jiang Yi's mocking gaze, Chen Wanning clenched her fists in anger. The pain caused by her nails digging deep into her palms kept her from immediately rushing forward and slapping Jiang Yi twice. After a long while, she took a deep breath and finally calmed down. Little E, I know that I haven't done enough for you in the past and have neglected you. It's normal for you to be angry. If you feel better that I'm begging you to come back this time, then let's leave it at that. I promise you that the family will treat you well from now on. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi clicked his tongue twice, then looked at Chen Taihe with a mocking gaze. Chen Taihe, look at your daughter. She's much better at talking than you are. No wonder the Chun family business is declining day by day in your hands. The Chun family's business was inherited from their ancestors. Back in the day, they were considered a top-tier wealthy family in the capital, enjoying immense prestige. It was only after it was handed over to Chen Taihe that it gradually declined and is now a second-rate, low-ranking wealthy family. Chen Taihe was very concerned about his reputation and hated being spoken to like that. So when he heard Jiang Yi's words, he immediately reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Jiang Yi. Chen Wanning knew how much the Chun family needed Jiang Yi, or rather, the person behind Jiang Yi. Seeing that Chen Taihe was about to get angry again, she quickly tugged at his clothes, signaling him to calm down. Then, she forced a gentle smile and looked at Jiang Yi. Little E, it hurts Dad to hear you talk like that this time. Your older sister and Dad really came to take you home, right? Your room is all ready. A room? That basement, which is even worse than where the servants live. Chen Wanning's face stiffened. She had never paid attention to Jiang Yi before, and she rarely went home, always living in an apartment near the company. To her, the fact that the room was tidied up was just a comforting remark. Because all the rooms in the house are cleaned by maids every day, I don't like to tidy up at all. She just didn't expect that Jiang Yi used to live in the basement. How could that be? She forced an awkward smile. Little E, your older sister said that she has neglected you too much before, and she will definitely make it up to you in the future. Your older sister has already picked out a good room for you. When you get home, you can take a look at it yourself. If you don't like it, you can change it. If you want, your older sister's room can also be given to you. Chen Xingwen knew how strong-willed Chen Wanning was. So the gentle-looking Chen Wanning in front of him made him almost unable to believe his eyes. Over the years, Chen Wanning has given him almost all her good temper and gentleness. And now, it's been given to Jiang Yi, that bastard. What right does this bastard have? Jiang Yi saw the undisguised resentment and anger in Chen Xingwen's eyes as he looked at him, and deliberately said, Your room is a woman's room after all. I, a grown man, would definitely not be used to living here. How about Chen Xingwen's room? I saw the interior decoration when I was mopping the floor at your house before, and I quite liked it. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingwen almost burst into a tirade of profanities. Fortunately, Chen Taihe spoke first. Jiang Yi, what's wrong with you again? You haven't even gone back yet, and you're already fighting with your brother for things. Dad, Chen Wanning was about to be driven crazy by her father who only dragged her down, and immediately shouted angrily. Chen Taihe has always been somewhat intimidated by his daughter, because if it weren't for her ruthless methods, the Chen group would probably have declined much faster than it is now. Chen Xingwen was also jolted back to his senses by Chen Wanning's angry shout. Seeing the anger on Chen Wanning's face, he realized that Chen Wanning was determined to let Jiang Yi go home, and he was filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, Chen Taihe spoke up first. Otherwise, if he had really cursed Jiang Yi at this critical moment, it would not only have displeased Chen Wanning, but would have also completely ruined his image built up over the years. Thinking of this, he quickly spoke with an obedient expression. Dad, it's okay. My brother likes my room, so I'll give it to him. I don't care where I live. Smack. Before Chen Xingwen could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Jiang Yi's heavy slap. Jiang Yi, are you crazy? Why are you hitting your brother for no reason? Chen Taihe roared angrily. Jiang Yi rubbed his wrist, his eyes filled with coldness. Chen Xingwen, it seems you haven't learned your lesson from that tooth you lost last time, still daring to call me that in such a sticky way. Chen Xingwen was furious, but seeing that Chen Taihe had already stepped forward, he suppressed his anger, covered his face, and stood aside feeling wronged. Chen Wanning was also surprised. She never expected Jiang Yi to be so arrogant, daring to hit people in front of her and Chen Taihe without a word. However, since things have come to this point, there's no point in standing up for Chen Xingwen anymore. Little E, I know you're upset with Wenwen. We older sisters are also at fault in this matter. We didn't mediate your relationship properly, which is why things have turned out this way. Don't worry, the family will definitely handle your relationship in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Yi laughed. It seems that the biggest reason why Chen Wanning is so tolerant is because of Qin Xian. After all, if the secret he knew were to be revealed, it would probably be more painful for Chen Wanning than taking her life. Chen Wanning, you're really willing to go to any lengths for Qin Xian. Chen Wanning's expression froze for a moment. Then she gave a dry laugh. Little E, what do you mean by this? Without waiting for Jiang Yi's reply, she continued, let's go home first. My legs are a little sore from standing for so long. By the way, it's my eldest sister's birthday in a few days. She's thinking that this will be a good opportunity to introduce you to our relatives and friends. In order to protect you, the family has never revealed your identity. Now that my eldest sister sees that you are different from before and have the ability to protect yourself, there is no need to continue to hide your true identity. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingwen's expression changed drastically. What's the meaning? Should Jiang Yi's true identity be revealed? Isn't that telling everyone that Jiang Yi, that bastard, is the Chen family's biological son, while Chen Xingwen is just an adopted son? Jiang Yi watched the ever-changing expressions on Chen Xingwen's face and found things to be getting even more interesting. But what interests her even more is that Chen Wanning's birthday is coming up. And judging from what she said, she's planning a big event? Your birthday is coming up soon? Then I'll have to prepare a really big gift for my older sister. Chapter 64, Summoning the Soul. Although Jiang Yi ultimately did not return to the Chen family with Chen Wanning is no longer worried. After all, Jiang Yi already called her big sister, and he still had to prepare a birthday gift for her. This is enough to show Jiang Yi's attitude. She knew that as long as she showed them her attitude and gave Jiang Yi what he wanted most, he could become a true member of the Chen family. Then a child like Jiang Yi, who lacks love, will definitely come back excitedly. What she needs to do now is to make Jiang Yi willingly consider her a member of the Chen family. He sacrificed for the Chen family, and for her. At that moment, a perfect plan formed in her mind. Son, does your face still hurt? Chen Taiha's voice interrupted Chen Wanning's thoughts. She glanced at Chen Xingwen, who was keeping his head down, through the rearview mirror, and sighed silently. It doesn't hurt anymore. Chen Xingwen shook his head. It's my fault. I always make my brother angry. I just didn't expect him to hate me so much. Chen Taiha raised his hand and rubbed the back of his head. Son, I'm sorry to have troubled you this time, but the family situation is very bad right now, so this is the only way. Chen Xingwen looked up at Chen Taiha and forced a strong smile. Dad, please don't say that. I understand. Besides, my brother is your biological son. It's a good thing that he's now being recognized by his ancestors. Chen Taiha was deeply moved. You're so sensible. Don't worry. Even if your brother comes back, you'll still be your mom and dad's good son. Dad will definitely protect you and won't let your brother bully you. Chen Xingwen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Jiang Yi, I'll let you be arrogant for a while longer. Once you're really back in the Chen family, I'll make sure you live an even more wretched life than before. Dad, don't worry about me. When my brother comes back and finds out that we are all sincere towards him, he definitely won't bully me anymore. Brother, I'm very pleased that you think this way. Chen Wanning turned her head and looked at Chen Xingwen earnestly, saying, when your brother comes home in a few days, remember to get along well with him. The situation is special right now. Since your brother has taken a liking to your bedroom, don't have any ulterior motives. Don't worry, your older sister will definitely make it up to you later. No need to compensate me, big sister. That was originally my brother's room. I can stay anywhere I want. My little brother is so good. After Chen Wanning finished speaking, she didn't look at Chen Xingwen again. Chen Xingwen smiled and turned to look out the window. The innocent expression on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a sinister look in his eyes. That bitch Chen Wanning, how dare she treat him like this? He swore he would never let her get away with it. One day, he will make Chen Wanning pay a heavy price for what she has done. Thinking of this, he glanced at Chen Wanning sitting in the passenger seat, and the words Jiang Yi had mentioned when he brought up Qin Xian flashed through his mind, along with Chen Wanning's obviously unnatural expression. A thought suddenly popped into my head. Could it be that Chen Wanning's weakness is related to Qin Xian? At this time, Chen Wanning was unaware that her younger brother, whom she had doted on for many years, had come to hate her completely. Her mind was preoccupied with how to completely win over Jiang Yi, so that he would bring Qin Xian to her birthday party and let him see her at her most radiant. But what he didn't know was that even if she did nothing now, Jiang Yi would still bring Qin Xian and give her a birthday gift that he would never forget. 2 days later, the night of the full moon, at midnight. This was the day Jiang Yi had chosen long ago to summon the soul of Qin Xian's sister, Qin Shuang. Jiang Yi led Niu Jing and Cheng Fu to a small lake. This is the place where Qin Shuang fell into the water back then. Jiang Yi originally only wanted to bring Niu Jing here, just to see if she had the talent to enter the Xianmen. When Jiang Yi arrived, Qin Xian and his parents had been waiting there for a long time. God knows how much they suffered during that time. My daughter has been sleeping in bed for so many years, and the doctors say that all her organs are showing signs of failure. Now she finally has a chance to wake up. They had been counting down the days, and finally the right time Jiang Yi had mentioned arrived. They were incredibly excited all day. So even though Jiang Yi had arranged to meet them at midnight, they arrived to wait almost as soon as it got dark. As soon as Jiang Yi arrived, Qin Xian and his family of 3 quickly came to greet him. Before Qin Xian could introduce Jiang Yi to his parents, Qin's father excitedly reached out his hand to Jiang Yi. Mr. Jiang, hello, I am Qin Xian's father, Qin Hua. Jiang Yi grasped his hand. Hello, Mr. Qin. Mother Qin was so moved that she kept wiping away tears. Young Master Jiang, please, I entrust everything to you when Shuang'er wakes up. Our Qin family will definitely repay you handsomely. Chapter 65. It's time to let go of your obsession. Jiang Yi smiled faintly. Mrs. Qin, there's no need for such a generous thank you. My payment has already been made by Qin Xian, so you can rest assured. As he spoke, he looked at Qin Xian and said, there might be some scenes that make you uncomfortable in a moment. Are you sure you want to watch them here? Yes, yes. Mr. and Mrs. Qin said in unison. Qin Xian also wanted to see his sister wake up, but his parents were getting old, so he was a little worried. Mr. Jiang, will the things that appear later harm my parents' health? Jiang Yi thought for a moment, then reached into the inside pocket of his coat, pulled out a few amulets, and handed them to Qin Xian. If you want to see it, then look. These are amulets and talismans for protection. Just hold them in your hands, and nothing will happen. Qin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Yi nodded. Are the things I asked for ready? Ready. Qin Xian handed over a small bottle containing his blood. Okay, all of you stay away. No matter what happens later, don't come over. Jiang Yi took the bottle and walked to the lakeside. Seeing that her half-master showed no sign of giving her a protective talisman, Niu Jing panicked and quickly ran over, asking in a low voice, Master, have you forgotten something? What? Where are my amulets and spirit communication talismans? Jiang Yi glanced at Niu Jing with disdain. As a member of the Shinmen sect, you're afraid of even these kinds of demons and monsters? You expect me to take you as my disciple? Upon hearing this, Niu Jing was so regretful that she wanted to slap herself a few times. They haven't even officially accepted any apprentices yet, and they're already starting to lose points on the first impression. No need, Master. I'm not afraid of anything. Jiang Yi ignored her and looked up at the sky. A few dark clouds surrounded the full moon on the horizon, obscuring part of its radiance. He waited quietly for several minutes until the full moon appeared in its entirety. Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed. Now is the time. He opened the bottle containing Qin Xian's blood, threw out a summoning talisman, then formed hand seals and chanted an incantation. In the dark and mysterious realm, where souls dwell, wandering spirits, heed my call. With my thoughts, I guide your souls across the realms of Yin and Yang to appear before me. At this moment, the blood in the bottle slowly rose, floated out of the bottle, and then floated to the center of the lake. Nameless power, drawing the threads, return swiftly, do not delay. Heaven and earth bear witness. Incantations are the guide. Souls, return, gather at my side. 3 souls and 7 spirits. Be at peace and not scattered. Manifest here. Heed my call. The moment the words left his mouth, the once calm lake began to churn. A moment later, a whirlpool appeared in the center of the lake. Then, a phantom appeared in the center of the vortex. It was Qin Shuang. However, Qin Shuang looked very abnormal at this moment. Her eyes were unfocused, as if she were completely unaware of anything. Shuang'er, when Qin's mother saw her daughter, she was extremely excited and immediately rushed forward without thinking. Fortunately, Qin Xian reacted quickly and grabbed her. Mom, don't disturb Mr. Jiang's ritual. Jiang Yi took a step back, and Qin Shuang followed him like a puppet on a string. A moment later, Qin Shuang's soul will arrive before Jiang Yi. Just then, a cold wind blew up. Another whirlpool appeared on the lake, larger and with a faster current than the one where Qin Shuang appeared. Soon, another phantom appeared above the vortex. The middle-aged woman looked at Jiang Yi with displeasure on her face. Who are you? Why are you trying to kidnap my daughter? After she finished speaking, she suddenly emitted waves of ghostly energy, which attacked Jiang Yi. You little water ghost, how dare you be so insolent in front of this celestial master? Jiang Yi's expression suddenly turned cold. He raised his hand and waved, sending a stack of golden talismans flying towards the middle-aged woman. The ghostly aura emanating from the middle-aged woman was instantly dissipated. At this moment, countless talismans had been linked together into a talisman rope, binding her firmly and leaving her suspended on the lake's surface, unable to move. What are you doing? Why are you doing this to me? Give me back my daughter. The middle-aged woman realized she was no match for the young man in front of her and panicked completely. You're talking nonsense. Shuang'er is clearly my daughter. You've ruined her life. Qin's mother cried out. She had completely lost her mind. If Qin Xian hadn't been holding her tightly, she would have rushed over long ago. Coco is my daughter. Give me back my daughter, or I'll make you all stay here and be buried with me. The middle-aged woman said hysterically. Jiang Yi's eyes sharpened, and a wisp of Celestial Master's profound energy flowed through the talisman rope. The middle-aged woman suddenly felt as if her whole body was being burned by fire, and she screamed in pain. Two choices. Either I take her away, or I make your soul vanish before taking her away. Choose 1 inch. Knowing she was no match for Jiang Yi, the middle-aged woman immediately knelt down upon hearing the voice. Master, please spare my daughter. Give her back to me. I've been at the bottom of this lake for nearly 100 years, and I've never harmed anyone. My daughter is everything to me. Please give her back to me. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman shed 2 lines of bloody tears. Jiang Yi said coldly, she is not your daughter. It is. Coco is my daughter. She's my daughter. How could she not be my daughter? I've searched for her here for so many years to finally find her. I beg you, Celestial Master, have pity on me. Please give my daughter back to me. Seeing the middle-aged woman like this, Niujing couldn't help but tear up. Jiang Yi glanced at her, then turned to look at the middle-aged woman's face, knowing that she was also a person with a tragic fate, and sighed softly. Your name is Lu Panlon, right? Lu Panlon was taken aback upon hearing this, then immediately nodded. Yes, that's right, Master. My name is Lu Panlon, and my daughter's name is Qin Kiki. Stop being so persistent. You know perfectly well that this woman is not your daughter. Otherwise, why would you seal her soul and turn her into a puppet? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman was struck dumb, shaking her head, unable to face reality. No, she's my daughter, my Coco, the Coco I finally found, Master. You're lying to me, aren't you? You're lying to me. She's my Coco. My Coco is very good. When my mother-in-law and husband beat me, she always protects me. Master, please don't separate us. Please give my Coco back to me. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman knelt down and walked towards Qin Kiki, her face covered in blood and tears. Jiang Yi looked at the middle-aged woman's love for her biological child and suddenly felt as if he had been pricked by a needle. This was something he had never enjoyed in all his lifetimes. Lu Panlon, give me your daughter's birth date and time. Lu Panlon didn't dare to delay and quickly did as instructed. Jiang Yi calculated for a moment, then said, your daughter has already been reincarnated. She lived a good life in this one and has reached the end of her natural lifespan. Lu Panlon, you should let go of your obsession and go to be reborn. If you are willing, I can take you to see her one last time. Chapter 66, Sending Lu Panlon Away. The Soul Returns. The Qin family. Upon hearing those 2 words from Jiang Yi, everyone looked excitedly at Qin Shuang lying on the bed. But after waiting for a long time, Qin Shuang showed no signs of waking up. Mr. Jiang, why hasn't Shuang'er woken up yet? Qin's mother looked anxiously at Jiang Yi. Don't worry, Miss Qin's soul has been outside for so many years. Even if we put her soul back now, she won't wake up immediately. But don't worry, she will wake up by tomorrow at the latest. Over the years, her soul has been with ghosts and has become somewhat tainted by their aura. So when she wakes up, let her bask in the sun for 49 days, and the ghostly aura on her body will be completely removed. Upon hearing this, the Qin family members finally breathed a sigh of relief. Master, she's moving. Just then, Niujing suddenly cried out in terror. Jiang Yi turned his head and saw that the black umbrella in her hand was shaking. Jiang Yi took the umbrella from him. What is it? Master, may I apologize to this girl's family? Jiang Yi had already retrieved the yin-yang talismans from everyone, so they couldn't hear Lu Panlan's voice and could only look at Jiang Yi with confusion and tension. After Jiang Yi relayed Lu Panlan's words to them, the 3 members of the Qin family all looked rather grim. No need, Qin's mother said coldly. She has caused our family to be separated for so many years. We will never forgive her. Hearing this from under the black umbrella, Lu Panlon felt filled with guilt and was too ashamed to say anything more. Then, the black umbrella calmed down. Jiang Yi sighed and said nothing more. Lu Panlan's actions did indeed bring disaster to the Qin family. If she hadn't met him, Qin Shuang would have truly died soon after. It's understandable that the Qin family couldn't forgive Lu Panlon. Whether human or ghost, everyone should bear the consequences of their mistakes and sins. The consequences Lu Panlon must now bear are the lack of forgiveness and the hatred she faces. After she goes to the underworld, she will be punished according to the laws of the underworld. No one can help her. No one is obligated to help her. Jiang Yi has already calculated that Qin Ki's reincarnation is currently in a small villa on the outskirts of the capital city. In order to resolve the matter as soon as possible, After leaving the Qin family, he took Lu Panlan to find Qin Kiki. This happened before dawn. With his agile skills, Jiang Yi quickly sneaked into the villa. In the elderly's room on the first floor, the white-haired and wrinkled Qin Kiki was sleeping on a large bed. Her cheeks were deeply sunken, and she looked like she was about to die. Coco, my dearest daughter. Even though Qin Kiki had been reincarnated, Lu Panlan recognized her as her daughter at first sight and couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry. Perhaps it was a mother's heart that was connected to her daughter, or perhaps Qin Kiki was experiencing a final burst of energy before death. She suddenly opened her eyes, saw Lu Panlan, tears welled up in her eyes, and called out in an aged voice, "Mother Yi, you come to pick up Coco." Lu Panlan cried even harder. Jiang Yi disliked seeing this scene, so he turned and left, leaving the remaining time to the mother and daughter who had been separated for a century and across 2 lifetimes. He went back to his car and took a nap. As dawn broke, he suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. Lu Panlan was seen leading a little girl who looked to be around 10 years old towards his car, both of them with smiles on their faces. Jiang Yi got off the car. Lu Panlan led Qin Kiki to him, and without saying a word, knelt down. "Thank you so much, Celestial Master, for everything you have done for my mother and me. We can only repay your kindness in the next life." Jiang Yi reached out and helped the two of them up. "Go in peace, your time has come." Lu Panlan stood up with a smile, then took Qin Kiki's hand and left. In the distance, a gate connecting the realms of Yin and Yang slowly appeared, with 2 Yin soldiers standing on either side of the gate, waiting for Lu Panlan and Qin Kiki. Lu Panlan and her daughter walked further and further away, their figures growing smaller and smaller. When the two reached the gate, they turned around together, waved to Jiang Yi, and then turned back and walked briskly into the gate. The moment they entered the gate, their figures vanished instantly. At the same time, a ray of golden light flew towards Jiang Yi from the direction of the boundary gate. Jiang Yi reached out and caught the golden light, smiling gently. "Sure enough, helping ghosts brings far more merit than helping people. Last time, I cleansed so many people of evil spirits, and the merit I gained was barely visible. This time, helping just one ghost has yielded so much merit. It's really worth it. Those in the Taoist community can earn merit by doing good deeds." This is why Jiang Yi suddenly had a change of heart and did so much for Lu Panlan. His pity for Lu Panlan's past was genuine, and his desire for merit points was also genuine. Merit is extremely important to Xian masters, as it can help them cultivate, become more powerful, and sometimes even change their fate against all odds. However, this was the first time Jiang Yi had ever placed such importance on merit. There's no way around it. The metaphysics of this world is simply too decadent and lacks spiritual energy. That's why Jiang Yi's strength is recovering so slowly, and he can't even get rid of the evil aura on Old Zhou. They could only stare helplessly at the dazzling golden light emanating from Old Zhou. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi decided to help more ghosts as soon as possible and accumulate more merit so that he could remove the evil aura from Old Zhou's body as soon as possible. Back in the car, Niu Jing asked, "Master, since we're sending Lu Panlan away, why not send that ghost child away too?" Jiang Yi shook his head. "It's different. The ghost child has been dead for at least 1,000 years. His ghost power is extremely strong. Ordinary Yin soldiers can't control him. At least the impermanence would have to come." As Niu Jing listened to Jiang Yi use these words that she had only heard in legends before, she felt that following her master was really too exciting. "Mr. Jiang, are you referring to the 2 impermanences, black impermanence and white impermanence, as you speak of?" Jiang Yi nodded. "Master, when will Lord Wu Cheng arrive? When he does, could you let me meet them?" "Wait a bit. I'll call them over when I feel better, and then I'll tell you. I'm sleepy now. I'll take a nap first, and wake me up when they arrive." After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he tilted his head, closed his eyes, and began to rest. At this moment, Jiang Shun, who was driving, was completely dumbfounded. That night, he followed Jiang Yi around, but because he didn't have a yin-yang talisman, he couldn't see anything and could only watch them suddenly talking to thin air. When Niu Jing expressed her admiration for Jiang Yi, she made no attempt to hide it from him. This made him even more curious. What on earth happened? Did his boss go ghost hunting tonight? No, he has to find out exactly what happened tonight. Otherwise, he'd be dying of curiosity. Chapter 67 Chen Wanning's Birthday Party. Chen Wanning's birthday banquet will be held in a few days. This year marks her 30th birthday, and with the recent online drama involving Chen Lang and Chen Xingwen, people in the industry are all laughing at the Chen family. Some even predicted that the Chen family was about to collapse. In order to prove to the world that the Chen family had no problems, Chen Tai sent out invitations to everyone who had dealings with the Chen family. He called all of Chen's daughters back, except for Chen Xingwen, who was still studying abroad as an exchange student. Chen Taiha had everything planned out. All her daughters would grow up to be beautiful and graceful. Most of them are also of marriageable age. This is a good opportunity to find a marriage partner. However, both He Qinxue and Chun Lang were somewhat dissatisfied with the grandeur of the banquet, because the pustules on the corners of their mouths showed no signs of improvement. They consulted renowned traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine doctors, and applied all sorts of precious ointments to their lips, but those nauseating sores still stubbornly remained around their mouths. Chun Lang fared even worse. Her face was still incredibly painful. He consulted numerous renowned doctors, but none of them could determine the cause. Some doctors even suggested that she see a psychiatrist. Enraged, Chun Lang immediately gave the old expert a good scolding. The old expert was someone Chun Huaiming had gone through a lot of trouble to find, and in the end, the illness was cured. Chun Lang not only offended the expert, but also blamed Chun Huaiming for finding such an incompetent doctor for her. Chun Huaiming felt extremely wronged and had a fight with her. The two sisters haven't spoken to each other yet, and they won't even sit together when they're getting their makeup done. Seeing her two younger sisters like this, Chen Wanning felt like her head was about to explode. Jiang Yi has already agreed to her request. These past few days, she has been going to Jiang Yi's school every day to bring him breakfast. Various expensive gifts that were previously only available to Qin Xingwen were delivered to Jiang Yi in a continuous stream. Jiang Yi then agreed to invite Qin Xian to his birthday party. Therefore, she absolutely could not allow any accidents to happen at this banquet. Chun Huaiming, Chun Lang, today's banquet is of paramount importance to our Qin family. I don't care what conflicts you have now, you must not let the guests see them later, understand? Chun Huaiming and Chun Lang were already most afraid of their eldest sister, Chen Wanning, in this family. Seeing her give them such serious orders, they immediately nodded repeatedly. Then, Chen Wanning took out two beautifully designed silk masks and handed them to He Qinxue and Chun Lang. Mom, fourth sister, don't worry too much about your mouths. Just wear these masks and say you have an allergic reaction. After receiving the masks, the two tried them on in front of the mirror. Although they were both a little unhappy, they had no other choice. Where is seventh sister? Chen Wanning asked again. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Chun Lang, are you in your room? Why isn't this girl out getting her makeup and hair done yet? Fifth sister, go and call seventh sister. Chen Wanning's tone was full of displeasure. Good. Chen Yilan lifted her skirt and quickly walked out of the dressing room. Chen Wanning thought for a moment, and seeing that there was nothing else to say, she looked in the mirror. Her makeup was absolutely perfect, and she immediately gave a stunning smile and walked out, swaying her graceful waist. In the Chun family's living room, the lights were dazzling, and the crystal chandelier emitted a soft yet bright glow. The guests, dressed in their finest attire, laughed and chatted, their voices mingling together in a lively atmosphere, as if none of the recent troubles that had befallen the Qin family had ever happened. Chen Wanning, dressed in a red fishtail dress and holding a wine glass, moved through the crowd, but her eyes kept glancing towards the door. An hour passed. The person she was eagerly waiting for had not yet appeared, and a sense of anxiety rose in Chen Wanning's heart. Chen Taihan noticed her distracted state and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "Jiang Yi hasn't arrived yet. I'll go call him." After finishing her speech, Chen Wanning bid farewell to the guests who were talking and prepared to contact Jiang Yi. But as soon as he turned around, he saw Jiang Yi walk into the Chun family's gate. Jiang Yi was dressed in a white suit today, and his posture was upright. Although the boy's still growing body was somewhat thin, his powerful aura was completely different from the cautious demeanor he had shown in the Qin family. Now, he can attract everyone's attention just by standing there. Chen Wanning was somewhat stunned. Is this really her country bumpkin brother? Chen Wanning wasn't the only one in the crowd who was surprised. The rest of the Qin family also saw Jiang Yi. Among them, Qin Xingwen looked at Jiang Yi, who was dressed in fine clothes, and was so angry that he almost ground his teeth to powder. He had originally thought that even if Jiang Yi, a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, had money now, he would still dress inappropriately and act timidly and petty when attending such a banquet. But Jiang Yi, who now appeared at the Qin family's house, was not only well-dressed, but also had an extraordinary air about him. Looking at Jiang Yi like this, he felt as if he had been slapped hard across the face. Then he thought that after tonight, everyone would know that Jiang Yi was the real young master of the Qin family, and he was just an adopted son. He could already imagine what these people would say about him. They'll definitely say he's a fraud, a cuckoo taking over someone else's place. Thinking of this, a huge sense of panic rose in his heart. No, he couldn't just stand by and watch Jiang Yi take everything away from him. Elder brother. Chen Xingwen strode up to Jiang Yi and deliberately called him in the way Jiang Yi hated most, a sinister glint in his eyes. Let's get started. Let's hit him. He was confident that once Jiang Yi made a move, He Qinxue would not be able to tolerate it. Chen Xingwen knew how much Chen Taihe and Chen Wanning valued this birthday banquet. He didn't believe that even if Jiang Yi ruined the banquet, Chen Taihe and he Qinxue would still be willing to reveal Jiang Yi's true identity. He hoped that Jiang Yi could return to the Qin family, but he absolutely could not return as the true young master of the Qin family. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock of the whole world. Jiang Yi has lived so many lives and has seen all sorts of people. Standing before him now, Chen Xingwen looked like a weathered old man looking at a young child. How could anyone not see through his little schemes? So Jiang Yi didn't even look at Chen Xingwen, but simply took a step back, his disdain clearly showing in his eyes. Upon seeing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Chen Xingwen's eyes. Little E, you're finally here. Your big sister has been waiting for you for so long. What happened? Was there traffic on the way? Knowing that Jiang Yi disliked Chen Xingwen and worried that the two would clash, Chen Wanning quickly went over to him. Before Jiang Yi could speak, Chen Xingwen spoke first with a smile. Yes, brother, why are you so late? Big sister has been waiting for you for ages. What birthday present did you bring her? Let me see. I've heard you were going to give her a big gift, and I'm so curious. Chapter 68, Chen Huaiming feels wronged again. Chen Wanning had found it strange before, since everyone knew that Jiang Yi didn't like Chen Xingwen. Chen Xingwen himself often talks about this. Moreover, Chen Xingwen has always been very smart and has extremely high emotional intelligence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to coax Chen Taihe and he Qinxue so much that he doted on them even more than his own daughters. But today, he clearly knew how important this banquet was to the Qin family, and that it could not afford to make any mistakes. But she insisted on getting close to Jiang Yi and calling him in the way Jiang Yi hated most. Even though she knew Jiang Yi had brought nothing, she still asked him what gift he had given her. Chen Wanning would never believe that Chen Xingwen did it on purpose. Because to some extent, Chen Wanning and Chen Xingwen are the same kind of people. Therefore, she is the person in the Chen family who understands Chen Xingwen the most. People like them only do things that benefit themselves. To prevent Chen Xingwen from continuing his reckless behavior and completely angering Jiang Yi, she pulled Chen Xingwen behind her, turned around, and gave him a warning look before smiling at Jiang Yi. Little Yi's arrival is the best gift for your older sister. Come on, let's go say hello to Dad. As she spoke, she took Jiang Yi's arm and led him inside. Chen Xingwen watched the two figures disappear into the distance, his face turning ashen with anger. Jiang Yi deliberately turned her head to look at him, a mocking smile curving her lips. It was as if they were demonstrating against him. Chen Xingwen was so angry that he turned around and went to find He Qinxue. Little E, when is Attorney Qin arriving? In a little while, Mom and Dad will be announcing your true identity to everyone. As Chen Wanning walked, she pretended to be nonchalant. Jiang Yi stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Chen Wanning. Big sister, I've prepared a gift for you. It'll be here soon. And this gift was prepared for you together with Qin Xian, so just wait and see. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanning's heart skipped a beat with excitement. Is Qin Xian going to prepare a gift for her? Has her long-standing unrequited love finally come true? Jiang Yi didn't want to stay with Chen Wanning, so after announcing the surprise, he made up an excuse and went to a corner to be alone. Having not returned to the Chen family for a long time, he felt uncomfortable in every aspect of their home this time, whether it's people or houses. Little E, my little brother. Chen Huaiming walked up to Jiang Yi with a gentle smile. You're finally home. Your second sister is so happy. Really? Then you might be getting excited a little too soon. Jiang Yi gave her a cold glance. Chen Huaiming didn't know what Jiang Yi meant by those words, and thought he just still harbored resentment towards her. Although she felt wronged, she quickly convinced herself that, in any case, her little brother Xiao Yi had already gone home. There will be plenty of time in the future, and there will be many opportunities to make it up to Xiao Yi and let him see her true feelings. Thinking of this, Chen Huaiming felt a little better. Little E, it's still early. How about your second sister takes you to see your new room first? Your second sister bought you lots of decorations that boys like, and also lots of new clothes and… Chen Huaiming, do you know how disgusting you are right now? Jiang Yi couldn't stand her chatter any longer and interrupted her coldly. Chen Huaiming couldn't believe what she had heard, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Little E, why did you say that to your second sister? I've been really heartbroken lately. I've read all those WeChat messages you sent me before, over and over again. I truly regret not cherishing you back then, and for trampling on your sincerity. Now, I just hope you can give me a chance so I can make it up to you. Jiang Yi sneered, his icy eyes fixed on Chen Huaiming. Chen Huaiming, ask yourself honestly, are you trying to make amends to me now? Or are you trying to mend the cracks in your kind and perfect personality caused by the time you trampled on my sincerity? Upon hearing this, Chen Huaiming felt as if his heart had been struck hard by a giant iron hammer. She didn't understand why Jiang Yi said that to her. She just wanted to make amends to her younger brother, whom she had neglected and hurt. Was that wrong? She wanted to explain herself, but when she met Jiang Yi's icy gaze, she couldn't say anything and eventually fled in panic. Seeing Chun Xingwen hiding alone in a corner, looking dejected, He Qinxue quickly walked over. Son, what's wrong? Chun Xingwen smiled wryly. Mom, I'm fine. How could nothing be wrong? I noticed you looked really upset after you greeted that little brat. Tell me, did he bully you again? Chun Xingwen turned his head away and wiped his moist eyes. Mom, I'm really fine. Don't worry about me, and please don't go looking for my brother. This banquet is very important to our family. It's okay if I suffer a little grievance. Seeing her precious son like this, He Qinxue was even more convinced that he had been bullied by that little beast Jiang Yi again, and immediately wanted to settle the score with Jiang Yi. After she came downstairs, Chun Xingwen smiled slightly, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. He got up and walked to the railing, looking at Jiang Yi in the corner downstairs with great interest. He Qinxue was not blinded by anger. She still remembered the importance of this banquet to the Chun family and their true purpose in wanting Jiang Yi to return. After all, Chun Taiha and Chun Wanning had repeatedly warned her about these matters in the past 2 days. So this time, she didn't slap him like she did before. Suppressing her anger, she forced a smile and walked towards Jiang Yi. Her strategy was to first use diplomacy and then resort to force. Because of the boils around her mouth, He Qinxue didn't get to greet guests very often. In addition, her mouth hurt terribly whenever she spoke, so she didn't even greet her usual group of wealthy female friends. At this moment, Jiang Yi was standing in the corner. If she wanted to get over, she would have to go through the crowd. She inevitably ran into many acquaintances, exchanged pleasantries with them, and explained repeatedly that she was wearing a mask today because of an allergic reaction. After finally dealing with these people, she lifted her foot and continued walking towards Jiang Yi. But she had only taken a couple of steps when she heard her so-called best friend laughing at her from behind. That's hilarious. Saying it's an allergy? It's clearly just because the Chun family is about to collapse, and they're getting anxious and upset. Exactly. I've disliked her for a long time. She's arrogant and domineering, and has no manners whatsoever of a wealthy lady. Sure enough, she raised children like this. It's true that if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. Exactly. At this critical juncture, instead of thinking about properly compensating the victims and educating their children, they still have the mind to hold such a grand banquet. They're just suffering for the sake of saving face. You don't understand, do you? The Chin family isn't just suffering for the sake of saving face. They're very clever. Didn't you see that almost all of the Chun family's daughters are here today? And they're all dressed up in an extremely seductive way. It's obvious they want to take this opportunity to pick a man and get through the crisis through marriage. Those of you with sons, you'd better keep a close eye on your sons. Don't jump into a fire pit, like the Chin family. Chapter 69 Mom will treat you well from now on. Hearing her former close friend's sarcastic remarks, He Qinxue turned ashen with anger and nearly stumbled and fell. Her eyes were filled with anger and resentment. If it weren't for the special occasion, she would have turned around immediately and torn those bastards' mouths apart. She glanced at Jiang Yi, who had an indifferent expression, and remembered that she still had important things to do. She forced a seemingly kind smile and hurried over. Chun Tai has said that Jiang Yi has a super powerful backer, and as long as the Chun family can get in touch with this backer, they will surely rise to great heights. At that time, those vile people who mocked her will surely kneel before her and beg for mercy. At that time, I will never look at them again. He Qinxue walked up to Jiang Yi, her eyes filled with a tenderness she had never shown Jiang Yi before. If such a smile had been seen before, Jiang Yi would definitely have felt happy and excited. But at that moment, he felt a churning in his stomach and felt extremely nauseous. In fact, Jiang Yi had already noticed He Qinxue when she walked over, and he had heard every single one of her sarcastic remarks. He Qinxue casually glanced around at Jiang Yi, then asked with a smile, Xiao Yi, why are you standing here all alone? Where are your friends? Friend? Do you mean Qinxian? Jiang Yi frowned and asked in a cold tone, Your friend? Mom has never met her. How would she know? He Qinxue smiled, concealing the guilt in her eyes. Although Jiang Yi had long known that the Chun family was determined to bring him back, he still couldn't figure out what they were after. He Qinxue's words made him suspicious. Could it be that they're so eager for him to come back because of this so-called friend? So who exactly is this friend? Judging from He Qinxue's reaction, it shouldn't be Qin Xian. Is that old Zhou? Or is it old Han? Jiang Yi tentatively asked. So you wanted me to come back this time actually for my friend's sake? He Qinxue was worried that if the topic continued, Jiang Yi would guess their real purpose in sending him home, so she decided to change the subject. She reached out to take Jiang Yi's hand, but Jiang Yi nimbly dodged it. He Qinxue felt a surge of anger in her heart. cursing Jiang Yi for being ungrateful, but on her face she pretended to be hurt and said pitifully, "Xiao Yi, are you still blaming your mother?" Jiang Yi looked at her with a half smile and asked, "What do I blame you for?" He Qinxue quickly said, "Xiao Yi, Mom knows that I was a bit strict with you before, but you have to believe that everything I did was for your own good. You were not by my side when you were little, and you grew up in that kind of place, so I was always afraid that you would go astray, but now, I figured it out. In the past, I misunderstood you because I was too anxious. Now I know that you are a good child, and I will definitely treat you well in the future, just like I treated your older sisters and younger brothers." Jiang Yi sneered, "Misunderstanding? Then why do you think you misunderstood me?" He Qinxue was stunned for a moment, and didn't know how to answer the question. After all, that's not what she really thought. If the Qin family weren't so desperate to connect with the man behind Jiang Yi, she wouldn't even want to look at Jiang Yi, let alone say these insincere words. He Qinxue gave a dry laugh and continued, "Xiao Yi, now that you're home, let's not talk about those unhappy things from the past. Not mentioning it? Why not mentioning it? Is it because the knife wasn't stabbed in your own flesh, so you can just let it go so easily? Or is it that you don't even think those unfounded accusations against me in the past were misunderstandings?" Jiang Yi frowned, his tone full of coldness. He Qinshue's face stiffened, and she was furious. She had already lowered herself to please this little bastard, but he still dared to act arrogantly towards her. However, considering the Chen family's current situation, she could only swallow her anger and whisper, "Xiao Yi." Jiang Yi interrupted her mercilessly. "Also, why did you come to me now? It's because Chen Xingwen cried to you again, saying that I bullied him, right? So no matter what you say now, it will eventually lead to me telling you not to bully Chen Xingwen and to take good care of your younger brother, right?" He Qinxue was quite surprised that Jiang Yi knew so much. A hint of mockery flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes as he coldly said, "He Qinxue, is your face really due to an allergic reaction?" After saying that, he strode away, leaving He Qinxue standing there dumbfounded. For some reason, He Qinxue felt that Jiang Yi's tone and eyes at the end were a bit off, but she couldn't figure out exactly what was wrong. The bright moon hangs high in the night sky, with stars sparsely dotting the heavens. Jiang Yi had had enough of the fake smiles in the banquet hall, so he went to the courtyard alone. Rather than being disgusted by the Chun family members one after another inside, it's better to come out and breathe some fresh air, since there's still a long time before the big show starts. There were only a few people out for some fresh air in the courtyard. Jiang Yi wandered aimlessly and unknowingly walked to the small window of the basement where he used to live. Scenes of his past struggles in that little house flashed before his eyes like a tidal wave. Thinking of those painful memories, his face gradually darkened, and he unconsciously clenched his fists tightly. "Jiang Yi, you're so smug, aren't you?" At this moment, Chen Xingwen walked over. He stared intently at Jiang Yi, gritting his teeth as he said, "Jiang Yi, you're so smug, aren't you?" Jiang Yi turned around, looked at Chen Xingwen expressionlessly, and remained silent. A hint of resentment flashed in Chen Xingwen's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Mom and Dad are finally going to reveal your true identity. After tonight, you will be the real young master of the Chen family, and you can finally take everything from me." A mocking smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face, his lips slightly upturned, carrying a hint of disdain and coldness. "Everything you have? You mean, as an orphan, you've gained favor and money by taking my place?" Chen Xingwen's eyes widened, and he said angrily, "Jiang Yi, don't be so smug. So what if I'm an adopted son? My parents still value me the most, don't they? Do you really think they brought you back to make it up to you?" Jiang Yi's heart stirred. He was eager to know what the Chun family's true purpose was. So she raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes sharp, and continued along with Chen Xingwen's words nonchalantly. "After all, I'm still his biological son. You must have heard the idiom blood is thicker than water, right?" Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Chen Xingwen felt a surge of jealousy and resentment. "So what if I'm their biological child? I've been enjoying everything all these years." Chen Xingwen sneered, his face full of contempt and malice, and said in a sarcastic tone, "What blood is thicker than water? It's just that he values the resources behind you. Jiang Yi, it feels good to be pinned down by an old man, doesn't it? TSK, you really are despicable. You would do such a thing for money." Jiang Yi frowned deeply, his heart filled with doubt and shock. "What do you mean? What old man?" Chen Xingwen sneered, curling his lip and gloating. "What are you pretending for? Do you think we don't know? The reason you can live such a good life after leaving the Qin family is because you sold your body and hooked up with a big shot, right?" Chapter 70 Qin Xian has finally arrived. After saying those words, Chen Xingwen's heart pounded. Fearing that Jiang Yi would attack him again, he hurriedly left. Jiang Yi stood quietly in place for a long time before piecing together the truth from Chun Xingwen's words. At this moment, besides shock, an overwhelming sense of nausea surged within him. How could the Qin family have such a bizarre and despicable thought process? Is she being kept by a man? They really know how to come up with such ideas. Jiang Yi peered through the window beside him at Chun Taihe and Chun Wanning, who were chatting and laughing with someone inside the room, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. After tonight, the Qin family will become a laughingstock in the entire capital. At the same time, Qin Xingwen was filled with regret. He knew he had committed a grave offense. He was well aware of how much Chun Taihe and Chun Wanning valued this banquet and Jiang Yi. He hadn't originally intended to reveal the truth. But for some reason, seeing that Jiang Yi was now no less capable than himself in any way, and thinking that after tonight, their identities would be completely reversed in the eyes of the world, an indescribable panic welled up in his heart. There was always a voice inside me screaming, "Crush Jiang Yi, you must crush him." Chun Xingwen eventually regretted it. He regretted that he had encouraged the Qin family to bring Jiang Yi back. He still wanted to return to the Jiang Yi who could be trampled under his feet in the Qin family, not the Jiang Yi who could steal his status and position. But things have come to this point, and if Jiang Yi refuses to return to the Chun family because of what he said, he doesn't even dare to think about how Chun Taihe and Chun Wanning will treat him. Thinking of this, he could only hope that Jiang Yi wouldn't drag him into it when she went crazy. It was 8 p.m. Chun Wanning was increasingly uneasy as she waited for the man she desired. She anxiously searched for Jiang Yi everywhere, and finally found him by the bench in the yard. Chun Wanning asked anxiously, "Little E, why hasn't Qin Xian arrived yet? Big sister, why are you in such a hurry?" Jiang Yi smiled slightly. Chun Wanning said unhappily, "How can I not be anxious? The banquet is about to start, and he hasn't arrived yet. Little E, why don't you call Qin Xian and urge him?" Jiang Yi replied with a smile, "No need, he just contacted me and will definitely be there within 10 minutes. Don't worry, big sister, Qin Xian will definitely attend your 30th birthday celebration. Didn't I tell you? I'll give you an unforgettable birthday present." Chun Wanning finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, little brother Xiaoyi." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Chun Wanning asked cautiously, "By the way, little E, where have you been staying all this time?" "It's my own house." Chun Wanning asked in surprise, "Your own house? Did you buy it?" Jiang Yi knew that Chun Wanning was trying to test this sordid idea in their minds, and after a moment's thought, he said, "No, someone gave it to me." He paused deliberately at this point, then added, "It doesn't seem quite right to say it was a gift actually. I met a friend who ran into some trouble, and I helped him resolve it. In return, I received some money and, incidentally, a house." Chun Wanning was filled with disdain, thinking to herself, "What do you mean by helping people solve their problems? If you're going to be a male concubine, just be a male concubine. Why make it sound so high and mighty?" However, although she thought this in her heart, she did not show it on her face at all. "Little E, why don't you invite your friend over too? It would be a good opportunity for our family to get to know him and thank him for taking care of you during this time." Chun Wanning continued to probe. Jiang Yi said with a half smile, "Big sister, why don't we wait until tonight? If you still want to see my friends after tonight, I promise I'll arrange a get-together for you all to have a good chat." Upon hearing this, Chun Wanning was extremely excited. As long as they can get in touch with the big shot behind Jiang Yi, the Qin family will not only be able to resolve their current crisis instantly, but their future will also be bright. Becoming a top-tier elite family in the capital is just around the corner. Chun Wanning suddenly felt that having a younger brother like Jiang Yi wasn't so bad. "Attorney Qin, you've finally arrived." Just then, Chun Taihe's powerful voice rang out. Chun Wanning's expression changed instantly, and her eyes lit up. "Big sister, the person you've been waiting for has arrived." Jiang Yi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Chun Wanning blushed as she looked at the tall man not far away. "Little E, you're not allowed to make fun of your big sister." As she spoke, she pulled Jiang Yi up. Come on. Attorney Qin is your friend. Accompany your older sister to say hello to Attorney Qin." Jiang Yi stood up, suppressing his nausea, and accompanied the hurried Chun Wanning into the house. At this moment, Qin Xian and Chun Taihe were surrounded by a crowd of people, so Chun Wanning, who had just entered the room, couldn't see what was going on inside at all. Qin Xue was surrounded by a group of wealthy women, her face beaming with pride, her eyes brimming with smugness. She looked at the group of women who had just been gossiping and insulting her behind her back, her eyes filled with disgust and contempt. As soon as Chun Wanning entered the room, everyone looked at her with envy and admiration in their eyes. "Mr. Chun, Attorney Qin actually came to your birthday party. Such big news, and you didn't even let anyone know beforehand. You're really not being fair." "Ha ha, Mr. Chun, Attorney Qin is known for not liking socializing, so it's surprising that he would come to your birthday party. It seems that Attorney Chin has a special place in your heart. Of course, who doesn't know that our CEO Chun is a powerful businesswoman who dominates the business world? Countless men have fallen at her feet. Isn't it perfectly normal for Attorney Chin to be captivated by her charm? Listening to everyone's praise, Chen Wanning felt a little smug. She looked at Qin Xian, who stood out with his distinguished presence in the crowd. One glance was enough to make her heart race. She'd waited. 8 years. She'd finally waited. The man she loved so dearly had finally entered her world. However, what she didn't expect was that at that moment, a giant net full of sharp spikes had silently hung above her head, waiting to fall when she was happiest and most triumphant, piercing her and all her pride and self-esteem, and then dragging her into hell. Chapter 71. Qin Shuang publicly questions Chen Wanning. Big sister, aren't you going to go and take a look? Jiang Yi saw her staring blankly at Qin Xian and spoke up. Chen Wanning then came to her senses, smiled shyly, and then took Jiang Yi's arm and walked towards Qin Xian in the center of the crowd. As Qin Xian drew closer, Chen Wanning's heart pounded uncontrollably. His body trembled slightly. Jiang Yi glanced at her, his anticipation for the upcoming drama growing stronger. A moment later, Chen Wanning finally arrived in the middle of the crowd. Attorney Qin, you hello. She reached out her hand to Qin Xian, a perfect smile on her face. But before she could utter the word, okay, an extremely pale face, as if deprived of sunlight for years, came into her view. The smile on her face froze instantly, and her eyes were filled with fear and panic. Ningning, what's wrong? Did something happen? Shen Taihan noticed Chen Wanning's unusual behavior, his eyes filled with concern, and he stepped forward to help her up. At this moment, Chen Wanning's face was completely bloodless, as pale as paper. Her gaze darted back and forth between Qin Xian and Qin Shuang, who was sitting in a wheelchair staring intently at her, her body trembling involuntarily, as if she were being sieved. Ningning, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Should Daddy call a doctor for you? Shen Taiha became increasingly anxious, and his voice trembled slightly. Chen Wanning opened her mouth, as if to say something, but it felt as if a wad of cotton was stuffed into her throat, preventing her from uttering a single word. How so? Didn't the doctor clearly say that Qin Shuang, that bitch, had absolutely no chance of waking up? How did she end up here, especially at her own birthday party? What exactly does Qin Xian want with her? Could it be that they've come to seek revenge? Thinking of this, Chen Wanning's heart sank. No. She absolutely must not let anyone know what she did back then, otherwise her life will be completely ruined. Chen Wanning's mind raced as she racked her brains, trying to figure out how to escape this predicament. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck her. Faint. She can fake fainting. As long as we can get through tonight and avoid making a fool of ourselves in front of everyone, we can think of a solution later. Moreover, doesn't Qin Xian greatly respect Jiang Yi? Perhaps Jiang Yi can help her get through this crisis. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated, raised her hand to cover her chest, pretended to have a heart attack, and soon fell straight towards Jiang Yi. She thought Jiang Yi would definitely reach out to help her, but to her surprise, the boy actually took a step back, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. Ningning. President Chun. Big sister. The people around gasped in surprise. Jiang Yi naturally realized that Chen Wanning was faking fainting and roughly guessed her intentions. But he had gone to great lengths to prepare such a grand show for Chen Wanning, so how could he let the lead actress be absent? So he quietly lifted his foot and stepped on Chen Wanning's fingers, grinding them hard a few times, and then asked in feigned concern, Big sister, what's wrong with you? Chen Wanning felt as if the bones in the fingers that were being stepped on were about to break, and the pain made her sit up abruptly. Jiang Yi lifted his foot at the opportune moment and said, Big sister, you're awake? You almost scared me to death. Chen Wanning had no idea who had stepped on her just now. At this moment, she was only cursing that person in her heart and did not notice the sarcastic tone in Jiang Yi's words. Since Miss Chun is no longer pretending to be unconscious, then stand up. My sister and I still have a score to settle with you. Everyone sensed the displeasure in Qin Xian's tone and looked at Chen Wanning with suspicion, wondering if Qin Xian had come to cause her trouble instead of to celebrate her birthday. Chen Wanning's face turned pale again, but there was nothing she could do now, so she could only slowly stand up. Qin Xian stared at her and asked, Miss Chun, do you still recognize my sister? Chen Wanning smiled awkwardly and said, Why would Attorney Qin ask that? Chen Wanning has worked her way up in the business world for so many years, and it wasn't for nothing. If one plan fails, another will be devised. She had already made up her mind that no matter what Qin Xian said at this moment, she would deny it outright. Anyway, Qin Shuang wasn't pushed into the water by her. At most, she just watched her die without helping. She didn't break the law. Even if Qin Xian called the police or filed a lawsuit, it wouldn't do anything to her. There is no rule that says you must jump in to save someone just because you see them fall into the water. At this moment, she had completely forgotten her past love for Qin Xian. Qin Xian gritted his teeth and said, word by word, "Why would I ask that? Doesn't Miss Qin know? After all, my sister's long-term coma is all thanks to you." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. What's the meaning? Wasn't it said that Miss Qin became a vegetable after accidentally falling into the water? Could there be more to this story? Was it Chun Wanning who caused the eldest daughter of the Qin family to fall into the water? Chun Wanning frowned, feigning confusion, her eyes full of bewilderment, and raised her voice, saying, "Attorney Qin, why do you say that? You're a lawyer. Don't you know that defaming others is illegal?" Qin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile, and he scoffed. It seems Miss Qin won't shed a tear until she sees the coffin. Qin Shuang's originally pale face flushed with anger, her chest heaving as she glared at Chun Wanning. "Chun Wanning, are you planning to deny it to the death?" Chun Wanning straightened her back, raised her head, and looked puzzled. "What do I admit? Miss Qin, today is my birthday banquet. If you and your brother are here to celebrate my birthday, I am very welcome. But if you continue to insult and slander me like this, then I'm sorry. Even if your Qin family is large and powerful, the place where you are standing now belongs to the Qin family. I have the right to ask you to leave." Qin Shuang's eyes seemed to spit fire, her voice trembling. "Chun Wanning, you really have no shame. If you hadn't asked me out back then, would I have gone to that lakeside? If you hadn't suddenly knelt down and begged me not to tell him the disgusting things you did to my brother, would I have been so scared that I fell into the water? But what about you? What did you do? You saw me fall into the water, and not only did you not save me, you even deliberately sent away the people who wanted to save me, and watched me sink to the bottom of the lake. Didn't you just want me to die in that cold lake water? Thank God, I not only survived, but I'm alive now. Chun Wanning, you still like my brother, don't you? But now my parents and brother know all the disgusting things you did to him back then. You can forget about ever entering the Qin family again. My brother would never, ever fall for a pervert." Chapter 72. Chun Wanning is beaten in public. After hearing Qin Shuang's words, everyone looked bewildered and whispered among themselves. "What do you mean? What disgusting thing did Chun Wanning do to Qin Xian?" Chun Wanning knelt down to Qin Shuang? That's impossible, isn't it? She's such a proud person. Did Chun Wanning really just stand by and watch someone die? That's incredibly cruel. Can't she swim? No, she can swim really well. I saw her post about it on her WeChat moments. She still swims regularly. Then why didn't you save them? If you were really worried about something happening, you could have called someone else to help. How could you send them away and just watch them die? Hearing the whispers, Chun Wanning grew increasingly flustered, but she forced herself to remain calm and gritted her teeth, saying, "Miss Qin, when have I ever liked your brother? How come I, the person involved, know nothing about this? And when have I ever knelt before you? We're both women. Why are you humiliating me like this?" Chun Wanning's face was ashen, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. "You fell into the water and were unconscious for many years. When you woke up, you were not thinking clearly, and I felt sorry for you. I could tolerate you talking nonsense. But I will never allow you to humiliate me again and again at my birthday banquet in our Qin family and ruin my reputation, Chun Wanning." After saying that, she shouted, "Security, please come and ask Miss Qin and Mr. Qin to leave." Several security guards quickly ran over. "Mr. Qin, Miss Qin, please leave." Qin Xian merely sneered and remained silent, his eyes filled with disdain. Chun Wanning gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Since Mr. Qin and Miss Qin are determined to ruin my birthday party, then don't blame me for being impolite. Security, throw them out." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong and resonant voice rang out. "Let's see who dares to touch anyone from the Qin family." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Qin Xian's grandfather, father, and mother leading a group of bodyguards in black into the Qin family's living room. Everyone's expression froze, and a chill ran through them. The Qin family started out in the underworld. Qin Xian's grandfather had connections in both the legitimate and criminal worlds and was a powerful figure in the capital. However, over the years, as the Qin family's business was laundered and the younger generation of the Qin family gradually grew up, he retired to the second line and lived out his retirement years. Over time, people forgot about this great figure who once struck fear into the heart of the entire capital. Upon seeing him today, everyone realized that although this old man was old, he still possessed a chilling aura. Upon seeing this, the Qin family members felt a chill run down their spines. Chun Taiha's face turned ashen, and he inwardly groaned. Tonight the Qin family is probably doomed. Damn it! Chun Taiha cursed inwardly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He simply couldn't understand what Chun Wanning had done to the apple of the Qin families, that could alarm this Qin family patriarch, who hadn't shown his face in public for many years. Chun Taiha was in a state of great anxiety. But as the head of the Qin family, he had no choice but to step forward under such circumstances. He walked up to Mr. Qin with slightly stiff steps, forced a fawning smile on his face, and said, "I was unaware that Mr. Qin would grace my humble abode with his presence. I am truly sorry for not welcoming you properly." Mr. Qin snorted coldly, his eyes filled with anger. "Your Qin family has really raised a fine daughter. Not only did she have no shame in coveting my grandson, but she also caused my granddaughter to fall into the water and stood by and watched her die." Upon hearing this, Chen Taihe felt a chill run down his spine. Although Chen Wanning knew that this old man was someone the Chen family absolutely could not afford to offend, things had already come to this point, and she had no choice but to consider it further. She straightened her back, a hint of defiance on her face. "Mr. Qin, I respect your high moral character and prestige, but you can't slander me, a junior, like this. I don't understand what I did to make your family think that I like Qin Xian and to cause Qin Shuang to become a plant." Slap. A crisp slap suddenly interrupted Chen Wanning's words. When Qin Xue saw her daughter being beaten, she immediately rushed forward like a fierce mother tiger protecting her cub, shouting loudly, "Why are you hitting my daughter?" Qin's mother glared at Chen Wanning with hatred, gritting her teeth as she said, "What? She caused my daughter to be bedridden for so many years and almost died. Can I hit her? This is just one slap, which is too lenient on her." Qin Xue's face turned red with anger. "Isn't this bullying us by taking advantage of our power?" Mother Qin sneered. "So what if we bully others by relying on our power? If our Qin family hadn't already retired from the criminal world, we would be relying on far more power than we are now." Qin Xue was so angry that she trembled all over. "You." Fearing that Qin Xue would completely enrage the Qin family, Chen Taihe quickly pulled her away. Chen Taihe said anxiously, "Everyone, isn't there some misunderstanding? My Ningning has had absolutely no contact with your son all these years, so how could she possibly covet him?" Qin's mother sneered, her eyes filled with coldness as she looked at Chen Wanning. "Chen Wanning, I'll ask you one last time. Do you admit to the shameful things you've done?" Chen Wanning's legs went weak from being intimidated by Qin's mother's gaze. However, she is now in a difficult situation. If she admits it, she will be utterly disgraced. So, gritting her teeth and forcing herself to remain calm, she said, "How can I admit to something I didn't do?" Qin's mother let out another cold laugh. "Fine, since you've lost all shame, then I'll grant your wish." After saying that, she stretched out her hand and shouted, "Give me the photo." The bodyguard behind him quickly handed him a stack of photos. Qin's mother threw the photos into the air and shouted, "Look, everyone, look how shameless and despicable the eldest daughter of the Qin family is in private." The photos fluttered down onto the ground and onto the people. After seeing the contents of the photo, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Chen Wanning's heart tightened. Without thinking, she quickly snatched the photo from the person next to her and glanced at it, only to feel her vision go black. How could that be? So many years have passed, why are there still photos? And why is her face so clear in every photo? Qin's mother shouted. "Chen Wanning, since you refuse to repent, don't blame me for exposing your disgusting behavior to the world." Then, raising her voice, she continued, "You sneaked into my son's house, stripped naked, wore his clothes, lay on the bed he slept in, and even stole his underwear. Chen Wanning, you've truly opened my eyes. Don't you have any shame? I could forgive all of that, just because you're too infatuated with my son. But you shouldn't have done that. After causing my daughter to fall into the water, you abandoned her. I don't ask you to save her yourself. She's a living person. If you truly loved my son, how could you watch his sister, whom he raised since childhood, die?" Chapter 73, Chen Taihe's Scheme. The appearance of these photos completely shattered Chen Wanning's mental defenses. She screamed hysterically, "It's not real. These photos aren't real. You faked them. The person in the photos isn't me. I haven't done anything like that. I've never liked Qin Xian. No, I haven't. You've ruined my reputation. You're slandering me. I won't let you get away with this. I'm telling you. I, Chen Wanning, am not afraid of your Qin family. I'm going to sue you. I'll sue you to death." Qin's mother snorted coldly. "Go ahead and sue. Let the whole world see whether these photos are real or fake. You're not afraid of losing face, but we, the Qin family, the victims, are certainly not." At this moment, old Mr. Qin suddenly slammed his cane down hard, his face extremely ugly, and shouted, "My old bones haven't even been buried yet. How dare your Qin family, such a small and insignificant family, treat my Qin family like this? I, Qin, will say it right now. As long as my Qin family exists in the capital, your Qin family will never have a good life. Qin Xian, take your sister away." "Yes." After Qin Xian responded, he pushed Qin Shuang's wheelchair to old Master Qin's side. Old Master Qin was about to leave, but then he suddenly remembered something. walked to Jiang Yi's side and said respectfully, "Young Master Jiang, I, Qin, will never forget your great kindness to the Qin family. There are too many people here today, but I will definitely visit you in person to express my gratitude another day." Jiang Yi nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. Old Master Qin didn't think this young man was putting on airs and left after saying goodbye. Everyone stared at Jiang Yi in astonishment, their eyes filled with doubt and curiosity. Who exactly is this young man? How could someone as respected as Old Master Qin value it so much? However, the banquet had already turned out this way, and the Qin family had publicly declared that they would be irreconcilable enemies with the Qin family in the future, so they would not be foolish enough to stand with the Qin family. The group exchanged glances, many of them considering leaving. Their eyes kept glancing towards the door, and those who were closer to the door had already quietly slipped away. "Stop them!" Chen Wanning suddenly shouted anxiously. Several bodyguards immediately ran to the door. Anyone leaving today must be searched and have their phones checked. No one is allowed to take these photos with them. All photos and videos must be deleted. Chen Wanning's voice was sharp and piercing, her face full of fierceness. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately began to grumble in dissatisfaction. "Your Qin family is far too arrogant and domineering. We only came to your banquet out of respect, and now that we're leaving, you want to search us and check our phones? Who gave you that right?" "Exactly. These photos of yours are so offensive they make me sick just looking at them. Who would want to take them with them?" "That's right. I thought there might be a misunderstanding before, but looking at you now, what misunderstanding could there be? This photo must be real, otherwise you wouldn't be acting so guilty." Duh. As Chen Wanning listened to the accusations from the crowd, her face turned ashen and her body trembled slightly. Chen Taiha was also worried that his daughter's reckless behavior would offend everyone here, and then the Qin family would be completely finished. "Ningning, let it go." Chen Taiha looked anxious, his tone pleading. "No, Dad, these photos absolutely cannot be leaked, or I'll be ruined." Chen Wanning's eyes revealed a resolute determination, as if she had made up her mind. "Let's go, let's see if they dare to search us." Suddenly, someone shouted something, and the others responded in unison. The crowd surged toward the door like a tidal wave. "Stop them!" Chen Wanning completely lost her mind and screamed hysterically, her voice even becoming distorted. Chen Taiha was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of Jiang Yi, who had been standing calmly to the side, and his eyes lit up. Yes, Jiang Yi has a powerful backer. Moreover, given their close relationship with Qin Xian and the apparent respect Qin Leoi has for Jiang Yi, their threats against the Qin family must stem from a lack of knowledge about the connection between Jiang Yi and the Qin family. If they knew that Jiang Yi was Chen Taiha's biological son, there would probably be room for maneuver in this matter, and the Qin family might even treat him with more respect. Chapter 74, publicly slapping Chen Taiha in the face. "Everyone, please wait a moment." Chen Taiha raised his voice and shouted loudly. The crowd quieted down. "Ladies and gentlemen, the way this banquet turned out today was truly unexpected. However, I, Chen Taiha, believe that my daughter is not as despicable as the Qin family claims also. This banquet today is not only to celebrate my daughter's birthday, but I also have some good news to share with you all." Chen Taiha quickly walked to Jiang Yi's side, forcing a smile on his face and trying to keep his tone calm. Seeing that Chen Taiha could still laugh under such circumstances, everyone became interested in the happy news he was talking about and turned around to focus their attention on him. "As you all know, my Qin family's youngest son went missing more than 10 years ago. Now, I announce to you that my Qin family has finally found our biological son." As he spoke, Chen Taiha looked at Jiang Yi with anticipation and affection in his eyes. "Xiao Yi, come on, say hello to everyone." The crowd gasped in disbelief. They had all witnessed how much respect old Master Qin had shown this young man. So, is this boy the Chen family's biological son? What about the original young master of the Qin family? Was he just an adopted son? Everyone's eyes swept towards Chen Xingwen like searchlights. Chen Xingwen felt as if he were being pricked by needles. His face turned extremely gloomy, and he gritted his teeth. Has it finally arrived? Did Jiang Yi still take everything from him? He had originally thought that even if Jiang Yi came back, he would at most take away some of the affection. Judging from the current situation, Chen Taiha clearly sees Jiang Yi as the Chen family's lifeline. Based on his understanding of Chen Taiha, even if Jiang Yi wanted to kick him out of the Chen family now, Chen Taiha would probably do it. "Xiao Yi, say hello to everyone." Seeing that Jiang Yi hadn't spoken for a while, Chen Taiha urged him again, a hint of anxiety flashing in his eyes. Jiang Yi turned his head and glanced at Chen Taiha. "Mr. Chen, are you drunk? Your son is over there. His name is Chen Xingwen. My surname is Jiang. I'm an orphan. I only lived in your Chen family for a while. How could I be your Chen family's child?" "Oh, right. I didn't have a good time in your Chin family. I was always hungry. I lived in a basement, and I was beaten every few days. I cut ties with your Chin family a long time ago because I couldn't stand the abuse anymore. Have you forgotten? Jiang Yi's words were tinged with mockery and indifference, his eyes filled with disdain. Chen Taihe was struck dumb, his face turned deathly pale, and he stood there blankly, as if all his energy had been drained away. He never expected that Jiang Yi would slap him in the face in front of so many people. Then, Jiang Yi looked at Chen Wanning, a sarcastic smile on his lips, his eyes full of provocation. Miss Chen, how is it? I told you I would give you an unforgettable birthday present. Did I do it? Do you like this wonderful gift I gave you? I went through a lot of trouble to wake Qin Shuang up. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanning suddenly realized something and looked at Jiang Yi in disbelief. He Qin Shue rushed forward, pointed at Jiang Yi's nose, and shouted angrily, "It was you? You little beast, you're the one who did all this. Mrs. Chen, your mouth is so rotten. How can you still have the energy to curse? Aren't you afraid those boils will never heal?" Jiang Yi's tone was full of sarcasm. Then, he walked up to He Qin Shue, took his hand out of his pocket, and a sharp knife appeared in his hand. Jiang Yi's movements were swift and decisive, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. He Qin Shue only felt a flash of silver light before her eyes. Before she could scream, she felt a chill on the lower half of her face, which had been covered up. He Qin Shue stared in horror, her body involuntarily taking a step back. She reached out and touched the skin around her mouth where her fingers were covered in pustules. She then let out a piercing scream, covered her face with her hands, and her body trembled uncontrollably. "Don't look at me. Everyone stay away from me." Jiang Yi smiled faintly, his eyes filled with indifference. "I told you, your Chen family would get your comeuppance, and now, your retribution has begun. Enjoy it. Today it's Chen Wanning. Who's next?" "Oh, right, there's something you don't know yet. When I was abducted by human traffickers, Chen Wanning clearly saw it, but she did nothing. You see, that's how the Chen family is. Cold-bloodedness is etched into your bones." Chapter 75, Chen Huaiming proves himself. A banquet that should have marked the Chen family's resurgence ended in such a dismal fashion. The mocking expressions on the guests' faces as they left were like invisible slaps to the faces of the Chen family. The living room, which was just filled with distinguished guests, is now empty except for a few members of the Chen family. The room was deathly silent. Everyone seemed still reeling from the devastating blow. Chen Taihe sat on the sofa, silently smoking a cigar, his brows furrowed. It was as if all the energy and spirit of the person had been drained, and they looked as if they had suddenly aged 10 years. Chen Wanning, who had been most looking forward to the banquet, had already returned to the living room. The absurd things she did for Qin Xianback then are now seen by the whole world. Even her blood relatives feel that they will mock and despise her behind her back. Knowing how devastating the events that had transpired on Chen Wanning today were for a woman, Chen Huaiming was very worried that she might do something foolish, so she followed her to her room. After Chen Huaiming entered the house, she saw Chen Wanning standing on the balcony, a cigarette between her fingers, her face full of sorrow. She walked over and asked with a worried look, "Big sister, are you all right?" Chen Wanning gave a self-deprecating laugh. "How could it be okay? My life is completely ruined." Upon hearing this, Chen Huaiming's eyes instantly reddened, and she said with heartache, "Big sister, don't be like this, you just love that man too much." Upon hearing this, Chen Wanning turned back to look at Chen Huaiming with some surprise, as if trying to discern whether her words were sincere or meant to make a fool of her. "You really think so? Don't you think I'm a despicable pervert?" Chen Huaiming shook her head vigorously. "Big sister, we are sisters. How could I think of you like that? Don't be sad, it will all pass. After this period of time, everyone will gradually forget about this. It's something that can't be overcome. Even if people stop discussing it after a while, in the future, whenever they think of me, Chen Wanning, they will remember this incident." Chen Wanning stubbed out her cigarette, stared ahead, and spoke with exhaustion in her voice. Chen Huaiming didn't know what else to say to comfort Chen Wanning, since what Chen Wanning said was true. Regardless, this absurd and scandalous affair will forever remain in everyone's mind. Even if after a while, the hype surrounding this matter fades and everyone stops discussing it. But you never know when she will come back and stab Chen Wanning in the heart again. There was no solution. Chen Wanning could only get used to it herself. "Second sister, you go out first. I want to be alone for a while." At this moment, Chen Wanning really didn't want to deal with anyone anymore. Chen Huaiming hesitated for a moment before revealing another reason for her visit. "Big sister, could you please not blame little Li for what happened today?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wanning paused, then turned to look at Chen Huaiming, her eyes filled with anger. "What are you saying? Jiang Yi has ruined me like this, and you're telling me not to blame him?" Chen Huaiming was intimidated by Chen Wanning's sharp gaze and felt a desire to back down, But when she thought of what Jiang Yi had said to her that night, she regained her courage. She wanted to prove to Jiang Yi that she wasn't the kind of person he described. Everything she's doing for him now is just to make up for him, not to mend the cracks in his kind and perfect personality as he claims. Big sister, actually, we were the ones who wronged Jiang Yi first. The reason Jiang Yi did this is because we trampled on his sincerity back then. What nonsense are you talking about? He deliberately brought Qin Shuang to my birthday party and even colluded with the Qin family to ruin me. Now you're saying that I was the one who wronged him first. So are you implying that I deserve what I have today? Chen Wanning looked at Chun Huaiming in disbelief. Chun Huaiming shook her head, anxiously explaining. No, big sister, I'm not saying you deserved all of this. I'm just saying that Xiao Yi is actually a very good child. It's just that we didn't know how to cherish him and completely broke his heart. Enough. Chen Huaiming, get out. I don't want to hear any more of your nonsense. Chen Wanning interrupted coldly, then stopped looking at Chen Huaiming. Chen Huaiming stood there, biting her lip, feeling a little wronged. She thought about it and realized that things had come to this point, and if she left now, everything she had done before would have been in vain. The rift between the eldest sister and her younger brother, Xiao Yi, will only deepen, and she cannot stand by and watch them become mortal enemies. So, she mustered her courage and said, Big sister, I know you don't want to hear this right now, but I think you need to understand your little brother Xiao Yi. He was so well behaved in this family before. He only wanted us to treat him the way we treated Wanwen, so he always treated us with sincerity. Have you forgotten? He once brought you meals for a long time because he was worried that you were too busy with work to eat. I also received a lot of meals from him. Chen Huaiming, you don't need to lie like this to exonerate Jiang Yi, do you? He brought you food, but he never brought me any. He delivered it before. I've seen the videos he posted. Several times, he delivered it to you first, and then to me. Sister, we haven't appreciated his efforts. He's struggling so much in this family. And what have we, as his sisters, done? Sister, think about it yourself. Chen Huaiming was afraid that if she was interrupted again, she would completely lose the courage to speak up for Jiang Yi, so she spoke very quickly. After saying that, she strode away. After hearing these words, Chen Wanning stood there stunned. Jiang Yi brought her food before? How could that be? She has absolutely no recollection of it. Suddenly, a distant memory flooded her mind, and a sense of panic rose within her. I quickly called my assistant. A moment later, after watching the videos sent by her assistant, she stormed downstairs in a rage. Chen Xingwen. Chen Wanning strode up to Chen Xingwen, raised her hand, and slapped him hard across the face. Smack. Chapter 76 The Mysterious Jiang Yi. Qin Shue's mind kept replaying the words Jiang Yi had said before leaving, and the more she thought about it, the more alarmed she became. However, what alarmed her was not that Chen Wanning remained indifferent despite clearly seeing Jiang Yi being abducted by human traffickers years ago, but rather the matter of the pustules on her face that Jiang Yi mentioned. A terrible thought suddenly occurred to her, and she turned to look at Chen Xingwen. Son, did you mention to that little bastard that I have something growing on my lip? Chen Xingwen shook his head. No, Mom, I didn't say that. And what about you? Did anyone tell that little beast about this? Qin Shue's gaze swept across Chun Taihe and her two daughters' faces. Although the three of them didn't know why she suddenly asked about this, they all shook their heads in denial. Why are you asking about this out of the blue? Chun Taihe was somewhat displeased that she was only concerned about her face at a time when the Chun family was facing a life or death crisis, and his tone was very impatient. I suspect that Jiang Yi, that little bastard, did this to my face. At this moment, Qin Shue was preoccupied with her own bizarre speculations and was completely unaware of her husband's displeasure. Are you out of your mind? What kind of time is this to be talking about such baseless rumors? Chun Taihe was even more annoyed. Chen Yilan and Chun Lang also looked at their mother with surprise, their eyes full of disapproval. Qin Shue walked to the sofa and sat down, retorting seriously. This is not some baseless rumor. Chun Taihe, have you forgotten what Jiang Yi said at the police station last time? Chun Taihe was taken aback upon hearing this, and after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out which sentence Qin Shue was referring to. Qin Shue cautioned. He said to avoid bad speech, lest it attract the backlash of that force. Chun Taihe thought for a moment. Karma? Yes, that's it. Qin Shue clapped her hands excitedly. I never thought about it this way before. I thought it was just that little bastard cursing me, but you all saw it today, right? That little bastard clearly knows what's wrong with my face, and he even said that if I curse him again, my face will never be okay for the rest of my life. So I'm sure that Ying and I are like this because of him. Otherwise, such a strange thing couldn't have happened. Although Qin Shue explained things logically, Chun Taihe still found the matter too bizarre. He thought that Qin Shue couldn't accept that her face had changed like this and that so many people had seen it, so she started to have wild thoughts. He Qin Shue was annoyed that Chen Taihe didn't believe her. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Chen Xingwen, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Mom and Dad, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. Chen Xingwen's hesitant expression immediately attracted everyone's attention. Seeing her precious son like this, He Qin Shue immediately shouted angrily. Son, what else haven't you said? Did that little beast do something to you again? Chen Xingwen shook his head. No, it's something that Zhang and I discovered together, but we both felt it was too strange, and we were afraid you would worry if we told you, so we haven't dared to say anything. Strange? Chen Taihe asked, his face full of questions. Chen Xingwen nodded. He Qin Shue said anxiously. Son, what is it? Tell me quickly. Chen Xingwen remained silent for a moment before speaking with difficulty, as if he had mustered up his courage. Actually, after my brother ran away from home last time, on his first day of school, he hit Zhang. The way he hit people was really weird. He Qin Shue hurriedly asked, what's so strange? Zhang didn't actually intend to hit his brother. His brother deliberately provoked him, forcing him to fight. As you all know, Zhang has been learning martial arts and combat since he was little. Most people are no match for him. But his brother just raised his hand slightly, and Zhang couldn't move. Then his brother gently pressed on Zhang's stomach, and Zhang was in so much pain that he couldn't even stand up. Many people said Zhang was faking it, but I saw it when I went back to the classroom. Zhang was sweating profusely from the pain, and his whole body was trembling. You can't fake that kind of reaction. At this point, Chen Xingwen paused deliberately, then took a deep breath. Later, Zhang told me that he did pretend for a while, but that was after the police arrived. When his brother pressed on Zhang's stomach, Zhang's pain disappeared instantly. Zhang was worried that if he suddenly stopped hurting, the police would think he was deliberately slandering his brother, so he continued to pretend to be in pain. After Zhang told me about this, we both felt that our brother had become very strange. He wasn't like this before, but now, for some reason, his temper has become so volatile. He hits people at the slightest disagreement, and the way he hits them is so strange. After Chen Xingwen finished speaking, the entire living room fell silent. Everyone looked grim. Oh, Chen Lang suddenly exclaimed, then said, my brother is right. That little bastard Jiang Yi is definitely problematic. Everyone looked at Chen Lang. My face is also evidence. Chen Lang said excitedly. My face started hurting so much the night Jiang Yi hit me. I've seen so many doctors and had so many tests done, but no one could find the cause. Some doctors even suspected that I had a mental problem. Now, after hearing what my brother said, I finally understand that Jiang Yi must have tampered with my face. I still think these things sound too bizarre and supernatural, like something out of a horror movie. Does Jiang Yi really have such terrifying abilities? Chen Yilan looked utterly bewildered. Chen Lang retorted, then how do you explain my face? And my mother's mouths? Chen Yilan pondered for a moment, then said, could it be that my eldest sister mentioned this to Jiang Yi? The two of them were quite close a few days ago, and my eldest sister kept giving Jiang Yi gifts. Maybe she mentioned this to Jiang Yi. No sooner had the words left his mouth than footsteps echoed down the stairs. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Chen Wanning walking over angrily. He Qin Shue quickly stood up and asked, Ningning, did you tell Jiang Yi about the thing growing near my mouth? Chen Xingwen. Chen Wanning was furious. Without even glancing at He Qin Shue, she walked up to Chen Xingwen and slapped him hard across the face. Everyone was stunned by Chen Wanning's sudden slap, and momentarily forgot how to react. Even Chen Xingwen, who had been hit, just covered his face and looked at Chen Wanning in disbelief. Big sister, why did you hit me? Chen Wanning, are you crazy? Why are you hitting your brother for no reason? What did he do to you? He Qin Shue was the first to react, rushing over to shield Chen Xingwen behind her and angrily rebuking him. Chen Wanning ignored He Qin Shue and stared intently at Chen Xingwen, who was hiding behind her, and questioned him coldly. Chen Xingwen, was it really you who brought me meals for a whole month back then? Chapter 77 Chen Xingwen cannot be lived. Chen Xingwen never expected that this matter would be brought up under these circumstances, and he was filled with panic. Moreover, the person questioning him now is not Chen Yinwei, the youngest daughter in the Chen family who is dispensable, but Chen Wanning, who has been groomed by Chen Taihe as his successor for so many years. He was acutely aware of the vast gap between himself and Chen Wanning. If Chen Wanning were to insist on kicking him out of the Chen family now, Chen Taihe might very well agree. Even if He Qin Shue insists on keeping him, his life in the Chen family will never be as good as before. Thinking about this, Chen Xingwen knew that he had no other choice but to appease Chen Wanning. So he lowered his head and didn't try to figure it out. Chen Wanning was furious when she saw Chen Xingwen trying to play the victim on her. Chen Xingwen, I'm asking you a question. Stop putting on that pitiful act. Big sister, I was wrong. After Chen Xingwen finished speaking, he immediately knelt down. The person who brought you meals for over half a month wasn't me. It was my brother. Then why did you impersonate Jiang Yi and mislead me into believing that you were the one delivering the food? Big sister, it's my fault. I was so scared. I was afraid that once my brother came back, you would only like him and not me anymore. I really didn't mean to lie to you. Chen Xingwen, his face full of remorse, said with tears streaming down his face. He Qinxue felt extremely distressed seeing her beloved son like this. What on earth is going on? What do you mean by delivering food? Son, what did you do to make your older sister so angry? Chen Wanning glared fiercely at Chen Xingwen, then looked at He Qinxue. Mom, you don't know, do you? Your good adopted son, knowing that Jiang Yi had been working hard to bring me meals for many days, went to the company to bring me meals, shamelessly stealing Jiang Yi's credit. It made me think that he had arranged for those meals to be delivered, and that Jiang Yi was the one who was lying. I threw Jiang Yi out of the company lobby in front of everyone. If it weren't for her, Jiang Yi wouldn't have been so heartbroken by me. Everyone was astonished upon hearing this. He Qinxue looked at Chen Xingwen in disbelief. Son, did you really do such a thing? Chen Xingwen looked ashamed and said in a tearful voice, Mom, I'm sorry, I disappointed you. I was so scared at that time I couldn't sleep well every night, afraid that one day you would think that my brother had returned and that you no longer needed me as your son, and that you would kick me out of the Chen family. Son, how could you be so foolish? He Qinxue hugged Chen Xingwen and burst into tears. You are my precious baby. How could I possibly abandon you? It's all my fault. I neglected your feelings back then. It's not your fault. Please stop crying. It breaks my heart to see you cry. Chen Wanning coldly watched the mother and son's affectionate interaction and said in a cold voice, Chen Xingwen, are you really doing this just because you're worried that Jiang Yi will steal your favor in the Chen family? If I remember correctly, when Jiang Yi brought me food, he had already been back in the Chen family for a long time. You know better than anyone what kind of life he was living at home. So, are you still planning to use this self-inflicted injury trick on me? Upon hearing this, Chen Xingwen's expression froze. It seems that Chen Wanning is not going to let him off this time. The sibling relationship without blood ties is indeed fake. They have to take such a small matter to this extent. At this moment, Chen Xingwen's hatred for Chen Wanning reached its peak. What right does a slut who secretly strips herself naked and climbs into a man's bed have to stand there and question him so arrogantly? He will not let Chen Wanning go, absolutely not. Seeing that Chen Xingwen had already knelt down and apologized to Chen Wanning, and was crying so sadly, while Chen Wanning was still so aggressive, He Qinxue felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Ningning, that's enough. Your brother is still young, and you're all grown up. Why are you arguing with him? Besides, isn't the reason your brother did this because you, as his older sisters, weren't good enough? If you had given him enough security, he wouldn't have done such an absurd thing. You watched him grow up, don't you know his character? He's never lied since he was a child. Chen Wanning stared wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to believe that her mother would favor Chen Xingwen to such an extent. When Chen Xingwen did such a thing, her first reaction was to question her own daughter. At that moment, Chen Wanning felt fear. Chen Xingwen cannot stay. Otherwise, not only would the Chen family business, which she had worked so hard to build up over so many years, not end up in her hands. Chen Xingwen is going to ruin this family. With that thought in mind, she immediately made up her mind. Chen Xingwen, from now on, you are no longer a member of the Chen family. For the sake of our sibling relationship, you can keep the things I gave you over the years. With these things, you can live a good life even if you don't work in your next life. Chen Xingwen looked at Chen Wanning in shock. Big sister, are you trying to kick me out? Before Chen Xingwen could speak, He Qinxue suddenly stood up. Chen Wanning, are you crazy? What right do you have to drive my son away? Chen Wanning was not at all surprised that He Qinxue would stand up and refute her, but she had not initially intended to go all the way. Mom, no matter what you say, Chen Xingwen is wicked and can't stay in the house, unless you want our Chen family to never have peace. Let Chen Xingwen leave now. If you feel sorry for him, you can go and see him more often. Can't. Before Chen Wanning could finish speaking, He Qinxue interrupted her sharply. Who do you think you are? Your father and I are not dead yet, and you have no right to make decisions in this family. Let me tell you, Chen Wanning, I will absolutely not allow anyone to hurt my son. If you drive her away, don't blame me for driving you away. Chen Wanning could hardly believe what she had heard, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She pointed at herself, her face full of hurt, and asked, Mom, are you going to drive away your own biological daughter for this son who is not related to you by blood? Chapter 78. None of the 7 daughters are as important as Chen Xingwen. He Qinxue was just too emotional to say those words. However, she was pampered at home since childhood and has an extremely strong personality. She will never admit her mistakes no matter what. This time is no exception. Suppressing a pang of guilt, she explained coldly. I didn't mean that. but you have no right to drive my son away. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the other people in the living room. Furthermore, I want to emphasize again today that although Wanwen is not my biological son, he is still my precious son, and no one can change that. If I ever hear anyone say anything about no blood relation or adopted son again, I will not let them off easily. In my eyes, Wanwen is my son, he Qinshua's son, even closer than my own biological son. After he finished speaking, the living room fell silent. The three Chen sisters didn't dare to breathe. Chen Xingwen, who had been kneeling on the ground, breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, He Qinxue still regarded him as her lifeblood. Chen Wanning originally thought that He Qinshue's affection for Chen Xingwen was only because he was young and charming. If it comes to a major issue, she will definitely stand on the side of her own daughters, who are connected by blood. But He Qinshue's reaction today made her realize that perhaps she had been too self-righteous all along. In He Qinshue's eyes, perhaps none of her 7 daughters combined are as important as her adopted son, Chen Xingwen. Why? She really couldn't understand it. Mom, I'm asking you one last time. If I'm determined to kick Chen Xingwen out of the Chen family today, will you kick me out in order to keep him? With tears in her eyes, Chen Wanning asked, unwilling to give up. Chen Taiha understood his daughter Chen Wanning's personality and knew that since she had said such things, it proved that she was somewhat disappointed in He Qinxue. In order to prevent the situation from escalating further, he quickly stepped forward. All right, calm down. Such a big thing has happened today, and we don't even know if our Chen family can get through this crisis. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. He Qinxue didn't have Chen Taiha's awareness. When she heard Chen Wanning's words, she thought that Chen Wanning still wanted to drive away her precious son, and she immediately got angry. Chen Wanning, I think you've gone too far today. Your brother only told a trivial lie. Why do you have to kick him out? Do you really have to take your anger out on him like this? Taking my anger out on him? What am I taking my anger out on him for? Chen Wanning didn't understand what He Qinxue meant by those words. Don't deny it. I'm your mother. I've raised you all these years. Do you think I can't see through your little scheme? You're just afraid we'll blame you for ruining the family because your shameful deeds were exposed by that little bastard Jiang Yi and the Qin family. So you can't wait to drag your brother down with you as a scapegoat. He Qinxue, are you crazy? Is this something a mother should say? Chen Taiha was completely taken aback by He Qinshue's words and angrily retorted. He then hurriedly went to Chen Wanning's side, trying to pull her away. Ning, be good, come to the study with Daddy. Your mother isn't thinking straight right now. Let's not argue with her. Daddy has something to tell you. Chen Taiha, am I out of my mind? Am I wrong? Your daughter did something so shameful, and I, as her mother, didn't even think of blaming her. But she's taking it out on Wanwen. What did Wanwen do wrong? If she really has the guts, she should go find Qin Xian, go find that little bastard Jiang Yi and settle the score. Alright, that's enough. Chen Taiha was so angry that the veins on his forehead were throbbing. Chen Wanning gently pulled Chen Taiha's hand away, her gaze fixed on He Qinshue's angry face. Her heart felt as if it were being squeezed by a large hand, and the pain made it almost impossible for her to breathe. She gave a bitter smile, tears streaming down her face. So Mom, in your eyes, all of this is my fault, and I'm just a despicable pervert, right? Seeing her usually strong eldest daughter's face now filled with pain, He Qinshu couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. It was as if something was gradually drifting away from her. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but before she could speak, Chen Wanning's voice rang out again. This time, however, Chen Wanning wasn't talking to her. Her gaze was fixed on Chen Xingwen. Chen Xingwen, I'm asking you, after Jiang Yi came back, did he really bully you or steal your things? Chen Xingwen was already getting annoyed and was starting to resent He Qinshuo, that idiot. Things have come to this point, and the most important thing to do is to calm this storm down as soon as possible, but instead, she insists on poking at Chen Wanning's heart. This has put him in a dilemma. If we don't admit it, what if Chen Wanning produces some other evidence? If he admits it, it means that this wasn't the only lie he told, and that he had been using every means to frame Jiang Yi over the past few years. Once this matter comes to light, the Qin family may truly have nowhere left for him to stay. Thinking about this, he knew he only had one path left to take. Seeing Chen Wanning's current state, he knew that perhaps driving her away wasn't entirely impossible. If Chen Wanning can completely sever ties with the Qin family, the chances of the Qin family's vast fortune falling into his hands will be much higher. However, he couldn't completely rule out the possibility, so he said ambiguously, Big sister, I know you won't believe anything I say now. Brother is right, there are so many security cameras in the house. Whatever happens will be recorded. If I've been deliberately slandering brother all along, then let's go watch the security footage together. Chen Xingwen had already confirmed that there was nothing to be found in the surveillance footage. At first, every time he framed Jiang Yi, he would choose a blind spot in the surveillance. They later confirmed that they had not been caught on camera. After those 2 police reports, he rechecked the surveillance footage and deleted the smug smiles he had captured after successfully framing someone. He was 100% certain that the surveillance footage could not confirm Chen Wanting's suspicions at all. However, he overlooked one thing. Chen Wanting was essentially the same kind of person as him, which is why she could see through him even better. Chen Xingwen, there's no need to review the surveillance footage. I think the fact that you made this suggestion means you've already taken care of the aftermath. I underestimated you. I didn't realize that I'd brought out such a venomous snake all these years. He Qinxue frowned upon hearing this. Chen Wanting, you don't need to be sarcastic here. I know my son well. Since you insist on taking your anger out on him, then let's go to the surveillance room together today and find out the truth. As she spoke, she stepped forward to take Chen Wanting's hand. Chen Wanting took a step back, looking at He Qinxue with a cold and resolute gaze. No need, Ms. He. I admit defeat. There's no need to look anymore. Your precious son is pure and innocent. I wronged him. The truly despicable and filthy one is me. I am not worthy to be your daughter. Our mother-daughter relationship ends today. I sincerely wish you and your good son a deep and lasting bond. As she spoke, she lifted her foot and walked towards the door. Chapter 79 Chen Wanting leaves the Chen family. After finishing her sentence, Chen Wanting turned and walked towards the door without looking back. Ningning, big sister. Chen Taihe and the 3 sisters, Chen Huaiming, hurriedly chased after them. Chen Taihe blocked Chen Wanting's path. Ningning, what are you doing? It's so late. Where are you going? A bitter smile appeared on Chen Wanting's lips. Dad, I'm so sorry. I've let you down. Ningning, don't listen to your mother's nonsense. She's just not very bright, and her mouth was all messed up. She was just worried in the moment, but she still loves you. Chen Wanting smiled and said, no need, Dad. When we were little, her heart was first with Jiang Yi, and then with Chen Xingwen. I knew all that. She never truly loved me. At this point, tears streamed down Chen Wanting's face. I'm all grown up now. I don't need my mom anymore. He Qinxue felt a pang of pain and some guilt after hearing Chen Wanting's earlier words, but a deeper anger rose in her heart after hearing, I don't need my mother anymore. Chen Taihe, don't stop her. Let her go if she wants to. She's all grown up now. Doesn't she need her mother anymore? If she doesn't need her, then get out. She'd better never come back. He Qinxue, don't need another daughter like her. He Qinxue. Chen Taihe glared at He Qinxue, wishing he could tear her mouth apart. Chen Wanting gave a self-deprecating laugh and turned to look at He Qinxue. Jiang Yi is right. I did witness him being abducted by human traffickers back then. I deserve to die, but you, He Qinxue, as his mother, are not innocent either. If you had been more careful, Jiang Yi wouldn't have run away from the beauty salon if you hadn't been so biased, making me so jealous of my brother that I always wondered if you would even notice me, your daughter. If he disappeared, I wouldn't have watched my own brother being taken away. Shut up. Smack. When He Qinxue saw that Chen Wanting dared to criticize her, she angrily strode forward, walked up to Chen Wanting, and slapped her across the face. Chen Wanting neither dodged nor avoided the blow, and her face was turned to the side. Everyone was stunned. Chen Taihe could no longer bear it, and stepped forward to slap He Qinxue hard across the face. He Qinxue stared at Chen Taihe in disbelief, her eyes wide with fury, and said, Chen Taihe, how dare you hit me? I only regret not hitting you sooner, so you're not thinking straight here and hurting Ningning. Upon hearing this, He Qinxue became even angrier and immediately reached out her hand to Chen Taihe. Chen Taihe, I'll fight you to the death. Then, another chaotic scene ensued. Compared to the 3 Chen sisters' frantic efforts to break up the fight, Chen Wanting simply stood aside, watching the farce with indifferent eyes. Later, someone shouted at Chen Xingwen, Little brother, what are you still kneeling for? Come and break up the fight. Chen Xingwen then got up and carried He Qinxue away from the battle. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Just then, Chen Yunyun and Chen Yinwei appeared at the door. Seeing that the farce was over, Chen Wanting cleared her throat and said, Ms. He. Chen Xingwen, I'll kindly remind you one last time. Jiang Yi said before leaving today that this is retribution for the Chen family, and it has already begun. My retribution has already fallen upon me, and I accept it with equanimity. As for you, Ms. He, as Jiang Yi's biological mother, you tormented and humiliated him in every way after he returned. I think his hatred for you is no less than his hatred for me. And you, Chen Xingwen, you know what you've done to Jiang Yi, so you can just wait for the big gift Jiang Yi will give you also. I will take back all the movable and immovable property I gave you before. Of course, you don't need to be sad. After all, your good mother will make up for everything. He Qinxue, Chen Xingwen, from this moment on, I, Chen Wanting, have nothing to do with you anymore. After saying that, Chen Wanting turned around and resolutely walked out of the Chen family's gate without any hesitation. Chen Yunyun was preoccupied with her eldest sister's 30th birthday, so she had been working day and night on set these past few days to catch up on the filming schedule. She finally finished filming her scenes this afternoon and bought the earliest flight back home. But she never expected that when she got home, she would not be greeted by a warm embrace from her family and praise from her guests for being a big star. Instead, her elderly parents were seen fighting, and her older sister made a statement that seemed to indicate she was severing ties with her mother and brother. She and Chen Yinwei met at the entrance of the villa area, so Chen Yinwei hadn't had a chance to say anything to her yet. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Isn't today my eldest sister's birthday party? Chen Yunyun asked in confusion. Chen Tai's face was scratched with several bloody marks by He Qinxue, and his suit was also wrinkled. He was angry just looking at He Qinxue's face. Hearing this, he snorted coldly. What's wrong? You should ask your crazy mother. She's practically trying to tear my whole family apart. After saying that, he turned and left. Upon hearing his words, He Qinxue immediately flew into a rage and wanted to chase after Chen Taiha to settle the score, but Chen Xingwen held her tightly around the waist, preventing her from moving. Chen Taiha, what did you say? You coward who hits women. Say it again if you dare. Chen Taiha didn't even turn his head. He went straight out the door. Soon, the sound of a car engine came from the yard. Chen Taiha drove away. Chen Huaiming pulled Chen Yunyun aside and briefly recounted what had happened that evening. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunyun angrily cursed Jiang Yi. That troublemaker. Has he gone mad? How could he have ruined our perfectly good family like this? Chen Huaiming hurriedly explained. No, third sister, this is not entirely Xiao Yi's fault. We went too far before, and Xiao Yi was heartbroken by us, which is why he acted this way. In this family, Chen Yunyun has the best relationship with Chen Huaiming, and she knows that her second sister's biggest flaw is that she is too kind and stubborn. Hearing this, he didn't bother arguing with her and made up his mind to make Jiang Yi, that ingrate, pay the price. On the other side, upon seeing Chen Yinwei, Chen Yiming quickly stepped forward, took her hand, and looked her over from left to right. Only after confirming that she was all right did she breathe a sigh of relief. Seventh sister, where have you been all this time? Why haven't you come home for so many days? As soon as she finished speaking, He Qinxue suddenly grabbed Chen Yinwei's arm. Chen Yinwei was pulled so hard that she stumbled and almost fell. Chen Yinwei, how dare you? You haven't been home for so long. Where have you been? Chapter 80. It's not the abundance of exceptional individuals that's worrisome, it's the concentration of them all in one place. He Qinxue's sharp, piercing voice echoed throughout the living room. If it were in the past, Chen Yinwei would have panicked long ago. But by this time, she had already seen through everything and given up those extravagant hopes, so her heart was naturally as still as water. She met He Qinxue's angry eyes coldly. What? My dear mother, have you finally discovered that I've run away from home? He Qinxue was even more furious when she heard Chen Yinwei's sarcastic words. Chen Yinwei, are you crazy? I'm asking you a question. Why did you run away from home? Who gave you the guts? Was it that little beast Jiang Yi? Chen Yinwei sneered. Mom, every time you call my little brother a little beast, have you ever thought that this little beast actually crawled out of your belly? Younger brother? He Qinxue was taken aback upon hearing this, but quickly realized that Chen Yinwei's use of younger brother referred to Jiang Yi. Why are you suddenly calling that little bastard so affectionately? Did he bewitch you or something? Jiang Yi didn't do anything. As she spoke, Chen Yinwei looked at Chen Xingwen. I've simply seen through Chen Xingwen's vicious true colors, so I no longer want to acknowledge him as my brother. I don't care what you all do. From now on, my only brother is Jiang Yi. In my eyes, Chen Xingwen is less than a dog. Chen Xingwen, how I treated my own brother before is how I'll treat you in the future. You'd better watch out. At this point, Chen Yinwei paused deliberately, then laughed out loud at Chen Xingwen's deathly pale face. But you don't need to be afraid. After all, your mom and dad love you so much. You'll definitely have a better life in this family than my brother did before. With that, Chen Yinwei's smile faded, and she turned and went upstairs. It took He Qinxue a while to react. Pointing at Chen Yinwei's back, she angrily shouted, What exactly do you rebellious women want to do? Are you all planning a rebellion? As soon as she finished speaking, He Qinxue suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. She raised her hand, clutching her chest in pain, but only felt the discomfort worsen until everything went black and she fainted completely. Mother! Jiang Yi looked at the chaotic scene at the Chen family on the monitor screen and gently curled the corners of his lips. It seems that Chen Wanning has completely broken ties with He Qinxue this time. Things are progressing steadily in the direction he envisioned. At this moment, it's trending on Weibo. The hashtag Chen Group, CEO Chen Wanning is a Saseing fan hashtag firmly holds the top spot on the trending list. Chen Wanning offended too many people tonight, and someone is bound to want to teach her a lesson. Nothing can stop the enthusiasm of netizens for gossip. What's more, The protagonist of this incident is none other than the legendary female domineering CEO. Even though it was late at night, the photos taken secretly still caused a huge uproar online. Numerous netizens mocked, ridiculed, insulted, and hurled abuse at Chun Wanning in the comments section of these photos. Holy crap, is she crazy? This woman is shameless. She actually sneaked into a man's room and did this kind of thing. She's a disgrace to all women. To be honest, this woman's breasts are really big. You can even see them even with the mosaic. With a body like that, she's still doing this kind of thing. Looks like she's really horny. Come find me. I'll definitely make her feel amazing. Damn, I wouldn't take a shameless woman like that even if she were given to me for free. Fun fact, this woman is the eldest daughter of the Chin family. The game company boss who slapped a worker and went viral online a few days ago is also a daughter of the Chin family, the fourth child. They also have a son who falsely accused a classmate of peeping at girls in the restroom. Good heavens, what's wrong with this family? It's not that there are many awful people, it's that they all come together in one place. How can such unscrupulous people make so much money? Even a fool could see that this family's money is ill-gotten. I hope the relevant authorities investigate them. Brothers and sisters, let's continue the boycott. I'm speechless. I committed murder and arson in my past life, and now I've bought Chin stock, only to be hit with several more limit-down days. I wonder if I can get compensation. Soon, someone else stepped forward and dropped a bombshell. Here's another juicy tidbit. Today is Chun Wanning's 30th birthday, and many people in the industry attended her birthday party. But unexpectedly, a notorious bigwig from the industry showed up, and the bigwig's mother slapped Chun Wanning in public. The reason? Years ago, this vicious woman, Chun Wanning, was discovered by the male protagonist's sister because of a photo in the video. She then arranged to meet the male protagonist's sister, scaring her so much that she fell into a lake. This swimming champion, this vicious woman, not only didn't save her, but also didn't call for help, leaving the little sister in a vegetative state, bedridden for many years. Holy crap, this is insane. Isn't this blatant murder? As long as she didn't push the person in, it doesn't count. There's no law that says you have to rescue someone who falls into the water. At most, it just shows she is bad character. What a terrible person. Damn it, the Chun group is a disgrace for life. In a high-end apartment building, Chun Wanning nestled in the sofa, scrolling through the offensive comments one by one. Tears flowed uncontrollably. She picked up the bottle of red wine on the table and put it in her mouth, clearly quite drunk. At the same time, hospital. After emergency treatment, He Qinxue was out of danger and was transferred to a regular ward. The atmosphere in the living room outside the ward was very oppressive. Shin Yunyun has her own studio, and all her daily public relations work is handled by dedicated personnel. Given the current situation of the Chin family, neither Chin Taihe nor Chun Wanning can be contacted, so only she can handle it. After all, this matter has already begun to affect her. Since her debut, she has gained countless fans in the entertainment industry by portraying herself as a wealthy heiress. Now that this so-called wealthy family is facing problems, she will naturally suffer the consequences, so she is currently the most anxious person. From the moment she received the call from her agent, her phone never stopped ringing as she held meetings with people from her agency and public relations firm to discuss how to weather this public relations crisis. Chen Xingwen's fingers kept swiping across the phone screen, and he felt a strange sense of satisfaction as he looked at the overwhelming insults directed at Chun Wanning online. Chun Wanning really deserved it. Why was she so heartless to him, even taking back all the gifts she had given him over the years? Since that's the case, he wouldn't mind giving Chun Wanning another big gift. He got up with his phone, went to a secluded smoking area, and made a call. Chapter 81: A big gift from Chun Xingwen to Chun Wanning. Suburbs of the capital. Inside an old house. The room was dimly lit, but the light from the computer screen illuminated Sun Hao's face. Wearing a vest and shorts, Sun Hao, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, stared at the young woman in the video on his computer screen, his eyes gleaming with cunning. The jar on the computer desk was full of cigarette butts, and he threw the cigarette butt in his hand into it. Chun Wanning, I never knew you were so flirtatious in private. Sun Hao stood up, took off his shorts, grabbed 2 tissues, stared intently at Chun Wanning's still somewhat immature face on the screen, and began to work. Soon, his brows furrowed slightly, he let out a muffled groan, and his expression began to show enjoyment. Just as he was about to reach his peak, his cell phone on the table suddenly rang. Sun Hao had no intention of getting involved, but the person who made the call was very persistent. After the call automatically ended, it called back. Oh shit. Sun Hao picked up his phone while cursing, paused when he saw the caller's name on the screen, and then answered the call. Young master, is there something you need calling me so late? Brother Sun Hao, my older sister is in trouble, did you know? Zhang Xingwen's voice was very calm on the phone. I already know. How could this happen? Sun Hao glanced at the woman whose body was blurred on the computer screen, a slight smile playing on his lips, but his tone was full of worry. Brother Sun Hao, you like my older sister, don't you? Sun Hao was taken aback upon hearing this, and suddenly felt nervous. Young master, you must have misunderstood something? How could someone like me be worthy of President Chun? Chun Xingwen smiled faintly. Now you are worthy. Young master, what do you mean by that? Brother Sun Hao, I want to make a deal with you as long as you behave and do as I say. I guarantee you'll not only get my older sister, but you won't get into any trouble. After hanging up the phone, the anxious expression on Chun Xingwen's face vanished instantly, replaced by a sinister smile. He knew that when Chun Wanning was in a bad mood, she would definitely use alcohol to numb herself. With so many things happening today, he didn't believe Chun Wanning could still keep herself sober. Sun Hao, you absolutely mustn't let me down. After saying this, Chun Xingwen, his face full of worry, returned to the ward. He thought his plan was foolproof. After all, he knew how infatuated Sun Hao was with Chun Wanning. Once, Chun Wanning asked Sun Hao to take her to school. On the way, he borrowed Sun Hao's phone and accidentally opened his photo album, only to find it full of candid photos of Chun Wanning taken from various angles. He even witnessed Sun Hao secretly smelling Chun Wanning's neck while she was drunk and asleep. That appearance was incredibly sleazy. Therefore, he was not worried at all that this matter would implicate him. After all, Sun Hao wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by, and if Sun Hao betrayed him, he would be ruined too. They're all in the same boat now. In his view, this was a flawless plan. What he didn't expect was that at that moment, in another villa in the capital, the entire contents of his phone call were recorded. Driven by a desire for revenge, Jiang Yi had been monitoring the cell phones of everyone in the Chun family for some time. Jiang Yi saved the recording and gave a cold laugh. Chun Xingwen, in your past life you lived a smooth and successful life, pampered by everyone in the Chun family. You never needed to resort to such schemes and tricks. In this life, everything is different, and you've started to panic, even doing something this stupid. After hanging up the phone, Sun Hao only considered it for a few minutes before changing his clothes and leaving the house. Half an hour later, he arrived at Chun Wanning's apartment and entered the door using the password Chun Xingwen had given him. At this moment, the spacious living room, decorated in a luxurious style, is illuminated only by a floor lamp. Warm yellow lighting, a strong smell of alcohol, and a shapely woman in an evening gown sitting on the sofa. With just one glance, Sun Hao felt a surge of heat rush to his head. He suppressed the lustful thoughts surging within him, walked up to Chun Wanning, squatted down, leaned close to her, and took a deep sniff. The smell of alcohol mixed with the scent of women's perfume almost made him lose his last shred of reason. President Chun. Sun Hao gently nudged Chun Wanning. Chun Wanning frowned and hummed in agreement, seemingly not wanting to be disturbed. Mr. Chun, wake up, Mr. Chun. Chun Wanning slowly opened her eyes. The man in front of her was very blurry in her eyes, and even appeared as a double image. Chun Wanning had already cried herself to sleep, and now that she had woken up, the grievances in her heart welled up again. Why are you cursing me like that? I just fell in love with a man. I just loved him too much and couldn't control myself. Is that wrong? I didn't push her. She threatened me. Why should I be so kind as to save her? You guys just don't understand. Chun Wanning, fueled by alcohol, tearfully recounted her story. Looking at Chun Wanning like this, Sun Hao felt incredibly hot all over. He couldn't stand it any longer and hugged Chun Wanning tightly in his arms. Don't cry, it's not your fault. None of this is your fault. Chun Wanning continued, still drunk. I just like him too much. I'm not a slut. No, you're not a slut. Sun Hao's heart raced, and he unconsciously hugged the person in his arms tighter. Chun Wanning seemed to really enjoy this feeling, and murmured, Qin Xian, I really like you so much. I've liked you for so many years. Will you like me too? I like you. Ningning is so beautiful and charming. Of course I like you. Sun Hao didn't care at all that Chun Wanning treated him like another man. At that moment, he only had one thought in his mind. That is to win over the woman in my arms. He wanted to conquer this woman who was always superior to him, to make her submit to him. Ningning, you've been wronged. Shall I carry you to bed? Let me pamper you tonight. Sun Hao could no longer bear it, so he picked up Chun Wanning and carried her to the bedroom. He placed Chun Wanning on the spacious and comfortable bed and pounced on her like a wolf. What he didn't expect was that his movements were so forceful that they woke Chun Wanning up. Chun Wanning screamed, and after seeing Sun Hao's face clearly, she resisted frantically. Sun Hao was driven by evil thoughts and was bewitched by Chun Xingwen, thinking that he was sure to succeed tonight. He never expected such a mishap to happen and was immediately terrified. Chapter 82 Chun Xingwen's revenge plan fails. A black Maybach was driving on the morning rush hour in Beijing. Jiang Yi sat in the back seat of the car with a tablet computer on his lap. The screen displays CCTV footage from last night outside Chen Wanting's house. Sun Hao ran out in a panic, his face seemingly still bearing injuries. Jiang Yi chuckled lightly. Just as he had expected, Chen Xingwen's plan had failed. He had looked at Chen Wanting's face, which he disliked, for so long last night. So naturally he remembered her features. There will be a minor setback, but it won't cause anything serious. Moreover, she knew Chen Wanting's birth date and time, and with just a quick calculation, she knew that Chen Wanting would at most experience a false alarm tonight, and that nothing serious would happen. At this point, Chen Xingwen was still too naive, being only 17 years old. The despicable and childish revenge he came up with served no purpose other than planting a huge time bomb for himself. A strong woman like Chen Wanting, who has been in the business world for so many years, didn't learn self-defense techniques for nothing. Unless she's completely drunk, forcing her isn't an easy task if she doesn't want to. Moreover, the choice of partner that Chen Xingwen made was also very unwise. Sun Hao wasn't some desperate criminal. He had been obediently by Chen Wanting's side for so long, and he didn't even dare to let Chen Wanting know his feelings. Even if he made a wrong choice due to momentary desire, he would never dare to use force if Chen Wanting resisted. Not to mention, in a moment of dizziness and loss of reason, he might dare to kill someone. Jiang Yi is now really looking forward to seeing Sun Hao and Chen Xingwen fight like dogs. Although given Chen Wanting's current situation, she wouldn't call the police and make a big fuss. She wouldn't let Sun Hao off so easily either. Having lost his well-paying job and been despised by his goddess, Sun Hao is determined not to let Chen Xingwen off the hook. But then, another good show was about to begin. He will also let Chen Wanting know at the right time that the mastermind behind this matter is her younger brother, whom she raised and loved for many years. He was eager to know how Chen Wanting would deal with her venomous younger brother at that time. And whose side will the Chen family stand on this time? Master, what are you looking at? Niu Jing glanced at Jiang Yi's tablet screen and asked curiously. It's nothing, just watching an idiot court death. Jiang Yi turned off the tablet and tossed it aside. Niu Jing nodded, no longer curious. By the way, Master, you have your final exams next week. Should I find a renowned tutor to create a study plan for you? Jiang Yi turned his head and looked at Niu Jing with a half smile. A study plan? Me? No, Master, don't overthink it. I just noticed you're usually too busy to focus on your studies, so I said something unnecessary. If you think it's unnecessary, just ignore it. Anyway, with your abilities, Master, how you do on the exam won't affect your bright future. Niu Jing was worried that Jiang Yi felt she looked down on his poor grades, so she hurriedly tried to make amends. Jiang Yi smiled and didn't say anything more, lest the girl's flattery get louder and louder. Before long, he received calls from Mr. Han and Mr. Zhou. Mr. Han also asked him if he needed to seek guidance from a renowned teacher. After Mr. Han mentioned asking his son to take good care of Jiang Yi at school, the next day Mr. Han's son went to the school and personally took the principal to see Jiang Yi. At that time, Mr. Han's son also asked Jiang Yi in many ways if he needed any help. Jiang Yi did not want to receive any special treatment at school, so she decisively refused. After being rejected, Mr. Han's son was still somewhat uneasy and instructed the principal to keep a close eye on Jiang Yi's situation at school and report to him in a timely manner. Old Zhou was even more direct. He had already found tutors and was just waiting for Jiang Yi to have time to meet them. Jiang Yi hung up the phone, feeling both amused and exasperated. He thought to himself, are his grades really that worrying? However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he understood the reason. Based on his performance in the previous 2 years, it is indeed something to worry about. After all, he has consistently ranked at the bottom of his class for many years. Actually, Jiang Yi's grades were excellent when he first entered school. After all, he was one of the few students in this school who were admitted solely based on their grades. He achieved the second highest score in the entire school during the midterm exams in his first year of high school. The reason he didn't get first place was that on the day of his English exam, there was a multi-vehicle accident and a serious traffic jam. When he entered the examination room, an hour had already passed. He guessed on all the listening comprehension questions and didn't have time to write the English essay. That time, Chen Xingwen came in 6th place in his grade. When Jiang Yi returned home with her report card, her family was celebrating Chen Xingwen's birthday and had even bought a big cake. Perhaps to highlight Chen Xingwen's excellence, Chen Yinwei asked him about his grades in public. Back then, he was naive and foolish to the point of being terrifying. Knowing that Chen Xingwen received such praise even for getting 6th place, he then took out his own report card showing that he got 2nd place. Unexpectedly, Chen Xingwen and Zhang Qijing had already spoken ill of Chen Taihe and his wife in front of them, saying that he was able to get 2nd place in the grade entirely by cheating. That was the first time he was beaten when he returned to the Chen family. He always remembered that Qin Shui made him kneel at the door and wouldn't let him in unless he admitted to cheating. Chen Xingwen was pretending to advise her, saying, "Brother, Don't be stubborn. Mom's health isn't good to begin with. If you upset her and she gets seriously ill, how will our family survive? Left with no other choice, Jiang Yi had to admit that his second-place finish was obtained dishonestly. But Qin Shuet did not let him off the hook. After saying, "The Chen family has no shameless child like this," she made him kneel at the door until the middle of the night. That time, he finally understood Qin Xingwen's position in the family and secretly resolved that he would never have a conflict with Qin Xingwen again. Otherwise, his parents and older sisters would only dislike him even more. As a result, his grades plummeted in his subsequent studies, and he became a bottom student. However, because of this, he was never beaten by the Chun family again for his grades. At most, after each achievement, he would be met with a few sarcastic remarks, which only served to highlight Qin Xingwen's excellence. It's laughable that he was satisfied with that back then. He thought, as long as his parents don't dislike him, that's good enough. There's still plenty of time, and he'll always find other ways to gain the approval of his parents and sisters. After pulling himself out of his memories, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. This time, he was going to completely crush Qin Xingwen under his feet and show Qinxue just how useless her beloved adopted son was. As soon as Jiang Yi entered the classroom, he saw Qin Xingwen sitting alone in his seat, with his classmates occasionally throwing mocking glances at him. He was no longer the proud and arrogant young master of the Chen family who was always the center of attention. In stark contrast, Jiang Yi received a warm welcome upon entering. "Brother Yi is here? Good morning, E.G. Brother Yi, you've been handsome again today." Although Jiang Yi clearly remembered that these classmates had bullied and ostracized him to varying degrees, he did not intend to take revenge on them one by one. Their initial choices and actions were almost entirely influenced and misled by Qin Xingwen. Now that their illusions about Qin Xingwen have shattered, they no longer believe in him and will naturally side with him. However, Jiang Yi didn't get too close to them. After all, the damage had already been done. His decision not to pursue those past events was already an act of kindness. He didn't want to get involved in too many karmic consequences. Of course, it's also because he's lazy. To put it bluntly, these people are just a bunch of ignorant high school students. They bend in whichever way the wind blows. Fighting with such an ignorant youth is not only a waste of energy, but also an insult to his status as a Taoist master. As long as they behave themselves and don't cause trouble in the future, he'll be happy to maintain the status quo. He would nod when someone greeted him, neither overly affectionate nor excessively aloof. Amidst the chorus of flattery, Jiang Yi returned to his seat. He's still sitting in the corner, but behind him is a clean space, without the trash can. The trash can was moved to the other side. Qin Xingwen watched as the once ostracized loser was now highly sought after, while he, the pride of heaven, had fallen to the point of being talked about and ridiculed. He gritted his teeth in hatred. But in fact, even his current situation is much better than Jiang Yi's back then. Even now, despite the scandals plaguing the Qin family, the classmates only dare to gossip about him in private. And what about Jiang Yi back then? Under his guidance, he was often scolded by his classmates. Qin Xingwen didn't care about any of that. His mind was filled with thoughts of Jiang Yi taking everything that originally belonged to him and ruining him to this state. He wants revenge. He was determined to make Jiang Yi become that rotten mud despised by the entire school again. Chapter 83, Chen Yinwei publicly stomps on Qin Xingwen's face. 10 minutes before class, Chen Yinwei appeared at the classroom door, carrying an exquisite lunch bag. When everyone in the classroom saw Chen Yinwei dressed as usual, like a noble little princess, they all fell silent. The Chen family had another major incident last night, although it has now disappeared from the trending topics. Those photos were too explicit. The cyber police couldn't ignore them and had already taken them down. Although it has disappeared from the trending topics, the matter remains active in people's minds, mouths, and cloud storage. Such a scandalous affair, which spread so widely, happened in his own home. So no matter how Qin Xingwen pretended to be nonchalant, his classmates could tell at a glance that he was not in a good state. Yet, there was no trace of being affected on Chen Yinwei's face. The expression on her face could even be described as radiant with joy. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with her at all. In fact, this matter did not affect Chen Yinwei at all. The couple, Chen Taihe and his wife, were frantic with worry, searching everywhere for their adopted son who had run away from home in just one day. Qinxue even left the hospital early, begging her adopted son to come home. But her own daughter has been gone from home for so many days, and she hasn't even made a phone call or sent a WeChat message, let alone gone out to look for her. Nothing was found. What's the point of having family members like that? She was tired. She can't afford, and doesn't want, a pair of parents who can only get a little love by pleasing their adopted son. Chen Yinwei is now completely disillusioned with the Qin family. She doesn't consider herself a member of the Qin family at all, which is why she is so fearless when facing the Chun family scandals. She's still staying in the Chun family just to get revenge on Chun Xingwen and to cause more trouble for those heartless parents. She also managed to acquire her share of the Chun family business, which was rightfully hers. After all, if she doesn't fight for them, these things will most likely end up in her adopted son's hands. So she has to fight for it. She has to snatch it. She not only wants to take it for herself, but also wants to take Jiang Yi's share as well. This is her way of atoning for her sins. Chen Yinwei walked into the classroom with a warm and sweet smile on her face. Everyone looked at Chun Xingwen and whispered among themselves. Hearing the noise, Chun Xingwen looked up and saw Chen Yinwei walking towards him. Chen Yinwei's gaze fell on Chun Xingwen's surprised face, but the smile on her lips remained unchanged. Chun Xingwen inexplicably started to get excited. Was Chun Yinwei bringing her breakfast? So she figured it out herself and stopped hating her? As Chun Yinwei drew closer and closer to him, her smile growing even brighter, Chun Xingwen felt a surge of excitement and involuntarily stood up. Seventh sister. Chun Xingwen never expected that as soon as he opened his mouth, he would see Chun Yinwei's face suddenly turn cold, and she would glare at him fiercely and say angrily, "Who is your seventh sister? Don't call me that. I don't have such a disgusting brother as you." As she spoke, she carried the lunch bag to Jiang Yi and placed it on his desk. "Little brother, have you had breakfast yet? Your seventh sister brought you some food. Would you like to try some? Your seventh sister specially bought it this morning, and it's still warm." Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Chun Yinwei, are you crazy?" Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed in Chun Yinwei's eyes, but she quickly composed herself and smiled again. "No, little brother, what happened before was all my fault. I know I was wrong, and I will make it up to you in the future." Jiang Yisin found it amusing. "My heart was dead, but these people clung to me like glue." "Younger brother? Chun Yinwei, get this straight. Your younger brother is over there." Jiang Yi pointed at Chun Xingwen, who looked ashamed and indignant, and said deliberately. He wanted to see just how far Chun Yinwei would go to humiliate Chun Xingwen. After saying that, he leaned back, crossed his arms, and looked at Chun Xingwen with a mocking gaze. He was just a 17-year-old child after all. Although he had some cunning, he couldn't control his emotions when faced with such humiliation. Chun Xingwen clenched his fists tightly in anger, his chest heaving violently, and his eyes bloodshot. Chun Yinwei turned her head and glanced at Chun Xingwen, letting out a disdainful sneer. "Chun Xingwen? I acknowledge him, he is my brother. If I don't acknowledge him, he is nothing." Chun Yinwei deliberately did not expose Chun Xingwen's adopted son status all at once, because he knew that this was what Chun Xingwen feared most. She wanted Chun Xingwen to always be on edge, never knowing when the knife hanging over his head would fall. The crowd was in an uproar, unable to understand how the siblings, who had always been as close as conjoined twins, could have ended up in such an ugly situation. What's going on? Isn't Chun Yinwei always the one who dotes on her younger brother Chun Xingwen the most? Why does she seem to hate Chun Xingwen to the core today? Have you forgotten? What happened at the school gate last time? What's wrong? It's about Zhang Qijing. Zhang Qijing is the son of the Chun family's housekeeper. He secretly picked up Chun Yinwei's underwear and did something disgusting. Chun Xingwen, the younger brother, knew about this but helped Zhang Qijing cover it up and even helped him delete the surveillance video. Damn, it seems Chun Xingwen is a real scoundrel. Exactly. If I had a brother like that who betrays his family, I would have strangled him to death long ago. As Chun Xingwen listened to the murmurs of the crowd, his anger burned fiercely within him. Chun Yinwei, that bitch, why did you do this to him? He will definitely not let her go. Definitely not. Chapter 84. The Chun family doesn't deserve forgiveness. Chun Yinwei doesn't seem to mind this matter being brought up again. After all these days, she has come to her senses. She did nothing wrong in this matter. She is a victim and has no reason to feel ashamed. More importantly, she felt relieved as long as she could see Chun Xingwen in pain. She turned to look at Jiang Yi, a fawning smile on her face. It's as if it's saying, "Little brother, look, I've stood up for you. Are you satisfied?" However, Jiang Yi's next words plunged her heart into despair. Jiang Yi's eyes were still full of mockery as he coldly said, "Whether you acknowledge Chun Xingwen or not is your own business and has nothing to do with me. Now, please take your trash and get out of my sight. Don't come here to discuss me again. I, Jiang Yi, have absolutely no relation to your Chun family or you, Chun Yinwei. It never happened before, and it will never happen again." A hint of hurt flashed in Chun Yinwei's eyes, but she managed to maintain a smile on her face. "Little brother, I know that I've wronged you before. I really know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to make it up to you. I will definitely try my best to be a good older sister from now on." After Chun Yinwei finished speaking, she bowed deeply to Jiang Yi. Perhaps because of her young age and the fact that she had never received genuine love from her parents, Chun Yinwei was able to understand more than others all the injustices Jiang Yi had suffered at home. In addition, She has a simple and straightforward personality. If she likes someone, she likes them, and if she hates someone, she hates them to death. She used to like Chen Xingwen a lot, but now she hates him. Similarly, the more she disliked Jiang Yi before, the deeper her guilt towards him is now. Moreover, her desire to make amends was not mixed with any other emotions. She simply knew that she was wrong and how awful she had been in the past. She genuinely wanted to make amends to Jiang Yi and repair their relationship. Jiang Yi actually understood this as well, but he still has no intention of forgiving. In this life, his only desire was to make the Chun family lose everything they valued and to make them suffer all the hardships he had endured. The reason the Chun family feels guilty towards him and wants to make amends in this life is entirely because he has become powerful. He cannot, and has no right to, forgive his past self. If he forgives, how can he face the ordinary, weak self from his past life who suffered so much, had everything taken away, and ultimately died tragically in a riot by patients in a mental hospital? None of the Chun family members deserve forgiveness. They all deserve to die. Chen Yinwei, are you determined to disgust me? Jiang Yi's expression turned completely cold. Chen Yinwei stood up straight, her eyes red-rimmed as she looked at Jiang Yi, her gaze filled with pleading and sorrow. Chen Yinwei was already a school beauty, and now her pitiful appearance instantly captured the hearts of many male students nearby. If they hadn't known that Jiang Yi was not someone to be trifled with, and hadn't been warned by their parents not to offend him under any circumstances, they probably would have been quick to criticize Jiang Yi for being heartless. And then Jiang Yi further confirmed his lack of human touch. He chuckled, hooked the strap of the lunch bag Chen Yinwei had brought him with his finger, and flicked it lightly, sending the lunch bag dangling into the trash can. Then, he turned around and strode out of the classroom through the back door. When he returned, Chen Yinwei had already left. She didn't bother him again for the rest of the day. After a peaceful day of classes, Jiang Yi walked to the school gate and found a crowd gathered on one side of the gate. And most of them are young girls. Jiang Yi glanced at Chen Yunyun, who was surrounded in the middle, then looked away with obvious disgust and strode towards Jiang Shun and Yo Jing. Jiang Yi, Chen Yunyun suddenly called out and squeezed through the crowd. Just as Chen Yunyun was about to grab Jiang Yi's arm, Jiang Yi took a big step back and looked at Chen Yunyun coldly. Jiang Yi. Just as Chen Yunyun opened her mouth, ready to reprimand Jiang Yi, a young couple rushed up from the side, flanking him like two guardian deities, protecting Jiang Yi tightly. Especially the fat woman, who glared at her fiercely, as if she were some kind of monster. This made Chen Yunyun even angrier. She has been in the industry for many years and is always the center of attention wherever she goes, surrounded by admirers. At this moment, she was being looked at with disdain by Jiang Yi and the people around him, and she instantly became angry and prepared to teach Jiang Yi a lesson. But when she thought about the large number of fans waiting behind her, she couldn't bring herself to directly curse them, and swallowed her anger. No wonder Chen Lang said that Jiang Yi has become lawless and unruly after being kept by an old man, forgetting how she used to fawn over them. However, she had seen plenty of cases of people being kept by wealthy men. Flowers don't bloom for 100 days. Jiang Yi is still young and doesn't understand the intricacies of this situation. He still thinks that the old man behind him will protect him for life. Little did he know that she was only after his young body. No one can stay young forever, but some people stay young forever. He thought that now that he was wearing designer clothes and being chauffeured around in luxury cars, he had successfully reached the top in his life. Little did he know that one day, the powerful figure behind him would become infatuated with other young bodies and sweep him out like trash. Chen Yunyun believes that, as the older sister, although she doesn't particularly like Jiang Yi, she still has an obligation to protect him. More importantly, the Chen family's current situation leaves no room for even the slightest scandal. If the outside world knew that the Chen family's biological son was being kept by an old man, how would outsiders view the Chen family? How will her rivals in the entertainment industry and her fans view him? Thinking of this, she became even more determined to bring Jiang Yi back to the Chen family. Jiang Yi, those two are the people that person arranged for you, right? It seems he's not very nice to you. Chen Yunyun's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Jiang Shun and Yo Jing were unaware that, in the eyes of the Chen family, everything Jiang Yi possessed today was due to being kept by an old man, so they couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. However, this did not change Yo Jing's disgust for the Chen family. She said sarcastically, "What happens to my master is none of your business." When Yo Jing was halfway through her sentence, she felt someone tug at her shoulder. She turned her head and looked at her master with a puzzled expression. Jiang Yi shook his head at him, signaling her to step back. Yo Jing was even more confused. Didn't her master hate the Chen family the most? She was highly praised for scolding He Qinxue so much that He Qinxue suffered a stroke. Why is her master not allowing her to scold her this time? Could it be that her master, like her, is also a fan of Chen Yunyun? That's right. Niu Jing used to be a fan of Chen Yunyun. After all, she was an orphan who had to resort to swindling and deception to support herself, and she envied these good-looking big stars with good family backgrounds the most. But ever since she learned about the unfair treatment her master received in the Chen family, and that Chen Yunyun was also a daughter of the Chen family, she instantly went from being a fan to a lifelong hater. The Chen family is a bunch of bad people. Chapter 85. Appearing on a variety show with Chen Yunyun, Jiang Yi didn't actually want Niu Jing to scold Chen Yunyun. He noticed, however, that most of the fans behind Chen Yunyun were holding up their phones and recording videos. Chen Yunyun is still a popular star with countless fans. If Niu Jing were photographed verbally abusing Chen Yunyun in the street, some brainless fans might do something outrageous to her. This girl is now practically his apprentice, so naturally he has to protect her. Despite her many doubts, Niu Jing obediently stepped back and stood beside Jiang Yi. "What's up?" Jiang Yi stepped forward and asked in a cold voice. Chen Yunyun was inexplicably stunned by the aura emanating from Jiang Yi's cold face when he said those words. She had met all sorts of big shots in the entertainment industry, and Jiang Yi's current aura was truly exceptionally powerful. However, she quickly put the idea aside. Jiang Yi is still just a child, after all. How could he possibly have such a terrifying aura? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Thinking of this, Chen Yunyun frowned. "Aren't you planning to go back yet?" "Go back? Go back where?" "Of course I'm going home. Where else can I go? Is it normal for a high school student to never go home and just hang out outside all the time?" Chen Yunyun looked very serious, as if she was genuinely worried about Jiang Yi. Hearing her idol's words, the fans behind her exclaimed that Chen Yunyun was so warm and kind. They all shouted their messages. "Little brother, be good, come home with your sister." "Little brother, with a sister like Yunyun, what more could you ask for?" "Little brother, hurry home, don't make your sister worry." Jiang Yi almost laughed out of anger as he listened to Chen Yunyun's fans talking back and forth. "So you're using him to create a persona for yourself? People in the entertainment industry are different. They have so many crazy ideas." Jiang Yi sneered. "Miss Chen, who are you? I'm just an orphan. Which home do you expect me to go back to? You want to get on the news and trend on social media, but this isn't the way to do it." As soon as he finished speaking, all those who had been urging Jiang Yi to go home with Chen Yunyun fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances with obvious embarrassment on their faces. Chen Yunyun naturally sensed the change in the atmosphere. Her expression stiffened, and she said, "Little Yi, don't be willful anymore. You're still young, and there are many things you can't do." "Really? Then tell me what things you can't do." Chen Yunyun wanted to say, "I can't do something like being kept by someone," but she also knew that if she said that, things would get out of hand, and it would affect her plans. Just then, Chen Xingwen came out of the school gate looking dejected. When Chen Yunyun saw him, she greeted him warmly. "Younger brother." When Chen Xingwen saw Chen Yunyun and the group of fans, he had a sudden thought. Most teenagers this age like to show off, and he often talks about his big star sister Chen Yunyun, which attracts countless envious glances. Although for those top billionaires, even the most famous celebrities are considered low class, they might even disdainfully call these people actors behind their backs. However, Chen Xingwen had no access to those so-called top tycoons, so Chen Yunyun's identity could still satisfy his vanity. He had previously trended on social media with Chen Yunyun, and they had even appeared on several variety shows. At that time, the entire internet was full of positive reviews about him. They say he's handsome and has a noble air, and that he could easily outshine all the young male celebrities in the entertainment industry. His reputation has deteriorated so much that he desperately needs this big star sister to help him turn things around. But when he saw Jiang Yi standing in front of Chen Yunyun, his heart sank again. Why did Chen Yunyun come to find Jiang Yi? Could it be that she's also regretting it, and wants to acknowledge her biological brother back? Fifth sister. Chen Xingwen walked over with a heavy heart. "Little brother, are you tired after a long day of school?" "Not tired." Chen Xingwen forced a smile. Jiang Yi was too lazy to watch the affectionate scene between the two siblings any longer, and turned to leave, but was stopped by Chen Yunyun. "Jiang Yi, don't go." Chen Yunyun tried to grab Jiang Yi, but was stopped by Jiang Shun, who was quick-witted and agile. Chen Yunyun cried out anxiously, "Jiang Yi, don't go. I have something very important to tell you." Jiang Yi stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and looked at her silently. "Little Yi, didn't you always want to go on that variety show with me? I've finally made a deal with the production team to take you and Wen with us." Upon hearing this, Chen Xingwen's expression changed drastically. Has Chen Yunyun gone mad too? Should we take Jiang Yi to participate in the program? Doesn't she know how crazy Jiang Yi is right now? What if Jiang Yi goes berserk on the show and beats them up? Thinking of this, Chen Xingwen paused. Jiang Yi openly assaulted them both on the show, which doesn't seem like such a bad thing after all. That's irrefutable evidence of violence. He'll not only go to jail, but he'll also be condemned by Chun Yunyun's fans and netizens across the country. He might even receive death threats from extreme fans. It's even possible that someone might throw sulfuric acid in his face. Thinking of this, Chun Xingwen felt inexplicably excited. I'm starting to look forward to appearing on a show with Jiang Yi. Even if Jiang Yi doesn't end up attacking him and Chun Yunyun, he's confident that with the rich young master demeanor he's cultivated over the years and the positive reviews he received when he appeared on screen before, he can turn Jiang Yi into a piece of trash hated by the entire internet. In the back seat of the Maybach, Niu Jing looked at Jiang Yi with worry. Master, are you really going to go on that show with Chun Yunyun? Jiang Yi nodded. Didn't I already agree to her? Niu Jing became even more agitated. But Chun Yunyun is a member of the Chun family. Master, didn't you hate the Chun family the most? There isn't a single good person in the Chun family. Aren't you afraid that she will deliberately suppress you on the show, and then maliciously edit the footage to make you look bad and incite others to cyberbully you? Jiang Yi was actually a very sensitive person. His upbringing and experiences after returning to the Chun family have enabled him to quickly discern other people's feelings towards him. Is it liking or disliking? Is it genuine or feigned? Not to mention that he still has the bloodline of the celestial master in his body, which makes him even more able to sense the emotions of those around him. Niu Jing genuinely cared about him. Realizing this, he felt a little more satisfied with his foolish apprentice. Mr. Jiang, if you really want to participate in this variety show, you can talk to Mr. Zhou about it. Jiang Shun, who was driving, suddenly spoke up. Jiang Shun had lived a few years longer than Niu Jing and had been by the side of a powerful figure for many years, so his understanding of issues was naturally more insightful than Niu Jing's. With Jiang Yi's abilities, no one can outmaneuver him unless he wants to. Moreover, even if someone did manage to outmaneuver him, that person would suffer a fate 10,000 times worse than his. Therefore, he was not worried at all that Jiang Yi would be treated unfairly on the show. Niu Jing's concerns are not entirely unfounded. Things in the entertainment industry are indeed full of twists and turns. That's why he made that suggestion. Old Zhou. Jiang Yi was somewhat puzzled by Jiang Shen's suggestion. Yes, the show you're going to be on is produced by the entertainment company run by Mr. Zhou's youngest son. Chapter 86, Chun Yunyun's Scheme. In Chun Yunyun's car. At this point, Chun Xingwen had completely calmed down. He started worrying again about appearing on the show with Jiang Yi. Although he is confident that he can attract a large number of fans with his good looks and likable personality, and reverse his current bad reputation. But considering the unexpected changes that had occurred in Jiang Yi during this time, he still felt that perhaps letting Jiang Yi participate in the show was not a good choice. First of all, the fact that Jiang Yining ignored his provocations and didn't attack him at yesterday's banquet shows that he wasn't as stupid as he thought. Secondly, Jiang Yi's current attire and every word and action are no longer those of the timid country bumpkin he once was. Based solely on his captivating presence at yesterday's banquet, he couldn't guarantee he could outshine Jiang Yi. If Jiang Yi's performance overshadows him, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? He may not be famous, but Jiang Yi absolutely cannot receive any adoration. Thinking of this, he secretly made up his mind that this time, he absolutely could not let Jiang Yi participate in the program with him. Fifth sister, are we really going to have our brother participate in the show with us this time? Chun Xingwen looked at Chun Yunyun, appearing as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Yeah, little brother, are you worried that Jiang Yi will bully you on the show? Chun Xingwen gave a wry smile. Fifth sister, I'm not worried that brother will bully me. After all, I'm used to it. He's the older brother, and he grew up in that kind of environment, so it's normal for him to have a bit of a temper. I'm just worried that he'll affect you. You've been on set all this time, so you don't know how brother has changed. Seeing her well-behaved younger brother suffer so much injustice and still think of her, Chun Yunyun was deeply moved and reached out to pat his head. Don't worry, fifth sister has been in the entertainment industry for so many years, she has a good sense of risk. Jiang Yi, that ingrate, can't affect fifth sister no matter what. And fifth sister's decision to bring him along on the show this time is actually for your own good. For my own good? Chun Xingwen looked completely bewildered. Chun Yunyun nodded with a smile. Yes, fifth sister knows you've suffered a lot of grievances at school lately, and your reputation isn't good. Fifth sister knows you're not the kind of person who would play mind games, and she knows there must be some misunderstanding. But the public doesn't know that. The public just wants a target to vent their anger on, and you've just been unlucky enough to become that target. This time, fifth sister is going to take this opportunity of appearing on the show to help you clear your name. Really? Will my brother really be willing to help me? Upon hearing this, Chun Xingwen was moved once again. It's okay, the production team is all fifth sister's people. Even if he's unwilling, fifth sister has plenty of ways to handle it. Don't worry, just go participate in the show after your final exams. Treat it as a good time to relax. Leave everything else to fifth sister. Chen Xingwen was now completely relieved and began to look forward to spending time with Jiang Yi on the show. During this period, he was constantly trampled underfoot by Jiang Yi. Now, he finally has a chance to beat Jiang Yi. This time, he won't give Jiang Yi a chance to turn things around. Chen Yunyun's decision to bring Jiang Yi onto a variety show was actually suggested by her public relations team. The Chun family's reputation is currently extremely bad, which has also had a very negative impact on Chen Yunyun's reputation. The situation with Chun Wanning and Chun Lang is slightly better, since the two of them haven't appeared with her before. However, Chen Xingwen has appeared with her several times and even made it to the trending topics several times. She was even praised as a perfect sibling couple because of her relationship with Chen Xingwen, which gained her a huge number of fans. But now, the younger brother in the fairy-like sibling duo has become a vicious teenager who slanders his classmates, and Chen Yunyun, the older sister who dotes on her younger brother, is inevitably criticized by others. Therefore, the PR team suggested bringing both protagonists of the defamation incident onto the show to clear Chen Xingwen's name. Although Chen Xingwen's matter is a small matter compared to that of the Chun Wanning and Chun Lang sisters. But that's how things are online. When you have countless flaws and are being relentlessly criticized by the world, no one will believe you are innocent. But when the world sees that you have a stain on your record, that you were framed, you can instantly transform from the perpetrator to the victim and receive the sympathy of the masses. Some people even automatically imagine that other stains might be part of a conspiracy. And this is exactly what Chen Yunyun wants now. She believes that once the world sees the contrast between Jiang Yi and Chen Xingwen, everyone will have more faith in Chen Xingwen. Moreover, she has already spoken with the production team, and the editing on her end will be done according to her requirements. This time, she wants to completely reverse Chen Xingwen's public image and lead the Chen family through this public opinion crisis. As for Jiang Yi, she didn't care at all. In her mind, Jiang Yi had never had a good life since childhood, and being able to return to the Chen family was already a stroke of good luck. The Chen family has already given him such a wealthy life, but he is ungrateful and has caused the Chen family to fall into such a state. He should come out and resolve all of this. Moreover, this incident didn't affect him much. He was just criticized by netizens for a while. Anyway, Chun Yinwei said that their adopted brother was often scolded at school because he was difficult to get along with and always smelled bad. However, he's thick-skinned and doesn't care at all. If they don't care about being insulted to someone's face, they certainly won't care about being insulted by strangers online. At worst, she could give him a few tens of thousands of yuan more as pocket money after the matter was over. Thinking about this, she felt even more at ease. She even started thinking about whether to create a new persona for herself on this show. Born into a wealthy family, she is simple and kind-hearted, and wholeheartedly wants to put her eccentric and morally questionable adopted younger brother on the right track in life. That's right. Chen Yunyun had no intention of revealing Jiang Yi's true identity during this appearance on the show. After all, if people in the industry knew that Chen Yunyun had such a disreputable biological brother, they would probably laugh at her. Chapter 87 Zhang Qi is returning to the Chen family. After taking Chen Xingwen to the hospital, Chen Yunyun went up to check on He Qinxue. Seeing that she was still asleep, she went back to the company to continue discussing the public relations plan. When He Qinxue woke up, she saw Chen Xingwen sitting alone in the corner, head down, looking lost and dejected, wiping away tears from time to time. She was immediately terrified. "Son, what's wrong?" Chen Xingwen seemed to be startled, abruptly raising his head before quickly lowering it again. He wiped away his tears, and then raised his head again, forcing a stiff smile. "Mom, are you awake? Are you hungry? Shall I call someone to bring you food?" He Qinxue had no appetite at all at this moment. She hurriedly threw off the covers, got out of bed, and walked to Chen Xingwen. "Son, why are you crying? Did someone bully you?" Chen Xingwen shook his head. "No, Mom, no one bullied me." He Qinxue thought for a moment, and then asked, "Is it because of family matters that your classmates are gossiping about you behind your back?" "No, Mom, I'm really okay." "Impossible. Son, you were raised by your mother, and I'm the person who knows you best in this world. You were clearly bullied, and you're feeling wronged, but you're afraid to tell me because you don't want me to worry. Tell me what happened. If you don't tell me, I'm going to be so worried. Oh dear, my heart is starting to hurt again." As He Qinxue spoke, she raised her hand to cover her heart, pretending to be in great pain. Chen Xingwen was extremely anxious and immediately got up to help her. "Mom, don't worry. I'll tell you everything. No one bullied me. I'm just sad because of seventh sister she." At this point, Chen Xingwen's eyes quickly reddened again. When He Qinxue heard that it was Chun Yinwei who had offended her precious son, she was immediately furious. "It's your seventh sister? What did your seventh sister do?" Then, Chen Xingwen recounted in detail what Chen Yinwei had done at school that day. He Qinxue was furious after hearing this and immediately called Chen Yinwei. Chen Yinwei had already returned home. Seeing that Chen Xingwen had not returned, she knew that he had gone to the hospital to see He Qinxue. It's obvious that He Qinshue's sudden call to her must be because Chen Xingwen said something to her. Without thinking, I hung up the phone. He Qinxue called again, and she immediately blocked her. The world is finally at peace. At this moment, she was standing in Chen Xingwen's room. She looked at the expensive figurines, clothes, and shoes, a smile playing on her lips. She dialed a number. Do you buy and sell secondhand luxury goods? Chen Xingwen was unaware of the shock he would face when he returned home that night, and was busy comforting He Qinxue, who was furious because Chen Yinwei had blocked her phone number. This time, He Qinxue was so angry that she suffered angina. She couldn't understand why all the children she had painstakingly given birth to were so rebellious. First it was Jiang Yi, then Chen Wanning, and now it's Chen Yinwei. Thinking of this, a surge of anger rose within her. Jiang Yi, it's all Jiang Yi's fault. If it weren't for this little beast, our family wouldn't have ended up like this. He's the one who corrupted my daughter. He Qinxue gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Chen Xingwen hurriedly reminded her. Mom, please stop scolding your brother. Have you forgotten? These things on your mouth are because you scolded him. Although it sounds strange, the doctors can't find the cause. There are also many suspicious things about your brother now, so we should just err on the side of caution. Try to calm down these next few days and stop scolding your brother. Maybe your mouth will get better. He Qinxue instinctively touched the pustules around her mouth and said with lingering fear, Yes, I can't scold him anymore. I have to check if he's the one who caused this. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a knock on the door. Son, go see who's here. Chen Xingwen walked over and saw that the haggard-looking housekeeper Zhang, dressed in a hospital gown, was standing at the door with Zhang Qi, who also looked pale. Young master, Butler Zhang greeted him respectfully, bowing his head. Uncle Zhang, are you feeling better? With a well-behaved smile on his face, Chen Xingwen invited Butler Zhang inside. Zhang Qi was following behind, and looked up at Chen Xingwen. The two exchanged a glance, and Chen Xingwen nodded slightly, indicating that he could rest assured. Zhang Qijing dared to come this time, because Chen Xingwen assured him that he would definitely help him return to the Chen family. This is Chen Xingwen's way of getting revenge on Chen Yinwei. This bastard dared to treat him like this, so don't blame him for turning ruthless. Wasn't she unable to accept what Zhang Qijing had done to her? He insisted that Zhang Qijing loiter around the house every day, hoping that she would lose her temper and get out of the Chen family completely. When He Qinxue saw Butler Zhang, she was somewhat surprised, but when she saw Zhang Qijing behind him, her face instantly turned cold. Unlike Jiang Yi, Chen Yinwei was, after all, her biological daughter and someone she had watched grow up, so there was bound to be some affection between them. Therefore, after learning what Zhang Qijing had done, she felt full of resentment towards him. After entering the ward, Zhang Qijing knelt down in front of He Qinxue without saying a word, his face full of regret. This left He Qinxue speechless. Butler Zhang and his son did not mention returning to the Chun family in front of He Qinxue. They only inquired about He Qinshue's health and had Zhang Qijing apologize to her in person before leaving. After seeing the two off, Chen Xingwen returned to his ward and became somewhat depressed. Seeing this, He Qinshue sighed deeply. Son, Mom knows you and Zheng grew up together and have a deep bond. I want him to come home, but given what he did to your seventh sister and our family's current situation, it's better to avoid trouble. Try to see each other more often when you have time. Chen Xingwen shook his head. Mom, I'm not sad because of this. I just saw Zheng and it reminded me of my older sister. Actually, what my older sister did and what a Zheng did weren't that different. I was thinking, if a Zheng is a bad person, then wouldn't my older sister be a bad person too? But what did they do wrong? They just liked someone too much. Although He Qinshue has a bad temper and a strong personality. But in the end, she still held a bit of maternal love for Chen Wanning and the others. She also refused to admit that the daughter she raised was the pervert people were talking about. This is also a stain on her life. Hearing Chen Xingwen's words, she suddenly felt enlightened. Yes, Zhang Qi is just like Chen Wanning back then, just a child. It's because they like someone so much that they would do something so absurd. When the Qin family dared to expose the matter so openly, trying to ruin her daughter, they were probably secretly quite pleased with themselves, thinking that their son was so charming that he had driven her daughter to such madness. Put yourself in Chen Yinwei's shoes, isn't she the same? It's all because her daughter is too outstanding that Zhang Qijing can't extricate himself from her. Moreover, Zhang Qijing has always been an obedient and sensible child. If he can't be forgiven for such a small mistake, his life might be ruined. More importantly, her beloved son clearly values Zhang Qijing as a friend. He only has 6 months left before the college entrance examination. With so many things happening in the family, and this child being so thoughtful since childhood, If there's no one around to comfort him, he might develop psychological problems, which could affect his college entrance exam and ruin his life. With that in mind, He Qinshuo no longer hesitated. Son, you're right. Zheng is a good kid. He just took a wrong step. We don't need to hold a grudge. I see that Zheng has lost so much weight. He must not have been eating or sleeping well lately. Take him home tonight and let him eat and sleep well. You can go to school together again from now on. With He Qinshuo's words, Chen Xingwen brazenly brought Zhang Qijing back to the Chen family. After getting out of the car, Chen Xingwen said meaningfully, "Ah Zhang, you must remember how you managed to return to the Chen family." Zhang Qi immediately assured him, "Young master, I understand. From now on, whatever you say goes." Chen Xingwen patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction, then went inside and returned to his own room. The moment the light was turned on, he was completely stunned. The room was a complete mess. The school bag was thrown on the ground, and there were fragments of books all over the ground. His collection of rare models, autographed basketballs, limited edition sneakers, and expensive clothes, jewelry, and watches, all of them have vanished without a trace. Chapter 88. Chen Xingwen calls the police. Chen Taihao was exhausted after a long day, and all he wanted to do was go home, take a hot shower, and get some sleep. To my surprise, when I got back, I saw a police car parked in the yard. His heart sank. What the hell had happened this time? For a moment, he even wondered if his family was under some kind of curse. Why are the police coming to my door so frequently? Chen Taihao strode into the house and saw two policemen talking to Chen Xingwen. What happened? He asked. Chen Xingwen quickly came up. Dad, you're back. Why are the police here? Chen Xingwen said with a wronged expression. I was the one who called the police. Chen Taihao glanced at Chen Xingwen, utterly exhausted, and asked, what is it now? My house was burgled. After all this chaos, Chen Taihao had no desire to deal with any unexpected situations and asked casually, what's missing? My room was completely ransacked. Where are the others? We don't know yet. The police officers just arrived and haven't had time to investigate. When Chen Xingwen said this, he showed just the right amount of concern on his face. But the truth is that after discovering his room had been ransacked, Chen Xingwen immediately checked the condition of the other rooms. Seeing that all the rooms were intact, he knew something was wrong. Shen Yinwei's door was tightly closed, and considering her attitude towards him these past few days, it's not hard to guess who the culprit is. But he still immediately called the police. Since Chen Yinwei is going to treat him this way, then he shouldn't blame her for being ruthless and heartless. He wanted to see what Chen Taihao, who valued his reputation above all else, would do if he found out his daughter was a thief. But what he didn't expect was that Chen Taihao was now completely fed up. They had no interest in these matters at all. Just then, a lazy voice came from behind. Why did the police have to be called when I was just dealing with my own things? Chen Yinwei, wearing a nightgown, stood on the stairs looking at Chen Xingwen with a contemptuous smile on her face. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingwen looked at Chen Yinwei with a surprised expression. Seventh sister, did you take all my valuables from my room and tear up all my books? Chen Yinwei's face turned cold. Chen Xingwen, don't call me seventh sister. I don't have a brother as vicious as you. And what do you mean by your things? You're just an adopted son. Do I need to ask your opinion when I'm dealing with my own family's things? If you're unhappy, you can continue to run away from home. Anyway, your good adoptive parents will definitely be anxiously looking for you everywhere, begging you to come back. At this point, Chen Yinwei paused deliberately, then stared intently at Chen Taihao. Am I right, my dear father? When Chen Taihao met Chen Yinwei's resentful gaze, he felt as if his eyes had been burned. He knew that his daughter was venting her frustrations. She was dissatisfied with how her parents had neglected her all these years. He was furious that she had run away from home for so many days without him noticing. He had a vague feeling that his daughter had changed. On the other side, Chen Xingwen's expression changed several times after hearing Chen Yinwei's words. First came disbelief, then injury, and finally, endless grievances. He looked at Chen Taihao and said aggrievedly, I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't know that seventh sister did this, so I called the police and caused trouble for the family. Chen Taihao sighed deeply, feeling utterly overwhelmed. He knew that if he didn't stand by Chen Yinwei's side today, he might really lose his daughter completely. As for Chen Xingwen's son, he has treated him well over the years. He is a man and should be more open-minded. Let's talk to him properly after things are resolved. Thinking this through, he sent the police away, claiming it was just a misunderstanding caused by a quarrel among his children. Seeing this, Chen Yinwei glanced triumphantly at Chen Xingwen, then turned and went upstairs like a victorious rooster. Son, I'm really tired. Let's leave it at that for today. Don't think too much about it. Your seventh sister has been in a bad mood lately, so try to avoid her. As for your things, I'll make them all up to you in a while. After saying that, Chen Taihao patted him on the shoulder and went upstairs to his room, not even giving him a chance to speak. Chen Xingwen never expected that after he made such a scene, Chen Taiha would let Chen Yinwei off so easily, without even a reprimand. He watched Chen Taiha's retreating figure, clenching his fists in hatred. Chapter 89: Old Zhou's Car Accident. Jiang Yi had no interest in the current state of the Chen family, because Mr. Zhou was in a car accident. He visited an old friend today, had some drinks, and it was quite late when he got back. When driver Xiao Lu was driving him home, the vehicle skidded and crashed into the green belt and a large tree on the side of the road. Xiao Lu was seriously injured on the spot, and he also fell into a coma after hitting his head. When he woke up, he was already in the hospital. His children and grandchildren were all waiting by his side. When they saw him wake up, they hurriedly asked him how he was doing, which made him very anxious. "How is Xiao Lu?" he interrupted the others' questions. The eldest son, Zhou Xinping, hurriedly said, "Dad, don't worry, Xiao Lu has already had the surgery, and the doctor said he is out of danger." Hearing this, old Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as if remembering something, he touched his chest and found it empty. He hurriedly asked, "Where's the amulet I wear around my neck?" Zhou Xianan, the third son, was taken aback. "Amulet? What amulet?" "It's that thing I wear around my neck with a red string." Zhou Xianan thought for a moment, then stepped forward, opened the bedside table, and took out a red rope. "Dad, is this what you mean?" Old Zhou hurriedly took the red rope and found that the yellow triangular talisman hanging on it had turned completely gray, as if it had been burned. "Why is it gray?" He reached out and touched it in disbelief, his fingers covered in a layer of black ash. "Teacher Jiang, my amulet has turned gray." He immediately picked up his phone and called Jiang Yi. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi arrived at the hospital ward. "Teacher Jiang." When old Zhou saw Jiang Yi, his eyes lit up, and he immediately threw off the covers and prepared to get out of bed. Zhou Xinping quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Dad, what are you doing? The doctor said you need to rest properly. Why are you getting out of bed? Get away from me." Old Zhou waved Zhou Xinping away impatiently, then said, "Quickly bring a stool for Teacher Jiang so he can sit down." "No need." Jiang Yi pressed down on old Zhou. "Old Zhou, you can just lie down. I just came to see you. Thank you for making the trip, Teacher Jiang." The Zhou family members were puzzled to see their patriarch being so polite and even somewhat ingratiating towards a young man. They stared intently at Jiang Yi, as if trying to see through him. But no matter how you look at it, this boy seems to be just an ordinary high school student. "Teacher Jiang, look at my amulet. How did it get like this?" Old Zhou handed the red string to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi took the red rope and glanced at it. "This is a talisman. It will turn to ash after it has protected its owner from disaster, so it is no longer useful." After saying that, Jiang Yi threw the amulet into the trash can. "So, the reason I only suffered minor injuries in such a serious car accident is because this amulet protected me from the disaster?" Jiang Yi nodded, then glanced at old Zhou's face and noticed that the murderous aura around him had become even stronger. "Has old Zhou recently gone to some place with heavy yin energy?" Old Zhou was taken aback when he heard this, then thought for a moment and replied, "A few days ago, an old comrade in arms passed away, and I went to his hometown to see him off on his final journey." Jiang Yi then understood why the malevolent aura around old Zhou had suddenly become so intense, leading to this disaster. "Teacher Jiang, has my condition become more serious?" Old Zhou said with a worried look on his face. Jiang Yi shook his head. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious." Jiang Yi took out another jade pendant from his pocket. "This is a protective jade talisman. Wear it, and then avoid places with heavy yin energy and get more sun exposure, and you'll be fine. I'll help you solve the problem as soon as possible." All right, old Zhou said, relieved. He took the jade pendant and carefully hung it around his neck. "Teacher Jiang, how much is this jade pendant? I'll have someone transfer the money to you." Before Jiang Yi could speak, Zhou Xinfeng, the second son of Zhou Lao, interrupted. "Dad, what are you doing? Where did this child come from? And what about this amulet, this thing about yin energy? When did you start believing in this kind of thing?" Upon hearing this, old Zhou immediately retorted angrily. "What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Teacher Jiang right now." "Dad, Zhou Xinfeng is a scientific researcher and doesn't believe in metaphysics at all." He looked unconvinced. "Dad? What dad? I don't have such a stupid son. Get out of here right now. All of you get out." Jiang Yi knew that old Zhou was worried that he would get angry, so he deliberately threw a tantrum. He smiled. "Mr. Zhou, there's no need for that. It's all right." After speaking, he glanced at everyone's faces in the ward and had a general idea of what was going on. "How about this? After you are discharged from the hospital in a couple of days, bring your sons to my place." "Teacher Jiang, there's no rush. Aren't your final exams coming up soon? Why don't we wait until you're on vacation?" "No need. It's just an exam. It won't affect anything." After saying that, Jiang Yi didn't stay there any longer and left the hospital. After Jiang Yi left, Zhou Xinfeng said with a dissatisfied look. Dad, where did you get to know this brat? Is he even an adult? He's already out here swindling people. Upon hearing this, old Zhou became even angrier. What little brat? If you don't want to die, show some respect to teacher Jiang in the future. The Zhou family's sons all grew up under old Master Zhou's militaristic education, and their fear of him was deeply ingrained in their bones. Seeing that he had lost his temper so badly, they didn't dare to say anything more. But he was still unconvinced. In his view, his father was getting old, his mind was becoming confused, and he was also starting to fear death, which was why he suddenly believed in these supernatural things and was taken advantage of by a swindler like Jiang Yi. He silently resolved in his heart that he must find evidence that Jiang Yi was a liar the next time they met. To prevent my father from continuing his reckless actions, it would be one thing if he was only cheated out of some money, but if he developed health problems, it would be a huge loss. The next morning, old Zhou insisted on being discharged from the hospital. He only suffered a mild concussion in the car accident. It wasn't a serious matter. However, given his advanced age, the doctor hoped he could stay in the hospital for a couple more days for observation. But old Zhou was determined to be discharged from the hospital and even ordered his 3 sons to accompany him to see Jiang Yi. Unfortunately, some problems suddenly occurred in Zhou Xinfeng's laboratory, and he needed to rush back immediately. His work is unique. Once he enters the laboratory, he loses all contact with the outside world. Therefore, in the end, old Zhou could only bring his brothers Zhou Xinping and Zhou Xianen to Jiang Yi's house. However, to old Zhou's surprise, Zhou Xinfeng, that fool, actually found out that Jiang Yi was the son of the Qin family, and even angrily called Qin Taihe. Chairman Qin, please keep your son in check. If I see him trying to deceive my father again, the Zhou family will not let this go. Chapter 90. Who is the one who harmed old Zhou? After explaining to Jiang Yi why Zhou Xinfeng hadn't come, old Zhou didn't say anything more and led the 3 Zhou family members, along with Qingfu, into the basement of his house. Although Zhou Xinping and Zhou Xianen also felt that Jiang Yi was most likely a fraud, they dared not disobey their father's strict orders to come. However, the 2 of them came here with the intention of finding Jiang Yi's weakness and exposing his identity as a fraud. Upon entering the basement, everyone felt as if a chilling aura was seeping into their bones. The 3 members of the Zhou family, father and sons, all shivered simultaneously. Even more bizarrely, the room was empty except for a large, knife-shaped object hanging in the very center. The blade was covered with layers upon layers of talismans. The closer one gets to the broadsword, the stronger the chill becomes. However, upon closer inspection, one can see that the broadsword is not hanging in the air, but rather floating on its own. Mr. Jiang, why are you keeping the air conditioning so cold in the middle of winter? Zhou Xinping felt a little uneasy. Jiang Yi smiled, but did not answer the question. He turned to look at old Zhou. Old Zhou, did you bring the things? Bringing. Old Zhou was also shivering from the cold, and what made him even more uncomfortable was that after entering the room, he clearly felt unwell, as if the blood in his body was rushing around wildly. He handed the jade thumb ring to Jiang Yi. Here, teacher Jiang. Jiang Yi saw that old Zhou was starting to feel the strain and frowned as he looked at Zhou Xinping. Young Master Zhou, aren't you going to help your father? Being scolded by such a young upstart, Zhou Xinping felt a surge of anger almost instantly. But for some reason, when he met Jiang Yi's cold gaze, he felt inexplicably uneasy, so he quickly helped old Zhou up. Zhou Xianen recognized the jade thumb ring almost immediately and turned to look at old Master Zhou. Dad, wasn't this thumb ring a gift from me? Old Zhou nodded, looking at Zhou Xianen with a complicated expression. God knows how much he suffered during that time. He feared that the person behind the scenes who wanted to kill him was his own son. This might be more painful for him than being killed. Jiang Yi saw through what old Master Zhou was thinking and said, Old Master Zhou, there's no need to overthink it. Based on what I've seen so far, this matter may have nothing to do with young Master Zhou. Upon hearing this, old Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Xianen was even more bewildered. Mr. Jiang, what exactly is going on? Did I do something? You'll find out soon enough. Qingfu, give them the things. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the big knife. Qingfu handed the yin-yang talisman to the 3 members of the Zhou family, telling them that once they had it in their hands, they would know everything. Jiang Yi raised his hand and waved it, then muttered the incantation in a low voice. Then everyone felt the temperature inside the room drop several degrees instantly, making it even more uncomfortable. Old Zhou even started to tremble all over. Mr. Jiang, what's wrong with my father? Zhou Xianen asked hurriedly. Jiang Yi glanced back and saw that old Zhou was only feeling unwell because of the chaotic evil energy within his body, so he threw out a talisman to shake off evil energy and stuck it on old Zhou's body. Old Zhou's complexion quickly regained its rosy hue, and his body stopped trembling. The Zhou brothers exchanged a glance after witnessing this scene, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. But what shocked them the most was yet to come. Suddenly, the previously silent broadsword began to vibrate violently, and the talismans on its blade began to fall off one by one. The two men witnessed black mist suddenly appearing on the rusty broadsword. As more and more talismans fell, the black mist became even denser. Until the last talisman fell, the black mist around the blade almost completely blocked it. A moment later, the black mist transformed into a human figure, standing opposite Jiang Yi. General, the reason I summoned you here today is to verify something. How dare this mere brat obstruct my great cause? Retreat at once. Although the voice of the general's human form, formed from malevolent energy, sounded hoarse and aged, it was still full of vigor. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Old Zhou's direction. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yi hit him with a talisman and rendered him unable to move. Jiang Yi grabbed his neck and slammed him against the wall, coldly saying, "General, I respect you as a renowned national protector general who guarded a country thousands of years ago, and I have already been more than polite to you. If you continue to aid and abet evil, don't blame this heavenly master for being impolite." The general paused for a moment upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? When have I ever aided and abetted evil? Jiang Yi raised the ring in his hand, which was shrouded in malevolent energy. Does the general recognize this? This is the Jinjuan jade ring bestowed upon me by His Majesty. Why is it with you? Perhaps this is a question best asked of the general himself. General, you died 1,000 years ago, so why did you come here? Do you remember who brought you back? The general was momentarily bewildered. Why did I come here? Jiang Yi knew from the start that getting the answer directly from him wouldn't be easy. The person behind it must have tampered with his memories as well. He asked that question only for the sake of Zhou Lao's family. General, go check those two men behind me. Are they your soldiers? Remember, don't even think about playing any tricks, or this celestial master has plenty of ways to make your soul fly away. With that, Jiang Yi released the general. The general was in a daze for a moment before floating toward the Zhou brothers. The Zhou brothers watched helplessly as a black figure floated towards them, their hearts pounding in their throats. But both of their legs felt like they were filled with lead, and they couldn't move. After circling the two men, the black mist figure returned to Jiang Yi's side and said with dissatisfaction, "These two are all greasy-looking, utterly useless in combat, and have nothing special about them. They'd just die on the battlefield. How could I possibly have such incompetent soldiers under my command?" Although the Zhou brothers were afraid, they still felt greatly insulted when they heard the man in the black mist mocking them. Jiang Yi smiled and said, "General, just stay put. As long as you don't cause trouble, when the time is right, this celestial master will send you to where you belong." After saying that, Jiang Yi raised his hand and made a hand seal, sending the general back onto the broadsword and suppressing him again with a talisman. After doing all this and leaving the basement, Jiang Yi felt a warm sensation on his nose. He raised his hand and touched a patch of blood. "Teacher Jiang, you have a nosebleed." Old Zhou exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Yi waved his hand. "It's nothing, just that I was overexerted. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Please rest assured, Elder Zhou, the evil energy in your body has nothing to do with your two sons. As for young Master Zhou, I've seen his face. Like you, he is a person with merits. I imagine his profession is one that benefits all people, so he wouldn't do such a thing." Old Zhou was finally completely relieved. The Zhou brothers are still reeling from the shock of the incredible scenes they just witnessed. "Mr. Jiang, what exactly is going on? And that general and the evil aura he mentioned earlier, I don't understand it at all." Chapter 91 Variety shows change format. Jiang Yi briefly explained the whole story to Zhou Xianen and his brother. After hearing this, the two brothers were stunned, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. "So the jade thumb ring I gave to my father almost killed him?" Zhou Xianen said with a look of self-reproach. "That's one way to put it." Jiang Yi spoke the truth. Zhou Xianen remained silent for a long time, then raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face before kneeling down in front of old Master Zhou. "Dad, I'm so sorry, I really didn't expect it to turn out like this. At the auction, I heard that this thing was an antique, passed down for many years, and had been blessed by a master. I thought you've always liked antiques, and that wearing this thing is good for your health, so I thought I'd give it to you." Old Zhou sighed and helped him up. "Get up. I believe you did not mean to harm me." Zhou Xianen stood up and looked at Jiang Yi with a worried expression. "Mr. Jiang, can you remove the evil energy from my father's body?" "I already promised Elder Zhou that I would handle this matter, but given my current physical condition, it's a bit difficult for me right now, so I'll have to wait a little longer. But you don't need to worry too much. As long as Elder Zhou wears the jade pendant I gave him, there won't be any problems. Zhou Xiaonan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But young Master Zhou, what I really want to know is why you bought this jade thumb ring back then. Jiang asked again. Cheng Fu hurriedly added, yes, young Master Zhou, this matter is not simple. This jade ring and the black aura you just saw hidden in this villa were both nurtured by old Master Zhou's blood, so they are extremely lethal to him. To put it bluntly, the person behind this was targeting old Master Zhou from the very beginning. Think carefully about how this ring came about. We must find out who is behind this. Otherwise, he will definitely cause trouble again in the future. Zhou Xiaonan thought for a moment, then replied, I don't think I initially intended to bid on this jade thumb ring. Later, a Taoist priest suddenly told me that this thumb ring is over 1,000 years old, an artifact passed down from an ancient general, and has been nurtured by a master for many years, making it very spiritual. He said that wearing it for a long time would be very beneficial to one's health. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinping sensed that something was amiss. Xiaonan, you've never really believed in these things since you were little, so how did you come to know some kind of master, and even listen to him, and buy this jade thumb ring? A hint of confusion flashed in Zhou Xiaonan's eyes. Yes, how could I have believed it back then? Jiang Yi frowned slightly. Young Master Zhou, do you remember what that master's name was, what he looked like? Zhou Xiaonan tried hard to recall, but found that the master was very vague in his memory. Mr. Jiang, I can't remember what that person's name was, nor can I remember what he looked like. His face was so ordinary that even now when I think about it, his features are still blurry. The more Zhou Xiaonan spoke, the more terrified he felt. Why is this happening? Mr. Jiang, have I encountered a ghost? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, then said, too much time has passed, and we can't know exactly what happened back then. But from what I've observed, this matter hasn't affected you. As for the fact that the person didn't leave a trace in your memory, I guess he probably used some kind of mystical art to change his physical characteristics in order to prevent things from being exposed one day, like they are now. Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately realized that the situation was far more serious than they had imagined. Someone wanted to kill old Zhou, but they didn't even know the person's name or what he looked like. This is absolutely disturbing. Seeing his two sons both looking worried, old Zhou didn't want them to get caught up in this pointless worry, so he chuckled and said, all right, stop looking so gloomy. It's nothing serious. With a capable celestial master like Teacher Jiang here, we don't need to be afraid of whoever that person is. Mr. Jiang, I'm entrusting everything to you. Zhou Xinping looked at Jiang Yi with pleading eyes. Yes, Zhou Xiaonan hurriedly replied. Young Master Jiang, please help our Zhou family. Rest assured, you have helped my father, making you a benefactor to our Zhou family. In the future, no matter what it is, just say the word, and I, Zhou Xiaonan, will do my utmost. As for the reward, I will definitely satisfy you. Jiang Yi smiled faintly. I'm not too concerned about rewards right now. To be honest, helping someone like Elder Zhou, who has done so much good, is also beneficial to me. But young Master Zhou, I do need your help with a small matter right now. Mr. Jiang, please speak up. In a while, I'll be participating in a program invested in by one of your companies. If possible, I'd like to see the program broadcast live. Zhou Xiaonan owns many companies, and this is just a small program. If Jiang Yi hadn't mentioned it today, he wouldn't have even remembered it. Now he's counting on Jiang Yi to save his father's life and make amends for his mistakes. So let alone just changing the format of a program. Even if he asked him to create a program specifically for him, he wouldn't refuse in the slightest. After seeing off the Zhou family father and his two sons, Jiang Yi returned to his study. He glanced at the surveillance footage of the Chun family today and learned what Chen Yinwei had done and that Chen Xingwen had deliberately called the police, but Chen Taihe had suppressed it. He didn't seem to care about any of that. He was still surprised for a moment when he saw Zhang Qi returning to the Chen family. It's obvious that Zhang Qijing's return to the Chen family must have been approved by either Chen Taihe or He Qinxue. As for Chen Taihe, he wasn't exactly a good person to Jiang Yi. But for the 7 Chen sisters, he was barely a decent father. Know that some things can be done and some things cannot be done. Therefore, the only person who could bring Zhang Qijing back was He Qinxue. This time, even though Jiang Yi knew that He Qinxue was a brainless madwoman, he was still somewhat shocked. She actually doesn't care about Chen Yinwei at all. According to the surveillance footage, Chen Yinwei is still unaware that Zhang Qijing has returned to the Chen family. After the Chen family, there's still a lot of trouble to come. Since the fire was already burning, he might as well add more fuel to the fire. He Qinxue has been recuperating for a few days now. It's time to get her busy again. He called Qin Xian to ask him how far his lawsuit against He Qinxue had progressed. Chapter 92, Chen Taihe brutally beats He Qinxue. 2 days later was the day He Qinxue was discharged from the hospital. However, Only Chun Huiming and Chun Xingwen came to pick her up from the hospital. Chun Yunyun, Chun Lang, and Chun Alan were all too busy to get away, and they had already called her early in the morning to explain, so she didn't take it to heart. She waited all morning, but Chun Wanning and Chun Yinwei not only didn't show up, they didn't even call. She was furious and cursed them for being unfilial. What angered him the most was Chen Taiha. She was hospitalized for several days, and he not only didn't visit her once, but he didn't even make a phone call. Now he doesn't even plan to come and pick her up from the hospital. She was so angry she wanted to scratch Chen Taiha's face and kept calling him. In the end, Chen Taiha simply blocked her. This made her even angrier, and she started yelling at Chen Taiha in the hospital room. And then she also yelled at Chun Wanning and Chun Yinwei. They'll say whatever hurtful things they can think of. Mom, okay, don't be angry anymore. Your mouth has only just gotten a little better. What if you get sores again because of swearing? Chun Xingwen is thoroughly annoyed. He's over 50 years old. What's the use of just cursing? But now, in this family, his biggest support is still He Qinxue, so he can only patiently try to persuade her. Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flashed in He Qinxue's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. What are you afraid of? I wasn't cursing Jiang Yi, and that little brat Jiang Yi. She instinctively prepared to curse Jiang Yi as a little beast, but then she remembered that she had held back from cursing him for many days, and the boils around her mouth had only just healed. So she immediately changed her tone. And Jiang Yi, I'm his own mother, after all, and he actually used such vicious and evil methods against me. She gave a cold laugh as she said this. Wait a minute. Once I find the master, I definitely won't let him get away with this. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Who is this? She answered the phone irritably. Hello, is this Ms. He Qinxue? Who are you? What do you want with me? This is the First People's Court of Beijing. Today is the hearing day for Jiang Yi's lawsuit against you for infringing on his right to reputation. The case has already started, and you're not planning to appear in court, is that it? Why should I appear in court? What right does he have to sue me? I'm his mother. I went through so much trouble to bring him into this world, and I'm wrong for that. Don't you all have mothers? If your mothers insulted you, would you sue them? How dare you even accept this kind of case, and call me to ask me to appear in court? He Qinxue's face was very pale after she hung up the phone. Jiang Yi. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred, then got up and quickly walked out. She wanted nothing more than to tear Jiang Yi apart. Little brother, what's going on with mom? Why is there a call from the court? Did Jiang Yi really sue him? Chun Lang was a little confused. Chun Xingwen didn't initially realize what the call was about. It took him a while to remember that Jiang Yi had sued He Qinxue. It's true, fourth sister, brother really sued mom. He sighed helplessly. Our family is probably going to get criticized by netizens again. He Qinxue was so angry that she had chest pains as soon as she was discharged from the hospital. After returning home, he went straight to his room without saying a word. At the same time, a new trending topic suddenly appeared online. Hashtag chairwoman of Chen Group verbally abuses high school student hashtag. The incident stemmed from a Weibo post Qin Xian made after leaving the courtroom. He recounted the whole story of the case, then got someone to give it a push, and released a video of He Qinxue verbally abusing Jiang Yi. Right now, netizens are deeply disgusted with the Chen Group. When they saw He Qinxue bullying a high school student, they immediately attacked her and verbally abused He Qinxue and the Chen family. By the time Chen Taihe learned of this, public opinion had already spiraled out of control. He rushed home, and when he entered, He Qinxue was in the living room making a phone call to her lawyer, threatening to sue Jiang Yi and those netizens who had insulted her. Chun Xingwen and Chun Lang sat on the sofa, both looking bitter and resentful. Upon seeing him, they immediately clung to him like dying people grasping at a straw. Chun Lang. Dad, what should we do? Now people are criticizing our family online again. Chun Xingwen. Dad, mom is too emotional right now. Please go and talk to her. She was just discharged from the hospital. What if something happens to her again? Hearing the voice, He Qinxue turned around and saw Chen Taihe. Her anger intensified. She hung up the phone and yelled at him. Chen Taihe, how dare you come back? I've been in the hospital for so many days, and you didn't even call once. You didn't even pick me up when I was discharged. Are you keeping a mistress outside again? Don't you want your mother anymore? If you really don't want to live like this, then get a divorce. Chen Taihe had been on the phone with investors the whole way, humbly coaxing them, and was already seething with anger. Now that I'm back, I hear He Qinxue going crazy, and I'm even angrier. His face was extremely gloomy. Without saying a word, he went up and slapped He Qinxue hard across the face. Have you fucking had enough? He Qinxue was stunned by his blow, her mind went blank, and it took her a while to come to her senses. She then threw her phone at Chen Taihe. Chen Taihe was hit on the forehead by a cell phone, and blood appeared on the spot. He Qinxue still felt it wasn't enough, so she reached out her hand to him. Chen Taihe had had enough this time. He grabbed her hand and slapped her twice more. Idiot, I've had enough of you. He Qinshue screamed. Chen Taihe, I want a divorce. Divorce. Divorce right now. Chen Taihe, must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes to marry a jinx like you. Chen Taihe roared angrily. He Qinshue was stunned. The reason she dared to throw tantrums in front of Chen Taihe was because Chen Taihe had done things that wronged her. Moreover, her family had helped Chen Taihe when he was in his most difficult time. She knew how much Chen Taihe cared about his reputation. If he dared to abandon her, he would be condemned and cursed behind his back. But seeing Chen Taihe's furious expression, she knew that he was truly angry this time. He really wanted to abandon her. But she's over 50 now, and if she really gets divorced, she'll probably be laughed at to death. I have no idea how I'll get through the days to come. Thinking of this, she panicked and tears streamed down her face. Seeing that she remained silent, her eyes devoid of any emotion, Chen Taihe said coldly, What? You're not getting a divorce again. He Qinshue was too frightened to speak. He Qinshue, the group has lost billions because of the stupid things you've done. I'm warning you, if you don't want a divorce, you'd better do as I say now, and you'd better put away your spoiled princess attitude from now on. If I find out you've done something stupid again, don't blame me for disregarding our years of marriage. Chapter 93, He Qinshue apologizes. Xiaoyi. As soon as Jiang Yi got out of the car, he heard He Qinshue shouting. He turned his head and saw He Qinshue and Chen Taihe walking quickly toward him. He Qinshue had taken off her mask, and the pustules on the corner of her mouth had healed considerably, leaving only a faint mark. It seems I haven't been scolding her much lately. She wasn't wearing much makeup, and she looked somewhat haggard. What? Is Mrs. Chen here to apologize? Jiang Yi asked sarcastically. When He Qinshue saw the mocking smile on Jiang Yi's lips, she felt an urge to immediately step forward and slap her twice. But when she thought of the way Chen Taihe looked at her yesterday, as if he wanted to kill her, she could only suppress her anger and force a smile. Xiaoyi, Mom knows she was wrong. Mrs. Chen, the court requires you to apologize in public. There are so few people here now. Even if you apologize, I won't accept it. Jiang Yi, what exactly do you want? Don't forget, I'm your mother. I gave you your life. What kind of son are you? Suing your own mother. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi let out a cold laugh. Did I ask you to give me life? He Qinshue, since you want to calculate, then let me ask you. How do you calculate the suffering and torment I endured during the more than 10 years I was trafficked? I waited for more than 10 years, returning to the Chen family with joy, only to be beaten and scolded by you time and time again. How do you calculate that? If you hadn't given me this life, would I have had to suffer so much in this messed up world? He Qinshue, I owe you nothing a long time ago. The moment I died in my previous life, I owed you nothing. Now it's what you owe me. You owe me this. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he looked at He Qinshue with an indifferent expression. After hearing this, He Qinshue felt a pang of guilt, but it was quickly suppressed by her anger. She had intended to give Jiang Yi a good scolding, but Chen Taihe pulled her back, reminding her of today's mission, and her expression immediately softened. Xiaoyi, believe me, I really know I was wrong this time. I miss you so much. Come home with me. I'll make it up to you in the future. He Qinshue performed with tears streaming down her face, but Jiang Yi was not moved and interrupted her coldly. Enough, He Qinshue. You have no right to call yourself mom in front of me. I, Jiang Yi, am an orphan. Do you understand what an orphan means? It means having no father or mother. I am all alone in this world. Jiang Yi was too lazy to waste any more words with her. He Qinshue, if you really want to apologize to me sincerely, go to school now and apologize in front of the whole school during morning exercises. But if you just want to use a few crocodile tears to get my forgiveness, I can only tell you, you're dreaming. Also, do you really think I care about your apology? If you don't apologize, the court will enforce it, and you can expect to be trending on social media again. He Qinshue was so angry that she trembled all over when she heard this. Seeing this, Chen Taihe knew that there was no hope of calming things down with He Qinshue's apology today, so he said, Xiaoyi, can daddy talk to you alone? Not interested, Jiang Yi said, then turned and left. Chen Taihe hurriedly chased after him. Xiaoyi, wait a minute. Dad has something really important to tell you. It's about that friend you made outside, Mr. Zhou. Jiang Yi paused, showing some interest in Chen Taihe's words. When Chen Taihe saw Jiang Yi's reaction after hearing about Mr. Zhou, he immediately understood. It seems he was right. The man behind Jiang Yi is Mr. Zhou. He found it a bit strange when he received Zhou Xinfeng's call earlier. His son is lying to Mr. Zhou. How is that possible? Even now, he can't get in touch with someone like Mr. Zhou. How could his son possibly know him and even lie to him? At first, he thought that the son Zhou Xinfeng mentioned was Chen Xingwen, so he deliberately asked him indirectly, only to find that Chen Xingwen had never even heard of the Zhou family. Then he remembered his other son. Then, Upon recalling the fact that he was being kept by someone, he immediately realized that the person deceiving Mr. Zhou was Jiang Yi. At first, he was a little scared. The fact that Zhou Xinfeng could call him in a fit of anger and tell Jiang Yi to stay away from old Master Zhou shows that he was very dissatisfied with Jiang Yi. He worried that if he completely angered the Zhou family, then his Qin family would suffer. But then I thought about it again. The fact that Zhou Xinfeng was able to call him meant that he couldn't do anything about Jiang Yi. In other words, Mr. Zhou attached great importance to Jiang Yi. At that moment, the image of a lonely elderly person being completely charmed by a young nanny on TV flashed through his mind. I got really excited. If Jiang Yijin is valued so highly by Mr. Zhou, then what are the current difficulties of the Qin family? Even a small amount of money leaked from the Zhou family could feed the Qin group for several years. Even restoring the Qin family's former glory was just a matter of a single word from old Master Zhou. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to inquire about the current situation of the Zhou family. Upon learning that old Zhou was in excellent health and still held a very high position in the Zhou family, with his children almost always obeying him, Chen Taihe began to have his own ideas. He wouldn't stop Jiang Yi from continuing to deceive Mr. Zhou. In fact, he hoped that Jiang Yi could deceive Mr. Zhou even more thoroughly. In this way, the Chen family will be able to obtain even greater benefits in the future. The reason he lost his temper with He Qinxue yesterday was partly because he was in a bad mood and wanted to vent his anger. But more importantly, in his view, He Qinxue, as the mother, should bear the vast majority of the responsibility for Jiang Yi leaving the family. If she hadn't been so clueless and never given Jiang Yi a kind look, Jiang Yi, a child who so desperately craved family affection, would never have left. At this moment, he had long forgotten that he actually knew very well what kind of life Jiang Yi had lived in the Qin family over the past few years, yet he had never done anything for Jiang Yi, because he simply doesn't care or pay attention. But not now. Jiang Yi is now nothing more than a cash cow for the Qin family to him. The Qin family cannot lose him. Therefore, he had to make sure that He Qinxue, that idiot, wouldn't cause him any more trouble or hold him back. In retrospect, the effect of those 2 slaps he gave yesterday was quite obvious. At least that stupid woman won't dare to cause trouble anymore. Jiang Yi had been so disrespectful to her just now, she didn't dare to act crazy on the spot like she used to. The only problem now is that Jiang Yi was hurt too badly before, and now that things are going well again, he is determined not to return to the Qin family. Today he forced He Qinxue to come and apologize, but he didn't really intend to coax Jiang Yi home right away. He just wanted He Qinxue to realize her mistakes and correct her attitude in front of him in the future. Over the years, he had long since had enough of this woman's hysteria. This is a good opportunity to give her a good beating, so that he won't actually start thinking of himself as the queen of the house. On the other hand, he also wanted to use He Qinxue to gain favor with Jiang Yi. He has already made up his mind. This time, he would personally take charge of coaxing Jiang Yi back home. After all, he was the one in the family who hurt Jiang Yi the least. Chapter 94, Chen Taihe's scheme. Xiao Yi, I heard you have a good relationship with Mr. Zhou? Chen Taihe asked cautiously. He didn't make his point too clear. After all, a child of Jiang Yi's age is very concerned about his reputation and would certainly not want to hear about what he had done from other people. This is the persona that Chen Taihe has planned for himself. A loving father who can be good brothers with his son. Mr. Chen, I have a few minutes before class, so you'd better get straight to the point. The only reason Jiang Yi stayed to listen to Chen Taihe's nonsense was because he specifically mentioned Mr. Zhou by name. He wanted to know what had happened. Chen Taihe smiled, seemingly completely unconcerned about Jiang Yi's impatient tone. Xiao Yi, Dad knows you're still angry with the family. Stop. Mr. Chen, if you want me to stand here and listen to you properly, stop disgusting me with things like calling yourself Dad. Chen Taihe's face stiffened, and he cursed unfilial son in his heart, then gave a forced, helpless laugh. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I am responsible for everything that happened before, whether it was He Qinxue or your sisters, for all the harm they caused you. I apologize for not noticing all the harm you suffered in time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, suddenly unsure of what tricks this old man was up to. Seeing Jiang Yi's reaction, Chen Taihe felt encouraged and saw a glimmer of hope. As a result, the smile on his face became more genuine. I am a bad father to you, and I will not shirk that responsibility. I know you're still angry with everyone in your family. I completely understand why you don't want to go home, and I won't force you to make a choice. But what I want to tell you is that I now truly understand many things, and I realize my shortcomings as a father. I am determined to make it up to you, and I hope you can give me this opportunity, and give our tumultuous father-son relationship a chance. Jiang Yi was truly shocked. However, he had a clue about the situation. Based on his understanding of Chen Taihe, The fact that he could say such disgusting and nauseating things meant that he was after the benefits that Chun Taiha could bring him. And the benefits are enormous. Considering the disgusting and absurd speculations the Chun family had made about him before, the answer is obvious. Chun Taiha must have thought that he was being kept by old Zhou. Jiang Yi felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed 10,000 dead flies, and had no desire to speak at all. However, his silence took on a different meaning in Chun Taiha's eyes. Chun Taiha thought Jiang Yi was moved by his sincerity, so he said happily, "Xiao Yi, Dad will be waiting for you at home. Whenever you want to come back, Dad will be waiting for you at home. No matter where you are, just give me a call and Dad will definitely come to pick you up." Jiang Yi completely lost his patience and said coldly, "Chun Taiha, there's no need to say any more of this. I'll just ask you, how did you know I know old Zhou?" Chun Taiha was taken aback upon hearing this, not understanding why Jiang Yi's attitude had suddenly turned cold. However, he quickly figured it out. Jiang Yi was probably worried that his true relationship with Mr. Zhou would be discovered, which is why he was somewhat resistant. "Xiao Yi, none of that matters. Dad just wants to make you happy. Dad knows you don't like Chun Xingwen. As long as you're willing to come home, Dad will make Chun Xingwen move out immediately. Think about it carefully. You're Dad's only biological son. Your 7 older sisters will all get married in the future. In the end, won't everything in the Chun family still be yours? Dad promises you that no one in this world will ever bully you again. Dad will make a will, and after I die, everything in the Chun family will be handed over to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi, looking at Chun Taiha's hypocritical face, could no longer hold back. "Chun Taiha, you should get your head checked. Besides, you weren't the one who failed to notice the harm I suffered at the Chun family's hands. You knew everything, you just didn't care." After saying that, he turned and strode away. Chun Taiha was stunned. Even after getting back into the car, he still couldn't understand why Jiang Yi had suddenly cursed at him at the end. Wasn't he sincere enough? Seeing her stunned expression, He Qinshua said, looking aggrieved. "Honey, what do we do now? I've already given that little." He Qinshua instinctively wanted to call Jiang Yi little beast, but Chun Taiha suddenly glared at her fiercely. So she quickly changed her tune, saying, "I've already apologized to Xiaoyi, but he simply won't forgive me." Chun Taiha said irritably, "Whose fault is it? Isn't it because you committed too many sins back then?" He Qinshua, "Let me tell you, if the Chun family really falls this time, you will bear at least half of the responsibility." He Qinshua pouted, feeling wronged, and her eyes reddened. "Honey, please don't be like this. I know I was wrong, and I promise I'll never do it again. I'll go back right now and apologize to Jiang Yi in front of the whole school, okay? Please don't be angry." "Alright, don't go. Even if you apologize now, Jiang Yi won't forgive you. What should we do?" He Qinshua's voice was trembling with tears. "What can you do? Jiang Yi is still your son. Don't you know how to comfort him?" He Qinshua was stunned and remained silent for a long time after hearing this. Chun Taiha was even angrier. "Do you need to be taught how to coax a son? He Qinshua, you're really getting worse as you get older. Just coax Wenwen the same way you used to. Isn't that enough?" He Qinshua thought for a moment and asked cautiously, "Should we take him out to eat something delicious, buy him clothes, shoes, and toys? That's what I did when Wenwen was unhappy before." Chun Taiha remained silent for a moment, thinking that Jiang Yi was now grown up and had become attached to old Master Zhou, so he lacked nothing in terms of food, clothing, and daily necessities. If He Qinshua only does these conventional things, she certainly won't be able to impress him. Children who lack love can only be moved by love. Thinking of this, he looked at He Qinshua and said, "Jiang Yi has never enjoyed a mother's love since he was a child. You can bring him food every day from now on. Remember, you have to make it yourself. When you ask someone for forgiveness, you have to have the attitude of asking for help." He Qinshua was shocked. "I'm bringing food to Jiang Yi, and I have to cook it myself. This tastes like Mom's cooking," Chun Taiha said, exasperated. "But I can't cook." "Can't you learn if you don't know how? There are so many maids and cooks at home. Let them teach you how to cook." Chapter 95, He Qinshua cries in distress. After returning home, He Qinshua didn't dare to waste a second and immediately started learning to cook from the chef. But she had been pampered since childhood, and let alone learning to cook, she would even smash the plate while serving dishes, so learning was very difficult for her. "Either I hurt my hand while chopping vegetables, or I got burned by hot oil while stir-frying." Several times, she wished she could just put some rat poison in Jiang Yi's mouth and kill him. That solves everything. Her screams and angry shouts could be heard from time to time throughout the first floor. The chef who taught her to cook almost became withdrawn by the end. Chen Yunyun returned home at night. Chen Yunyun was stunned to see the table full of unappetizing dishes. Just then, He Qinshua came out carrying a plate of dark-colored food. "Mom, what are you doing?" Chen Yunyun asked with a surprised look. "Can't you tell? I'm learning to cook," He Qinshua said irritably. Chen Yunyan laughed. You're so old, and you've never even stepped into a kitchen in your life. What are you doing messing around with all this time? Just enjoy your retirement. Upon hearing this, Qin Shue felt wronged and threw the plate of food she was holding onto the table. Do you think I wanted to learn this? It was your dad who forced me. He even made me deliver food to Jiang Yi every day to beg him to come back. I just don't understand. Other people have sons. I have a son too. How come my son turned out like this? As soon as Qin Shue opened her mouth, tears began to flow. Do you know what happened when mom had a boil around her mouth a while ago? It's Jiang Yi. He cursed me somehow. Whenever I curse him, my mouth gets sores. But I'm his mother. I carried him for 10 months and gave birth to him with great difficulty. Doesn't he ever think about why I curse him? It's because he's disobedient. Why didn't I scold you? Why didn't I scold Wenwen? Doesn't he realize that if he had been even slightly more obedient, would I have scolded him? And he even sued me, making me a laughingstock of the world. He's so old. Doesn't he know the saying, parents are never wrong? I really don't understand what sins I committed to give birth to such an unfilial son. Your father is the same. He doesn't understand me at all. He even made me apologize to Jiang Yi and beg him to come home. Otherwise he would divorce me. Yin Yun, mom is so heartbroken. And your father wants Wenwen to leave this house. Yin Yun, tell me, your father wants Wenwen to leave? Isn't that tearing my heart out? Qin Shue became more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and in the end, she even hugged Chen Yunyun and burst into tears. This was the first time Chen Yunyun had ever seen her like this, and she felt so sorry for her that she burst into tears as well. But what she found even harder to accept was that Chen Taiha actually wanted to send Chen Xingwen away for Jiang Yi's sake. How can this be? Although Jiang Yi is their biological younger brother, Wenwen has grown up with the 7 sisters since childhood and is so well behaved, bringing so much joy to the family. How could dad bear to hurt Wenwen's younger brother like this? Jiang Yi is really going too far. The house is so big, it's not like it can't support one more person, so why is he so intolerant of Wenwen's younger brother? No. She absolutely cannot stand by and watch this happen. She needs to have a serious talk with her father and dispel this terrible idea of his. Chen Yunyun sat in the living room until after 10 p.m. before finally waiting for Chen Taiha, who looked exhausted. Although Chen Taiha now harbors a dream of leveraging the Zhou family's influence to restore the Chun family's former glory. But the company's shareholders had no idea about his plan. He was too embarrassed to say directly that his son was being kept by a top tycoon, and that he could soon get the tycoon to support the Chen family. He could only try his best to quell the shareholders' anger caused by the recent events in his family. He's been busy since he arrived at the company today, constantly making and receiving phone calls and attending meetings, and that's how he finally got those people settled. So he's too tired to say a word right now. But as soon as he stepped into the house, Chen Yunyun rushed over. Dad, I want to talk to you. Yunyun, Daddy's really tired right now. How about another day? Daddy's really tired. Chen Yunyun frowned. Dad, what I need to talk to you about is Jiang Yi, and it's really important. Okay, I'll go make you a cup of tea. Please wait for me in the study for 2 minutes, and I'll be right there. After saying that, Chen Yunyun went to make tea. Chen Taiha watched her busy figure and sighed helplessly. Well, since it's about Jiang Yi, let's listen to it first. A moment later, Chen Taiha sat listlessly on the sofa in the study. Tell me, didn't you want to talk to me about something very important concerning Jiang Yi? What is it? Dad, I heard that in order to get Jiang Yi back, you made mom cook for him every day and even deliver the food to him. Instead of answering Chen Taiha's question, Chen Yunyun asked him a question in return. Upon hearing this, Chen Taiha immediately frowned. Did your mom complain to you? Qin Shue had instructed Chen Yunyun early on not to say that she was dissatisfied with Chen Taiha and explained the current situation of the couple. She knew that her father was really angry with her mother this time, and she didn't expect that her parents, who were already so old, would actually come to the point of divorce, so she quickly denied it. No, when I came back, I saw mom learning to cook. She was covered in burns and cuts, so I asked her about it. She just told me what she was doing and your plans. I just felt it was unnecessary, especially sending Wenwen away in order to bring Jiang Yi back. Alright, you don't need to say anymore. When Chen Taiha realized that what she was saying about Jiang Yi, which was very important, was completely contrary to his plans, he really didn't want to listen anymore and interrupted her. But he worried that his tone was too harsh and would make his daughter uncomfortable, so he sighed deeply and softened his expression. Yunyun, you've been away from home for a while, so you don't know the situation at home. It's been really tough for our family lately. It's not that Jiang Yi needs our Chen family anymore. It's that our Chen family needs Jiang Yi. But Jiang Yi is making it clear that he can't tolerate your brother. What can Dad do? We can only send Wenwen away for a while. Dad knows that you and your brother Wenwen have a deep bond. If Dad had a choice, how could he bear to send him away? Don't worry, in my heart, Wenwen is still my own son. I'm just sending him away temporarily. I bought him a house a long time ago, near his school. He's all grown up now, and he'll be fine living on his own for a while. Besides, it's not like we've abandoned him. He's still our Chen family's son, my son Chuntaya's son. No one can change that. Chapter 96, Chen Yunyun takes the initiative to take on work. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunyun breathed a huge sigh of relief. Thankfully, her father hadn't lost his mind and was willing to abandon such a good son as Wenwen for a petty and ungrateful wretch like Jiang Yi. However, she didn't quite understand why Jiang Yi was so important to the Chen family as her father had said. Isn't he just an ordinary high school student? Even if I'm being kept by someone now and have some money, so what? People might give him a few $100,000 as pocket money at most, but could they really give him mountains of gold and silver? Dad, why do you think that once Jiang Yi comes back, all our family problems will be solved? Chen Yunyun asked. Chen Taiha had already planned this out. His plan was something only he needed to know. After all, in this family, Jiang Yi's hostility towards him was slightly less. Moreover, the children and he Qinxue and the family are all incredibly simple-minded. If you tell them, they might accidentally let it slip. All his efforts will be in vain then. So when asked about Chen Yunyun's question, he didn't reveal his true thoughts, only saying perfunctorily, many things at home are caused by Jiang Yi. As long as he comes back, we can talk things out as a family, issue a joint statement, or accept interviews from a few media outlets, and many problems will be solved. Chen Yunyun was speechless upon hearing this. If that's all there is to it, then Dad, you don't need to go to such lengths, you don't need to send Wenwen away, and I even think that you don't need to have Mom deliver food to Jiang Yi. Chen Taiha wanted to refute this, but Chen Yunyun continued. Jiang Yi will come back, I promise you. What? Do you have a plan? Seeing Chen Yunyun speak with such confidence, Chen Taiha couldn't help but ask. Certainly. Chen Yunyun had a confident smile on her face. Dad, there's something I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. I've signed up for a variety show, and I'm going to take my little brother Wenwen and Jiang Yi with me. Chen Taiha was startled. Jiang Yi agreed? Of course, he used to ignore me, but as soon as I mentioned going on a variety show, he immediately agreed. Dad, you know, I took Wenwen to a few variety shows before, and it went very well. Jiang Yi wanted to go back then, but I thought he was too timid and hesitant to do anything because of his upbringing, so I never agreed to take him. But given our family's current situation, and considering how much Wenwen has suffered recently, I think taking him on a variety show is the best solution. Chen Taiha pondered for a moment, then said, but given Jiang Yi's current attitude towards us, even if he goes on a variety show, he might not agree to go home with you, right? Don't worry about that. What kid Jiang Yi is that age doesn't want to be famous? Who doesn't want to be loved by countless girls? Once he's on camera, even if he has a huge grudge against our family, he'll put up with it. Besides, we'll be living in complete isolation for many days on this variety show. At worst, I'll be nicer to him. As long as he knows he misunderstood us, he'll naturally come back to his senses. Chen Taiha was still somewhat uneasy. After all, the incident at Chen Wanning's birthday banquet was still fresh in his mind. He worried that Jiang Yi wouldn't be moved by Chen Yunyun at all, and might even do something detrimental to the Chen family on the show. Seeing that Chen Taiha was still hesitating, Chen Yunyun continued to persuade him. Oh, Dad, just trust me. Leave this to me, and I'll definitely bring Jiang Yi back to you. Besides, the show is about to start filming, so please let me give it a try. If I really can't do it, then I'll listen to you again and send Wenwen away for a while. If you're still worried, you can always have Mom bring Jiang Yi food these next few days. Is that alright? Chen Taiha thought about it for a while and finally agreed. He talked so much with Jiang Yi this morning, but Jiang Yi cursed at him at the end, which left him with a bit of a trauma. He's so old, he doesn't want to keep embarrassing himself in front of his own son. Moreover, Chen Yunyun's method wasn't entirely without merit. It's only been a few days, and perhaps Jiang Yi was truly moved by spending all his time with Chen Yunyun, allowing him to rediscover the beauty of family. In that case, everything will be solved. However, he was still a little worried and reminded Chen Yunyun several times. This time, I must coax Jiang Yi and bring him back. Chen Yunyun sighed inwardly, realizing that her father had indeed gotten old and become much more talkative. However, he obediently agreed to every word Chen Taiha said until Chen Taiha was completely at ease before leaving the study. Having achieved her goal, she walked with a somewhat smug air about her. However, what she didn't know was that the moment her figure disappeared into the second-floor corridor, Chen Xingwen walked out from around the corner. His eyes were filled with hatred, his fists were clenched tightly, and his originally well-behaved face was twisted and ferocious with anger. He heard everything Chen Taiha and Chen Yunyun said in the study. Chen Taiha is actually going to abandon him for that bastard Jiang Yi. And that bitch Chen Yunyun. He was initially touched when he heard Chen Yunyun speak up for him. I never expected that this scoundrel was just a fence-sitter. Chen Yunyun had previously brought him to a variety show, which garnered him a lot of fans. So, In his opinion, the reason this bitch spoke up for him was only for her own acting career, and not because she genuinely didn't want him to leave. They even said before that they would use this variety show to help him clear his name. Ultimately, she just wanted to step on him to gain more fans. Once this variety show ends and she has achieved her goal, if Jiang Yi still wants to drive him away and take everything from him, she will no longer care about him. At that moment, Chen Xingwen felt that he had been incredibly stupid. He actually thought that those scoundrels from the Chen family would be truly sincere towards him. It was Chen Wanning and Chen Yinwei before, and now it's Chen Taihe and Chen Yunyan. They're all a bunch of hypocrites. All his hard work over the years has been for nothing. Just wait. Don't they want their biological son and younger brother to come back? He was determined to dash their hopes. Not only that, he also wants to thoroughly humiliate Jiang Yi on this show, so that everyone can see that Jiang Yi is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Once he has everything from the Chen family, he will make everyone regret their betrayal today. He wanted everyone in the Chen family to see that he wasn't just lucky to be adopted by this family. It was just good fortune that this family was blessed to have such a prodigy as him. Chapter 97 Chen Xingwen is blackmailed by Sun Hao. Son, come here quickly, Mom made breakfast for you. Chen Xingwen heard He Qinshue's shouts as soon as he went downstairs. He turned his head and saw He Qinshue wearing an apron, looking very virtuous. Chen Xingwen looked at the various breakfasts on the table, a sinister glint in his eyes. He had never seen He Qinshue enter the kitchen since he was a child, let alone eaten a meal cooked by her. But now, ironically, she's personally cooking for that bastard Jiang Yi. What right does this bastard have? However, Chen Xingwen wasn't stupid. He knew that He Qinshue was only doing these things to please Chen Taihe, and it wasn't her own intention. So he didn't take his anger out on He Qinshue. After all, He Qinshue is now his only support in this family. After last night, he has made up his mind. He had to hold on to He Qinshue's heart tightly. If one day he was really kicked out of this house, he would make He Qinshue divorce Chen Taihe. As long as they divorced, He Qinshue would at least be able to take half of the Chen family's property. Then he'll follow that idiot He Qinshue. Everything in He Qinshue's hands was now his. Thinking of this, Chen Xingwen quickly stepped forward and took the plate from He Qinshue's hand. Mom, let me do it. You sit down and rest for a bit. Looking at her filial and obedient son, He Qinshue's resentment, which had accumulated throughout the morning, instantly dissipated. Mom, your hands. Chen Xingwen pulled He Qinshue's hands and looked at them for a while, then looked up at her incredulously, his eyes reddening. How did this happen? Mom, please stop cooking. Look at your injured hands. He Qinshuo was very pleased to see how much her beloved son cared for her. She reached out and touched Chen Xingwen's face. Don't be sad, son. Mom is fine. I was just too clumsy before. I couldn't learn to cook no matter what I did. I always made mistakes, which is why I got so many injuries. Now I've become much more skilled and I won't get injured anymore. As she spoke, He Qinshuo sighed softly. Son, thank goodness I have you. What does Mom mean by that? Chen Xingwen asked in confusion. Actually, the reason why Mom is suddenly required to cook at her age is because your dad forced me to. He wanted me to cook for Jiang Yi myself and deliver the food to him. I was almost at my breaking point, but thankfully I thought of you. Just thinking about how I can cook for you often once I learn to cook fills me with energy. You are my lifeline. He Qinshuo gently pinched Chen Xingwen's cheek as she spoke. Chen Xingwen laughed, then deliberately put on a serious face. No, there are so many chefs in the family. I can't bear to see my mother work so hard and suffer so many injuries just to cook for me. Hearing this, He Qinshuo was so moved that she hugged Chen Xingwen tightly. My precious son still cares about his mother the most. Chen Xingwen remained motionless as He Qinshuo held him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. A moment later, he forced himself to eat the awful breakfast He Qinshuo had made before taking the bus with her to school. On the way, Chen Xingwen's phone rang several times, but he didn't answer it. He Qinshuo asked in confusion, Son, who has been calling you so early in the morning? Why didn't you answer? A hint of guilt flashed in Chen Xingwen's eyes. I've been getting harassing phone calls from tutoring institutions for days now. It's really annoying. Then just block me. Even after I blocked them, they kept calling from different numbers. Seeing that He Qinshuo was about to say something, Chen Xingwen immediately changed the subject. By the way, Mom, when you bring your brother his lunch later, if he's not very nice to you, please don't take it to heart. You haven't been feeling well lately, so please don't be too hard on yourself. Upon hearing this, He Qinshuo's attention was instantly diverted, and her expression turned ugly. He wouldn't dare? I've already humbled myself like this. If he still dares to give me attitude, he can't blame me for not giving him face. Seeing that He Qinshuo was no longer paying attention to his phone call, Chen Xingwen breathed a sigh of relief. He chatted with her for a few more minutes, then took out a review book from his bag and pretended to be studying seriously. Seeing how hard he was working, He Qinshuo was very pleased and didn't bother him anymore. Little did anyone know, Chen Xingwen merely opened the book but didn't read a single word. At this moment, he was filled with anxiety and unease. During this time, Sun Hao encountered setbacks everywhere in his job search and was on the verge of not being able to survive in the capital, so he approached him. Sun Hao demanded financial compensation from him, claiming that he had caused him to lose his job. He also threatened to expose what he had done to Chen Wanning if he refused to pay. Chen Xingwen then realized that Sun Hao had actually shamelessly recorded the conversation that day. He knew the importance of this matter. If this recording is released, his public image over the years will completely collapse. Not to mention Chen Wanning. Even Chen Taihao wouldn't let him off the hook. Even if he Qinxue dotes on him, she probably can't protect him. He had no choice but to give Sun Hao 500,000 yuan to buy the recording. But to everyone's surprise, a few days later, Sun Hao took out another USB drive and asked him for another 500,000 yuan. He then realized that he couldn't buy the recording. He is now Sun Hao's cash cow. He even considered hiring someone to kill Sun Hao. Only when Sun Hao was dead would he be truly safe. However, he was still a minor and dared not commit murder, so he resorted to stalling tactics, saying that he had no money on hand. He wasn't actually lying. Chen Wanning had taken back everything she had given him before, and his financial situation was much worse than before. We've reached the point where we're broke. Sun Hao had called him so many times, which clearly showed he was anxious. Just then, his phone rang again. This time it was a WeChat message. Sun Hao. Young master, since you're busy and can't answer my call, then I'll have to go to your school to see you. The WeChat post also included a photo of their school's gate. Now, Chen Xingwen was completely panicked. If Sun Hao isn't given a satisfactory answer today, things might not end well. Thinking about this, he became even more confused. What's wrong? Did you see something you don't understand? How about mom hires a tutor for you? He Qinshue's gentle voice rang in my ears. Chen Xingwen turned to look at He Qinshu, pondered for a moment, and gritted his teeth to make his next decision. Mom, could you give me some pocket money? Chapter 98, He Qinshu delivers breakfast to Jiang Yi. Over the years, in order to cultivate an image of being well-behaved and sensible, he has never asked any member of the Chun family for money or gifts. Everything he had before was given to him voluntarily by the Chen family. Chen Xingwen only made this request because he was truly desperate. Before Jiang Yi returned, he knew that he was just an adopted son of the Chen family, and he always felt somewhat inferior when facing his friends who were real young masters and ladies. So he usually spent money extravagantly in order to show off. It was only recently, after Jiang Yi's personality changed drastically and the Chun family gradually changed their attitude towards him, that he felt a sense of crisis and thought about leaving himself a way out. Unfortunately, Chen Wanning then took back everything she had given him, causing him significant losses. He had intended to sell off the valuable gifts he had received over the years little by little, but that bitch Chen Yinwei sold off all his treasures in one go, without giving him a single penny. It made him lose everything overnight. Although Chun Tai has said he would make it up to him later, there has been no progress so far. During this period of time, every time he thought about this matter, he hated Chun Tai to the core. He really doesn't care about a foster father who only talks the talk. His meager savings were almost gone after being extorted by Sun Hao several times. That's why he had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask He Qinshu for money. Fortunately, He Qinshu truly cherished him like her own lifeline. She immediately transferred 1 million to him and told him to ask her for more if it wasn't enough. They didn't even ask him what he needed the money for. After receiving the money, Chen Xingwen finally breathed a sigh of relief and sent a message to Sun Hao, telling him to wait in a secluded corner. A moment later, he arrived at the school gate. Coincidentally, they arrived around the same time as Jiang Yi's Maybach. As soon as Chen Xingwen got out of the car, he looked around and was relieved to see Sun Hao standing in the corner. Mom, my brother doesn't like me, so I won't go and upset him. I'm going to find my classmate. After Chen Xingwen finished speaking, he ran towards Sun Hao's direction. At this moment, Jiang Yi, who was fully aware of all the movements of Chen Xingwen's phone, watched him rush anxiously towards Sun Hao, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Chen Xingwen has already begun to pay the price for his foolishness. He waited to see how Chen Xingwen would handle the matter. Xiaoyi. Jiang Yi saw He Qinshu walking towards him with a kind smile on her face, and his expression turned cold. He lifted his foot to leave. Seeing this, He Qinshu gritted her teeth in hatred. But when she thought of the disgust and disappointment that Chun Tai had been looking at her with during this time, she had no choice but to suppress her resentment. She jogged a few steps forward and tried to grab Jiang Yi's wrist, but he avoided her with a look of disgust. A hint of resentment flashed in He Qinshu's eyes, but a faint smile remained on her lips. Xiaoyi, why are you running away? Mom came here especially to bring you food. Mom has been learning to cook these past 2 days. I got up before dawn today to prepare all of this for you. Look, my hands are covered in cuts from cooking for you. Xiao, Mom really knows she was wrong. Please forgive Mom, okay? Mom will definitely learn to be a good mother from now on. He Qinxue was afraid that Jiang Yi would reject her or not want to hear her finish speaking. So she spoke very quickly and even showed him the injury on her hand, hoping to move him with this self-inflicted injury. After hearing her words, Jiang Yi stared intently at the lunch bag in her hand and the small wounds on her hands. You made breakfast for me yourself? Yes, eat it while it's hot. Don't eat lunch at the school cafeteria. Mom will bring it to you. He Qinxue thought her self-inflicted injury had succeeded and was very pleased with herself, handing over the lunch bag with a big smile. Jiang Yi smiled faintly, reached out, and took the lunch bag, then looked at He Qinxue with a half-smile, his eyes full of mockery. This is breakfast made by the wife of the chairman of the prestigious Qin Group. Do I, a country bumpkin from a remote village, really deserve to eat it? He Qinxue's smile froze upon hearing this. Xiao, you still won't forgive your mother? Jiang Yi didn't say anything, then flicked his wrist. The beautifully designed lunch bag went neatly into the trash can with a thump. Jiang Yi, you little. He Qinxue felt as if Jiang Yi had thrown her pride and self-esteem, along with the breakfast she had made herself, into the trash can. Her face instantly turned extremely ugly, and she was about to start cursing. But before he could even open his mouth, he was interrupted by Jiang Yi's sarcastic remarks. Mrs. Chun, if you want a few more disgusting sores to grow on your lips, then keep cursing. Upon hearing this, He Qinxue was immediately speechless. She stared at Jiang Yi in shock. It really was you. It really was you who used such vicious methods to curse me. Although He Qinxue had suspected that Jiang Yi was the cause of her mouth sores, it was just her guess, and there was no real evidence. In addition, the whole thing was too bizarre, so after she calmed down, she was more inclined to believe that the whole thing was just a coincidence. But now, Jiang Yi's words are tantamount to admitting that he was the one who did it. How can she possibly tolerate this? At this moment, her hatred for Jiang Yi had almost reached its peak. Jiang Yi, you heartless, rotten little beast, I'm going to kill you. She rushed forward almost immediately, wishing she could strangle Jiang Yi, that unfilial son. But Jiang Shen stopped her, and his hands were firmly held in his grasp. He Qinxue, instead of wasting your time going crazy here, why don't you go check on what your precious son is doing right now? If I'm not mistaken, he's probably being bullied to death. He Qinxue was stunned upon hearing this. Was Wenwen bullied? She followed Jiang Yi's gaze and looked in the direction Chen Xingwen had left earlier. Yes. Didn't Wenwen just say she was going to find her classmate? We've been searching for so long, but we haven't seen him enter the school, and now we can't even find him anywhere. Thinking back to the harassing phone calls Chen Xingwen had hung up on several times before, and the time he had just asked her for pocket money, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Her Wenwen was the most well-behaved and had never asked them for money before, but now she suddenly asked her for money. Could it be that he was being bullied at school? He Qinxue was terrified by this terrible thought. She immediately forgot everything Jiang Yi had just done and said fiercely, Jiang Yi, you better have nothing to do with this, or I won't let you off the hook. After saying that, He Qinxue turned around and ran anxiously in the direction where Chen Xingwen had disappeared. Somehow, I've already given you so much. I really can't give you any more. Young master, you asked me to do this, and now it's come to this. As soon as He Qinxue approached, she overheard this conversation, which immediately confirmed her suspicions. Sun Hao, what are you doing? Chapter 99 The Mysterious Middle-Aged Man. Sun Hao, what are you doing? Chen Xingwen was startled by the sudden roar. When he turned his head and saw the furious He Qinxue, he panicked instantly. Mom, what brings you here? Seeing Chen Xingwen's pale face, He Qinxue became even more convinced that her precious son had been bullied. She rushed over and, like a protective mother hen, shielded Chen Xingwen behind her, yelling angrily at Sun Hao. Sun Hao, why aren't you here with Chen Wanning looking for my son? Did Chen Wanning send you to ask my son for money? Go back and tell her that if she wants money, she can come to me in person. He Qinxue hadn't contacted Chen Wanning during this time, so she naturally didn't know that Sun Hao had been fired by Chen Wanning. She remembered that Chen Wanning had said before that she wanted to take back everything she had given to Chen Xingwen over the years, so she thought that was why he had come. Sun Hao had just been given 100,000 yuan by Chen Xingwen. He also knew that as long as he didn't use the leverage he had, he could keep getting money out of Chen Xingwen. Naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to directly clash with He Qinxue and use Chen Xingwen's leverage against her. Sun Hao gave Chen Xingwen a wink and then left. He Qinxue wanted to scold him again, but Chen Xingwen was extremely flustered at the moment, afraid that He Qinxue would annoy Sun Hao and cause him to reveal everything. So he quickly pulled He Qinxue back. Mom, please stop scolding me. It's not what you think. You've misunderstood. Misunderstanding? Son, Mom heard him ask you for money, and you still lied to Mom? Tell me, did Chen Wanning threaten you? No. Mom, my older sister didn't threaten me. And brother Sun Hao wasn't sent by my older sister. I had something to ask him, so he came to me. Seeing Chen Xingwen's serious expression, He Qinxue began to waver. Is that really the case? It's true, Mom. I'm not lying to you. From the moment He Qinxue appeared, Chen Xingwen's mind raced, trying to figure out how to give her a reasonable explanation. At this point, he had already come up with an explanation. Mom, brother Sun Hao no longer works under my eldest sister. He came to me to really help me. Calm down, I'll talk to you properly. How can I help you? Chen Xingwen made a gesture as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Mom, please don't be angry when I tell you. Upon hearing this, He Qinxue's heart involuntarily jumped. Son, have you encountered any difficulties, or have you done something wrong? Chen Xingwen quickly shook his head. No, Mom, I didn't do anything wrong. I was trying to find a master for you. Find a master? Why are you finding me a master? Didn't you have a lot of pustules on your mouth before, because of your brother? I'm worried that this matter is not so simple and may affect your future health, so I want to find a master to take a look at it, so that if there is any problem, it can be resolved as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, He Qinxue was deeply moved, her eyes reddening slightly, and she reached out to touch Chen Xingwen's face. You child, you've done so many things for your mother behind her back. Why didn't you tell her? You made your mother worry for nothing. I just wanted to quietly find a master to take a look at you, without alerting anyone, so as not to exacerbate the conflict between you and your brother. He Qinxue sighed. If Jiang Yi, that unfilial son, were as sensible as you, our family wouldn't be in this state now. At this point, she suddenly remembered the conversation between Chen Xingwen and Sun Hao that she had overheard earlier, and hurriedly asked, By the way, Mom, I heard you say before that you had already given Sun Hao a lot of money and had no money left. So did you give all your money to Sun Hao to see the master? Chen Xingwen nodded, looking aggrieved. He Qinxue thought for a moment, then asked, Son, you haven't been scammed, have you? Let me tell you, this world is very chaotic. You've always been innocent and kind, and you don't understand the ways of the world. It's very possible that you'll end up spending your money and not finding that so-called master. By the way. Is Sun Hao reliable? What if he's teaming up with those scammers to cheat you? No, Mom. Sun Hao is a good person. He wouldn't lie to me. That's hard to say. You're too kind and trusting. You might actually get scammed. Here's what we'll do. Don't worry about this. Just focus on your studies. I'll take care of finding the master also. Don't get involved with Sun Hao. I need to talk to him first. Chen Xingwen never expected things to develop to this point. Mom, please don't go looking for brother Sun Hao anymore. I was the one who found and contacted those masters before. If you suddenly go to him, he will definitely be hurt. Think about it. He went through so much trouble to help me, and now we're doubting his abilities. What will people think of me after that? Chen Xingwen deliberately acted as if he was anxious, and at the end, his voice even sounded a little like he was about to cry. He Qinxue then gave up the idea of going to find Sun Hao and transferred 2 million yuan to Chen Xingwen as compensation for everything he had silently done for her recently. He then earnestly advised Chen Xingwen not to do anything foolish in the future, and that his only task now was to study hard. Chen Xingwen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the matter had finally been resolved. At this moment, Chen Xingwen became even more determined to get rid of Sun Hao, this shameless scoundrel, as soon as possible. But he couldn't tell anyone about this. He thought and thought, but couldn't find a good solution. He was so frustrated and irritable that he didn't even want to go to class anymore. He finally made it to the end of the school day, but he didn't want to go home. He made up an excuse to send away Zhang Qijing and the family driver who wanted to walk with him, and then wandered aimlessly. Finally, feeling tired, I sat alone in a coffee shop, ordered a coffee, and sat in a corner. He didn't know how much time had passed when a middle-aged man suddenly sat down in the seat opposite him. Young man, is something on your mind? Chen Xingwen was already annoyed at the moment, and without even raising his head, he said coldly, Get lost, and stop bothering me. The middle-aged man was not annoyed by these words. Instead, he smiled. Young man, why are you so angry? It's just a recording. How can something so small be so difficult for you? Chen Xingwen looked up in surprise at the middle-aged man, who was dressed in a smart suit. He looked completely out of place in the young and modern decor of the coffee shop, as if he had stepped out of a financial magazine. He looked even more like a successful person than Chen Taiha. How did you know about this? At this point, he suddenly realized something and immediately became alert. Who are you? Who sent you? The middle-aged man's smile deepened slightly. Chen Xingwen, you don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I'm here to help you. That's enough. Chapter 100 Chen Yunyun, now it's your turn. He Qinxue and never personally delivered meals to Jiang Yi again. But to please Chen Taiha, she still prepared the meals every day and delivered them to the school gate. Then had the driver find a classmate to help deliver the meals to Jiang Yi. She would never again allow Jiang Yi to trample on her dignity. Anyway, she did everything she could. It's Jiang Yi who doesn't know what's good for her, so she can't blame him. Besides, it's obvious that Jiang Yiming won't eat the food she brings, so she doesn't need to be as attentive as she was at the beginning. She just cooks whatever she wants every day now, and she doesn't care whether it's cooked through or tastes good. Anyway, Jiang Yi wouldn't eat it. Even if he suddenly felt like eating it, she didn't care. In her opinion, Jiang Yi didn't deserve to eat the food she made herself. Jiang Yi did not eat the food he cooked. He didn't even take the lunchboxes from those unfamiliar classmates, leaving them to handle the food themselves. A week passed just like that. In the past few days, Jiang Yi clearly sensed that Chen Xingwen was different. When he was being blackmailed by Sun Hao, he seemed very preoccupied. But now, he's all smiles every day, and the look in his eyes has less resentment and more smugness. Chen Xingwen also stopped contacting Sun Hao. It seems that Sun Hao's matter has most likely been resolved. He has a bad reputation at school now and has lost many friends. He only goes in and out with Zhang Qijing every day. Jiang Yi was too lazy to do anything at this time. After all, Chen Yunyun's variety show is about to start recording, and that's the main event. Then, the final exams for this semester came. Before Jiang Yi was reborn, the school had just held a monthly exam, so this was his first formal exam after his rebirth. In the last monthly exam, in order to protect Chen Xingwen's pitiful self-esteem and to avoid being disliked by He Qinxue, he was still at the bottom of the grade. But this time, he will show He Qinxue his true abilities and let her see just how worthless her proud adopted son really is, not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Since entering their senior year of high school, every exam they have taken has been arranged exactly like the college entrance examination. The Chinese exam started at 9 a.m. on the first day and lasted for 2.5 hours. After receiving the test paper, Jiang Yi quickly glanced at the questions. It was no challenge for him at all. Even without his 99 previous lives, getting high scores wouldn't have been difficult for him. He wrote with divine inspiration, and before half the exam time had passed, he had already finished the essay and handed in his paper. Everyone in the exam room was stunned, staring incredulously at the time displayed on the wall. Is that all? Is this some kind of hell? But then I thought about it again, and judging from Jiang Yi's previous grades, it's probably just that after he got rich, he stopped valuing his studies and completely gave up. With this in mind, everyone felt relieved. Jiang Yi did the same in all the subsequent exams, always being the first to hand in his paper, and each time he finished at least half the time early. I wonder if any of you readers are students? If so, please note, Jiang Yi's exaggerated act of handing in his paper early is only for the sake of the plot. Please do not emulate it. In real life, when taking exams, we still need to be serious and meticulous to strive for better results. I wish all students success in their exams. Soon, the entire senior year of high school had heard about Jiang Yi's glorious deeds, and they all mocked him behind his back, saying that he had learned to show off after becoming rich. Jiang Yi was unaware of these things. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. There was another reason why he kept handing in his exams early these past few days. That is, he is sleep-deprived. In order to help old Zhou get rid of the evil aura on his body as soon as possible, he has been going out every night to help ghosts who are unwilling to go to the underworld to be reincarnated to fulfill their wishes and send them off in peace in order to earn merit. After finishing his last exam, Jiang Yi returned home, took a nap, and then got up to have dinner. He received a call from Chun Yunyun halfway through his meal. Of all the members of the Chen family, only Chun Yunyun's phone number hasn't been blocked by him. But it will be soon. What is it? Jiang Yi asked. Meet at Beijing Capital International Airport at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll head together to the filming location, okay? Chun Yunyun's voice sounded superior, as if she were giving orders to her subordinates. No, don't be late. You'll get fined if you're late. After Chun Yunyun finished speaking, she hung up the phone immediately, as if she didn't want to say another word to Jiang Yi. After putting down his phone, Jiang Yi finished his meal and went into his study. I've been too busy these past few days to keep up with the Chun family situation. Now I'll take this opportunity to see what they've been up to lately. The family atmosphere in the Chun family now is worlds apart from when he was alive. When he was around, the whole family was always happy and harmonious. But now, it's either lifeless or chaotic. Only Chen Xingwen and He Qinxue still share a deep mother-son bond. As for Chun Taihe, he has not forgiven He Qinxue to this day, and every time he sees her, he looks at her with disdain. He Qinxue had been enduring it, but it was quite obvious from the surveillance footage that she was nearing her breaking point. And Chen Yinwei kept her word. After Zhang Qijing and his son returned home, she was unhappy, but she did nothing. She didn't even go to Chun Taihe to ask him to kick Zhang Qijing and his son out. She has now completely given up on everyone in this family. What she did every day was roll her eyes at He Qinxue from time to time and make sarcastic remarks about her. And for Chen Xingwen, she did even more. including but not limited to occasionally splashing a glass of juice on him, stepping on his feet when passing by, and throwing dead rats onto his bed. Although the moves were all very childish, they did not cause any physical harm to Chen Xingwen. However, it caused Chen Xingwen great mental trauma. Jiang Yi saw several times that Chen Xingwen was trembling with anger under the surveillance cameras. After turning off the recording, Jiang Yi walked to the large screen and lit up Chen Yunyun's photo. Chen Yunyun, it's your turn now. Chapter 101 Past Life Feud with Chen Yunyun. In his previous life, Jiang Yi already knew about Chen Yunyun before he even returned to the Chen family. At that time, Chen Yunyun had already become one of the top actresses in the entertainment industry after playing the female lead in an ancient fantasy drama. Her female classmates all regarded her as an idol. Jiang Yi was incredibly excited when he learned that Chen Yunyun was his biological sister. He never dreamed that this superstar, who was adored by countless young men and women, was actually his biological sister. Therefore, when he returned to the Chen family, the person who was most curious about him was none other than Chen Yunyun. Unlike the other sisters, Chen Yunyun did not avoid him. Not long after he returned to the Chen family home, Chen Yunyun finished filming a movie and returned home. He was a little nervous when he saw Chen Yunyun, like a fan meeting their idol. Although Chen Yunyun's attitude towards him was cold, it was still much better than that of the other sisters. At least she could talk to him for a few words and even smiled at him. Jiang Yi was deeply moved, and his affection for Chen Yunyun deepened even further. He began to pay attention to everything Chen Yunyun did and would stand up for her when haters attacked her, engaging in heated arguments, presenting facts and reasoning until they apologized. Every time Chen Yunyun is attacked online, he is always the first to stand up for her. Following the methods of fan circles, he led a group of fans in a frenzied fight against negative publicity. When Chen Yunyun has a new work released, he also leads a group of fans to enthusiastically recommend it to netizens. Over time, Chen Yunyun's fans all came to know this person and regarded him as a big shot in the fan circle. Later, he discovered that Chen Yunyun was often ridiculed for her lack of ability, being accused of bringing her own investment to the production team, or bullying newcomers because of her family background. By then, Jiang Yi already had a very good understanding of the entertainment industry. He knew that simply arguing with people was ineffective and might even damage Chen Yunyun's reputation among her peers and the public. So she led all her fans to devise a targeted whitewashing plan, which eventually convinced the public that Chen Yunyun was a truly talented actress, and that her family background was just another shining point in her life. They even inadvertently created the persona of Chen Yunyun as a kind-hearted heiress from a wealthy family. It can be said that Jiang Yi, as a fan leader, played a certain role in Chen Yunyun's later rise to the top. But all Jiang Yi's efforts in the end resulted in nothing but betrayal. Chen Yunyun played a significant role in Chen Xingwen's eventual takeover of his game company. When he needed help the most, Chen Yunyun, who was already a renowned actress, publicly accused Jiang Yi, his adopted son, of being nurtured by the Chen family's resources. In the end, he turned around and bit the Chen family, stealing the game and company that Chen Xingwen had worked so hard to create. This caused him and Zhao Yongyan to be cyberbullied and become pariahs. He clearly remembers that during that time, Chen Yunyun's fans would stake out the place where they lived every day. They will inevitably be attacked as soon as they step outside. It can be said that Chen Yunyun bears at least half the responsibility for Zhao Yongyan's eventual desperate leap from the high-rise building. How could Jiang Yi possibly let such a sister go? The next day, Tokyo International Airport. Chen Yunyun's fans knew her flight number early on, so they arrived early to wait for her. Chen Yunyun and Chen Xingwen arrived together. As soon as the two got out of the car, they heard a large number of fans screaming wildly. Chen Xingwen was very pleased to hear people still calling his name and smiled at the fans. The fans were even more excited. Escorted by bodyguards and staff, the two managed to check in their luggage and enter the departure hall. After waiting for more than half an hour, Jiang Yi still hadn't arrived. After entering the first-class lounge, Chen Xingwen sat down next to Chen Yunyun and asked with a worried look, "Third sister, it's almost time to board. Why hasn't brother come yet? Why don't you call him and ask where he is?" Chen Yunyun, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them upon hearing this, her brows furrowing tightly. She checked the time. There were still 40 minutes until boarding. She had originally planned to wait a little longer. But Chen Xingwen added, "Third sister, it seems my brother has never been on a plane before. What if he doesn't know what to do after he comes in? What if he's late and misses his flight and can't get to the production crew on time, making the seniors wait? Wouldn't that be bad?" Chen Yunyun was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and then a sense of dissatisfaction rose in her heart. Such unpunctuality is really annoying. She took out her phone and had just dialed Jiang Yi's number when she heard a mocking voice from behind her. "Chen Xingwen, You really are always looking for an opportunity to sow discord between me and others. Chen Xingwen's face stiffened. When Chen Yunyan saw Jiang Yi, she said unhappily, "Why are you so late?" "Am I late?" Chen Yunyan choked. Chen Xingwen's complexion had improved by now. He smiled and said, "Brother, don't misunderstand. I was just worried you'd be late." Jiang Yi sneered, too lazy to pay him any attention, and walked to the other side to sit down, far away from Chen Yunyan. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, as if he didn't take her words seriously at all, Chen Yunyan felt even more annoyed. However, remembering what she had promised Chen Taihe, she had no choice but to suppress her anger and force a smile. "Little E, why are you sitting so far away? Come here," Jiang Yi said lazily. "No, it's quieter being alone." Chen Yunyan was stunned. Chen Xingwen said aggrievedly, "Third sister, I guess brother doesn't like me, so he didn't want to come over. I'll sit to the side." After saying that, he got up and prepared to leave. "Need not." Chen Yunyan instinctively grabbed his hand, then turned to look at Jiang Yi, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. "You don't need to hide from him and feel wronged. Third sister will handle this. Third sister will go and talk to him." As she spoke, she stood up, pulled Chen Xingwen to sit down, and gently patted his head. "Little E, my little brother." Chen Yunyan sat down next to Jiang Yi. "You're going to be recording a show with third sister soon. Are you excited?" This was the first time she had spoken to Jiang Yi in such a soft and gentle voice. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, turned his head, and stared straight at her with a pair of dark eyes, a mocking smile on his lips, as if to say, "Are you sick?" For some reason, Chen Yunyan felt a chill run down her spine from his strange gaze. "Are you happy?" Jiang Yi asked in return. Chen Yunyan paused for a second, then gave a dry laugh before saying, "Oh, of course I'm happy." Jiang Yi curled her lips slightly, and said nothing more. Chen Yunyan quietly looked at Jiang Yi's profile for a while. Her sisters had all said that Jiang Yi was different from before. She hadn't thought anything of it before. But at this moment, she realized that her younger brother seemed to be a little different. She couldn't help but wonder who the man behind Jiang Yi was, that he could transform him like this in such a short time. But she wasn't stupid. Jiang Yi's attitude towards her was still clearly hostile, so it wasn't the right time to talk to him about this kind of thing. She composed herself and got down to business. "Little E, your third sister knows you're still angry with Wenwen, but the three of us siblings are about to participate in a program. Our every word and action will be recorded on camera and sent to thousands of viewers. So your third sister hopes you can put aside these grudges for now, and let's finish recording the program, okay?" Chapter 102 Participating in a Variety Show. "Sure." Jiang Yi agreed readily, and Chen Yunyan's lips had just curled into a smile when she heard Jiang Yi's conditions. "As long as you can keep him away from me on the show, the most important thing is that you must tell him not to call me brother anymore. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but I feel really uncomfortable when a grown man like him calls me brother every day like a hen that only wants to lay eggs." Jiang Yi's voice was not low, and Chen Xingwen heard it clearly. Chen Xingwen clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with hatred. That bastard dared to call him a hen. Very well, he will definitely ruin Jiang Yi's reputation completely in this program. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's description, Chen Yunyan felt a flicker of displeasure. He really grew up in a poor, remote area. He can't even stand being addressed with respect, and he even belittles people. He has no manners at all. However, although she thought this in her heart, she did not show it on her face at all, and even had a faint smile on her face. "All right, since that's what you think, I'll talk to Wenwen. But, little E, to be fair, Wenwen isn't the kind of person you think he is. He's a very well-behaved child, just like you. He really likes you as his older brother, which is why he's so enthusiastic every time he sees you." Jiang Yi smiled faintly and stopped talking, clearly not wanting to discuss the topic any further. Chen Yunyan didn't say anything more. After all, she had already achieved her goal. As long as Jiang Yi's resentment towards Chen Xingwen didn't affect her performance on the show, that would be fine. After Chen Yunyan gave Jiang Yi a few more instructions on what to pay attention to when recording the program, the announcement urging people to board the plane began. The three boarded the plane one after the other. Chen Yunyan and Chen Xingwen's seats were next to each other. Jiang Yi sat alone in a window seat. Soon, the plane soared into the sky like an arrow piercing the clouds. Jiang Yi opened the porthole and looked at the clouds outside, his thoughts gradually being drawn back to his past life. On this day in his past life, he was also sitting on an airplane. However, that time, he was flying economy class. But Chen Yunyan and Chen Xingwen still sat in first class. In his past life, he was also taken to participate in this program by Chen Yunyan. However, he only participated in one episode before being forced to withdraw by the production team, because his performance was really bad. It was his first time participating in the show, and he appeared timid and hesitant, only able to bury himself in his work. Chen Xingwen kept making things difficult for him on the show and even falsely accused him of stealing something from a guest, which caused Chen Yunyun to lose her temper with him on the show. Chen Xingwen falsely accused him of stealing something extremely important to the guest, who was very angry and reprimanded him in front of the camera. At the time, the entire internet was criticizing him. No one listened to his explanations, so much so that even half a year after he left the show, he was still frequently recognized and verbally abused when he went out. This time, he wanted to see what tricks Chen Xingwen would play on him next. The show is called Brothers and Sisters Go on an Adventure. As the name suggests, it involves inviting several well-known celebrities, who then bring their respective siblings to the show. Everyone else brought one child, but Chen Yunyun brought two younger brothers. This show doesn't follow the typical family-themed programs that focus on travel or rural life. Instead, it's an adventure show. Each episode of the show arranges for the guests to go on an adventure to a special place. It's either a dangerous primeval forest or a legendary haunted house. This is also a very important reason why Jiang Yi agreed to participate in this program. In his previous life, he didn't understand metaphysics and thought these places were just gimmicks created by the production team and weren't actually dangerous places at all. But now, looking back as a Taoist priest, he finds the very first haunted house quite strange. For him, it might even be considered an opportunity. After flying for more than 2 hours, the plane finally landed at Yunqing Airport. Yunqing is located in the south of China, and its climate is much warmer than that of the capital. Jiang Yi and the others took off their thick clothes on the plane and walked out of the airport wearing only spring clothes. Yunqing's fans had been waiting at the airport since early morning. When Chen Yunyun and Chen Xingwen came out, the fans screamed wildly. Jiang Yi felt like his eardrums were about to shatter. Chen Xingwen turned to look at him, hoping to see this country bumpkin at a loss in front of so many fans. But instead he saw Jiang Yi with a cold face the whole time, not even glancing at the fans. In an effort to gain attention, Chen Yunyun tried to pull Jiang Yi, who was 2 or 3 meters away from her, to her side. The sight of the three siblings walking together is sure to spark a wave of discussion. Jiang Yi guessed her intention and, too lazy to put on a show, left with the words, "I'll wait for you outside." Chen Yunyun's face stiffened. She immediately wanted to give Jiang Yi a good scolding, but because the fans were still taking pictures, she could only force a smile. As soon as Jiang Yi stepped out of the airport, a man in a suit walked up to him with a very respectful attitude. "Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Yi?" "Yes." Jiang Yi nodded. "Mr. Jiang, I'm here to pick you up from General Manager Zhou. Please come with me." Jiang Yi was somewhat surprised that Zhou Xianen had actually made a special arrangement for these people. However, he didn't think much of it and got into a Rolls-Royce with the driver. "Mr. Jiang, the production team has sent a car. Should we take you to the hotel first, or wait for your family?" Jiang Yi wasn't in a hurry, so he said, "Let's wait a bit." "Okay." Chen Yunyun and Chen Xingwen greeted fans along the way, and it took them almost half an hour to walk the short distance of a few hundred meters. When they came out, Jiang Yi was no longer in sight. Just as Chen Yunyun was about to lose her temper, the driver sent by Zhou Xianen came over. "Miss Chun, Mr. Chun, I am the driver from the production crew. Please come with me." The two men and their staff walked to the car and were momentarily stunned when they saw the Rolls-Royce. It's not that they've never ridden in such luxury cars before. After all, the Chen family is quite wealthy. They were all a little surprised. Was this production team really that wealthy? It's worth noting that in the variety shows Chen Yunyun participated in before, the vehicles provided by the production team were either sponsored by the sponsors or rented commercial vehicles. This was the first time she had ever been on a TV show that the production team had arranged for her to ride in a Rolls-Royce. "Mr. Chun, please get in the car first." The driver opened the passenger door and looked at Chen Xingwen. Chen Xingwen was stunned, not understanding why the driver wanted him to sit in the seat reserved for the assistant. Chen Yunyun hadn't thought of any of this. She was just waiting for the driver to open the door for her. Unexpectedly, the driver went around to the other side and pulled open the seat behind the driver. "Miss Chun, please get in the car." Chen Yunyun frowned. "Why did you make me sit over there?" The driver was taken aback when he heard this. Seeing the brother and sister who were unwilling to get in the car, he was a little worried that Jiang Yi had been waiting for too long and was in a bad mood. "Miss Chun, Mr. Chun, the production team is still waiting. Please get in the car as soon as possible." Chapter 103, She doesn't want to live with Jiang Yi. "Miss Chun, Mr. Chun, the production team is still waiting. Please get in the car as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Chen Yunyun felt a surge of anger. She's a big star. How dare this driver talk to her like that? She was about to go over and argue with the driver when a voice suddenly came from behind her. "Yunyun." Chen Yunyun turned her head and saw Wan Yitong swaying her slender waist as she walked towards her. Wan Yitong was also a guest on this variety show. She and Chen Yunyun entered the entertainment industry around the same time, and their family backgrounds were similar. Both of them entered the entertainment industry with the title of heiress. In addition, the two have similar temperaments, and resources in the entertainment industry are limited, so their fans often fight each other. This inevitably led to them becoming mortal enemies. The two of them usually avoid each other, so their participation in a variety show together has really piqued the public's interest. Tong Tong, what a coincidence, you just arrived too. Chen Yunyun wore a fake smile. Yes, Wan Yitong smiled, then pulled the boy next to her side. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my younger brother, Wan Mingxiu. As she spoke, Wan Yitong looked at Wan Mingxiu and said, Aksu, say hello to Sister Yunyun. Wan Mingxiu glanced coldly at Chen Yunyun, then avoided her gaze without any reaction. Wan Yitong pretended to scold. You little brat, how many times have I told you? You can't be so rude in public just because you dislike someone. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunyun's expression stiffened. That bitch dared to say so bluntly that her stupid younger brother hated her. That's incredibly ill-mannered. She sneered. It's all right, my brother doesn't like you much either, so I won't let him greet you, so you won't be embarrassed. Wan Mingxiu, not wanting to be used as a tool in the power struggle between these two women, said impatiently, Has the car arrived yet? I'm starving. Just then, the production crew rushed over. Teacher Wan, you've arrived? Wan Yitong nodded. Where's the car? The driver pointed to the 7-seater van next to him. This is it. Let's get in quickly, the production team is waiting. Wan Yitong was stunned. She looked at the Rolls-Royce next to Chen Yunyun, then at the very ordinary GL8, her face full of disbelief. Is this the car that's here to pick me up? Yes, is there a problem? The driver didn't understand why Wan Yitong was so surprised. Wan Yitong immediately exploded. Why does she have a Rolls-Royce? What's wrong with your production team? Am I not as famous as her? Chen Yunyun felt secretly pleased as she looked at Wan Yitong's exasperated expression. At this moment, I don't care where I sit. Anyway, she has a Rolls-Royce to pick her up, while Wan Yitong only has a beat-up little car. Tong Tong, my brother and I are leaving now. See you at the production team later. You guys should hurry up too. It doesn't matter which car you take. Don't let your brother go hungry. I think he has a bad temper. It wouldn't be good if he got hungry and then became rude. After saying that, Chen Yunyun told Chen Xingwen to quickly get into the car and drive away. Wan Yitong was left behind, her face turning ashen with anger. After Chen Yunyun got into the car, she was startled to see Jiang Yi playing on his phone. What are you doing here? Jiang Yi didn't even glance at him, her eyes completely focused on the game page on her phone screen. Otherwise, where should I be? Chen Yunyun had completely forgotten that Jiang Yi had come to participate in the show with her after being interrupted, but she didn't want to say it directly, so she just laughed awkwardly. I thought the production crew had already picked you up. Jiang Yi turned to look at her, a half-smile on his face, and said, Is that so? For a fleeting moment, Chen Yunyun thought Jiang Yi had seen through her lie. But Jiang Yi didn't say anything after that, and went back to playing on his phone. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. The vehicle carrying several people entered the city and finally stopped in front of the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Yunqing. As soon as Chen Yunyun got out of the car, she heard the enthusiastic voice of the program director, Su Yao. Teacher Chen, you finally arrived. Chen Yunyun was stunned for a moment, wondering why this most famous variety show director in the industry would suddenly be so enthusiastic towards her. You know, when we were discussing cooperation and signing contracts, he was always very arrogant. It's like they're saying, come or don't come, my show is packed with big names who want to be on it. Director Su, hello. Chen Yunyun smiled, flattered, and then introduced Chen Xingwen, saying, This is my younger brother, Chen Xingwen. Please take good care of him in the future. Upon seeing this, Chen Xingwen obediently bowed slightly. Director Su, hello, I am Chen Xingwen. Hello, young man, you're so handsome. If you ever enter the entertainment industry, you'll probably charm countless girls. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingwen deliberately lowered his head, looking extremely shy, which made Su Yao burst into laughter again. A moment later, Su Yao suddenly thought of something and looked at Jiang Yi. By the way, Teacher Chen, is this the other younger brother who's on the show with you this time? Chen Yunyun was taken aback upon hearing this, only then realizing that she seemed to have forgotten Jiang Yi again. She cursed inwardly, thinking how insignificant Jiang Yi's presence was. But he smiled and said, Yes, Director Su, this is my other younger brother. His name is Jiang Yi. Director Su was taken aback. Jiang Yi? Does he take your mother's surname? Chen Yunyun paused for a moment, then turned to look at Chen Xingwen. Seeing his eyes dim for a moment, she knew he was ashamed of his adopted son status, so she laughed it off and said, Director Su, this is a long story, let's talk about it privately later. Alright, then you can go in and check in first. We'll have a meeting later when all the guests have arrived. Chen Yunyun and her two siblings then entered the hotel lobby. The production team arranged a 3-bedroom suite for their group. Upon hearing this news, Chen Yunyun looked worried. Why don't you two stay together, and I'll get a separate room? She doesn't want to live with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had even stolen her personal clothing to sell for money before, and every time she thought about it, she felt a chill. One of the people who helped them check in was a member of the program crew. Upon hearing this, the staff immediately said, Teacher Chun, the program needs to record scenes of you two together, so it would be best if you stayed together. Chen Yunyun was very displeased upon hearing this. But my 2 younger brothers are already so grown up, and it's a bit inconvenient for us to still live together. Can I go to their room every day before filming starts? Knowing that these artists had many flaws and bad tempers, the staff didn't want to take the trouble upon themselves. After pretending to think for a moment, they said, How about this, Mr. Chun? The director is going to hold a meeting this afternoon. You can mention this to the director then and see if he has any objections. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunyun didn't say anything more and nodded in agreement. Chapter 104 Chen Yunyun thought Zhou Xianen was going to pursue her. After lunch, Chen Yunyun went to find Su Yao alone. Besides the room issue, she also needed to talk to Su Yao about the relationship between Chen Xingwen and Jiang Yi, to avoid making Chen Xingwen uncomfortable if the topic comes up on the show later. Chen Yunyun arrived at Su Yao's room and found the door open. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she heard Wan Yitong's furious voice. Director Su, you've gone too far. What do I, Wan Yitong, lack compared to Chen Yunyun? The Chen family hasn't even cleaned up their mess yet. Chen Yunyun's popularity has plummeted recently, and you actually arranged for her to be picked up at the airport in a Rolls-Royce, while I only have a beat-up van. I, Wan Yitong, am not short of a Rolls-Royce. After all, you know my family background. I used to ride in a Rolls-Royce to school every day when I was in high school. But what you are doing today is really disrespectful. Director Su sighed upon hearing this. Although he has a stubborn temper, the show is starting tomorrow, and he naturally doesn't want to cause any trouble, so he has no choice but to shift the blame. Yitong, this really isn't my fault. Why can't we blame you? You're the director of this show. Do you think the production team would be scrambling to fawn over Chen Yunyun? It's young Master Zhou. Director Su said helplessly. Who? Young Master Zhou? You mean it was Zhou Xianen who arranged this? Director Su nodded. All of Chen Yunyun's affairs were arranged by President Zhou. Upon hearing this, Wan Yitong felt as if her throat was stuffed with cotton, and she could no longer utter a sound. However, the anger in her heart only grew stronger. She participated in the show because she was optimistic about it, and thought it would definitely become a hit. On the other hand, they came specifically to target Zhou Xianen. This program is a key project for Zhou Xianen's entertainment company this year. As is customary, he would visit the set for investment projects of this level. Wan Yitong had met Zhou Xianen once before and had a good impression of him. If she could connect with Zhou Xianen through this program, her future career in the entertainment industry would be much smoother. If all goes well, I might even be able to continue developing my relationship with Zhou Xianen. But now she finds out that the man she wanted was beaten to it by that bitch Chen Yunyun. How could she not be angry? But now that things have come to this, she doesn't dare to act rashly and demand an explanation. After all, if she offended Zhou Xianen, she might have to go home and inherit the family business in no time. Moreover, it depends on whether Zhou Xianen will show mercy and leave her some family business to inherit. Thinking of this, no matter how unwilling Wan Yitong was, she could only slink away. In contrast to Wan Yitong's gloomy mood, Chen Yunyun, standing outside the door, was overjoyed. She and Zhou Xianen were rumored to be having an affair not long ago. Although Zhou Xianen's main profession is not in the entertainment industry, he is definitely a big shot in the industry. A few months ago, Chen Yunyun ran into Zhou Xianen at a party. At the time, her agent insisted that she go and toast Zhou Xianen. She considered herself to be born into a wealthy family and disdained doing such flattering things, so she firmly refused. But after learning about Zhou Xianen's family background and abilities, and seeing his young and handsome face, she became interested in him again. So he reluctantly agreed. Zhou Xianen is a very gentle person who is polite to everyone. So when she toasted him, he behaved very well. He not only drank the wine but also chatted with her for a bit. Unexpectedly, a photo of the two chatting was taken and went viral that very night. However, Zhou Xianen has not responded to this rumor. Chen Yunyun originally thought that Zhou Xianen didn't deny the rumors because he was also interested in her. After all, such a big shot as him could talk to her for so long. Moreover, she is not like an ordinary celebrity in the entertainment industry. She comes from a wealthy family and is of a high enough status to be a match for Zhou Xianen. But to everyone's surprise, Zhou Xianen never contacted her, even after the hype surrounding the matter naturally died down. She then realized that she might have misunderstood. However, she didn't have any deep feelings for Zhou Xianen. After realizing that the whole thing was just a misunderstanding, she stopped caring about him. But today he found out that Zhou Xianin was openly giving her special treatment on the show, and she couldn't help but think about it. She felt incredibly pleased, especially after seeing Wan Yitong suffer because of Zhou Xianin. Upon hearing Wan Yitong's footsteps, Chen Yunyun quickly hid to the side. She's currently the one being pursued, and the more interesting it is, the more she'll be kept in the dark. Besides, she didn't want Wan Yitong to think she was deliberately eavesdropping. After Wan Yitong left, she returned to Su Yao's door. She knocked on the door and went inside. Upon seeing her, Su Yao stood up, his face beaming with smiles, and said, "Teacher Chen, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Chen Yunyun then remembered why she had come to find Su Yao. But thinking about Zhou Xianin's feelings for her, she immediately changed her mind. Since she brought Jiang Yi on the show and introduced him as her younger brother, she couldn't show him the slightest bit of disdain. On the contrary, she had to be even more caring towards Jiang Yi so that Zhou Xianin could see her kindness. "Director Su, I came here to tell you about the situation of my two younger brothers." "Sure, Teacher Chen, let's talk while sitting down." As Su Yao spoke, he handed Chen Yunyun a bottle of water, his attitude very respectful. This made Chen Yunyun even more certain of Zhou Xianin's feelings for her. Otherwise, someone as arrogant and conceited as Su Yao wouldn't have been so polite to her. Thinking of this, Chen Yunyun felt even more smug. She sat down. "Director Su, didn't you ask me before why Jiang Yi has a different surname from mine?" "Yeah, I was wondering too. I'd never heard of you having a younger brother before I have heard of Chen Xingwen though. He's been on your shows a few times. He's a pretty likable kid. So, are you planning to send him to the entertainment industry?" Su Yao had indeed been instructed by Zhou Xianin's people to take good care of Chen Yunyun's group, so he now shares the same thought as Chen Yunyun, that Zhou Xianin is pursuing Chen Yunyun. Therefore, he always says the nicest things to her. Chen Yunyun was very pleased to hear that Chen Xingwen needed to be praised in this way. She couldn't help but think of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi couldn't bring her any face. Her smile deepened slightly. "Director Su, you flatter me. My younger brother is still young, so we're not considering these things for now." Su Yao nodded, indicating his understanding. "What about Jiang Yi? What's wrong with that child?" "Director Su, to be honest, Jiang Yi is actually our family's adopted son." Chapter 105 Chen Yunyun gets scolded. Adopted son? Su Yao was stunned. Chen Yunyun sighed softly. "This child has had a hard life. He came from the mountains and is an orphan. My parents originally only sponsored his schooling, but seeing how pitiful he was, they decided to adopt him. We already have many children in our family, and having another child would make it more lively, so he gets along very well with us. However, as you know, children of this age are quite sensitive, so I would like to ask Director Su if you could tell the staff that you just need to know about this matter. And please don't discuss why Jiang Yi's surname is Jiang or his relationship with our Chun family on the show." Since Chen Yunyun had already put it this way, Su Yao had no reason to disagree. After leaving Su Yao's office, Chen Yunyun was completely relieved. The thought of Zhou Xianin, a business prodigy, being so attentive to her made her even more confident in her charm. Moreover, she knew that the fact that Jiang Yi was her adopted son would definitely reach Zhou Xianin's ears. When Zhou Xianin sees how much she cares for a younger brother who is not related to him by blood, he will surely be even more moved by her kindness. Thinking of this, Chen Yunyun felt elated all afternoon, and even during the meeting, her eyebrows and eyes were full of smiles. My good mood lasted until the next morning. Before the live-streamed variety show Brothers and Sisters Come to Explore, although there were other live-streamed reality shows in China, the adventure type was still the first. Live variety shows are inherently unpredictable, especially since they're adventure-themed. Most celebrities rely on their looks for a living, so the worst thing would be if a terrifying NPC suddenly appeared and scared the celebrity half to death, or even swore in public. That would have serious consequences for the celebrity. However, precisely because this live stream was full of unknowns, and the production team was so good that they had a lot of hit works before, there were still many artists who wanted to participate. Even after signing the contract, they were told that the live stream would be changed from a pre-recorded broadcast. The original artists did not say anything and obediently signed the supplementary agreement. Moreover, the artists are all aware that although it's a live broadcast, they still have a lot of say in what they can and cannot film. Because the production team claimed that the show was completely unfiltered, without any script, and absolutely authentic, and because the 5 groups of guests were either popular young actors and actresses or highly respected senior figures, as well as the gimmick of celebrities interacting with ordinary people in their daily lives, the show attracted attention. Therefore, even before the live stream officially started, eager viewers flocked to it, and it quickly surpassed the 1 million mark. The 5 celebrity guests participating in the program include Chen Yunyun and Wan Yitong, 2 popular young actresses, as well as a popular male actor, a veteran actor, and an international film queen. The popular male actor is named Qi Xiangyang. He debuted at the age of 16, but it wasn't until last year that he broke through the competition with a period drama and became a first-tier male actor. Veteran actor Deng Anji, now over 50, is a highly regarded supporting actor in the industry, having won more than a dozen Best Supporting Actor awards. In his previous life, Jiang Yi was framed by Chun Xingwen and stole one of his jade pendants. The most prominent guest was Du Nian, who had just won Best Actress at an international film festival last year. Du Nian is 34 years old this year and is one of the top figures in the domestic film industry. Among these guests, apart from veteran actor Deng Anji, the other four all have a large number of fans. So now the comments are mostly made by fans of these four people. Go Yunyun. We look forward to seeing your performance. Tong Tong, go for it. Mommy loves you. I'm not a fan of either of them. I just want to see if Chun Yunyun and Wan Yidong are really at odds. I hope they are. Let's see them fight. Actress Du, since you're already here, why don't you join teacher Deng in teaching the other three pretty faces how to act? Is the person above crazy? What did Qi Xiangyang do to you? How is he just a pretty face? Have you even seen him act? You're just spouting nonsense. You might as well donate your eyes if you don't need them. Damn it. Qin Yunyun hasn't been blacklisted yet? The Qin family has had so many scandals, and she's still able to work? The entertainment industry is hopeless. What happened to Qin Yunyun? What went wrong with her? Did she evade taxes? Is that a 2G network? There's been so much drama surrounding the Chun family lately. Haven't you heard a thing? Come on, let me tell you about the disgusting things the Chun family has done. Seeing that the comments section had veered off to criticize Chun Yunyun and her family, Chun Yunyun's management team couldn't sit still any longer. At this moment, Chun Yunyun had just arrived at the recording site. Seeing that her manager Yi Qian looked very unpleasant, she had a strange sense of foreboding. What happened? She asked as she walked over. Yi Qian handed him the phone, and Chun Yunyun's good mood, which had lasted all day, finally came to an end after seeing the comments. Where are my fans? Why isn't anyone coming to control the comments? Yi Qian looked troubled. We've already started guiding them, and the online trolls have joined in, but there are just too many ordinary people. Now your fans are getting impatient and are arguing with people again. Upon hearing this, Chun Yunyun's expression turned even more unpleasant. Where is that fan who calls himself Yunyun's little brother? Yunyun's younger brother was the online name Jiang Yi used when he was involved in the fan circle for Chun Yunyun. However, after being reborn, Jiang Yi never logged into this account again. Without Jiang Yi leading the charge, and with the Chun family facing a series of misfortunes, the group of die-hard fans lost their backbone and were no longer as organized as before. At first, they tried to find Yunyun's younger brother, but when they found that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't contact this big shot, they had no choice but to give up. At first, they tried to learn Jiang Yi's way of handling problems and explain things calmly. As the situation worsened, they couldn't handle it anymore and panicked. When faced with problems, they only knew how to argue and insult each other, which directly caused Chun Yunyun's public image to deteriorate even further. We can't find him. We've tried private messages and emails, but there's no way to contact him, Yi Qian said. Chun Yunyun said irritably. Useless. They're all a bunch of useless people. I spent so much money hiring a PR team, and not a single one of them is as capable as my fans. Yi Qian sighed. I don't know what's wrong with that Yunyun brother. So many fans, but they all only listen to him. No matter how capable the PR team is, they can't find so many fans all at once. Forget it. Let's spend more money to hire some online trolls to control the situation. Things should get better once the live stream starts. Chun Yunyun also knew that there was no other way now. They could only hope that once the live broadcast started and Jiang Yi appeared before the public, the impact of the Chun family scandals could be gradually erased. Chapter 106: The Strange House. The first episode was filmed in an ancient village. The guests stood on the village path, surrounded by simple yet vivid scenery. An endless expanse of green fields stretched out before them, dappled with the morning sunlight, a sight that brought joy to a group of people who had long lived in the city. The celebrity guests were busy socializing, introducing their friends and family to each other. Chun Yunyun led her two younger brothers and introduced them to everyone. This time, she did not forget Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi clearly had no interest in this kind of occasion and stood indifferently at the back the whole time. Seeing this, Chun Yunyun cursed him inwardly for being so ungrateful, but in order to show her kindness and gentleness, she could only smile and explain, "My brother is a bit shy, so please bear with him." No one said anything, assuming that Jiang Yi's behavior was due to his nervousness at the prospect of suddenly appearing on television. A few minutes later, the live stream officially began. The show's hosts finally came out. Hello everyone. Welcome to our live broadcast of Brothers and Sisters on an Adventure. I am your host, Han Dong. I will now take you into the 2-day, 3-night recording of our program. The entire recording of this program will be conducted via live stream. We will open a separate live stream room for each member later, and viewers can choose the live stream room according to their own preferences. Alright, enough chit-chat. Now, everyone, please follow me to our adventure location for this episode. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Dong took the lead and walked forward. The celebrity guests and their siblings all followed behind, carrying suitcases. Third sister, let me help you carry it. Chen Xingwen took the suitcase from Chen Yunyun's hand. At that moment, a photographer was taking pictures of their group. Chen Yunyun raised her hand and gently pinched Chen Xingwen's cheek, smiling as she said, "Oh my, little brother has grown up and knows how to care for his third sister now." Chen Xingwen and Chen Yunyun have already appeared on the show, so they naturally know what their fans like to watch. He looked at Chen Yunyun with a helpless yet doting gaze. "Stop fooling around, third sister." Sure enough, the live chat erupted in screams. "Oh my god, Wenwen is so charming. Is this what other people's younger brothers are like? Why is it that all my younger brother does is say, 'Sis, can you pay for my takeout?' Does anyone understand, family? Just one stop fooling around from Wenwen makes this old auntie's heart race. No, am I the only one who noticed that the boy behind Wenwen looks familiar? His features seem somewhat similar to Yunyun's. Is he also Yunyun's brother? That's probably true. I heard Yunyun brought her two younger brothers to the show this time. Holy crap, I think I've discovered something incredible. Wasn't it about Wenwen's younger brother falsely accusing his classmate of watching girls go to the bathroom? Isn't this the classmate who was supposedly framed? How come he's on TV too? So he's also Yunyun's brother? Does that mean they're family? Is there some misunderstanding? Family, I checked, and this boy seems to be the one who was supposedly slandered by Chen Xingwen. He actually appeared on a show with Wenwen's younger brother. Wow, I've never seen anything like it. This looks like there's some juicy gossip coming. Exciting. What's the juicy gossip? That incident with Wenwen's younger brother was clearly a misunderstanding. There's still no concrete evidence. Maybe it was all a frame-up, someone who can't stand to see our Wenwen's younger brother doing well. Wenwen's younger brother is family. We have a great relationship. Because of the past between Jiang Yi and Chen Xingwen and the discussions surrounding their relationship, Jiang Yi and Chen Xingwen successfully became a trending topic. Netizens, drawn by the smell, flocked to the live stream, sparking an even more heated discussion. However, many of these people are not fans of Chen Yunyun, but rather people who have been hating Chen Yunyun ever since because of the scandal involving the Chen family some time ago. As a result, more and more comments appeared in the live chat suggesting that Jiang Yi's appearance on the show was a conspiracy. Jiang was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, his attention was drawn to the soaring resentment not far away. Although this small village is remote, the environment is really nice, so in recent years, many city dwellers have come here to buy land and build houses. This place first became known because of several ancient houses that were hundreds of years old, so for aesthetic reasons, the houses built later were all in the style of ancient architecture. As a result, the courtyards are filled with traditional-style villas. The filming location for this program was one of the old houses built 20 years ago. Following his memories from his past life, Jiang Yi recalled the recording location and discovered that, as he had expected, there was indeed a problem with the recording location. And the fact that he harbors such strong resentment suggests that the problem is quite serious. At this moment, Han Dong, the host who was walking at the front, suddenly turned around and continued walking backwards towards the destination while introducing the place to everyone. The house we're heading to was built 23 years ago by a wealthy merchant from this village. Since its construction, it has had 4 tenants, and it's said that each tenant experienced some kind of mishap after moving in. At this point, Han Dong deliberately made his expression serious and his voice lower, as if he were telling a terrifying story. The most serious cases involved the second and third tenants. The second tenant's wife suffered a miscarriage 6 months after moving in, and the third tenant's child fell down the stairs, hit his head, and died on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of all the guests changed. Although they knew what they would face on the show before they even participated. But hearing it with my own ears now feels completely different from before. Moreover, for some reason, after listening to the host's introduction, they all felt a chill run down their spines and got goosebumps all over their bodies, as if the temperature had suddenly dropped several degrees. Han Dong continued. In this episode, our 5 groups of guests will stay in this house for 3 days and 2 nights, working as a family unit to find out the stories that happened in this house. Each guest who completes the task in each episode will accumulate points and receive additional rewards. As they spoke, the group had already arrived in the courtyard of the house. This house is a 2-story residential building. Although it was built more than 20 years ago, it looks a bit old-fashioned from the outside, but you can tell that it is regularly maintained. I'd like to ask, is this place always inhabited? Deng Anji is the oldest among all the guests, and he is quite superstitious about things like gods and ghosts. In his view, people have yang energy, and as long as people live in a house, even if there are unclean things inside, they will be suppressed. Yes, Teacher Deng. This place was operating as a guest house not long ago. It was only because our production team rented this house that it has been vacant. Upon hearing this, Deng Anji completely relaxed. Distinguished guests, do you have any other questions? If not, I'd like to invite another distinguished guest to join us. After hearing Han Dong's words, those who had questions in their minds temporarily stopped asking, and all looked forward to finding out who this so-called heavyweight guest was. Han Dong smiled as he saw everyone looking on with anticipation. Now that everyone has no further questions, let's give a round of applause to welcome Master Wu Wei. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing a gray Taoist robe came out of the house. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow with amusement when he saw Wu Wei. Chapter 107 The Master of Non-Action. The entertainment industry is probably one of the most superstitious industries in China. Almost every film and television production starts with a grand opening ceremony. The so-called opening ceremony, to put it bluntly, is just offering incense and prayers to ghosts and gods. Most celebrities are also big believers in metaphysics, and there are even some who have become famous through unorthodox methods. Wu Wei's appearance surprised several celebrity guests. They had all heard of Wu Wei's great name. He was a master with real skills. Many celebrities like to consult him for fortune-telling or to solve some problems. It is precisely because of this that he has become a guest of many big shots. Dun Yin had even spent a lot of money to hire him before. However, she wasn't stupid. She knew that she couldn't appear too familiar with the other person in front of the livestream camera to avoid causing unnecessary rumors. So, like everyone else, he politely greeted the person and left, intending to talk to them privately later. Wu Wei's expression remained indifferent throughout. It perfectly fits the image of a profound and unfathomable master in the public eye. At this moment, the barrage of comments also instantly boiled over because of Wu Wei's appearance. Holy crap, what's going on? They even invited Master Wu Wei? Is this for real? What? Who is this Master Wu Wei? Is he some kind of big shot? Of course he's amazing. Don't let Master Wu Wei's youthful appearance fool you. He's actually over 70 and a truly skilled individual. I have a relative in the entertainment industry who says many celebrities privately consult Master Wu Wei for fortune-telling. He's practically infallible when it comes to predicting who will become famous, when they will become famous, and how to achieve it. My relative told me about an actor in his 30s who had been in the industry for over a decade and was still relatively unknown. His agent, fed up, spent a fortune and begged and pleaded until they finally got to see Master Wu Wei for a fortune-telling. The master said, "Don't panic, you'll become famous tonight." The agent thought he'd been scammed again, but that very night, the actor's role as the third male lead in a period drama aired, and he became an instant star. Wow, that's awesome. Master Wu Wei's amazing achievements go far beyond this. I can only say that the production team must have spent a fortune to get him on the show. Before, I thought the so-called brothers and sisters going on an adventure together was just a gimmick, another bunch of celebrities acting, chatting, and fooling around in front of the camera. Now that I've seen Master Wu Wei, I know this show is definitely not simple. It's probably all about adventure. Holy crap, is this for real? This is some kind of superstitious genius. This show isn't actually going to let me see ghosts, is it? Stop talking. I'm scared now. I have a feeling someone's under the bed. Ha ha, don't be afraid. According to the first clause of the human ghost agreement, if you hide under the covers, the ghost can't hurt you. Compared to the heated online discussions, the recording studio was much quieter. Apart from the host continuing to ramble on about Wu Wei, everyone else was busy with their own little schemes. You should know that a great figure like Master Wu Wei is not someone that ordinary people can afford to invite. If it weren't for the fact that we ran into each other while recording a show, many of them probably wouldn't have even had the chance to see him. Almost everyone present was thinking about how to connect with Wu Wei on the show. Even if it was just to tell their fortune, they would feel like they had hit the jackpot. But Jiang Yi and Chun Xingwen's reactions were completely different from the others. Jiang Yi was quite surprised to see Wu Wei. In his previous life, when he participated in this program, he didn't invite any masters. He didn't know why such a new character had appeared in this life. However, he knew at a glance that this so-called master's skills were not even comparable to Qingfu's. When Chun Xingwen saw Wu Wei appear, he was filled with ecstatic joy. The master didn't lie to him. The master did indeed come to his aid. After meeting the master at the coffee shop that day, the master never appeared again, only sending him a message saying that the matter had been resolved. He didn't say how the matter was resolved, but somehow did not bother him again. He couldn't wait to find an opportunity to have a good talk with the master and ask him how he solved Sun Hao's problem. But more importantly, he wanted to know how the master would help him deal with Jiang Yi. At this point, the host, Han Dong, finally finished introducing Wu Wei and began to introduce the recording arrangements for the rest of the event. Distinguished guests, as you can see, this house is a 2-story building with 6 rooms. Now, please go in and choose your rooms. Upon hearing this, everyone went into the house one after another. Qi Xiangyang walked at the front. As soon as he entered, he felt a chill, and his expression changed immediately. He turned to look at Deng Anji behind him. Teacher Deng, have you noticed that it suddenly got cold? Deng Anji paused for a moment, then smiled and said, that's how it is in these old houses. The temperature is a bit lower than outside. Qi Xiangyang thought about it for a moment, and felt that there was some truth to it, so he didn't think about it any further. At this moment, Jiang Yi, the last to enter, looked at Qi Xiangyang and frowned deeply. The group continued walking forward. To the left of the living room on the first floor are 2 bedrooms. The group first went to the slightly larger bedroom facing south, and took a look. There was a suitcase in the room, so it was clear that someone was already living there. Han Dong then spoke up, saying, Master Wu Wei arrived last night, and has already stayed here overnight, so if anyone likes this room, they'll have to discuss it with him. Upon hearing this, everyone suggested that since Master Wu Wei had already stayed one night, he should continue staying there. They all simultaneously set their sights on the room next door. Being close to the water tower makes it easier to get to know him. If I could live next door to Wu Wei, the chances of getting to know him would be even greater. However, since the show was still being broadcast live, no one dared to grab a room right away, so they could only go to the second floor to continue looking for rooms. The living room on the first floor of this house has a double-height ceiling. To the right of the stairs are 2 rooms on the first floor. The remaining 2 rooms are a north-facing bedroom next to the stairs and a south-facing bedroom opposite. There is also a locked wooden door, which should also be a north-facing bedroom. The host then took the opportunity to introduce the locked room, saying that it contained the owner's personal belongings and served as a storage room for the house. After everyone had toured the rooms, the host asked, Everyone, we've seen all the rooms. Is there one you like? Wan Yitong, with her outgoing personality, was the first to speak. I'm timid, so I'd like to stay on the first floor, closer to the master. Is that alright? Chapter 108, I don't live with Chen Xingwen. As soon as Wan Yidong said this, everyone else's expressions changed, and they looked at her with more dissatisfaction. But considering the cameras, they couldn't criticize her in public. Taking advantage of Zhou Xianen's affection for her, Chen Yunyun smiled sarcastically and said, Tong Tong, don't joke around. Are you a coward? I saw you on an escape room reality show before, and you were always at the forefront. Upon hearing this, Wan Yitong frowned slightly, wanting to retort, but worried about offending Zhou Xianen behind Chen Yunyun, so she could only force an awkward smile. That's different. Escape rooms are fake, but we're facing a real haunted house. Chen Yunyun's smile deepened. There are so many of us here. Even if it really is a haunted house, nothing will happen, so you don't need to worry. Chen Yunyun doesn't really believe in these ghost stories, but as far as she knows, every artist in the industry who is familiar with Wu Wei is extremely famous. Although the Chen family had met some so-called masters, those masters only knew how to look at feng shui and were of no help to her acting career. After the Chen family's incident some time ago, her reputation in the industry plummeted. At that time, she even asked someone to contact Master Wu Wei, but she didn't even receive a reply from him. Now that the master has suddenly appeared on the show, it makes her think that Zhou Xianen is using the master of Wu Wei to curry favor with her. Therefore, the room next to Master Wu Wei must belong to her. Seeing the atmosphere on set freeze because of the sharp exchanges between the 2 popular young actresses, the host was at his wit's end. He turned to look at director Su, who smiled and waved at him, indicating that he could leave. He knew that the show's popularity had exploded because of this sudden feud. Alright, now Tong Tong has asked to stay in the room next to Master Wu Wei on the first floor because she's timid. But please note that we currently have to accommodate 11 people in 5 rooms. Considering that Teacher Wan and Teacher Chun are with younger brothers, and Teacher Chi is with a younger sister, it would be inconvenient for them to share a room. Therefore, the production team will not force guests from the same family to share a room this time. The room allocation will be left to everyone to decide. After Han Dong finished speaking, he left the stage, leaving these difficult-to-please celebrities to tear things apart on their own. After Han Dong left, everyone fell into an eerie silence. What does this mean? Should we just ignore them? Let them tear it apart themselves? Deng Anji is a kind-hearted person. Before he participated in the show, the production team told him that he should take on the role of the head of the family in the show. He clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Alright, everyone, stop spacing out and start picking rooms, my brother, and I can stay in whichever room is available. So you guys go first, and we can keep whichever room is left. Deng Anji's younger brother, Deng An Yuan, is 45 years old this year. He is a small entrepreneur and can be considered a successful elite. Dun Yin smiled and said, Teacher Deng has been so generous all these years. Upon hearing this, Dang On Yuan laughed and continued. My older brother isn't very generous. He knows he's getting old, his flesh is tough and dry, and even if a ghost appears, he probably won't bother eating him. Everyone laughed when he said that. As one of only 2 male celebrity guests on the show, Qi Xiangyang had no choice but to echo Dang Anji's sentiments after hearing his statement. Like Teacher Dang, I can stay in any room, but if it's convenient for you teachers, could you please take care of my Mingming? Qi Mingming is 22 years old this year. She just graduated from university. She is pretty and charming and plans to enter the entertainment industry. Qi Xiangyang originally didn't want to participate in this program, but he accepted it to pave the way for Qi Mingming. Before Qi Mingming appeared on the show, Qi Xiangyang instilled in her a lot of ways of dealing with people in the entertainment industry, and she also learned how to present herself in front of the camera. Seeing her brother say this, she quickly gave a hearty smile. Yes, ladies, please have pity on the child and save him. Don't worry, the child doesn't snore at night. Upon hearing Qi Mingming's words, Dun Yin and the other 2 knew that she had many ulterior motives. However, as long as her little schemes didn't affect them, they wouldn't meddle and exchanged a few polite words with her. The scene became very harmonious. Ah Su, would you like to share a room with Teacher Qi tonight? Wan Yitong glanced at Wan Mingxiu, who was standing to the side with a sour face. Whatever, Wan Mingxiu said coldly. Wan Yitong nodded, then looked at Qi Xiangyang and smiled. Teacher Qi, since you've helped me take care of my younger brother, then I'll help you take care of my younger sister. The 2 reached an agreement. Chen Yunyun frowned slightly upon hearing this. Dun Yin is clearly making Wan Yitong sleep with her younger sister, which makes her seem like an unnecessary person. But she wasn't afraid. Anyway, the room next to the master's was his, and once he moved in, Dun Yin would definitely bring her sister over. 1-1, Xiaoyi, since Teacher Qi and Axu are sharing a room, and Teacher Deng and his brother are sharing a room, then you 2 are the only boys left. Which room would you like to share? Chen Yunyun glanced at Chen Xingwen, then at Jiang Yi. Chen Xingwen had a sweet smile on his face. Third sister, you don't need to worry about us. My brother and I can stay in any room we like. Okay, then you 2 should behave. I don't live with Chen Xingwen. Chen Yunyun had intended to make a joke, but Jiang Yi interrupted her without hesitation with a single sentence. The smile on her face froze instantly. Little E, stop joking. There are so many seniors here, and it's a live broadcast. If the audience sees this, they'll think our brothers aren't getting along. As Chen Yunyun spoke, she frantically tried to signal Jiang Yi with her eyes not to do anything reckless. Chen Xingwen didn't expect Jiang Yi to express his dissatisfaction with him so directly in front of the live broadcast camera so quickly, but this was exactly what he wanted. He looked at Jiang Yi with red eyes, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Elder brother. He deliberately called out the name Jiang Yi hated most, hoping that Jiang Yi would go crazy on the spot and punch him, so that Jiang Yi would become a notorious violent criminal. In this way, Chen Yunyun's hope of persuading Jiang Yi to return to the Chun family through this program will be completely shattered. However, Jiang Yi's subsequent performance disappointed him. Jiang Yi didn't even glance at him, but said in a contemptuous tone, I'm not joking, I just don't want to live with Chen Xingwen. Chapter 109 Director's Warning to Jiang Yi. I'm not joking, I just don't want to live with Chen Xingwen. The moment the words left his mouth, the house fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. This time, everyone present, including the staff, was stunned and stared at Jiang Yi in disbelief. This kid is too reckless. At this moment, the comments section went completely wild. Holy crap, what does this mean? They've already started tearing each other apart. This Jiang Yi is so inconsiderate. What did Wenwen do to him? He said that in front of so many people. Wenwen's eyes are red with grievance. Oh my god, my heart aches for him. To the person above, if someone spreads rumors about you and causes you to be bullied for a year or 2, I hope that next time you see that person, you'll still feel sorry for them. Damn it, it seems Chen Xingwen's accusations against Jiang Yi are true, otherwise Jiang Yi wouldn't have smeared Chen Xingwen's face like that on the show. But I just don't understand why Jiang Yi would come to this show with Chen Yunyun. I've watched the show so far, and it's obvious he's not familiar with Chen Yunyun and her brother, okay? Can the production team please explain what the relationship is between Jiang Yi and Chen Yunyun? Back to the scene. Chen Yunyun felt extremely sorry for Chen Xingwen, who was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. Compared to Jiang Yi, who remained calm and collected, her anger burned even more fiercely. If they weren't still live streaming, she would have already slapped Jiang Yi hard across the face to bring him to his senses. Little E, you seem upset right now. Let's find a room and have a good talk, okay? Chen Yunyun walked to Jiang Yi's side and tried to soften her voice as much as possible. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Yi smiled faintly and said, There's nothing to talk about. I just don't want to share a room with Chen Xingwen, lest he use some annoying tricks again. Jiang Yi. Chen Yunyun couldn't hold back any longer this time, and her voice suddenly rose. Teacher Chun. Just then, the director suddenly spoke up, bringing Chen Yunyun back to her senses. Xiaoyi is still a child. Boys this age are naturally thoughtful and rebellious. There's no need to be angry. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunyun sighed with tears in her eyes, then said to the camera, I originally just thought that my two younger brothers had finally finished their final exams, so I took them out to relax, but I didn't expect these two rascals to have another fight on the way. These kids are too hard to manage. I'm not going to bother with them anymore. I'll get my parents to beat them up when I get back. However, please forgive us, everyone. We have a lot of children in our family, and we siblings have been bickering since we were little. We're used to it after all these years. Please don't misunderstand, and please don't blame Xiao Yi for what he said in the heat of the moment. He's just an ordinary high school student, and we hope everyone can be more understanding of him. The comments section calmed down considerably because of her words. Chen Yunyun's fans and online trolls quickly began to control the comments and speak up for her. They all say things like teenagers are inherently difficult to manage, and that Chen Yunyun, as the older sister, has done a great job. However, some people still firmly believe that Jiang Yi did not want to appear on the show, and they demanded that the production team give a response, especially asking them to explain why Jiang Yi's surname is Jiang instead of Chun. Seeing this, Su Yao became even more dissatisfied with Jiang Yi and immediately decided to have a good talk with this arrogant brat. He instructed his staff to remove Jiang Yi from the camera's view, and then took Jiang Yi to an empty room. Jiang Yi, what exactly happened just now? Su Yao closed the door and said angrily. Jiang Yi sat on the sofa to the side with an indifferent expression, even crossing his legs. What? What happened? Stop joking around with me like that. Seeing him like this, Su Yao became even angrier. Our show is being broadcast live. Do you understand what broadcasting means? Every word and action you take on the show will be shown to millions of viewers. Do you know how badly your behavior has affected the show? I was just expressing my true feelings. What negative impact could that have on the show? Besides, didn't you guys claim that the show is unscripted? Well, I just don't want to live with Chen Xingwen right now. Am I supposed to put up with this disgust and live with him? None of you told me before that I had to live with Chen Xingwen. And don't you guys who make variety shows always think that conflict is better? Su Yao choked upon hearing this. Generally speaking, they prefer as much conflict as possible when making variety shows. Sometimes, they even wish the guests could start fighting on the show. But this time, the situation is different. If Jiang Yi were anyone else's younger brother, he would be happy to see this situation. But unfortunately Jiang Yi is Chen Yunyun's younger brother. Chen Yunyun is the woman of Zhou Xianen, the biggest sponsor of their show. If Jiang Yi's actions affect Chen Yunyun, he will no longer be able to work in this industry. Although he is very talented, he still holds a relatively high position in the variety show industry. But no matter how high his rank, he's still just an employee. He couldn't afford to offend a big shot like Zhou Xianen. After all, whether he can continue to work in this industry depends on just one word from the other party. Thinking of this, he angrily said, Jiang Yi, I don't care what you're thinking, but this is my show. You better use your brain. I don't need you to create some inexplicable conflict for me. You just need to keep a low profile and continue recording the show. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Jiang Yi was so angry at these words that he laughed. He already didn't have a good impression of this arrogant director. In his past life, when Chen Xingwen falsely accused him of stealing, there were so many surveillance cameras at the scene. If he had been willing to take the time to investigate, there was a high probability that he could have cleared his name. But ironically, for the sake of ratings, he didn't even investigate and directly convicted him. Even in his most embarrassing moments, he allowed all the photographers to shove their lenses right in his face to take pictures. At that moment, he was filled with panic. Under the questioning and disdainful gazes of everyone, he couldn't withstand the pressure and fainted on the spot. However, in the final version that aired, the scene of him lying on the ground with a pale face was misinterpreted as him pretending to faint because he had been caught stealing and had no way to deny it. It can be said that Su Yao was also responsible for the massive cyberbullying he suffered in his previous life. What? How is Director Su going to deal with me? Jiang Yi's expression turned cold. He stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at Su Yao with disdain and mockery in his eyes. Chapter 110 Wan Mingxiu is going to live with Jiang Yi. Su Yao was amused by Jiang Yi's unruly attitude. Jiang Yi, you're just an adopted son of the Qin family. What are you doing acting so high and mighty? Adopted son? After a moment's thought, Jiang Yi realized that Chen Yunyun had said this. What? You're not satisfied with just being an adopted son? In all my years, this is the first time I've ever seen such an ingrate. You eat the Chun family's food and still have the nerve to target their biological son. You've truly opened my eyes. Jiang Yi wasn't angry when he heard this. Instead, he smiled faintly. Really? Then you'd better open your eyes and take a good look later. There are even more eye-opening things to come. Jiang Yi, what do you mean? Are you trying to cause trouble again? I'm warning you, this is a live broadcast. If you dare to act recklessly again, I'll make sure you taste the bitterness of utter disgrace. Jiang Yi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Director Su, you still have the nerve to threaten me? You should think of a way to find a few more real masters. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even finish recording the first episode of this show. Stop trying to act tough in front of me, daring to threaten me? You're just an adopted son. If Chun Yunyun hadn't brought you here, do you think someone like you would have the right to stand in front of me? Jiang Yi shrugged. Since Director Su won't listen to my advice, there's nothing I can do. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to recording the show. After saying that, Jiang Yi walked past Su Yao and strode away. You ignorant brat, if it weren't for Chun Yunyun protecting you, I would have 100 ways to kill you. Su Yao stared at Jiang Yi's retreating figure, his face dark as he gritted his teeth. When Jiang Yi arrived at the living room on the first floor, everyone was sitting on the sofa, discussing which rooms they wanted to stay in. Seeing that he and Su Yao came downstairs one after the other, and that Su Yao looked very unhappy, they knew that their conversation had not gone well. So they tacitly avoided paying attention to Jiang Yi, so as not to cause unnecessary discussion among the audience. Jiang Yi didn't intend to participate in the discussion. He found a corner to sit down, acting as if it were none of his business. How about we live together? A voice suddenly came from beside him. Jiang Yi turned his head and saw that Wan Mingxiu had appeared beside him at some point. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. You want to live with me? Wan Mingxiu remained cool. I don't really like these people in the entertainment industry. They're so fake. And only you and Chen Xingwen are about my age, so we can have some common ground. But I really can't stand Chen Xingwen. He's a grown man, yet he still has the nerve to call himself brother and gets teary-eyed all the time. I'm afraid if I lived with him, I wouldn't be able to resist hitting him. Okay, if it's possible, let's live together. Jiang Yi chuckled. He didn't like Qi Shengyang either. The man was a bit eccentric. As for the Danganji brothers, Jiang Yi didn't actually blame them for what happened in his previous life. But they already have a room to themselves, so it's better for him, as an outsider, not to disturb them. Wan Mingxiu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Jiang Yi had agreed. He quite admired Jiang Yi. Even he wouldn't dare to directly criticize someone he disliked in front of a live broadcast camera, but Jiang Yi actually dared to, which was rather cool. Sis, I'll be sharing a room with Jiang Yi from now on. Everyone looked at Wan Mingxiu when they heard his words. Wan Yitong immediately frowned. Judging from Jiang Yi's performance in front of the camera just now, it's no surprise that people online are criticizing him. His silly younger brother even went out of his way to get to know people. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? She was about to offer some advice, but Wan Mingxiu had clearly anticipated her reaction. Sis, I've made up my mind. As for Jiang Yi's temper, let's leave it at that. You guys continue your discussion. Wan Yitong felt a lump in her throat. Seeing that her silly younger brother had clearly made up his mind, and considering that he wasn't in the entertainment industry, she decided to let him be, lest he become unhappy and cause any trouble on the show. Thinking of this,